At 1 a.m., Lin Fei had just sent the 30th version of his design draft to the client, only to receive the message. The first version was better, please change it back. A sharp pain shot through his heart as he collapsed onto his keyboard, not even having time to reply to the client's smiling emoji. Worked to death in life, and still getting aggravated after death. Lin Fei's life had come to an end. But fate wasn't done with him yet. In the darkness of death, he seemed to feel a warm hand brush over his head. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Fei found himself standing on an elegant bird perch. Looking down, he saw blue feathers covering his body with a golden belly, and a pair of strong talons had become a blue and gold macaw. From corporate slave to bird, where was the justice in that? The sound of flowing water caught his attention. Lin Fei instinctively turned his head and peered through the bathroom door crack, where a graceful silhouette emerged through the misty steam. With perfect curves and skin like snow, Lin Fei's heart tightened. This is my owner? She's actually a girl, and quite attractive too. As the bird master, it was only natural to care about his caretaker. He spread his wings and glided to the bathroom door, about to steal a peek, when the door suddenly swung open and the girl walked out wrapped in a towel. Lin Fei nearly turned to stone. Wasn't this Liu Ruoyao, the campus beauty from university? Back then, she was stunningly cold and aloof with countless suitors. He had once mustered the courage to confess to her, only to receive the response, I just want to focus on my studies. They had no contact after that until graduation, when everyone went their separate ways. Who would have thought that after all these twists and turns, he would become her parrot? Fei, why are you standing at the bathroom door? I almost stepped on you. Liu Ruoyao gently picked up Lin Fei, her voice clear as spring water. She softly stroked the feathers on Lin Fei's back with her jade-like fingers, saying tenderly, be good, I'll feed you after I change clothes. Lin Fei found himself caught between two holy lights at close range, his bird heart racing and blood boiling, nearly crashing on the spot. Liu Ruoyao placed Lin Fei back on his perch and gently tapped his beak. Good Fei, wait for me a moment. She turned around wrapped in her towel, revealing a large expanse of smooth white back. Lin Fei's bird eyes focused sharply as he discovered a silver-white phoenix-shaped birthmark on her back, wings spread wide with three trailing tails, as if about to burst from her skin. His heart trembled with shock. No wonder Liu Ruoyao always dressed conservatively. Perhaps he was the first person to see this birthmark. His first experience as a bird left Lin Fei's emotions surging. Though reborn as a bird, having a goddess as company with food and shelter provided, number 996 or 007 work schedules, capitalists, and demanding clients could all go to hell. Blue and gold macaws lived 70 to 80 years and could even outlive 3 generations of humans. Perhaps this kind of life was another form of fulfillment. Liu Ruoyao, now dressed in casual home clothes, brought over a bowl of nuts and picked up a pistachio kernel to feed Lin Fei. He instinctively opened his mouth and swallowed it, when suddenly a crisp electronic sound rang in his mind. Ding! Consumed 1 pistachio kernel, gained 0.1 evolution points. Lin Fei nearly lost his feathers from shock. He tried pecking at a pine nut, and the notification sounded again. With a thought, a semi-transparent panel appeared before his eyes. Divine Beast Evolution System, Divine Bird Version. Name, Lin Fei. Species, blue and gold macaw. Bloodline, a trace of ancient true phoenix. Rank, 0 tier, ordinary bird. Strength, 3. Agility, 6. Stamina, 4. Intelligence, 7. Charisma, 8. Talent, fire affinity, passive, 30 fire damage reduction, easier mastery of fire abilities. Skills, ability replication, consuming exotic beast flesh has a chance to acquire one of their abilities, inspect, peck, rending claws. Spiritual energy, 100100. Evolution points, 0.2100. Evaluation, an ordinary and fragile common bird. Lin Fei silently complained to himself. Becoming a bird in a fantasy setting was one thing, but having a system was the real standard package. A trace of ancient true phoenix bloodline. Could he evolve into the divine beast phoenix at the ultimate level? But thinking of how he worked himself to death in his previous life, in this life, he just wanted to peacefully be a pet bird. As for evolution, he let nature take its course. Seeing Lin Fei resume eating, Liu Ruoyao breathed a sigh of relief and turned to prepare her streaming equipment. Raising parrots and live streaming were her 2 favorite activities. However, due to her special profession, she couldn't show her face or accept gifts, leaving her stream with only a few dozen regular viewers and popularity lower than dust. With everything set up, Liu Ruoyao put on her half-face feathered mask and called to Lin Fei. Fei, come over here. Whether we can save my stream's popularity tonight depends entirely on your performance. Lin Fei turned his head and saw Liu Ruoyao raising her left arm, which was fitted with a protective guard, beckoning to him. He flapped his wings, his feathers stirring up a gentle breeze, and with a whoosh, landed steadily on the guard, his black talons gripping the leather. Through the lamplight, Lin Fei noticed the feathered mask covering half of Liu Ruoyao's face, white with gold trim, concealing her cool eyes and brows. leaving only the slight curve of her lips visible. Why did Captain Liu, who was usually as cold as ice, insist on wearing a mask? Liu Ruoyao flashed her signature sweet smile at the camera, her voice soft and sweet. Hello, my darlings. I'm Cursing Yao Yao, your adorable pet streamer, and tonight I'm here again to show you our little cutie Fei Fei. Standing on her arm, Lin Fei felt goosebumps all over. The expressionless detective sister from moments ago had instantly transformed into a bubbly, sweet streamer radiating pink bubbles. The contrast was so dramatic that he wondered if he'd entered a parallel universe. Liu Ruoyao raised her left arm, positioning Lin Fei toward the phone camera. Come on, Fei Fei, say hello to our darlings. Lin Fei cooperatively spread his right wing and waved it elegantly twice, his blue-green feathers shimmering under the lights. The live stream had only about 100 viewers, with sparse comments floating by. Don't steal my spicy strips. Wow, Fei Fei is still so smart and beautiful, not inferior to our dear Yao Yao. Random user, hey, yeah right, I don't believe the streamer is a beauty, otherwise why wear a mask? Little you who loves jackfruit. Sister Yao Yao, what will Fei Fei perform tonight? Still spinning in circles and the wiggle dance? Curson's loyal fan, why obsess over the mask? Isn't Fei Fei adorable enough? Random user A, ugly streamer, case closed. System notice viewer, random user A has left the live stream. Startled guest among flowers, Fei Fei is cute and all, but doesn't seem too bright, only knows how to spin and wiggle. How about some new tricks? Seeing these comments, Liu Ruoyao could only sigh inwardly. If she dared remove her mask or enable gift donations, the live stream might get banned tomorrow, and she'd have to write a self-criticism report. Besides, with detective fieldwork keeping her away for days at a time, where would she find time to rehearse new routines for the parrot? She was about to have Lin Fei perform another wiggle dance to boost engagement when a new comment suddenly appeared. Uchihan not as handsome as me. Streamer, I want to raise a macaw too. Where can I buy one? Liu Ruoyao immediately responded. Macaws are second-class protected animals. Policies vary by region, so it's best to check with local legitimate pet stores about whether you can keep one. Before she finished speaking, a user with the ID, Let's Go When Dark, popped up with, does the person above really want to raise one? Haven't you heard of the legendary mobile bolt cutters and flying donkey? Macaws can destroy homes as well as huskies, and their voices rival donkeys. One screech can trigger every motion sensor light in the building. Instantly, the screen was flooded with laughing comments. Mobile bolt cutters. Flying donkey. Ha! Nay nay nay, squawk squawk squawk. Liu Ruoyao awkwardly explained, they're not all like that. My Fei Fei is very well behaved, never destroys things or makes noise. Even as she said it, she felt guilt-tithe clothes Fei Fei had pecked through could form a small mountain, and the sofa had several holes pecked in it too. Lin Fei was furious upon hearing this. His throat tightened, and he suddenly screeched at the camera. You're the donkey. Your whole family are donkeys. His voice was sharp and clear, delivered at machine gun speed. The live stream fell instantly silent. Liu Ruoyao's left arm trembled slightly, and she stared at Lin Fei in complete shock. What the hell? What have I done? Lin Fei was equally stunned, with only one thought racing through his mind. Did I just speak human language? After a few seconds of silence in the live stream, the chat exploded. Holy crap. It talked. 666,666. Streamer, your parrot can actually speak? Haha. Dude above just got roasted by a bird. Woohoo. Our Yao Yao actually taught a bird to curse. But I love it. Streamer, make Fei Fei say more. I'm begging to be roasted. Fei Fei, come curse me out. Almost instantly, the screen that had only scattered viewers was completely flooded with rolling comments. Liu Ruoyao was both shocked and delighted, quickly lifting Lin Fei up to the camera, lowering her voice, but unable to hide her excitement. Fei Fei, you can talk now? When did you learn? Quick, say something else. Lin Fei raised his colorful crest, cleared his throat with a couple of squawks, secretly feeling smug. Cursing people out? That's my specialty. So he unleashed his full firepower at the camera. Jackass. Jackass. Big. Jack. Ass. Ugly people cause the most trouble. That's you. I may not be human, but you're a real dog. Yeah, I'm cursing you out. What about it? Come bite me if you dare. Squawk squawk squawk. With each insult, the live stream erupted in laughter, screens full of 666, exploding like firecrackers. The viewer count skyrocketed from 100 to 200 to 500, all the way to 2,000, until the server lag from the comment spam finally stabilized. Compared to the usual cold reception of at most a few dozen people, this growth was epic-making. Liu Ruoyao's eyes were practically glowing as she watched, unable to stop smiling. An hour later, she ended the stream amid a screen full of, "Don't go offline. Keep cursing tomorrow, please." The moment the camera turned off, the girl removed her mask and hugged Lin Fei, giving him a big kiss. Fei Fei, well done. You're absolutely amazing. The soft lips pressed against his beak nearly made Lin Fei faint from happiness. This life of eating, sleeping, accompanying the goddess for streams, being cute, and cursing people out, the perfect laid-back bird life. After ending the stream, Liu Ruoyao returned to her bedroom to change clothes, preparing for her nightly training, her regular habit. Lin Fei flapped his wings and followed her in, perching on top of the wardrobe, righteously consoling himself. As the bird master, caring about his human servant's physical health was perfectly reasonable, right? Deep into the night, Lin Fei was awakened by hunger. The feeder's premium grains, dried fruits, and high nutritional pellets had decreased significantly, yet he still felt empty. How can I eat so much? He grumbled to himself, grateful that he was a vegetarian macaw. If he had transformed into a snake, bear, or carp like protagonists in beast transformation novels, having to gnaw raw meat and bite mice, the thought alone gave him goosebumps. After filling his belly, he noticed Liu Ruoyao's bedroom light was still on, the door slightly ajar, letting out a sliver of warm light. Huh, what's Yao doing? Still not sleeping this late? Driven by curiosity, he waddled on his short legs to the doorway and peeked in. No naked sleeping benefits, as he'd hoped couldn't hide his disappointment. The girl was fully dressed, white t-shirt with high-waisted jeans, white sneakers, clean and neat. She had just put down her phone and sighed softly. When will I ever get to enjoy a full vacation? She walked to the nightstand and pulled open a hidden compartment. After several clicks of a keypad lock, she pulled out a metal drawer. The next second, a jet-black, gleaming handgun with a cold glint fell into her palm. What the hell? Lin Fei's eyes went round as saucers, unable to help himself from lurching forward, his beak hitting the door with a crisp thunk. Who's there? Liu Ruoyao whipped her head around, her gaze sharp as a blade. In both his past and present lives, this was Lin Fei's first time staring down the barrel of a real gun. The dark muzzle gleamed with an eerie cold light under the bedside lamp, making it crystal clear this was no toy but the real deal. Lin Fei shook his little head in bewilderment. How could the gentle, sweet, big Yao be hiding a pistol? This didn't fit her character at all. Oh, it's you, Fei Fei. Liu Ruoyao's expression instantly softened upon recognizing the intruder. Hungry again? You little glutton. She approached and scooped Lin Fei into her palm, gently stroking his feathers a couple of times before habitually giving him a little kiss near his beak with a soft mwah. Then set him down by the bedroom door. After completing this routine pet care, Liu Ruoyao's movements suddenly became swift and efficient. She retrieved a shoulder holster from the nightstand and expertly strapped it on. The sleek black pistol and full magazine clicked into place. The nightstand was locked again. Next, she opened her wardrobe and pulled out a knee-length white trench coat, flipping up the collar and tying the belt, completely transforming her aura. Fei Fei, eat your fill and go to sleep like a good boy. Sister has to go away for a few days, she said softly. Lin Fei flapped his wings and landed on her shoulder. His eyes full of worry, desperately wanted to call out, be careful. Are you worried about me? Liu Ruoyao chuckled. You little guy is getting more and more like you're about to become a spirit. She turned her head to nuzzle his wing with her cheek, then gently lifted him off and placed him securely on the perch by the door. Sister might not be back for several days. The feeder is full, so don't wreck the place, okay? Lin Fei really wanted to roll his eyes when had this bird ever wrecked anything? He wasn't a husky. As the security door closed, the hallway lights flickered, and Liu Ruoyao's footsteps gradually faded away. Lin Fei flew to the windowsill and peered through the glass to see a Hongqi sedan parked downstairs. After Liu Ruoyao got in, the taillights soon disappeared into the night. Leaving home in the middle of the night, armed, and riding in a private car, this looked exactly like heading out on a dangerous mission. What exactly did his former goddess, current caretaker, do for a living? Lin Fei had originally thought Liu Ruoyao was a live streamer, but after accompanying her during several broadcasts, he noticed the inconsistencies: short streaming hours, always wearing a mask to hide her face, gift channels completely disabletted, clearly wasn't for making a living. She was also quite wealthy. In his spare time, Lin Fei often perched on the sofa back or her shoulder, watching her browse online shopping sites. She'd click pay without batting an eye at items costing 4 or 5 figures, occasionally glimpsing her account balance. Those long strings of digits made even this toothless parrot want to flash his pearly whites. What exactly does my big Yao do for work? At this thought, Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition crept in. His carefully planned, lying flat, lifestyle seemed to be teetering on the edge. If something happened to his caretaker, who would support his retirement? However, he was currently just a weak little parrot, willing but powerless. Lost in thought, he flapped his wings and declared, whatever, time to eat. The system panel showed, Level 1 evolution only required 100 evolution points, easily achievable with ordinary food. If he could level up quickly, perhaps he could still help Liu Ruoyao. Only with a stable caretaker could his laid-back bird life remain secure. Mind made up, he hopped over to the automatic feeder and transformed into an eating machine. Ding. Devoured 1 oat grain, gained 0.1 evolution points. Ding. Devoured 1 premium bird pellet, gained 0.5 evolution points. The familiar system notification sounds began flooding Lin Fei's mind. Too noisy. System daddy, can you turn off these pointless notifications? He complained internally. Cold system.jpg. Well, you'll get used to it. The next day, Liu Ruoyao indeed didn't return. Lin Fei could only focus on eating desperately, and after filling his stomach, he stayed by the TV to pass time. On the third day, she still didn't appear. Lin Fei continued eating and watching, but his gaze was hollow, scanning across the screen without focus. On the fourth day, there was still no sign of her. Lin Fei simply turned off the TV and paced restlessly around the room, occasionally rushing to the windowsill to poke his head out and look around. Early on the fifth day, he woke up and hastily wolfed down a few bites of breakfast, finally making up his mind. His first time leaving home. He spread his wings and took flight, using his beak to struggle with the window handle. After much effort, he finally managed to push the window open, then fiercely pecked at the screen until he made a hole and squeezed through. After being a macaw for so many days, this was his first time truly gliding freely through the air. The wind rushing toward him made him so excited that he let out piercing shrieks. No wonder humans yearn for the sky. Even though wingsuit flying has a 30 fatality rate, it still can't dampen their enthusiasm. On his first trip away from home, he didn't dare fly far, only circling above the residential complex, trying to catch sight of his caretaker Liu Ruoyao. Suddenly, another crisp sound rang in his mind. Ding. One fruit containing spiritual energy detected within 100 meters. Host must consume it immediately. A prominent yellow arrow appeared in the center of his vision. Lin Fei's spirits lifted. Free evolution points were being delivered right to him. Following the arrow, he quickly locked onto his target, the mulberry tree in the corner of the complex. The tree didn't have many fruits, but at the very top of its branches hung a large purple-black mulberry. It was nearly impossible to spot from the ground, but from the air it stood out like a beacon. Inspect. Lin Fei activated his skill on the fruit. Mutated mulberry fruit contains a small amount of spiritual energy, edible. Just as he was about to dive down, a gray pigeon swooped past the treetop and snatched the mulberry away. Where did this flat-feathered beast come from, daring to steal food from this bird lord's mouth? He roared angrily. Using inspect, again. One ordinary gray pigeon, 0-tier, common bird. That's it. Its body was even smaller than his own. It was practically asking for death. Lin Fei beat his wings powerfully and gave chase. In just a few seconds, he had swept above his opponent, then dove down, landing a precise, rending claw strike on the gray pigeon's chest. The pigeon let out a piercing cry and died instantly. He shook off the pigeon's corpse, dove down to pick up the mutated mulberry fruit that had fallen on the rooftop, and flew home without hesitation. If he encountered a hawk halfway, it would be his turn to become dinner. Successfully returning to the living room, he landed on the sofa's backrest, and Lin Fei breathed a long sigh of relief. Having been given a second chance at life, with comfortable lazy days within reach, he naturally had to treasure his life. Now, it was time to enjoy his spoils of war. The mulberry fruit emanated a faint glow and strange fragrance that made his mouth water. Lin Fei lowered his head to grasp it and swallowed it in one gulp. Ding. Consumed one mutated mulberry fruit, gained 30 evolution points. Ding. Huh. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. It turned out that through his constant eating and drinking, he had already accumulated most of the evolution points needed, and the mutated mulberry fruit he had just swallowed provided exactly the final 30 points required. At this moment, he was safely in his own living room, so he immediately focused his mind. Begin evolution. A scorching warm current instantly exploded from his abdomen, surging through his meridians and spreading throughout his entire body. First came a tingling numbness, then excruciating pain like 10,000 needles piercing his boneses if his entire skeleton was being dismantled and reassembled. A gentle white light enveloped him as visible changes unfolded one after another. His 60-centimeter body length rapidly extended to 70 centimeters. Old feathers fell away in patches while new plumage burst through his skin like sharp swords, tough in texture and dazzling in luster. The down feathers on his belly became dense and resilient. Even his wing feathers gleamed with a faint metallic sheen. Meanwhile, his jet-black beak and talons grew increasingly sharp and hard, like steel blades. In his agony, he unconsciously rolled and flailed about on the sofa. Where his wingtips swept past, the surface of the expensive leather sofa immediately split open. His sharp claws scratched and pecked wildly, tearing the sofa cushions to shreds like paper, scattering stuffing and springs across the floor. After an unknown period of torment, the intense pain subsided, and he collapsed into a deep sleep atop the sofa's remains. After another unknown stretch of time, the door lock clicked. Liu Ruoyao walked wearily into the living room, her face etched with exhaustion. Her trench coat and jeans bore new stains and tears, and her pale face was dabbed with iodine. The first thing she saw was the devastated sofa, causing the veins at her temples to bulge. "Fei, didn't I tell you not to destroy the furniture?" she growled through gritted teeth. The expensive leather sofa was riddled with holes, its stuffing and springs exposed, while the floor was carpeted with sofa fragments, leather scraps, and colorful feathers. A macaw, clearly larger than before, was curled up in a nest made of stuffing and feathers, its head tucked under its wing, sleeping soundly. Liu Ruoyao trembled with rage. Just hours ago during her live stream, she had boasted that her Fei never destroyed furniture, and now she was being slapped in the face. Just as she was about to grab the bird and scold him, she suddenly noticed something strange: feathers scattered everywhere. Yet macaws don't have the habit of molting their entire plumage. Moreover, Fei's size and coloring had completely transformed. Her anger instantly turned to bewildered suspicion. She crouched down to examine him carefully, then picked up several feathers and carefully placed them in a sealed bag. Fei, what happened to you? Could it be? She murmured quietly. Fei remained fast asleep. After pondering for a moment, Liu Ruoyao lifted one of the parrot's wings and deftly plucked a small feather. Fei's body trembled slightly, but didn't wake up. She sealed this feather in the bag as well, then turned and placed the bag in the mailbox outside the front door. Taking out her phone, she quickly typed a message. Xiaozhou, come to my place. Take what's in the mailbox by my door to the bureau for a spiritual particle analysis. Keep this confidential. After finishing this task, she wearily rubbed her temples and walked into the bathroom. A moment later, ding. Advancement complete. Please check your attributes, host. Ding. Host has gained 10 free attribute points. Please allocate them yourself. Ding. You have acquired a new skill, flame breath. The crisp, emotionless system notification pierced through his eardrums, jolting Lin Fei awake from his half-sleeping state. Before his consciousness fully returned, vivid text appeared like a projection in his mind. Advancement complete? He immediately pulled up the familiar pale blue system panel. Name, Lin Fei. Race, blue and yellow macaw. Bloodline, a trace of ancient true phoenix. Tier, extraordinary first order. Attributes, strength 8, agility 11, stamina 9, intelligence 12, charisma 13. Talents, fire affinity passive LV 235 fire damage reduction, easier mastery of fire abilities. Skills, ability copy passive, inspect, peck, rending claws. New skill, flame breath spits high temperature flames from the mouth to scorch targets, consuming 50 spirit points per use. Spirit points, 200,200. Evolution points, 7.21000. Assessment, bottom tier among the extraordinary, still very fragile. Seeing that merciless final comment, Lin Fei's eye twitched slightly. System, isn't your criticism a bit too harsh? He stretched his wings and flexed his joints, feeling his bones and muscles noticeably more solid than before his advancement. His attribute panel looked exactly like a mage build: high intelligence, moderate agility, but strength and stamina were somewhat lacking. As for his unusually high charisma, its purpose remained unclear. At least I got a fire-based attack skill. This upgrade isn't bad. Lin Fei stared at the words flame breath with considerable satisfaction. Additionally, small symbols appeared next to each attribute on the panel: 10 free attribute points awaiting allocation. How should he distribute them? Lin Fei pondered. Gaming wisdom warned against spreading points evenly. Most players specialized according to their class. Warriors stacked strength, mages pumped intelligence, rogues went full agility. But he shook his head. That worked in games where you could reload saves, but in the real world, you only had one life. Covering weaknesses is more important than amplifying strengths. Having made his decision, he quickly clicked on the panel. Tap, tap, tap. Strength 3, agility 3, stamina 4. Huh. This bird doesn't play by the rules. Lin Fei smugly flicked his tail feathers. Min-maxing might maximize damage output, but if someone got close enough to one-shot him, even flame breath capable of burning the heavens would be useless. Survival came before damage. His goal was never world domination, but living to 100 and outlasting 2 generations of caretakers. After allocating his points, the updated panel refreshed. Strength 11, agility 14, stamina 13, intelligence 12, charisma 13. Ding. Host has completed attribute point allocation. Enhancement effects will take place in 24 hours. There's a delay? Lin Fei frowned. He'd hoped to use attribute points as an emergency trump card for sudden power boosts, but this rule completely eliminated any chance for such tactics, leaving him somewhat disappointed. The final line of the panel coldly displayed. Evolution points required for next advancement 1,000. The number had increased tenfold, making him draw a sharp breath. No worries, time to keep eating. Looks like this evolution thing isn't as hard as I thought. After closing the system panel, Lin Fei finally noticed the living room looked like a disaster zone. The leather sofa was torn to shreds, with feathers and leather scraps scattered all over the floor. He froze midair, his mind blank except for one thought. Holy crap, did I do this? Given Liu Ruoyao's spending habits, that sofa had to cost at least 6 figures. This bird was about to get plucked clean. While he was lost in thought, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Liu Ruoyao was back. Her safe return made Lin Fei breathe a little easier, but thinking about the mess he'd made sent chills down his spine again. After standing there stunned for a few minutes, he dejectedly flew up and started picking up feather fragments with his claws, tossing them into the trash can. The process was painfully slow, but at least it showed that this bird knows how to make amends. I'll have to really turn on the charm to get forgiveness, he plotted silently. The water stopped, the bathroom door opened, and Liu Ruoyao emerged wrapped in a towel, water droplets still clinging to her skin like a fairy stepping out of mist. Lin Fei was carrying a clump of feathers toward the trash, and when his gaze got stuck in disaster struck, he crashed into the back of the sofa behind the trash can and tumbled headfirst into the bin, leaving only his bird legs sticking out, flailing wildly. Liu Ruoyao burst out laughing on the spot, shaking with laughter for a full minute before pulling the upside-down Lin Fei out and setting him on the sofa back. Lin Fei hung his head like a defeated rooster. When apologizing, be sincere. When getting scolded, stand at attention. She had planned to give him a proper lecture, but seeing him like this, she couldn't muster any anger. Fine, just don't do it again. If the sofa's ruined, I'll buy a new one. Liu Ruoyao waved her hand generously. Lin Fei immediately relaxed, almost forgetting that his human was actually a little rich lady. How nice. Then Liu Ruoyao added, I need to meditate and heal my injuries now. Stay out here and behave yourself, don't disturb me. With that, she turned and went into the bedroom. Meditate and heal injuries? Lin Fei was startled and reflexively cast his inspection skill. Liu Ruoyao, 24 years old, human warrior ice-type ability user, transcendent 3rd tier. Skills: 9 revolutions of mystic ice, ice soul body tempering, snow step technique, ice rain sword art. Status: minor internal injuries. Holy shit, my human is actually a transcendent being, and 2 tiers higher than me. The long list of skills made his head spin. My dear Yao Yao is a real powerhouse. But if someone this capable got injured, who did it? It seemed Liu Ruoyao's work was quite dangerous. If something happened to her, his comfortable life would be over too. The bedroom door locked, curtains drawn tight. Liu Ruoyao changed into loose loungewear, lay in the center of the big bed with her hands, feet, and head pointing skyward, and began circulating her energy to heal. Lin Fei hovered by the door, silently recalling the Liu Ruoyao from high school days. There had indeed been many strange things about her. Now that he knew she was an extraordinary, many puzzling things suddenly made sense. Lin Fei paced back and forth in his cage, turning the phrase, 3rd tier extraordinary, over and over in his mind. What level was that exactly in the eyes of other extraordinaries? Regardless, she was definitely much stronger than him. But fortunately, this powerful being was his caretaker. What a heaven-sent golden opportunity. With this thought, he secretly encouraged himself. With the system on his side, he'd surely catch up to her in a year or two. I'll quietly level up and give her a big surprise. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his stomach rumbled loudly. Lin Fei rushed to the automatic feeder and pecked the button with his beak. Time to eat. Ding. Consumed 1 premium bird pellet. Gained 0.01 evolution points. Huh? What the hell? He froze. Before, it had clearly been 0.1 points each time. He swallowed another pellet, but still only got 0.01 points. Oat grains and millet didn't give him anything at all. Damn it. Lin Fei's heart sank. System daddy, don't do this to me. At this rate, I won't level up for 10 years. Are you forcing me to risk hunting for spiritual plants or killing other mystical beasts? His subsequent pecking lacked any enthusiasm. He half-heartedly nibbled at the bird food, stopping when he was only 70% full. Without evolution points coming in, even the tastiest food couldn't lift his spirits. After eating, he wanted to see how Liu Ruoyao practiced her cultivation. She only had minor internal injuries, nothing serious, but he still wanted to confirm with his own eyes. When Liu Ruoyao had entered her bedroom earlier, he'd heard the lock clicked clearly lock the door. With a thought, Lin Fei spread his wings and flew out the window, circling around the building and diving down to the windowsill outside Liu Ruoyao's bedroom, only to find the curtains tightly drawn. She obviously didn't want him peeking. Fine, if I can't watch, so be it. He grumbled internally, then gained altitude and circled above the residential complex, hoping to get lucky and find another spiritual plant like those mutated mulberries. The wind between the clouds, carrying the moisture of gray tiles and green trees, brushed past his feathers, but there wasn't a trace of any spiritual objects. However, on a rooftop near their building, a strange man suddenly appeared. The man wore maintenance worker coveralls and carried a long rectangular case. Lin Fei descended quietly to observe. The man walked to the edge of the rooftop, knelt down to steady his case, and opened the locks with a click. From the case, he pulled out a black sniper rifle. Lin Fei's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the sniper rifle, a US-made M24, complete with a silencer. What caught his attention even more was the large front lens attached to the scope. Its model unknown, but it looked particularly menacing. Without a moment to lose, Lin Fei folded his wings and landed silently on the rooftop of the elevator shaft behind the shooter. He then crept forward, moving stealthily along the shadow of the concrete wall. Ahead, the shooter crouched behind the parapet, the black barrel of the rifle resting steadily on a sandbag as he peered through the scope, locking onto a distant target. A wave of ominous premonition washed over Lin Fei. Ignoring the risk of exposure, He flapped his wings and darted forward just above the ground. Almost simultaneously, the shooter sensed movement behind him, quickly releasing the sniper rifle and spinning around, his right hand drawing a Glock 17. Hey, just a bird, a parrot? The shooter relaxed slightly upon seeing Lin Fei. This allowed Lin Fei to take a closer look at him. A Southeast Asian man with dark skin, high cheekbones, sunken eyes, and a fierce, alert gaze. I don't have time for you. The shooter holstered his pistol and returned to his sniper position, sneering through the scope. Humph, still drawing the curtains? Lucky for me, I brought an infrared scope. Liu Ruoyao, your time is up. Curtains? Liu? This is bad. Lin Fei's heart sank. His target was none other than the woman he had been longing for. The finger on the trigger began to tighten slowly. Fear and a frenzied impulse seized Lin Fei in an instant. Perhaps it was the parrot's lingering attachment to its owner, or perhaps it was his own deep feelings. Regardless, his actions surged ahead of his thoughts. Squawk! The piercing cry shattered the afternoon silence. Lin Fei flung his wings open, launching himself like a cannonball toward the shooter, his sharp beak aimed directly at the exposed nape of the man's neck. A master of life and death, the shooter's instincts were as sharp as a beast's. Just as his finger grazed the trigger, he sensed a powerful gust of wind behind him and instinctively turned his head. Bang! The silenced M24 let out a dull thud. In the next moment, with a loud crash, the entire glass wall of Liu Ruoyao's bedroom exploded. The bullet whizzed past her seated form, embedding itself deep into the wall and sending shards flying. Liu Ruoyao's eyes shot open as she turned to the shattered window, her right hand pressed against her chest, a trickle of crimson sliding from the corner of her lips. The healing energy she had been channeling was abruptly interrupted, causing her internal energy to surge chaotically, worsening her old injuries. She had no time to recover properly and had to force it down. In an instant, her slender figure transformed into a blur of white, moving so fast it surpassed the limits of human vision, crashing through the remaining window and shooting out. The wind on the rooftop intensified. The shooter, still shaken, felt a searing pain rip through his back. Although he had dodged the parrot's initial strike, its sharp claws had left 2 deep gashes beneath his Kevlar tactical suit. It's not an ordinary bird. It's a beast, he growled through gritted teeth, cursing his poor judgment. Damn feathered creature. Without a moment to retrieve his sniper rifle, he shouted and swiftly drew his handgun. The shooter abandoned the sniper rifle, his right hand quickly pulling out the pistol, firing 2 shots at Lin Fei, who was attempting to escape. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets whizzed past Lin Fei's wings with scorching air currents, startling him so badly that all his feathers stood on end. As merely a first-tier transcendent, bullets could still easily kill him. Bang! 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 Seeing his first 2 shots miss, the gunman slightly lowered his aim and fired a 3-round burst. The 11 points of unactivated agility attributes within Lin Fei allowed him to perform a clumsy but perfectly timed barrel roll in midair, narrowly dodging all 3 bullets. Damn it! The gunman cursed under his breath. Just as he was about to pull the trigger again, his ears twitched and he jerked his head to the side. Liu Ruoyao's figure appeared like a martial arts master with supernatural lightness skills, stepping through the air as she glided from the opposite rooftop. The gunman's pupils contracted sharply as he immediately abandoned his bird target for the human threat, raising his weapon with both hands while retreating and firing continuously. Suspended in midair, Liu Ruoyao suddenly emanated a silver radiancia light barrier, as thin as a moonblade. Bullets struck the silver glow, creating sparks. In less than 3 seconds, all 12 remaining rounds in the pistol were expended, yet she hadn't even had a corner of her clothing disturbed. She landed gracefully on the rooftop parapet, her right hand gripping a long sword that gleamed with icy coldness in the sunlight. This sword was named Ice Rain, with a white jade guard, measuring 3 feet and 3 inches in length and slightly over 1 finger in width. Its blade was less than 9 millimeters thick, flexible as a snake, yet radiating a threatening chill. All 12 bullets had been deflected by this flexible sword, leaving the blade completely undamaged, clearly a legendary divine weapon. Liu Ruoyao had been focused on the ashen-faced Southeast Asian gunman, but caught sight of a familiar winged shadow in her peripheral vision, her heart jolting. Fei, what are you doing here? That sharp bird cry earlier had sounded familiar. It was this parrot who had disrupted the sniper's aim for her. She had been concentrating on healing her injuries earlier, her senses dulled, and without Fei's interference, the sniper's first shot would have seriously wounded her. Realizing this, she felt a wave of fear and quickly examined him carefully, only relaxing after confirming Fei was completely unharmed. Meanwhile, Lin Fei remained airborne. Feeling his worldview completely reconstructed, Liu Ruoyao had crossed nearly 100 meters of rooftops on foot and deflected over a dozen pistol bullets with her sword in midair. Was this really something a carbon-based life form could accomplish? He had known third-tier transcendents were extraordinary, but hadn't expected them to be this absurdly powerful. My mighty Yao Yao is awesome, Lin Fei cheered internally. With such a formidable owner as his golden ticket, His bird life looked incredibly bright. Then he wondered, Yao Yao, where do you usually hide that big sword of yours? How come I've never seen it before? The gunman in the distance heard Liu Ruoyao's words and ground his teeth in anger. So that troublesome parrot was actually her pet? He cursed quietly under his breath, taking advantage of Liu Ruoyao's attention being focused on the bird to quickly reload his pistol with a fresh magazine. Then his left hand swept behind his waist, and another Glock 17 appeared in his grip. Raising the black muzzle, he wielded dual pistols and frantically pulled the triggers, aiming at Liu Ruoyao. She had already proven that within 100 meters, her sword was faster than bullets. But at less than 10 meters, which would be faster gun or blade? She gave him no chance to find out. With a sweep of her left arm, a crystalline ice shield materialized instantly, forming a solid barrier in front of her. Bullets slammed into the ice shield with thunderous impacts, sending ice shards flying as the projectiles embedded themselves in neat rows across the gleaming surface. Liu Ruoyao advanced rapidly behind her shield, her toes barely touching the ground as she moved like drifting cotton through the hail of gunfire. Damn it, this woman is too strong. Martial arts plus supernatural ability is that's just cheating. The gunman cursed inwardly, his twin Glocks spitting fire continuously as he retreated step by step, looking for an opportunity to make a strategic withdrawal. A blue shadow suddenly dove from above the parrot's sneak attack. Its azure feathers flashed brilliantly in the sunlight. The gunman reacted with alarm and instinctively raised his arm to block. Lin Fei flapped his wings powerfully midair, adjusting his trajectory to avoid the defensive move, and drove his sharp beak toward the gunman's neck. Arg! A sharp cry erupted as the beak tore a small bloody hole in the back of his neck. But Lin Fei immediately sensed something was wrong. The texture felt as tough as old leather, nothing like normal human flesh. Though the damage was minimal, it was enough to disrupt the gunfire. Liu Ruoyao seized the moment, abandoning her ice shield and shooting forward like a silver bolt of lightning. Her sword danced through the air, creating a dense curtain of blade light that instantly opened countless small wounds across the gunman's arms, blood spattering everywhere. Clang clang, two crisp sounds rang out as both Glocks hit the ground. Excruciating pain sent cold sweat streaming down the gunman's face, his arms trembling uncontrollably as blood dripped through his fingers. Surrender. I won't kill you, Liu Ruoyao declared coldly. She had clearly held back, intending to capture him alive for interrogation, otherwise he would have suffered far more than superficial wounds. Haha, you think you've won. The gunman's mouth twisted into a savage grin, a flash of cruelty in his eyes quickly transforming into bestial madness. Roar. An inhuman bellow shattered the air as his muscles swelled like rapidly inflating balloons, his combat suit tearing apart piece by piece. Dark green, viscous scales spread rapidly across his entire body while his fingernails extended into razor-sharp black claws. His face became covered in scales, his mouth splitting open to reveal gleaming white fangs and a crimson forked tongue that flicked in and out. His pupils transformed into cold yellow slits burning with bloodthirsty lithe, had become a standing lizard creature. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Razor. The lizard man raised his right claw, his tongue licking across the gleaming talons as he spoke in a hoarse, cold voice. Now, we can begin round 2. A beast blood modified transcendent. Liu Ruoyao's expression immediately grew grave. What the hell is this monster? Lin Fei had just completed a sneak attack and leaped into midair using the recoil when the sight of his opponent made his scalp tingle with fear. He quickly activated his analysis ability. Ruan Kuan, 26 years old, beast blood enhanced human, 2nd tier transcendent. Skills, scale armor, infrared vision, rending claws, corrosive acid spray. Status, bloodline activation, maximum duration 30 minutes. Exceeding this limit will drain life force. What the hell is a beast blood enhanced human? Lin Fei felt his head throbbing. Warriors, ability users, enhanced humans, mutant beasts. Had he really been reborn into a parallel world? Fortunately, the target was only 2nd tier, so Liu Ruoyao, being 3rd tier, should be able to handle it. On the ground, the lizard man Razor stared at Liu Ruoyao, his raspy voice grating like sandpaper. You bitch. Die. Before his words finished, he crouched low and explosively kicked off the ground, shooting forward with a foul wind at twice his previous speed. His pitch-black claws raised high, slashing down toward Liu Ruoyao's head. After activating his bloodline, the beast blood enhanced human strength, speed, and defense had all dramatically increased. Liu Ruoyao didn't dare take the hit directly. Traceless snow step. She touched down with her toes and ghosted backward, her form ethereal. A cold gleam flashed as her ice rain sword transformed into fine droplets, striking and slicing in rapid succession. The metallic clashing rang out in a series of sparks, but only left white scratches on the thick scales. This scale armor is so tough that even bullets couldn't penetrate it. Liu Ruoyao's heart sank as she instantly understood why Razor dared to attack her, a 3rd tier, despite being only 2nd tier. Razor noticed her shock, his eyes gleaming with even more smugness with this scale armor. He had even hunted third-tier transcendence. Facing the ice rain sword, he simply didn't dodge, his claws dancing wildly. The fierce wind cut painfully across Liu Ruoyao's cheeks, nearly striking her several times. Lin Fei watched from above, cold sweat breaking out. This looks bad. My Yao might not be able to handle this. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Razor's mouth twisted into a sinister grin, his fanged maw suddenly gaping wide. Splurt! A stream of dark green acid shot out like a water arrow, reeking with a pungent stench as it flew almost point-blank toward Liu Ruoyao's face. Lin Fei shouted from midair, "Ah, it's poisonous." At the critical moment, Liu Ruoyao instinctively performed an almost 90-degree iron bridge, her torso parallel to the ground. Most of the acid whooshed past, splashing onto the concrete and hissing as it corroded the surface, releasing white smoke. The dozen or so droplets that fell mid-flight were instantly frozen into ice pellets by her mystic ice true chi, clattering to the ground. Having dodged the poison, she touched down with her toes and retreated swiftly, but Razor had already raised his claws for a downward strike. Rip! Liu Ruoyao's home clothes were torn open by the claw tips, leaving 3 gashes across her chest, even exposing her undergarments. Liu Ruoyao narrowly dodged the attack, and if she had been even a moment late, she would have faced a gruesome fate of being ripped open. Lin Fei, who was circling above, felt his heart drop. He never expected Liu Ruoyao to be pushed into such a dire situation. What happened to that impressive sword strike against bullets from earlier? Could it be that the person before him was a fake third tier? The thought of Liu Ruoyao nearly losing her life filled him with an indescribable rage. In the next moment, Lin Fei dove down like a miniature fighter jet, targeting the Razor. "Humph! You think you can ambush me, you feathered beast? I was already prepared for you." Razor scoffed internally. After being caught off guard by Lin Fei twice, he had become extremely vigilant. As Lin Fei swooped down, he pretended not to notice, planning to grab the parrot the moment it got close and tear off its wings like ripping apart a roasted chicken, swallowing them in front of Liu Ruoyao. Razor had calculated the beginning, but not the outcome. Just a few meters away, Lin Fei suddenly spread his wings and executed a sharp aerial stop, followed by a wide-open beak. Whoosh! A torrent of blazing orange flames erupted. Flame breath. In an instant, the flames engulfed Razor, the intense heat feeling like a walking steel furnace. Razor's vertical pupils were filled with shock. He had expected the bird to attack with its claws or beak, but he never anticipated it could breathe fire, and at a temperature of at least 1,000 degrees. Within seconds, it felt as if he had been plunged into molten steel, his fur and clothes instantly turning to ash, and his skin felt like it was about to melt. Unfortunately, while Lin Fei's attack was powerful, it could only last a few seconds and had a range of about 10 meters. Razor ultimately escaped without fatal injuries, using his hands and feet to leap out of the flames, leaving him charred black. At that moment, Liu Ruoyao was also stunned by Lin Fei's fiery breath, forgetting to deliver a finishing blow, and could only watch as Razor escaped the flames, smoke billowing from his body. "Yao Yao! Freeze him!" Lin Fei shouted from above. Liu Ruoyao snapped back to reality, switching her sword to her left hand, and with her right palm raised like a blade, she thrust forward. Shimbing palm. A massive column of cold air shot from her palm, striking Razor's charred body. Seeing this, Lin Fei felt a wave of relief. "Hey, lizard monster, you're almost cooked. The bird is feeling generous and letting the caretaker cool you down. No need to thank me." The rapid temperature change would crack even steel. The excruciating pain of the ice and fire combination caused frost to form rapidly on Razor's surface, with cracks spreading wildly across his charred skin. This ice fire technique was incredibly effective, and a series of sharp cracking sounds echoed from Razor's body. The hard scales covering his entire body instantly cracked in massive chunks, with dark green, foul-smelling liquid seeping through the fissures. Razor let out a piercing, distorted shriek from his throat, his body swaying as his knees nearly touched the ground. An opportunity. A flash of inspiration struck Liu Ruoyao's mind. She transferred the sword from her left hand back to her right, pushed off the concrete rooftop with her toes, and shot forward like an arrow. Her inner chi surged violently as her flexible sword traced a silver arc through the air, instantly piercing deep into the crack on Razor's chest. The moment the blade penetrated his flesh armor, the mystic ice chi flooded into Razor's body like a bursting dam of frigid water. The next second, a muffled bang exploded. Razor's back was torn open with a bullseyed bloody hole, flesh and organ fragments mixed with countless tiny ice crystals shooting out and pattering down onto the rooftop. Razor's vertical pupils suddenly dilated to their limit, filled with disbelief, then rapidly dimmed. His throat produced wheezing sounds like a broken bellows as his massive frame swayed and crashed heavily onto the concrete ground, his scales instantly losing all their luster. Finally, it was over. Liu Ruoyao withdrew her sword and gave it a gentle shake. casting off the thin ice and disgusting dark green blood from the blade. She smoothly sheathed the ice rain flexible sword at her waist. The wide, thick belt concealed the scabbard, which Lin Fei had always mistaken for some trendy fashion accessory. After the severe exertion, she knelt down gasping for breath. A sweet taste rose in her throat, and fresh blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Lin Fei's heart sank as he immediately used his detection ability on her. The data's last 4 characters suddenly jumped from minor internal injury to moderate internal injury. So she had been fighting while injured all along. No wonder the battle between a third-tier and second-tier opponent had been so perilous. The little creature felt deeply distressed and immediately landed on her shoulder, spreading his soft wings to gently wipe away the crimson streak from her lips. Fei, I really owe you this time. You saved my life, Liu Ruoyao said tenderly, pressing her cheek against him and closing her eyes to quietly feel his warmth for a moment. After a while, she placed Lin Fei by her feet and took out her phone to make a call. Hello? Director Su, it's me, Liu Ruoyao. I just encountered an attack by a beast blood-modified assassin. I've killed him and sustained minor injuries. I need backup. My location is... After ending the call, her burning gaze locked onto Lin Fei again, staring at him until his whole body felt uncomfortable. The bird lord muttered to himself. Big Sister Sui, why does your look seem a bit resentful? Liu Ruoyao suddenly held up 4 fingers. How many is this? Lin Fei's dark little eyes rolled around as he flapped his wings, blinking continuously in an adorable manner. You're still pretending with me? Liu Ruoyao feigned anger, speaking word by word. You can talk and curse people with a sharp tongue that could be explained as learning from short videos. But breathing fire? Who did you learn that from? Lin Fei immediately felt a headache coming on. How was he supposed to explain this? Liu Ruoyao pressed her hand to her forehead and sighed softly. Fei, you've awakened, haven't you? You're a mutant beast now, right? Don't even think about denying it. The speed and agility you showed when ambushing that guy, just no ordinary macaw could pull that off. Plus, you've warned me twice in a row. That kind of intelligence isn't something a regular bird possesses. She analyzed seriously. Research shows that once animals awaken as mutant beasts, their intelligence skyrockets. Dogs, gorillas, and dolphins were already smart to begin with, and after awakening, their IQ can match that of human children. Macaws aren't stupid to start with either. Lin Fei wailed inwardly. Oh no, I was so worried about my dear Yaoyao's safety that I completely overdid it. Liu Ruoyao suddenly held up 4 fingers. Ordinary macaws can be trained to recognize numbers, let alone a mutant beast like you. Tell me, how many is this? Lin Fei fell silent. Even ordinary macaws would need professional training for that, right? Seeing he couldn't hide it anymore, he reluctantly squawked 4 times in his shrill voice. Liu Ruoyao raised an eyebrow. Speak human language to me. You were pretty smooth with your sharp tongue insulting people in the live stream, weren't you? Now you can't even say numbers. Lin Fei completely surrendered, saying dejectedly in his shrill voice, 4. Very good. Liu Ruoyao smiled brightly and threw out another question. What's 101 to the 14th power? Lin Fei turned his head away and ruffled his feathers indignantly. This was just making things impossible for a bird. All right, just kidding. Liu Ruoyao continued. Then what's 3 times 2? Lin Fei hesitated. Multiplication is still too hard? Then what's 5 plus 2? 7. Lin Fei answered straightforwardly. Not bad, Fei. What about 3 plus 6? 9. Liu Ruoyao looked quite satisfied. Looks like you have at least the intelligence of a first grader. Lin Fei, a graduate from a top-tier university, grumbled internally. Being praised like this doesn't make me happy at all. Just then, the deep rumble of engines suddenly echoed from above. Lin Fei looked up and was immediately stunned. A black-painted transport helicopter was descending from the sky. It had a cannon mounted on the nose, and rocket pods and missile racks hung from short wings on both sides of the fuselage. The sight was intimidating. Liu Ruoyao remained quite calm, clearly accustomed to such scenes. The helicopter slowly landed on the rooftop. On its side was a low-visibility shield emblem, a Han sword inserted into a bronze tripod, with CNSIB below it, and 5 ancient seal script characters arranged alongside China's Special Investigation Bureau. The nameplate radiated an aura of deadly seriousness. The aircraft came to a stop and lowered its boarding ramp with a clatter. A team of people filed out. Personnel in black uniforms with special operations printed on their chests, moving with crisp efficiency. Researchers in white lab coats carrying various equipment cases, their expressions focused. 3 special task force members wearing Red Cross armbands rushed toward Liu Ruoyao with a stretcher and medical kit, attempting to help her onto the stretcher, but she waved them off. Supporting herself on the ground and adjusting her breathing slightly, she said decisively, I can still walk. No need for a stretcher. A few meters away, another team of researchers, led by a young man in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, hurried toward the lizardman's corpse, their equipment cases clattering crisply against the ground. Then, the last person appeared on the gangway, an elderly man dressed in a dark gray Zhongshan suit. Director Su. Liu Ruoyao immediately approached with Lin Fei, straightening her back in salute. Lin Fei, perched on her shoulder, squinted as he studied the man. The elder had a lean face with white hair and beard, yet appeared vigorous and alert. Beneath his gentle features lay eyes as deep as an ancient well. Lin Fei casually cast an identification spell, and information flooded his mind, making him instinctively shrink back. The elder was named Su Ziyuan, a fifth-tier warrior. His skills could fill an entire page of A4 paper. This was a major boss, definitely not someone to mess with. Su Ziyuan's gaze fell on the 3 bloody scratches across Liu Ruoyao's chest, his voice steady and reassuring. Xiao Lu, how are your injuries? Not too bad, just surface wounds, nothing serious, Liu Ruoyao replied, then gave a brief report. The attacker was an enhanced individual modified with beast blood, appeared to have lizard lineage. Su Ziyuan raised his hand to stop her. We'll discuss this later. Extend your left hand. Though puzzled, Liu Ruoyao obediently stretched out her hand. The elder stepped forward, placed 2 fingers on her pulse, and after a moment, frowned. Your internal injuries are quite severe. Liu Ruoyao smiled bitterly. I was ambushed while practicing healing meditation and nearly suffered qi deviation. I see. Su Ziyuan nodded, retrieving a small jade bottle from his inner pocket. Opening the stopper, a lustrous white pill rolled into his palm, instantly releasing a medicinal fragrance. The elder held it before Liu Ruoyao. Take this. The crisp medicinal aroma entered Lin Fei's nostrils, instantly lifting his spirits. Ding. A spiritually rich item detected within 2 meters. Please find a way to obtain it. The system notification exploded in Lin Fei's mind as he immediately analyzed it. 9 treasures 9 refinements pill, crafted from 9 rare spiritual herbs through 81 secret refinement processes. A healing treasure containing abundant spiritual energy, suitable for consumption. Wow, what a treasure! Lin Fei thought excitedly, though he knew he couldn't steal this medicine. Old Su was a 5th-tier boss after all. Liu Ruoyao shook her head in refusal. Director Su, this 9 treasures 9 refinements pill is your life-saving medicine. It's too precious, I can't accept it. Su Ziyuan smiled slightly, then suddenly flicked his finger. The pill transformed into white light and shot into Liu Ruoyao's mouth with a whoosh. Cough, cough. Liu Ruoyao covered her chest, coughing repeatedly, but the pill had already gone down her throat. Su Ziyuan smiled. Enough, Xiao Lu, don't refuse. This medicine would just gather dust with mites only valuable when used on frontline warriors. Thank you, Director Su. Liu Ruoyao saluted again, her heart filled with gratitude. Warm medicinal power surged from her dantian throughout her limbs and body, washing over her injuries like spring water. She could clearly feel her pain immediately diminishing significantly. At that moment, the young man in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses hurried through the bustling crowd, his face showing barely contained excitement. Director Su. He lowered his voice but couldn't hide his enthusiasm. We've confirmed the identity of that lizard man's an internationally known beast blood extraordinary mercenary and assassin, codename Razor. His corpse is almost intact, and he died while his bloodline was still activated. This is an extremely valuable specimen. His brow furrowed slightly as a note of regret and complaint crept into his voice. It's just that Captain Liu was a bit too ruthless. The internal organs are completely mangled, and there are still large areas of unmelted ice crystals throughout the body. Under those circumstances, I couldn't hold back. Liu Ruoyao's voice was cold, clearly having no intention of defending her actions. Little Liu did the right thing. Su Ziyuan's voice was stern as he looked at the young man. Qin Hui, you should understand that a warrior's safety always comes first. After delivering this reprimand, he turned to Liu Ruoyao. Little Liu, tell me the details. Although Razor was nominally only 2nd tier, his bloodline ability was troublesome. Once his bloodline was activated, his scale armor defense was remarkable. The industry generally considered him to have 3rd tier strength. You're injured internally. How exactly did you manage to kill him? Liu Ruoyao took a deep breath and recounted the entire incident. Feifei's initial warning, her 2 encounters with Razor, Feifei's multiple sneak attacks during combat, and that final fire-breathing attack holding nothing back. All the fighting had taken place in open outdoor areas, and the Bureau would inevitably review the surveillance footage. She knew there was no point in concealing anything. So you're saying your parrot has now become a mutant beast? And a rare one with fire-breathing abilities at that. Su Ziyuan's gaze fell on Liu Ruoyao's shoulder and Lin Fei, who was hunching his neck and pretending to be a quail, his expression thoughtful. The words mutant beast struck like thunder. The previously busy medical team members and surrounding security personnel all looked up in unison, their eyes mixing surprise, wariness, and even a trace of barely concealed fear and disgust. In this world of early spiritual revival, extraordinary beings were emerging from the shadows. The authorities no longer completely suppressed all information, and related rumors were beginning to ferment online. Every day, countless animals awakened as mutant beasts. Every day, people fell victim to their fangs and claws. To avoid panic, the authorities still strictly controlled reports of mutant beast attacks. But those working in the Anomaly Investigation Bureau knew more than ordinary citizens. They understood that mutant beast meant danger and trouble. Director Su, Captain Liu. Qin Hui stepped forward, his voice resolute. According to regulations, any mutant beast appearing in the city must be immediately contained and controlled. Captain Liu, please surrender your parrot. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his pupils gleamed with barely suppressed excitement, and greet a rare mutant beast with fire abilities, and from the avian category with the fewest samples available. This parrot had extremely high research value. Upon hearing these words, Liu Ruoyao's expression changed instantly. She instinctively stepped back and protectively wrapped Lin Fei tightly in her arms. Director Su, I've raised Fei Fei since he was little, and he has never hurt anyone. Her voice was measured but resolute. He's completely different from those wild exotic beasts. I absolutely refuse to hand him over. After speaking, she turned her gaze and fixed Qin Hui with a sharp stare. Qin Hui, listen carefully. Fei Fei is my family, and no one is going to lay a finger on him. Give up that idea right now. Lin Fei could clearly feel her arms trembling slightly from tension, and warmth surged through his heart. This woman actually considers me, a bird, as family and protects me like this? How dare mere Qin Hui covet me? Analyze. Target. Qin Hui, 26 years old, human ability user, transcendent first tier. Skills. Biological research, physics research, boxing combat, hypnosis, touch of sleeplessness. Major flaw. Drains the subject's life force. So he's just a first-tier weakling with flaws, yet he dares to provoke me, a third-tier powerhouse? Qin Hui's face darkened as he suppressed his anger. Captain Liu, as the leader of Action Team 1, are you openly defying regulations? How can you command respect and lead your team? Liu Ruoyao's chest heaved violently as she bit back through gritted teeth. Then I won't be captain anymore. Either way, no one is taking my Fei Fei. Captain Liu, you, before Qin Hui could finish, Director Su's displeased voice cut through from nearby. Enough. Su Ziyuan didn't become angry at Liu Ruoyao's protective stance. His tone remained calm. That regulation exists because exotic beasts are naturally dangerous and might inadvertently harm ordinary people. Xiao Lu has raised this parrot for over a year. Who in the Bureau doesn't know about it? I trust her ability to manage him properly. This matter ends here. Don't bring it up again. Qin Hui remained unwilling to give up and pressed on stubbornly. But Director Su, rules are rules. If we casually violate them. Enough. Su Ziyuan's voice suddenly turned stern. Although I'll retire in 6 months, right now, I'm still the director of the Haiqing branch of the Special Investigation Bureau. As his words fell, an aura as deep as the ocean emanated from him. Qin Hui felt as if he'd plunged into ice and immediately fell silent. Su Ziyuan was usually gentle and easygoing like a neighborhood grandfather, so over time, everyone had almost forgotten he was a 5th-tier innate realm martial artist. He cast a cold glance at Qin Hui. Director Qin, crime scene investigation is your responsibility. The disposal of Razor's corpse and sample extraction, you'd better oversee it personally. Yes, I'll go right away. Qin Hui felt as if he'd received a pardon and hurried away. Liu Ruoyao let out a long breath and said sincerely, Director Su, thank you. Su Ziyuan sighed. Xiao Lu, that boy probably won't let this go easily. Be careful. Yes, I understand. Liu Ruoyao rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat troubled. Qin Hui wasn't some insignificant nobody. Rumor had it he had connections with the Jun family of Shanghai, one of the 4 great families. Although Su Ziyuan could suppress him, without proper justification, he couldn't easily do anything to him. The office was bathed in soft lighting, with the air still carrying a lingering mixture of disinfectant and gunpowder. Liu Ruoyao sat with her back straight, her expression calm, though her eyes remained alert. Su Ziyuan tapped the desk and spoke again. By the way, Xiao Lu, what are your thoughts on this Razor attack against you? Liu Ruoyao lowered her head in thought for a moment before responding. It's very likely connected to the mission to eliminate the Poison Fang gang a few days ago. The operation wasn't thorough enough, and several fish slipped through the net. Su Ziyuan nodded, casually making notes on the terminal in front of him. I'll arrange for the intelligence division to investigate. Changing the subject, his gaze sharpened. Your identity has been exposed. It's extremely dangerous for you to continue living outside. Move to the Bureau's residential compound. Liu Ruoyao's fingertips twitched slightly as she fell silent for a few seconds. She thought about how she had survived this time only because Fei Fei had given early warning and joined forces to counterkill Razor. But what if next time the enemy brought heavier firepower or stronger supernatural beings? Both she and the surrounding residents would be caught in the crossfire. Fei Fei was already a mutant beast and indeed wasn't suitable for staying in an ordinary residential area anymore. She understood what the Bureau's compound meant: greater safety, but also stricter surveillance. Su Ziyuan's tone suddenly became more forceful. This is an order, and it's for your own good. Pack your things first. I'll send people to help you move tomorrow morning. Liu Ruoyao took a light breath and finally responded. Yes. Director Su, I agree to move. Though she still sighed inwardly. Su Ziyuan's gaze turned to Lin Fei, who was playing ostrich nearby. As for your parrot, he crossed his hands on the desk, his tone steady and serious. The appearance of mutant beasts in the city must be reported for assessment and containment according to regulations. But considering the special relationship between you two, we can make an exception this time and let it stay by your side temporarily, under your full supervision. However, he emphasized the final word. It must wear a specially made tracking anklet, with its movements uploaded to the Special Investigation Bureau in real time. Additionally, you must sign a liability agreement. If it ever loses control and hurts someone or causes any adverse consequences, you, Liu Ruoyao, will bear full responsibility. Before he finished speaking, Liu Ruoyao declared firmly, I'll sign. I trust that Fei will never lose control. Very good. Su Ziyuan showed a hint of an approving smile, then locked his gaze on Lin Fei, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes. Little parrot, interested in becoming a special agent? Lin Fei blinked his round bird eyes. Squawk? Old man Su, are you talking to me? Liu Ruoyao quickly explained. Director Su, Fei probably can't understand what you're saying. That's hard to say. Su Ziyuan shook his head gently, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Based on today's performance, Fei has the potential to become your capable assistant. Train it well. If it performs well in the future, I might be able to help it apply for an official position. At this point, he even winked at Lin Fei. Think about it, Bureau's first non-human official member, Agent Parrot. How cool is that? Liu Ruoyao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Director Su, how is that possible? Please stop joking. Even if you really wanted to do this, how could the higher-ups possibly approve such an absurd thing? Su Ziyuan appeared quite enthusiastic as he bent down to observe the little parrot before him, his tone serious yet tinged with affection. This little guy might not understand now, but that's fine. Once his level increases, his intelligence will naturally improve. Scientists have long predicted that exotic beasts will eventually possess intelligence close to that of humans. Lin Fei stood obediently in Liu Ruoyao's palm, but his mind was racing. Could this old man have figured out the secret of his soul transmigration? However, Su Ziyuan interpreted all his concerns as the little parrot's docile nature, turning to Liu Ruoyao and saying, I've always believed that humans and exotic beasts don't necessarily have to be adversaries. Perhaps starting with you two, we can forge a new path of coexistence. Liu Ruoyao nodded solemnly. I'll do my best, and so will Fei. However, first tier is still too low. Su Ziyuan's tone shifted. I'll have someone regularly deliver exotic beast meat. Research shows that exotic beasts can accelerate their evolution by consuming the flesh of their own kind. I'm very curious to see what your Fei will become once he reaches second tier, or even third tier. Hearing this, Lin Fei was overjoyed, suddenly finding this fifth-tier powerhouse's eyes radiating kindness and charm. Little fellow, work hard and don't disappoint this old man. Su Ziyuan said as he reached out to pat Lin Fei's head. Being touched by someone other than Liu Ruoyao for the first time, Lin Fei instinctively wanted to dodge. But considering the man's fifth-tier combat power and the gift of exotic beast meat, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. He felt awkward inside. The aroma of exotic beast meat kept echoing in his mind. Such a good boy. The old man smiled with narrowed eyes. Not far away, Qin Hui was directing his team members to load the lizardman's corpse into a portable folding storage container, preparing to take it back to the research institute for analysis. He glanced up and happened to see Su Ziyuan stroking that first-tier exotic beast parrot. Just a measly first tier. Qin Hui sneered inwardly. If it meets with an accident on its own, that's not my fault. And as for old man Su, in another 6 months, you'll have to get lost. Thinking this, a mocking smile crossed his lips. Meanwhile, less than an hour after Liu Ruoyao took the 9 treasures 9 refinements pill, Lin Fei could see through his interface that her moderate internal injuries had changed to minor internal injuries. Liu Ruoyao herself also felt her injuries improving, so she simply refused to take the helicopter to the hospital. Moving into the Bureau's residential compound and resting quietly for a few days will make me completely better. The helicopter roared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. Only Liu Ruoyao holding her parrot remained on the rooftop. Occasionally, residents could be seen peeking from a distance, but no one dared approach. Clearly, they had all received cordial and friendly guidance from the Special Task Force members. Liu Ruoyao lifted her parrot high and gently nuzzled him with her cheek. Fei, you saved your sister's life today. What kind of reward should I give you? She pondered with concern, thinking that Fei already ate the finest food and lacked nothing in terms of clothing, shelter, or transportation. After a moment, she suddenly smiled with squinted eyes. How about tonight I reward you by letting you sleep with your sister, okay? Lin Fei's bird eyes instantly widened like saucers, and he nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Liu Ruoyao didn't have much to pack. The apartment was rented, and the sofa in the living room, the dining table, and the wardrobe in the bedroom all belonged to the landlord. The only piece of furniture that truly belonged to her was the rosewood nightstand stuffed with guns and ammunition. She first emptied the cabinet, sealed it with tape, clearly determined to take it with her. Besides that, she packed a few new seasonal clothes into her suitcase and threw away the old, out-of-season ones. Those small appliances and gadgets she'd barely used once or twice, along with makeup she regretted buying the moment she opened it, were all sentenced to death with a wave of her hand. I can just buy new ones, AE got plenty of money, she muttered casually, making Lin Fei's heart bleed as he watched from the side. What a spendthrift. But he was just a tiny pet bird, what could he possibly do about it? The packing took barely an hour, resulting in 2 oversized leather suitcases plus several cardboard boxes. With the aftermath of the recent battle still lingering and injuries on her body, she neither live-streamed nor went out for night training that day. After taking a hot shower, she prepared to rest early. Lin Fei watched excitedly as she carried his rosewood perch into the bedroom, his heart full of hope that sharing a room meant lying together in bed under the covers. The next second, however, he found himself placed on the perch beside the bed. No way. This bird lord demands to share the bed. He fluttered over to the pillow and plopped down. Liu Ruoyao frowned and carried him back to the perch, but he flew back again. After 3 rounds of this, Liu Ruoyao could only throw up her hands and let the stubborn bird nest beside her pillow. Director Su said Fei Fei's intelligence is roughly that of a 6 to 8-year-old, definitely has a child's temperament. She thought to herself with mild exasperation. After finishing her nighttime routine, she settled into the soft bed and pulled out her phone to browse online shopping apps. Lin Fei immediately poked his little head toward the screen. But one glance made his spine go cold. Liu Ruoyao was shopping for children's learning tablets. She didn't have kids, so it was obvious who this was for. Seeming to sense Lin Fei's confusion, Liu Ruoyao looked up with a smile. Fei Fei, Director Su said you're going to be my assistant. I've been thinking about it, and I need to teach you to read first. So I've decided to put you through 9 years of compulsory education, starting with 1st grade. Lin Fei was speechless. A graduate from a prestigious university, reduced to 1st grade? But on second thought, he really did need these lessons. Sure, he could solve differential equations on the spot or write lengthy academic papers for Liu Ruoyao to see. But then he could kiss goodbye to perks like watching her change clothes or sleeping in the same bed. A 3-year-old could share a bed with mom, but a teenager? Get back to your own room, you brat. And if he pushed it further, dad would already have his belt ready. Even worse, he was just a parrot. Speaking a few human words or doing basic math could be explained away as mimicry or learning from TV. But if he started solving calculus problems or writing academic papers in public that wouldn't just make the news, he'd be hauled off for dissection to figure out what kind of monster he was. So 1st grade it was. Otherwise, he'd definitely end up on a research table being studied as some kind of freak. Lin Fei could only watch helplessly as Liu Ruoyao picked out a large screen learning tablet for him and placed the order. After finishing the purchase, she casually closed the shopping interface, softly said, "Good night," to Lin Fei, and then turned off the lights. Unlike the living room, there was no moonlight in the bedroom. She had sealed the damaged window with a thick layer of ice and drawn the curtains, making it pitch black. Lin Fei lay in the soft bedding, his heart pounding. Was he really sharing a bed with his former goddess? Unfortunately, as a macaw without night vision, he couldn't even see her sleeping face clearly and could only guess from the faint outline. At this thought, he secretly vowed to find some exotic beast meat with night vision abilities in the future to copy that template for himself. While his mind wandered, Liu Ruoyao's gentle yet stubborn voice suddenly came through the darkness. Fei Fei, don't worry, I will never let you leave me. Huh? Sleep talking? Lin Fei wondered, but her tone was too clear to be mere mumbling. She was obviously talking to him. Fei Fei, do you know why I chose a macaw like you? Her voice was so soft, as if afraid of waking something. Because macaws live long lives and can accompany me for a lifetime. Plus, you're beautiful, I look good taking you out, and you attract so much attention. At this, she chuckled softly and added, even though you sometimes wreck the house and peck holes in my clothes, your sister isn't afraid. Your sister has money, endless money. Her voice suddenly choked up. It's all what Master left me. But I'd rather not have this money if Master could come back. But Master is gone. I'll never see Master again. Whoa. Master, Ruoyao misses you so much. Soft sobbing spread through the darkness. Lin Fei listened, feeling equally heartbroken, but didn't know how to comfort her and could only listen quietly. So the stunning woman embracing young Liu Ruoyao in the bedside photo was her master, not her mother. Liu Ruoyao cried for a while, then spoke intermittently. She talked about her tragic childhood, being bullied at the orphanage and eventually running away, wandering the streets and nearly being trafficked to Southeast Asia for child prostitution. At her most desperate moment, Master appeared like a savior and rescued her. She spoke of living in seclusion with Master in the mountains, in a remote cabin where Master taught her martial arts, reading and arithmetic, and various other skills. Her voice grew quieter and quieter until it fell completely silent, leaving only steady breathing. So her coldness and reticence stemmed from childhood trauma. Lin Fei felt pity and quietly moved closer, gently touching her cheek with his small beak. The cool tear tracks remained, but she had already fallen asleep. Lin Fei stared wide-eyed into the darkness, keeping her silent company for a long time before drifting off to sleep himself. The next day, he was awakened by noisy sounds. Liu Ruoyao had already left the bed. Flying out of the bedroom, he saw several unfamiliar young people moving items in and out, presumably sent by Director Su to help with the move. Curious, Lin Fei cast his investigation skill on one of them. Han Xiaoming, 27 years old, 0-tier, ordinary human, skill, biological research, abnormal status, 10 years of life force depleted. Life force depletion? He investigated each person and found they all had the same abnormality. Some had lost 4 or 5 years, others 10 or even 20 years. Lin Fei immediately thought of Qin Hui and his severely flawed ability. The sleepless touch had a major defect. It drained the life force of those affected. Lin Fei didn't give much thought to this issue. What did these people's life overdrafts have to do with him anyway? After eating and drinking his fill, he found himself bored and restless. So he began flapping his wings and busily transporting small items he could carry around the courtyard: teacups, cushions, and even the alarm clock from Liu Ruoyao's bedside, organizing everything with meticulous precision. The moving helpers who had gathered to watch took the items while marveling in amazement. This parrot is so well trained. It's like it actually understands human speech. Praise and compliments filled the air from all directions. Liu Ruoyao maintained her stern expression, but the barely perceptible curve at the corner of her mouth betrayed her pride. In less than half an hour, her modest belongings had filled the pickup truck bed. Everyone piled into the vehicle and headed toward what they called the Bureau residential compound. In the cramped truck bed, the researchers chatted enthusiastically, completely unaware that the large macaw beside them could understand their discussion. From their casual conversation, Lin Fei quickly pieced together key information. These people all belonged to this Special Investigation Bureau Haiqing Branch Research Institute. Recently, cases of beast attacks and supernatural incidents had surged dramatically in the city, keeping the action teams so busy they barely had time to rest. Director Su had no choice but to pull the researchers from their laboratories to help Liu Ruoyao move, euphemistically calling it physical exercise to improve their poor health. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruoyao immediately called Director Su to inquire about her subordinate's action team, one expressing her desire to return to duty immediately. However, Director Su repeatedly reassured her, "Focus on recovering first. Action Team 1 is temporarily under the management of Team 2 Captain Duan Nanzhou, so nothing will go wrong." Liu Ruoyao had to accept this, but emphasized that 3 days would be sufficient for recovery, and she would definitely return to the team then. Mentioning Duan Nanzhou sparked another interesting story in the truck. Duan Nanzhou kept a magnificent gerfalcon, and in a competitive spirit, people called them the Divine Eagle Squad. Members of Action Team 2 often used this to tease Action Team 1. "Our captain's bird is several levels above your captain's parrot." Such bird matters left Action Team 1 both amused and exasperated. Yet they couldn't argue a parrot was indeed considerably inferior to a gerfalcon. Liu Ruoyao didn't insist further and instead quietly assessed her injuries, while Lin Fei continued gathering intelligence. At this point, he finally understood his owner's true identity: Captain of Action Team 1, Special Affairs Investigation Bureau Haiqing Branch. This title sounded quite impressive and seemed fitting for him, Lin Fei, as a high-end pet. What weighed more heavily on his mind was what the researchers called spiritual energy revival. Their research projects almost entirely revolved around spiritual energy and mutant beasts, with frequent discussions about data and experimental materials. All signs indicated that the legendary spiritual energy revival had begun on this blue planet. Having read countless web novels, Lin Fei understood all too well what spiritual energy revival meant. A brand new era was about to unfold. The world would undergo dramatic changes. All living beings would restart their stalled evolution, with animals and insects potentially transforming into dangerous and deadly mutant beasts, while humans could gain powerful abilities through cultivation. When that time came, the strong would be able to split mountains and crack stones with a wave of their hand, fly through the sky and burrow underground, and demolish skyscrapers with a single punch. No longer just movie special effects. Some would soar through the heavens and tunnel through the earth, destroying buildings with one blow. Others would wield powerful and mystical spells. The emergence of superhumans one after another would inevitably cause tremendous upheaval to the existing social order, potentially triggering widespread chaos. If Earth truly experienced a spiritual energy revival, would Lin Fei still be able to live as a cute pet, lying flat and enjoying his carefree days? The truck sped along for over an hour before finally entering a scenic upscale villa district. At the community gate, 2 fully armed soldiers checked the driver's credentials according to protocol, carefully inspected the entire cargo load, and only then waved them through. Liu Ruoyao's new home was a standalone luxury villa with gleaming floors and air carrying the faint scent of cleaning products ready for immediate move-in. A group of movers jumped out of the truck with a whoosh and began carrying in all her belongings, furniture, and even a massive birdcage. By noon, Everything was settled, and Liu Ruoyao was already lying in a wicker rocking chair in the courtyard, half closing her eyes as she read. At the other end of the villa, the macaw Lin Fei excitedly shuttled back and forth between rooms, his wings stirring up gentle breezes. In his previous life, he had been too poor to afford even a villa's bathroom, yet now he could swagger right in it felt like a dream. The afternoon sunlight bathed Liu Ruoyao as she basked contentedly when her phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID showed Director Su. Hello? Director Su. Yes, we're all settled in. Thank you for helping me arrange the moving company. You mentioned Fei Fei? He's right here with me. All right, we'll come over immediately. After hanging up, Liu Ruoyao sighed softly, stood up, and whistled a clear note. Lin Fei swooped down at the sound, landing steadily on her shoulder. Fei Fei, the bureau wants us to come in, Liu Ruoyao said while walking toward the gate, reassuring him. Don't worry, I'll protect you. The pair arrived at the entrance where a futuristic-looking electric cart waited, its streamlined shell gleaming with metallic luster. Liu Ruoyao lifted Lin Fei down and tucked him into the front basket. Hold tight. The motor started and the speed shot up, with fierce wind rushing toward them. Lin Fei's feathers were blown backward as he grumbled internally. This speed would definitely be illegal outside. Soon, a magnificent office building came into view with a plaque hanging at the entrance reading National Special Affairs Investigation Bureau Haicheng Branch. Lin Fei had expected a top-secret facility, but was surprised to see it so openly displayed. On second thought, it made sense if spiritual energy truly revived, it couldn't be hidden, so the government could only gradually reveal it within controllable limits. Liu Ruoyao strode through the lobby with an aloof expression, merely nodding to acquaintances. Everyone in the branch knew she kept a priceless macaw, but today was the first time she'd brought the bird into the building, drawing many sideways glances wherever they went. Due to regulations, no one gathered to gawk. Lin Fei perched obediently on her shoulder, but remained internally tense. Throughout their journey, he constantly sensed danger. Fourth-tier and third-tier warriors, third-tier and second-tier ability users, plus enhanced modified humans. Each person seemed to trail flashy skill panels behind them, making him want to bury his bird head in his wings like an ostrich. Before long, they reached their destination, a director's office. Pushing through the door, besides Director Su Ziwan seated behind his desk, another person was present. Qin Hui, it's you? Liu Ruoyao's eyebrows shot up, her voice turning ice cold. I'm warning you dare target my Fei Fei. Captain Liu, please don't get agitated, Qin Hui said with his trademark smile. I only want some blood and tissue samples. I absolutely won't harm it. Absolutely not, Liu Ruoyao declared firmly. The previous spiritual particle analysis report showed that Fei Fei's feathers contained 0.774 spiritual particles, far exceeding ordinary mutant beasts. If blood samples leaked out and revealed even more shocking data, what if it attracted attention from more powerful forces? She would never take such a risk. She stepped forward, shielding Lin Fei, her voice cold enough to freeze. Qin Hui, don't even think about touching a single feather on my Fei Fei. Qin Hui's smile froze as his expression instantly darkened. He wondered why she was being so stubborn over mere samples. His gaze slowly shifted toward the director sitting behind the desk, Su Ziyuan. When Su Ziyuan noticed Qin Hui's gaze turning toward him, he shrugged and said, Don't look at me. Fei Fei belongs to Xiao Lu, and this old man has no say in the matter. You two need to work it out yourselves. Qin Hui silently cursed. This old fool's favoritism is way too obvious, but he had no leverage against Su Ziyuan. He could only swallow his anger and force a smile as he turned to Liu Ruoyao. Captain Liu, I just need a small blood sample. If that won't work, even a couple of feathers would do. This won't cause Fei Fei any harm whatsoever. When I say no, I mean no. Director Qin, please leave. Liu Ruoyao's words shut down all possibilities. Qin Hui could no longer contain his anger. Liu Ruoyao, I'm not doing this for myself. If the research yields results, it would bring honor to our entire branch. Why are you being so unreasonable? Listen carefully, Qin, this is the last time I'll say it. Don't even think about touching a single feather on Fei Fei. Give up that idea. Liu Ruoyao's voice was as cold as ice shards. Visible frost began seeping from her fingertips, the office temperature plummeted several degrees instantly, and even the glass coffee table developed a thin layer of frost. Whoa, calm down. Xiao Lu, rein in that ability of yours. This old man's about to catch a cold. Su Ziyuan quickly raised his hands in a placating gesture. Liu Ruoyao took a deep breath, withdrew her icy aura, and smiled apologetically. Sorry, Director Su. When I encounter annoying people, I lose control a bit. You're all colleagues here. Don't let things get too heated. Su Ziyuan gestured for both to sit down. They sat on opposite ends of the sofa with the coffee table between them. Qin Hui suppressed his rage and continued presenting his arguments about following regulations and collective interests. In his view, drawing some blood and plucking a couple of feathers was trivial, but Liu Ruoyao remained adamantly opposed without any sign of yielding. Within 2 sentences, they were at each other's throats again. On the coffee table, a metal ashtray stuffed with cigarette butts caught Lin Fei's attention. Listening to Qin Hui's constant refrain of regulations this and bureau interests that, the colorful parrot's temper flared. With a cunning glint in his eye, he suddenly spread his wings wide. Whoosh! A fierce gust swept up the entire contents of the ashtray, ash and cigarette, butts flying everywhere like an explosion. Arg! Qin Hui screamed, choking as his face turned black with ash. You damned feathered beast! He shot to his feet in fury. Liu Ruoyao rose simultaneously, her icy aura spreading again. What? Want to fight? Everyone sit down. Su Ziyuan slammed his palm on the table, sending ripples through the tea. Liu Ruoyao snorted coldly and sat back down on the sofa. Qin Hui was ready to explode with rage, but could only grit his teeth as he picked off the ash clinging to his collar and hair piece by piece. When he looked up, he saw Liu Ruoyao gently stroking the parrot in her arms, her fingers gliding through its feathers with the tenderness of a mother protecting her child. This stubborn woman, combined with that useless old mediator. Qin Hui couldn't stand spending another second in this detestable office. With a cold expression, he stood up, said his farewells, and left. After Qin Hui walked away, Su Ziyuan shook his head helplessly and got up to close the office door. The soft click of the door instantly shut out the corridor's noise. Su Ziyuan returned to the coffee table and waved his hand at Liu Ruoyao. All right, forget about that, kid. Let's continue discussing our business. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and a silver briefcase along with an exquisite small box appeared on the coffee table, their metallic surfaces gleaming coldly under the lights. Su Ziyuan first opened the small box and pushed it toward Liu Ruoyao. Put this on your Fei Fei. It must not be removed without authorization or damaged. Inside the opened box, an extremely well-crafted silver ankle band lay quietly on velvet lining, perfectly sized for Lin Fei's claws. Liu Ruoyao nodded slightly. This matter had been agreed upon long ago, and she had no reason to refuse. Lin Fei groaned inwardly, but knew the die was cast. He could only let Liu Ruoyao grab his left claw and fasten the ankle band. The cold metal pressed against his scales, and his mood instantly plummeted. With this thing on, the Special Investigation Bureau could track his whereabouts at any time. Anyone would be frustrated by 24-hour surveillance. The weak have no rights. Oh wait, no bird rights. Lin Fei muttered to himself, deciding to lay low for now. After all, he was a bird with a system, and someday he'd soar to great heights and shock them all. He glanced down at the ankle band. His right claw already had a gold ring, and now his left claw had a silver oni. At least it was somewhat symmetrical. Lin Fei tried to console himself. Seeing this, Su Ziyuan nodded with satisfaction, then pulled out an official document and an ink pad, placing them before Liu Ruoyao. This is a responsibility agreement. By signing it, you'll be held accountable for all your parrot's actions. Liu Ruoyao read through it carefully and signed her name without hesitation, then pressed her fingerprint. Excellent. Su Ziyuan closed the document and patted the silver briefcase. Inside are 4 portions of exotic beast meat for your parrot. Don't worry, research shows that even herbivores can digest meat after awakening. Thank you, Director Su. Liu Ruoyao stood up and picked up the briefcase, feeling its substantial weight. More than 10 minutes later, the two left the office building. Before departing, Su Ziyuan gave Lin Fei one last meaningful look and even winked at him. That gaze seemed to see through everything, making Lin Fei's heart race. If a 5th-tier big boss really wanted to do something to him, not even his 3rd-tier caretaker could help, let alone give him a chance to struggle. Whatever will be, will be. What's meant to happen can't be avoided. Lin Fei thought nervously, though his eyes remained glued to the briefcase. The exotic beast meat inside represented ready-made evolution points. Having such a powerful backer meant he didn't need to risk his life out there. It felt wonderful, even if it was somewhat like living off someone else. But when the easy life was right there, why make things difficult for himself? All the way home, he was lost in these thoughts as Liu Ruoyao carried him back to the small villa. As soon as they entered, Lin Fei couldn't contain himself any longer. He fluttered onto the briefcase, pecking at the metal lid with his beak, bang bang bang, his wingtips bristling with excitement. Not so fast. Liu Ruoyao patted the briefcase, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Before you enjoy your feast, you need to complete one task first. Let me get something. She hurried inside and soon returned carrying a massive 15.6-inch tablet, setting up its stand right in front of Lin Fei. Tada! Fei Fei's little classroom officially begins today. Liu Ruoyao announced cheerfully as she opened the courseware. Fei Fei, today's first lesson is Chinese pinyin. You must study hard. I'll be testing you afterward. If you fail, no exotic beast meat for you. Lin Fei was speechless. After setting up the tablet, Liu Ruoyao placed her laptop beside it and positioned the camera and microphone. Lin Fei immediately felt like his whole bird self was doomed. It's bad enough that Big Yao Yao is forcing me to learn phonics, but she's going to live stream it too? Liu Ruoyao put on her mask and clicked Start Stream. The screen showed barely any viewers. Last time, the sharp-tongued parrot had caused quite a stir, and her stream had gained some popularity. If she could keep streaming consistently for a few days, reaching 10,000 viewers would be within reach. But she was busy with work and had been absent for a whole week. leaving only a note saying, "Stream temporarily suspended. Thank you for understanding." As a result, her popularity plummeted overnight. Now that she was back online, only a dozen loyal fans immediately joined the room. The chat was sparse. Loyal fan cursing, "Wow, Sister Yao Yao, you're finally streaming again. Don't steal my spicy strips. Everyone's gone. Don't steal my spicy strips. Yao Yao, hurry up and let Fei Fei roast someone. Little you who loves jackfruit. Huh? What's Fei Fei doing? Streamer, why are you making him look at a tablet? Ahem. Fei Fei won't be insulting anyone today," Liu Ruoyao smiled. "Today's content is live streaming Fei Fei learning phonics." The chat immediately filled with question marks. Loyal fan cursing. "Don't steal my spicy strips. Learning phonics? Fei Fei? Did I hear that right? Little you who loves jackfruit. Yao Yao, have you been drinking?" Liu Ruoyao didn't bother explaining further and pointed the camera directly at Lin Fei. Fei Fei's phonics class begins. The tablet lit up, displaying a playful interface with 6 colorful letters O, E, I, U, holding hands and bouncing around. A gentle female voice spoke. "Hello, children. I'm Teacher Ping Ping. Now let's learn phonics together." Lin Fei stood in front of the screen, eyes wide with disbelief. "Damn. I'm a designer with a degree from a top university, and now I'm learning phonics in front of internet strangers?" Liu Ruoyao didn't notice his indignation and watched with great interest while interacting with the audience. Strangely enough, the gimmick of sharp-tongued parrot learns phonics was actually attracting fans, and the viewer count was rapidly climbing. Teacher Ping Ping sweetly guided. "Come on, children, repeat after Maya." Lin Fei wanted to flip the table, but thinking about the exotic beast meat, his body was honest. He opened his beak and made a short squawk. Liu Ruoyao's smile instantly froze, and she quickly hit pause. "No, not squawk, it's a squawk." Lin Fei desperately tried to correct himself, but still carried the parrot's natural ending sound, making it quite comical. Liu Ruoyao suppressed her laughter and clapped. "Ahem. Don't rush, Fei Fei. Let's take it slow and continue." The lesson resumed, and Teacher Ping Ping continued her instructions. "Very good, children. You're all doing great. Now the next oneo. When you say it, you need to pucker your lips. Come on, let's practice together with the teacher." Lin Fei felt utterly frustrated inside. "Come on, teacher, come out here and tell this bird how exactly a beak is supposed to pout." Lin Fei's attempt sounded like "waho how," which was basically just weird squawking. "Uft, ha." Liu Ruoyao clutched her stomach and crouched down on the ground, laughing. "Huh. Sorry, Fei Fei, I shouldn't laugh at you, but I just can't help it." The viewers in the live stream were the same, immediately flooding the chat with "ha ha ha," and the atmosphere gradually became more lively. The parrot learning phonics was proving to be just as entertaining as the sharp-tongued parrot. The lesson continued. "Very good, children. Now let's practice goose," said Teacher Ping Ping. Lin Fei's AG sounded like someone had stepped on his tail. Watching Liu Ruoyao nearly rolling on the ground with laughter, Lin Fei felt utterly exhausted. Just end it all. Quickly. The live stream atmosphere was explosively lively, with viewers laughing hysterically and dense barrages of comments. The viewer count shot up like a rocket, quickly surpassing 3,000. Time slowly passed as Lin Fei's magical ear-piercing sounds of Aja Valugzigzu filled the air. Finally, Liu Ruoyao announced that today's lesson was over. Although Fei Fei's pronunciation was quite bizarre, Liu Ruoyao was already very satisfied. It was obvious that Fei Fei's intelligence was definitely not low, at least equivalent to an 80-year-old human child. The livestream viewer count finally settled at over 4,000. This parrot learning phonics session was even more entertaining than the previous sharp-tongued scolding session. After bidding farewell to the reluctant viewers and turning off the streaming equipment, an excited Liu Ruoyao removed her mask and scooped up Lin Fei, kissing him repeatedly. "Fei Fei, you're absolutely amazing. You're truly sister's precious baby. I'll get you some meat right now." After being put down, Lin Fei collapsed completely on the table. But when Liu Ruoyao opened that silver briefcase, Lin Fei immediately sprang back to life. The case had refrigeration functions, and as soon as it opened, a cold mist emerged. A bloody yet strangely fragrant aroma immediately spread out. The moment Lin Fei caught the scent, his eyes nearly turned red instantly. Every cell in his body was cheering and jumping with joy, and an intense, irrepressible urge arose, all urging him to immediately pounce and devour this meat. The system joined in the excitement. Spiritual energy-rich beast flesh detected within 5 meters. Please consume immediately, host. If it were an ordinary beast, it would have already been dominated by instinct and pounced directly. But Lin Fei was different. His human soul and rationality forcibly suppressed this impulse. Inside the case were 4 neatly arranged pieces of processed beast meat of varying sizes. The largest was about the size of a thermos, while the smallest was only as big as a child's fist. Each piece was sealed in a bag with labels indicating which beast the meat came from. These 4 pieces had different colors and even flickered with faint glows of different hues. These were 4 types of beast meat provided by the Research Institute. Third-tier flame lion, second-tier steel-armored rhinoceros, second-tier phantom crow, and first-tier steel-feathered sparrow. Which one do you want to eat first? Should I cook it for you? Liu Ruoyao asked. How could Lin Fei wait any longer? He immediately called out, all of them. You little glutton. Liu Ruoyao laughed. All right, I'll cut you a piece of each. Liu Ruoyao picked up a small knife, opened the sealed bags, and cut a small piece from each meat, placing them in Lin Fei's special feeding bowl. Lin Fei immediately jumped over eagerly, his beak precisely grabbing a piece of meat and swallowing it down. Ding! Host has consumed third-tier beast flame lion meat for the first time 15 grams. Gained 300 evolution points. Wow! Lin Fei's bird eyes immediately widened like saucers. One bite gave 300 points? Was consuming higher-tier beast meat really this powerful? Was it like playing an online game where killing monsters above your level gives super high experience? Lin Fei keenly noticed the word first time in the notification. Did only the first consumption of each type give such high evolution points? Ding! Passive skill ability replication activating. Replicating. Congratulations, you have successfully acquired the skill Lion's Roar. Lion's Roar. Emit a thunderous roar, creating massive sound waves and powerful shockwaves with knockback, stunning, and damage effects. Ding! You have consumed flame-type spiritual beast meat. Your flame abilities have been enhanced, flame temperature increased, skill duration extended. Wow, what a fantastic start. The beautiful system notifications sounded like heavenly music. Lin Fei was so moved he nearly cried. All that effort in phonics class wasn't in vain. So then, what kind of surprises would the remaining 3 types of beast meat bring him? After half a minute, Lin Fei calmed his excitement and pecked at another piece of meat, swallowing it down. Ding! Host has consumed 18 grams of second-tier beast stone-armored rhino meat for the first time, gaining 200 evolution points. Ding! Passive skill ability replication activating, replicating, replication failed. 200 points just from the first taste of second-tier beast meat. Lin Fei was secretly amazed. Though he didn't gain a skill, the numbers were still impressive. Again, he muttered to himself, his sharp beak tapping the porcelain plate as he picked up the next piece of dark meat. Ding! Host has consumed 12 grams of second-tier beast phantom crow meat for the first time, gaining 200 evolution points. Ding! Passive skill ability replication activating, replicating. Congratulations, you have successfully acquired the skill Shadow Escape. Shadow Escape. Grants invisibility in darkness or shadows. Vigorous movement will cause invisibility to fail. This time, Lin Fei nearly flapped his wings in joy. Invisibility. This was a life-saving divine skill. He turned his gaze to the last piece of meat on the plate, silently praying for another surprise. Ding! Host has consumed 10 grams of first-tier beast steel-feathered sparrow meat for the first time, gaining 100 evolution points. Ding! Passive skill ability replication activating, replicating. Congratulations, you have acquired the passive ability Steel Feathers. Steel Feathers passive. Feathers become as hard as steel. Wow! Feather armor acquired. Lin Fei excitedly spun in circles, quickly tallying his gains 4 types of beast meat, totaling 800 evolution points. What a harvest! Haha, this was the benefit of latching onto a powerful ally without going on a single hunt. He'd eaten second and third-tier beast meat. If he'd relied on himself, forget third tier, he might not even defeat first-tier beasts. While avian beasts had high mobility and strong survival instincts, their combat power was relatively weak, and parrots weren't even birds of prey. Without Liu Ruoyao as his powerful backer, advancing to second tier would take ages. Now he was just one step away from having enough evolution points. Plus he'd gained 2 new abilities, Shadow Escape and Steel Feathers. Living off someone else really was sweet. Lin Fei gazed at the remaining beast meat with burning eyes, his wings fluttering as if ready for takeoff. More? I want more. All right, don't rush, I'll cut some for you. Liu Ruoyao smiled indulgently, her knife rising and falling as she cut another small bowl of meat pieces and handed it over. Ding! Consumed 13 grams of third-tier beast flame lion meat, gained 1 evolution point. As expected, subsequent consumption didn't yield the surprising 300 points per bite, but 1 point was still far better than regular bird feed's pitiful 0.01 points. He could predict that once he advanced to second tier, even the highest quality bird feed probably wouldn't provide any evolution points. Lin Fei was busy devouring the meat when suddenly the doorbell rang from outside the courtyard. Liu Ruoyao set down her knife and walked to the gate, unlocking it. Outside stood a young man in Special Forces uniform who saluted and presented a pure black briefcase with both hands. Captain Liu, by Director Su's orders, I'm delivering this case to you. Thank you for your hard work. Liu Ruoyao returned the salute, accepted the case, and watched him leave. Lin Fei in the courtyard locked his gaze on that briefcase, his heart pounding. Could it be that old Su felt one case of meat wasn't enough and sent another? Wow, old Su was simply too wonderful. But soon Lin Fei was disappointed. When the box opened, it didn't contain meat, but rather an assortment of strange-looking gadgets. Lin Fei, having just finished eating, flapped his wings and flew over to the box, tilting his head to examine the contents with confusion written all over his face. These are special equipment prepared for you by the Bureau's logistics department, Liu Ruoyao explained as she pulled out a silver-gray collar from the box. The metal surface had a matte finish that gleamed, with hair-thin circuits embedded in the inner lining. It's a communication collar with a built-in micro-communicator that can also monitor vital signs in real time. She fastened the collar around Lin Fei's neck and pressed gently click. It locked into place. Next, she retrieved several black dots the size of soybeans with tiny loops attached miniature pinhole cameras. She skillfully attached them to Lin Fei's small head, tail feathers, and claws. Finally, she pulled out a black square about the size of an eraser from the corner, equipped with soft straps at each corner. This is a micro battery to power the collar and cameras. Don't move, let me secure it properly. Within just a few minutes, Lin Fei found himself laden with various gadgets that made even flapping his wings uncomfortable. All right, everything's installed. Let's test it out. Liu Ruoyao pulled out her phone, a specialized personal information terminal used by the Special Investigation Bureau. She first made a call to activate permissions, then pressed the terminal against her left arm, where it automatically attached to the metal bracelet on her wrist. Fei, do you see that building with Star Moon Supermarket written on it? She pointed ahead. I had a friend place a green apple on the rooftop. Fly over and bring it back. Lin Fei nodded, and with a powerful beat of his wings, soared into the sky. Liu Ruoyao tapped a few times on her terminal, and the screen immediately split into two windows. The left two-thirds displayed real-time footage from the 3 cameras on Lin Fei, while the right third showed parameters like heart rate, blood oxygen, and battery level. Hello? Fei, can you hear me? She called loudly into her wrist device. Squawk, came the clear parrot screech through the terminal's speaker. Liu Ruoyao's eyebrow twitched. Still playing dumb with me? From now on, when there are no outsiders around, speak like a human. Lin Fei remained silent for a few seconds before reluctantly responding. Fei received. Very good, now go find that apple. Liu Ruoyao's lips curved into a smile as she muttered to herself. This damn bird is smarter than I thought. It's been playing dumb with me this whole time. How infuriating. High in the air with wind howling around him, Lin Fei grumbled internally. Well, I've exposed quite a bit, but at least I don't have to keep pretending to be stupid anymore, and I can chat openly with the girl. As for my recent advancement to second tier, there's barely any visible change, so she probably hasn't noticed. Suddenly, an empty lot at a street corner came into view. Qin Hui was standing there with his right hand pressed against another person's head, who was smiling with eyes closed in apparent bliss. Lin Fei recognized the man, the researcher surnamed Han who had helped with moving last time. 2 grown men playing the head-patting game. Lin Fei felt disgusted and rolled his eyes. As he flew over their heads, he caught Qin Hui's words. All right, you won't need to sleep for the next 3 days. Lin Fei's heart stirred, and he immediately used his investigation ability on the young man. Han Xiaoming, 27 years old, 0-tier, ordinary human. Skills, biological research. Abnormal status, life force depleted by 11 years. Holy crap, last time I saw him he was only depleted by 10 years, now it's 1 more. Trading a year of life for 3 days without sleep? This guy is getting totally ripped off. At the same time, he recalled Qin Hui's sleepless touch ability that the system had noted as having major flaws. Lin Fei initially wanted to tell Liu Ruoyao about this discovery, but then he reconsidered there was no way to explain how he got the intelligence without revealing his system, which was his most closely guarded secret. So he decided to finish the test first and flew toward the supermarket building. Meanwhile, Liu Ruoyao was watching his movements in real time through the camera strapped to Lin Fei's body. On the screen, Qin Hui was leading his subordinates in some bizarre mutual head-patting ritual that made no sense whatsoever. Liu Ruoyao was equally puzzled, but she quickly dismissed this odd interlude and refocused her attention on Fei. To test Lin Fei's reconnaissance abilities, she had a friend casually place a green apple in a corner on the rooftop without any deliberate concealment. Lin Fei circled twice in the air before locking onto the target, diving down, snatching it up with one claw, and bringing it back effortlessly. Good job, Fei. Liu Ruoyao took the apple and gently rubbed his head a few times. The sensitive feathers made Lin Fei's eyes narrow into slits with pleasure. After enjoying this pet owner head rub, he couldn't help but protest. Yao, this stuff is uncomfortable. Take it off. Take it off. No way. Liu Ruoyao refused with a smile. You need to get used to this equipment. I'll remove it before bedtime tonight. She raised her hand in a stern gesture. And stop calling me by my username, call me master, understand? No way. Lin Fei ruffled his feathers indignantly. That's too embarrassing. This bird lord won't say it. I'm the bird master, and you're the one who cleans up after me. Master. Yao. Master. Yao. After several rounds of this standoff, Liu Ruoyao surrendered first. Fine, whatever you want. Though she gave in verbally, her heart was as sweet as honey. Her Fei could actually banter and chat with her like this, which was wonderful. After the playful exchange, testing continued. The silver briefcase contained far more than just close-range reconnaissance equipment. There were optical instruments for high-altitude surveillance, infrared devices for nighttime reconnaissance, and even a complete set of offensive components: micro-tube guns, miniature rockets, tranquilizer dart launchers, and even tiny bombs. However, Lin Fei calculated that if it came to actual combat, he'd rather rely on his own abilities. With his flame breath, he could become a budget version Charizard at any moment. In close combat, his sudden claw strikes would be too much for ordinary people to handle. If he grabbed someone's head, it would be like the avian version of the 9-in Whitebone claw. The two of them, one person and one bird, worked until complete darkness fell, finally finishing the entire test and training session. Liu Ruoyao was very satisfied. Fei Fei's intelligence exceeded her expectations. She could communicate with him as if he were human without any barriers, and he learned most commands after hearing them just once. The only limitation was that he could only speak in short phrases. Little did she know, Lin Fei was deliberately playing dumb. If he really wanted to, he could recite a Shakespearean soliloquy without breaking a sweat. As night deepened, it was time for Liu Ruoyao's practice session. After moving into the villa with a courtyard, she no longer had to search for open spaces. She could practice the ice rain sword technique and other external martial arts right in the yard. Under the moonlight, the young woman danced with her sword, the blade cutting through the air with a chilling presence. Lin Fei finally witnessed Liu Ruoyao's training routine. Put it this way, if Liu Ruoyao were to star in a martial arts film, she wouldn't need any wire work or special effects. She could just do it all for real. She could truly ride the wind and soar through the air, her sword energy crisscrossing in all directions, capable of splitting stone with a casual palm strike. When practicing the ice rain sword technique, her blade gleamed like a waterfall while radiating bone-chilling cold, both graceful and exhilarating, impossibly cool to behold. Lin Fei watched from the sidelines, flapping his wings in pure envy. Unfortunately, with only a pair of wings and no hands to wield weapons, he could only gaze longingly at her performance. While Lin Fei was mesmerized by Liu Ruoyao's martial prowess, the scene shifted to the research facility of the Special Investigation Bureau's Haiqing branch. The building blazed with light deep into the night. Dozens of white-coat researchers hunched over their instruments, long accustomed to working around the clock. In the director's office, Qin Hui leaned back in his spacious leather chair, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting the cold glow of his computer screen. The monitor displayed surveillance footage of Liu Ruoyao's rooftop battle with the lizard man. The timing of her ambush was flawless, and that fire-powered parrot showed remarkable intelligence. On his desk lay a spiritual particle analysis report that he had reviewed no fewer than 10 times. Spiritual particle concentration ratio, 0.774, far exceeding ordinary mutant beasts. A flash of greed flickered in Qin Hui's eye. She was determined to get his hands on that bird's biological tissue. By analyzing its genes and unraveling the mechanisms behind its abilities, the throne of supernatural biology seemed within reach. He picked up the internal phone. "Xiao Chun, come to my office." Soon, a young researcher named Chun Mo entered, sporting dark circles under his eyes and looking utterly exhausted. "Director Qin, have the mutant beast corpses that Action Team 2 brought in the day before yesterday been stored?" Qin Hui asked. "Yes, 5 specimens, numbered B074 through B079, all properly refrigerated." Qin Hui nodded with a gentle smile. "I recall we have a research project on mutant beasts consuming each other." Chun Mo immediately perked up. "Exactly. Devouring the flesh of their own kind promotes evolution in mutant beasts. Once they reach a certain threshold, they advance to the next tier, similar to how human martial artists break through levels. That's why they find it extremely difficult to coexist peacefully." "So you're saying mutant beast flesh has a fatal attraction for other mutant beasts?" "Absolutely. And they can sense mutant beast flesh from great distances. The exact mechanism remains unclear." "Good. Send me all the research materials from this project." Qin Hui waved dismissively, but Chun Mo scratched his head and didn't move. "Director Qin, my research has hit a critical bottleneck. If I succeed, the Institute's funding could increase by at least 10% next year. Could you perhaps touch my head? I know using your ability drains your energy, but I'm really pressed for time." "No problem at all." Qin Hui stood up. "Lean your head over here." Chun Mo eagerly brought his head forward. Qin Hui placed his right palm on it, and a faint green glow quietly emanated from his palm. After about a minute, he withdrew his hand. "There you go." "Thank you, Director Qin." Chun Mo's spirits instantly lifted, his dark circles vanished, and his entire being radiated vitality as he left with a spring in his step. Watching him leave, Qin Hui sneered coldly. "Fool. Everything in this world comes with a price, especially supernatural matters. There are no free benefits. These researchers who think they're so clever simply don't understand the concept of consequences." As long as he controlled the dosage, the effects wouldn't manifest for years. By then, Qin Hui would have climbed to who knows what heights of power. Who could possibly trace it back to him? He tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his pupils deep as an abyss behind his gold-rimmed glasses. So mutant beast flesh has a fatal attraction for other mutant beasts. A plan began to take shape in his mind. Lin Fei never imagined that one day he would find himself back in elementary school. The 9-year compulsory education system wasn't just about Chinese language arts, mathematics, moral education, and law, and science were all unavoidable subjects. If it weren't for his inability to grip a paintbrush properly and his ear-piercing voice, he suspected Liu Ruoyao would have crammed art and music classes into the curriculum as well. What made it even worse was that if he wanted to eat exotic beast meat, he had to be a good student. This parrot pupil struggled daily between pain and pleasure. Every morning, the living room echoed with a distinctive, sharp parrot voice. A-O-E, 7 times 7 equals 49. Lin Fei diligently used his wings to tap the tablet, reciting pinyin syllable by syllable, memorizing multiplication tables, and loudly chanting moral slogans. Liu Ruoyao sat nearby, live-streaming the entire learning process. The viewers in the camera treated it as a parrot mimicry. No one believed a bird could actually read and write, but the comedic moments kept flooding the chat. Lin Fei was helpless about it. His naturally sharp voice had an inherent comedic effect that he couldn't change even if he wanted to. Within just a few days, this parrot student went viral. Liu Ruoyao rarely had such consistent streaming success. Her live stream broke 10,000 viewers, and she became a rising star in the pet streaming category. After each lesson, Lin Fei could enjoy a feast of exotic beast meat. Otherwise, he would have quit long ago. As system notifications repeatedly chimed in his mind, his evolution points slowly but steadily increased, bringing him closer to the second tier. The feeling was indescribable. On the 4th day after moving into the Bureau's residential compound, the routine remained the same. Morning livestream classes and tests, followed by an exclusive exotic beast meat lunch. After Liu Ruoyao went to the cafeteria for her meal and afternoon nap, Lin Fei had free time while she meditated to heal her internal injuries. After 3 days of intensive practice, her condition had improved from mild to minor, and she would fully recover in another day or two. During his free time, Lin Fei had nothing much to do, could only watch TV. The compound was full of hidden talents. Anyone he might randomly encounter while flying around would be a second or third tier expert with skill lists too long to scroll through completely, so he didn't dare wander around carelessly. He actually preferred to go online and play games, but his claws couldn't grip a mouse or press keyboard keys, so he could only lie on the sofa feeling frustrated. At this moment, in the living room, a parrot lay sprawled on the cushions with his wings spread wide and feet pointing skyward, staring at the TV screen, scrolling through trending short videos. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Today's recommendations seemed off. Recently, multiple locations have reported abnormal wild animal activity. Relevant authorities remind citizens to stay vigilant for their safety. The scene switched, and on the TV screen appeared a giant wolf, roughly twice the size of an ordinary wolf, tearing apart a metal trash can. Brothers, it's confirmed. The owner of the breakfast shop downstairs is a martial arts master. Just now, I saw him slap a falling air conditioning unit away with one hand. On the screen, a boy with a backpack is waving his arms excitedly in front of the camera, his voice reaching a pitch that almost breaks. Suddenly, the camera shifts to a distorted air conditioning unit, its metal casing showing a clear handprint indentation that is shocking to behold. Next, another video pops up, the quality dropping significantly clearly from a cheap phone. On a dark rooftop, 2 figures dart past at high speed. The sound of their collision thundering like drums, sparks flying as the night is torn apart with cracks of light. In front of the TV, Lin Fei is dumbfounded. Wow, how can this kind of video even be broadcast on TV? Didn't it get taken down? Last week, when Liu Ruoyao went out, he had sneaked a peek at the television, and everything seemed peaceful then. In just a few days, the atmosphere in the city has changed drastically. As he reflects on how the world has really changed, a mechanical voice suddenly blasts into his mind. Ding! A creature with rich spiritual energy has been detected within 100 meters. Please proceed to collect it immediately. A familiar yellow arrow appears in the upper right corner of his vision. Another opportunity for evolution? Lin Fei jumps up from the sofa. 100 meters away is right near his home. He looks up at the floor above. Liu Ruoyao is still in seclusion, healing, and shouldn't be disturbed. This is a Special Operations Bureau compound, well protected, so there shouldn't be any danger. With that thought, he spreads his wings and glides out through a small, open window of the villa. The night wind ruffles his feathers, and the yellow arrow flashes ahead, guiding him to the edge of a greenbelt not far from his home. The streetlight casts a dim glow, and a sealed bag lies quietly by the roadside. Lin Fei immediately activates his scanning ability. Second-tier stone armored giant turtle meat, approximately 200 grams, contains a rich amount of spiritual energy, edible. Second-tier beast meat. His heart races just eating it will instantly grant him 200 evolution points, enough to reach the second tier. By normal standards, this is a high-value strategic resource that wouldn't be carelessly discarded. If Liu Ruoyao were here, she would definitely be suspicious. But the system clearly states edible, so Lin Fei can't resist his appetite any longer. He circles in the air twice to confirm that there are no ambushes nearby, then dives down, snatching the bag with his claw and soaring back to the villa. 200 meters away, on the rooftop of another villa, Qin Hui watches coldly through binoculars. Seeing Lin Fei grab the bag, a smirk creeps onto his face. The fish has taken the bait. This piece of meat has no traps, it's just a classic bait-and-switch tactic. Lin Fei lands back on the living room sofa, eagerly tearing open the bag and pecking at a piece with his sharp beak. Ding! The host has consumed 24 grams of second-tier stone-armored giant turtle meat for the first time, gaining 200 evolution points. Ding! The passive skill ability replication is activating. Replication failed. Ding! Current evolution points, 10701000. You can evolve. Would you like to begin? I have enough evolution points, so why wait? Oh wait, not in the house. Last time he evolved, he accidentally turned the old sofa into a nest of feathers, and he can't afford to ruin the new one. He flies to the center of the yard, where it's spacious, with only neat tiles around. This will do. Lin Fei crouches down, focusing his thoughts. Start evolution. He braces himself for the pain that might make him faint. Last time, the transformation from a mundane bird to an extraordinary one was so painful he blacked out. However, this time, a warm current flows gently through his body, occasionally bringing a slight itch and an indescribable sense of comfort. Why doesn't it hurt? Is it that the first time is a complete transformation, and this time is just a strengthening? The warm current continues to circulate, and his eyelids grow heavier, so he simply lays down. Before long, he breathes steadily and falls asleep. In his dreams, his body is undergoing a marvelous transformation. His body was quietly strengthening, with all physical attributes beginning to steadily improve. Lin Fei could clearly feel each feather shaft growing longer and each barb thickening. A faint metallic luster appeared on his back and outer flight feathers. When light swept across them, they gleamed like thin steel sheets in the sunlight. His wingtips grew increasingly sharp, resembling blade edges, while his claws and beak hardened accordingly. A gentle peck could now pierce through several millimeters of steel plate, and a single swipe of his claws could tear through car panels like paper. About an hour later, ding! Advancement complete. Please check your attributes. Ding! Host has gained 10 free attribute points. Please allocate them yourself. Ding! You have acquired the new skill Quantum Body Transformation. The crisp system notifications jolted Lin Fei from his drowsy state. He flapped his wings and stretched his muscles, feeling surging power within his body and an exhilarating lightness, as if he could fly to outer space in one breath. With a casual gesture, he summoned the translucent blue system panel. Name, Lin Fei. Species, blue and yellow macaw. Bloodline, trace of ancient true phoenix. Rank, transcendent second order. Attributes, strength 16, agility 19, stamina 18, intelligence 17, charisma 18. Talents, fire affinity passive LV3 reduces fire damage by 50, easier mastery of fire abilities. Skills, ability replication passive, steel feathers passive, scan, peck strike, rending claws, flame breath, lion's roar, shadow escape. New skill, quantum body transformation based on quantum tunneling effects, expands and compresses body structure to change size. Strength, stamina, and agility attributes redistribute after transformation. Each transformation consumes 100 spiritual energy points. Spiritual energy, 300300. Evolution points, 106.210000. Evaluation, still quite weak, but advancement speed is barely acceptable. Come on, don't crush a bird's spirit like that. Lin Fei rolled his eyes, automatically ignoring the insulting evaluation. Then he stared at the new skill with twitching eyebrows. Quantum? Aren't I supposed to be following the fantasy cultivation path? How did I suddenly veer into sci-fi territory? Complaints aside, this skill was quite practical. Adjustable size meant that even if future advancements caused his body to grow massive, he could always shrink back to his compact form and continue perching on Liu Ruoyao's shoulder to act cute. Thinking of this filled him with satisfaction. As the bird master, supervising his human servant's figure maintenance was part of his duties. With 10 free attribute points available, Lin Fei simply dumped them all into strength, agility, and stamina. The final stats became strength 19, agility 22, stamina 22, intelligence 17, charisma 18. He had forcibly transformed his mage build into a warrior build. Looking at his skill list, Lin Fei suddenly realized his abilities had piled up like a department store sale flyer, with most of them never properly tested. I need to find somewhere to practice, or I might accidentally wreck the house, he muttered to himself. The next second, Lin Fei spread his wings and shot forward like an arrow, creating a sharp whistling sound. Within moments, he had burst through the cloud layer, with rolling seas of clouds like cotton beneath his feet. High-altitude winds rushed toward him as he spread his metallic lustrous wings, letting his feathers produce soft friction sounds in the airflow. Then he suddenly folded his wings, transforming into a falling meteor with a piercing shriek as he dove downward. During his descent, the surrounding air compressed into visible vortices, tearing a long gash through the cloud layer. As he neared the ground, he suddenly spread his wings wide and began level flight. Below stretched a shimmering expanse of water, the artificial lake within the bureau compound. Lin Fei skimmed across the lake's surface, his wings slicing through the air with sharp whistles that mingled with water spray to create a brilliant silver trail. Ripples spread outward in expanding circles where the lake's surface was cut. Judging by his impact and speed alone, without considering his appearance, he already resembled a mighty eagle soaring through the heavens. Exhilarating. He pulled back his speed slightly, preparing to savor the pure joy of flight. Suddenly a piercing eagle's cry tore through the sky as a streak of blue lightning dove almost vertically downward. The whistling sound was like tearing fabric, making one's eardrums tingle. The attacker was a gerfalcon nearly a meter long with a wingspan approaching 2 meters, far larger than its kind, diving toward him in a hunting posture. His 17 points of intelligence brought heightened perception that instantly sounded the alarm. Holy crap! Where did this giant eagle come from? Lin Fei's heart pounded as primal fear of raptors erupted from his genes, his mind going blank for an instant. In a flash, the gerfalcon had swept behind him. Its wings spread wide to shed momentum as razor-sharp talons slashed toward Lin Fei's back with a whoosh. A crisp metallic clang rang out with sparks flying. His steel feather passive skill made Lin Fei's plumage hard as refined steel, so the gerfalcon's strike was like clawing at an iron plate. Caught off guard, the raptor's massive momentum carried it forward several meters before instinct kicked in and it beat its wings to regain altitude. His shock barely settled. Lin Fei immediately cast Inspect. Target, gerfalcon mutated. Age, 2 years 3 months. Bloodline, trace of bluebird. Rank, 0 tier common bird about to advance. Skills, passive gale wings, eagle eye, pounce, peck, claw strike. Note, edible for evolution points. Just a 0 tier common bird? Lin Fei's face flushed with embarrassment. A mighty 2nd tier, transcendent frightened senseless by a mere 0 tier common bird was utterly humiliating. But this eagle carried bluebird bloodline, explaining its imposing size and fierce presence. It had already touched the threshold of advancing to transcendent rank, and once it broke through, it would surely be far more formidable than others of the same tier. As thoughts raced through his mind, the distant gerfalcon had already circled around and was returning. With several powerful wing beats it climbed high, let out a long eagle cry, then dove down once more. Coming back for more? Lin Fei's gaze turned cold as he continued flying steadily. He wondered where this common bird found the audacity to challenge a 2nd-tier transcendent. Since it sought death, he wouldn't be blamed for being ruthless. In the blink of an eye, the gerfalcon closed to within 10 meters. Its sharp talons extended again, slashing down viciously with momentum. With Lin Fei's current physique and steel feathers, he could easily withstand the attack, but he had no intention of getting entangled in prolonged combat. A dimensional crushing would be more efficient. His beak opened, and blazing flames erupted forth. As the 2nd creature to experience this devastating attack, the gerfalcon lacked the lizardman's impressive scale armor defense. Its feathers were highly flammable, and in a split second, it was engulfed in a blazing fireball. A piercing shriek tore through the sky as flames and black smoke trailed behind the massive eagle, which plummeted straight toward the artificial lake below, crashing heavily into the water. The lake instantly extinguished the fire, leaving the charred body floating on the surface, barely alive, with white smoke continuously rising from between its singed feathers. The next moment, razor-sharp talons sliced through the air, mercilessly embedding into its back. This strike claimed the gerfalcon's last breath. The scene seemed like a reversal of the earlier hunt where the raptor had pursued the small parrot. Now the roles of predator and prey were completely switched, with Lin Fei becoming the new master of the skies. Lin Fei gripped the half-cooked gerfalcon tightly as his flapping wings lifted them from the water's surface. Thanks to the points he'd invested in his strength attribute, he could manage this heavy prize, though it was still questionable whether he could carry it far. The sight of an 80-centimeter colorful parrot clutching a 1-meter eagle soaring through the sky was visually striking, though naturally it slowed his flight considerably. But Lin Fei didn't care about speed. He lowered his head and eagerly tore off a large chunk of flesh. Had long coveted this creature's wings of swift wind passive ability. Just from the name alone, he knew that successfully copying it would significantly boost his flight speed. After all, what man could resist the allure of speed? Ding. Host has consumed 11 grams of gerfalcon meat on the verge of advancement for the first time, gaining 50 evolution points. Ding. Passive skill replication activating, replicating. Congratulations, you have acquired the ability Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye passive. Possess eagle sharp vision, capable of clearly seeing objects up to 5 kilometers away. While Eagle Eye was certainly useful, not obtaining wings of swift wind was still disappointing. However, the system's next notification filled Lin Fei with unexpected joy. Ding! Detectable bloodline, discovered Azure Bird bloodline, absorbing. Your ancient Phoenix bloodline has shown minute improvement, acquiring new skill Wings of Swift Wind passive. Wings of Swift Wind. Gain wind force enhancement during flight, comprehensively improving flight speed and agility. Awesome. Absolutely incredible. This Gerfalcon was truly a treasure trove. Lin Fei wanted to laugh triumphantly at the sky. Moreover, this Gerfalcon weighed at least 7 or 8 kilograms. Taking it home to eat slowly would likely yield dozens more evolution points, even accounting for diminishing returns. Lin Fei flew home contentedly when suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from below. You beast! Release my eagle! Lin Fei was startled by the thunderous roar and quickly looked toward the source of the sound. His eagle eye ability activated instantly, bringing distant objects into sharp focus. He could clearly see the approaching figure, a burly man dressed in a dark green uniform. Standing at least 6 feet 3 inches tall with broad shoulders and an upright posture, the man had a stern, angular face and short, steel needle-like hair. Beneath his thick eyebrows, a pair of hawk-like eyes blazed with fury. Most alarming of all, the man's leaping speed nearly matched Lin Fei's flight velocity. Holy crap! Does this Gerfalcon have an owner? Lin Fei's heart tightened as he immediately activated his analysis ability. Target: Duan Nanzhou, 31 years old, human martial artist, 3rd tier transcendent. Skills: Mystic Yang cultivation technique, Iron Bone body forging method, Army breaking killing fist, Mountain crushing avalanche fist, Shadow skimming chain steps, 8 blade breaking techniques, Mountain cleaving horse slaying saber, Meteor chasing moon throwing knives. Holy crap! A 3rd tier powerhouse, just like my Dayo back home. Can't afford to mess with him. The thought flashed through his mind as Lin Fei beat his wings frantically, trying to gain altitude and escape. But Duan Nanzhou suddenly raised his arm and roared, strike! A cold gleam flashed as a willow leaf thin throwing knife shot through the air, reaching his face in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei instinctively rolled sideways, and the silver light grazed past his feathers before disappearing into the clouds. The legendary, meteor chasing moon throwing knife. That speed, that range, that accuracy, it's like a sniper rifle. Lin Fei's feathers stood on end. He loosened his grip and simply dropped the Gerfalcon's corpse, turning to flee home at full speed. Vile beast! Where do you think you're going? Duan Nanzhou leaped up and caught his beloved pet in midair. Upon closer inspection, his hair and beard bristled with rage. His once magnificent Gerfalcon, previously unmatched in its divine beauty, now had its feathers completely burned away, charred black, all over. 8 claw marks on its back were still bleeding, making it look like a plucked old hen. If not for the leg band still attached, he would hardly have recognized this as the precious companion he had raised for 2 years. Fury erupted instantly. The veins at Duan Nanzhou's temples bulged, his eyes became bloodshot, and his entire being resembled a volcano about to erupt. Die for meth! With a deafening roar, he swung both arms rapidly, creating overlapping afterimages as more than 10 silver streaks shot out like meteors. The meteor racing moon chain throw. The throwing knife sealed off all of Lin Fei's escape routes, front, back, left, right, up, and down. With nowhere to dodge, Lin Fei could only fold his wings tightly and curl himself into a ball. A series of crisp clanging sounds rang out as sparks flew in all directions. Every throwing knife was deflected by his steel feathers. Though Duan Nanzhou's knives were fast and accurate, they ultimately lacked the force needed to penetrate the steel feather defense. However, this brief delay was enough. Duan Nanzhou's figure shot forward like lightning, closing the distance in an instant. Just as the rain of throwing knives ended, Lin Fei hurriedly spread his wings again, trying to accelerate, but how could there be enough time? Duan Nanzhou stepped on a streetlight and leaped high into the air like a giant bird, extending his massive hands like palm fans to snatch Lin Fei right out of the sky. You beast! Pay with your life for my Qingfeng. Duan Nanzhou growled, his 5 fingers clamping down on Lin Fei like iron hoops. Though he recognized this parrot as Fei Fei, the beloved pet of Team 1 Captain Liu Ruoyao, and had heard it recently awakened fire abilities and gained some reputation in their circles, it had killed his precious Qingfeng and must pay the price. Duan Nanzhou grinned viciously as he pressed his palms together, the sharp crackling of bones echoing clearly in the night wind. Lin Fei felt excruciating pain tearing from the base of his wings, as if he would be crushed alive in the next second. Undoubtedly, the greatest mortal danger he had faced since his rebirth. At this critical moment, something inside him seemed to shatter with a crack, and time suddenly slowed. Duan Nanzhou's ferocious face, his tensed muscles, the dust particles in the night air, everything seemed frozen, as if someone had hit the pause button. Yet Lin Fei's mind became clearer and calmer than ever before, calculating the only escape plan in just 0.01 seconds. He took a deep breath as if trying to swallow all the oxygen around him, his chest instantly swelling. Time resumed its normal flow. Die! Duan Nanzhou roared, applying sudden force with both arms, trying to twist Lin Fei like wringing out a towel, just as his fingers were about to crush the bird's body. Gah! A deafening roar erupted from Lin Fei's tiny beak, visible sound waves exploding outward between them. Lion's roar. Duan Nanzhou seemed struck by a sledgehammer, freezing in place with his mind buzzing and thin streams of blood seeping from his ears and nose, his hands involuntarily loosening their grip. The recoil sent Lin Fei flying backward. He rolled once in midair, forcibly steadied himself, and transformed into a blue streak of light racing toward home. He understood that a single lion's roar wasn't enough to truly defeat this terrifying man. Only by returning to Liu Ruoyao's side could he truly escape danger. Rewinding a few seconds. In the training room of the bureau compound, Liu Ruoyao was finishing her breathing exercises. Her injuries had mostly healed and would be completely recovered in 2 more days. Suddenly, a thunderous bird cry pierced through the window, echoing across the area. Huh? That sounds like Fei Fei. She opened her eyes and looked toward the window, puzzled and uncertain. His voice got this loud after awakening? This single cry was enough to startle the entire compound, and Liu Ruoyao could already imagine complaint letters flying in like snowflakes. Just then, a loud crash shattered the silence as something smashed through the glass window. Shards of broken glass scattered everywhere, and a blue and yellow figure tumbled onto the floor. It was Fei Fei. Liu Ruoyao's face instantly turned deathly pale as she practically lunged forward to gather the feathered bundle into her arms. One glance was enough to bring tears to her eyes. Fei Fei's once pristine feathers were now disheveled and broken, with spots of blood seeping through the blue and yellow plumage. The bird's eyes were tightly shut, wings rigid, trembling violently as if electrocuted, looking as though it might breathe its last at any moment. Fei Fei, what happened to you? Liu Ruoyao's voice shook uncontrollably. She quickly stood up, pulled out a bottle of healing pills issued by the bureau, poured out one pill, pried open Fei Fei's beak, and pushed the medicine inside. Though this medicine wasn't as precious as the 9 treasures 9 refinements pills she had once taken, it was still top-grade healing medicine. As the pill slid down its throat, Fei Fei's convulsions gradually weakened, and its wings stopped spasming, though its eyes remained tightly closed, as if still unconscious. In reality, Lin Fei's consciousness was frighteningly clear, had simply lost all control over his body. He wished he could just pass out completely, because from the moment he crashed into the room, his entire body felt as though it were being pierced by 10,000 needles, a pain comparable to his transformation from ordinary bird to supernatural being. What's wrong with my body? And what were those bullet-time-like images I saw? He screamed internally, unable to utter a single sound. Liu Ruoyao held him close, pacing anxiously around the room while muttering to herself, "What should I do? There's no veterinary clinic in the compound. I'll have to go outside." At this thought, she quickly changed her clothes, preparing to rush out the door with Fei Fei in her arms. But just then, a thunderous roar suddenly came from outside the window. "Liu Ruoyao, come out. Hand over that damned parrot of yours." Liu Ruoyao's expression changed instantly. Duan Nanzhou, what was he doing here? Both worked for the Special Investigation Bureau as captains of action teams 1 and 2 respectively, but they could hardly be called close. Duan Nanzhou practiced the most rigid and masculine virgin martial arts, making him a complete martial arts fanatic. Liu Ruoyao had a cold temperament and wasn't good at maintaining colleague relationships. Their daily interactions were limited to polite nods, with occasional mission collaborations, and nothing more. Now that he had arrived at her door with such aggressive momentum, she immediately became alert. Could Fei Fei's incident be related to him? As this thought flashed through her mind, Liu Ruoyao's eyes darkened. She reached for the sword belt of her ice rain sword from the rack, swiftly fastening it around her waist, then carefully cradled the parrot Fei Fei in her arms and hurried downstairs. In the courtyard, Duan Nanzhou stood rigidly on the concrete ground, veins bulging at his temples, his expression full of shame and anger. A dignified third-tier warrior had actually been toyed with by a tiny bird. His face burned with humiliation. What made him even more furious was that who could have predicted this parrot possessed not only fire abilities, but also hidden sonic powers. His gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed deadly on Fei Fei and Liu Ruoyao's arms, wishing he could immediately seize it and tear it to pieces. Liu Ruoyao caught that murderous intent, her brow furrowing slightly, her tone calm, yet carrying a chill. "Captain Duan, what brings you to my place?" Duan Nanzhou didn't answer, instead placing something wrapped in his jacket on the ground, crouching down to pull back the fabric. Blood stains, burn marks, scattered feathers, a beast somewhere between an eagle and a hawk, already burned beyond recognition. "Captain Liu," he said through gritted teeth, "take a look. Your parrot killed my Qingfeng." "What?" Liu Ruoyao's heart skipped a beat. Her gaze swept over the remains, recognizing Duan Nanzhou's prized contract eagle. "This is Qingfeng. How did it end up like this?" "Your bird's handiwork," Duan Nanzhou questioned coldly. I saw it with my own eyes. It breathed fire and burned Qingfeng to death. Liu Ruoyao frowned. Could there be some misunderstanding? Fei Fei has always been well-behaved and never starts trouble. Would I falsely accuse it? Duan Nanzhou's voice was ice cold. Hand over the parrot, and I won't make things difficult for you. Absolutely not. Liu Ruoyao's refusal was decisive. Until the matter is investigated, don't even think about touching a single feather on Fei Fei. Duan Nanzhou's face darkened, his inner energy subtly surging, ready to explode at any moment. Just as the atmosphere reached its breaking point, the parrot in her arms suddenly raised its crest and spoke sharply. It attacked me first. I was defending myself. I did nothing wrong. The voice was sharp and urgent, carrying the distinctive trailing tone of a parrot. Fei Fei, you're awake. Liu Ruoyao was first stunned, then delighted. Duan Nanzhou was left speechless, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. Not only could this parrot speak human language, but it even used terms like self-defense. Fei Fei, how are you feeling? Liu Ruoyao gently stroked its singed feather tips, asking with concern. I'm fine. Just a minor injury, won't kill me. Fei Fei quickly replied, then glared at Duan Nanzhou with its round eyes, accusingly saying, he almost killed me. Duan Nanzhou's Adam's apple bobbed, still unable to believe what he was witnessing. What kind of bird is this? Has it become a spirit? Captain Duan, you heard everything. Liu Ruoyao's gaze was cold. Your eagle attacked first, and my Fei Fei fought back perfectly reasonable. Duan Nanzhou's face was ashen. So my Qingfeng died for nothing? Then what do you propose? Liu Ruoyao's voice was like ice. Duan Nanzhou clenched his fists, murderous intent churning in his eyes. My Qingfeng is dead. It died horribly. Duan Nanzhou struggled to suppress his rage, speaking each word deliberately. I don't need your parrot to pay with its life. Just cut off its wings, and we'll call it even. Not a chance. Liu Ruoyao's face turned ashen. I'm not pursuing the matter of you hurting my Fei Fei only, because your eagle is dead. Don't push your luck. Liu Ruoyao. Duan Nanzhou roared. Do you really think you can protect it? He raised both fists, and the Zhengyang energy surged through his arms. His fists were bathed in a pale golden light, like two freshly forged hammers, blazing hot and dangerous. Liu Ruoyao's right hand moved to the hilt of the soft sword at her waist, cold light flickering. Want to fight? Just try touching it. Their auras clashed, making the air taut as a bowstring. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a calm but authoritative voice suddenly rang out. Stop. An elderly man in a dark blue tang suit walked into the courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. His steps were steady, but his voice carried a chill. Well, here I am, taking a post-dinner stroll to aid digestion, and I walk into this scene. Are you two squad leaders planning to have a showdown right here in your own courtyard? Director Su? Liu Ruoyao reluctantly sheathed her sword with a hint of helplessness. This isn't my fault. He's the one who came looking for trouble. Director Su. Duan Nanzhou also bowed respectfully, the golden energy dissipating, though anger still burned in his eyes. With Su Ziyuan present, this fight was clearly off the table. Tell me what happened, Su Ziyuan said in a calm but commanding tone. Both gave their accounts. Liu Ruoyao spoke first. Duan Nanzhou's Falcon Qingfeng had attacked Fei Fei first, but was killed when it proved inferior, and afterward Duan Nanzhou had nearly delivered a finishing blow. Duan Nanzhou countered. The parrot, relying on its exotic beast bloodline, had brutally killed his Falcon, and seeking revenge for his beloved pet was perfectly reasonable. Su Ziyuan's gaze fell on the Falcon's cold corpse, and he sighed inwardly. Recent spiritual energy analysis had indicated this Falcon might awaken as an exotic beast soon. If that had happened, the branch would have had two exotic spirit birds to assist them, and the two squad leaders working together would have been a wonderful thing. Who could have predicted it would end up dead before his eyes? Such a waste. He glanced discreetly at Fei Fei, who was playing ostrich nearby, feeling relieved. At least it was still alive. If this one had died too, the new human-beast cooperation model would have been stillborn before it even began. The thought alone was enough to make him weep. How about this? Su Ziyuan looked at Duan Nanzhou. Let's check the surveillance footage first. I have no objection. Liu Ruoyao nodded. Duan Nanzhou hesitated for a moment, his expression grim. No need to check the footage. I admit it me Qingfeng attacked the parrot first. But that parrot was too vicious, clearly using excessive force in self-defense. Don't you agree, Director Su? Nanzhou, Su Ziyuan sighed softly. Fei Fei isn't human. How can you apply human legal standards to it? Sure, it's quite intelligent, but its IQ is at most equivalent to a 6 to 10-year-old child. It's a bird with no criminal or civil capacity. That's not right. Director Su, I suspect this parrot's intelligence far exceeds that of a 6 to 10-year-old child. Duan Nanzhou said urgently. When it defended itself and complained just now, its logic was clear and its purpose definite. That's not how a child would speak. Is that so? Su Ziyuan turned to Fei Fei. Fei Fei, tell me what happened again. Lin Fei squawk squawk squawk. Su Ziyuan. Liu Ruoyao. Duan Nanzhou shouted angrily. That's not right. You can clearly talk. Say something. Come on. Damn it, say something. Lin Fei just tilted his head to one side, letting out a few muffled squawk, squawk, squawk. Sounds that, to Duan Nanzhou's ears, sounded like blatant mockery. It's playing dumb. Duan Nanzhou stamped his feet in fury. I suggest we give it an intelligence test. Su Ziyuan crossed his arms and shook his head with a sigh. All intelligence tests require the subject's cooperation. Since you're convinced it's pretending to be stupid, testing would be pointless. The subtext was clear: if this bird was truly being uncooperative on purpose, there was nothing anyone could do about it. But, did my Qingfeng die for nothing? I raised it for 2 years. 2 whole years. Duan Nanzhou cradled the colorful but lifeless gerfalcon, his voice hoarse and eyes red-rimmed. Su Ziyuan let out a long sigh. Your eagle attacked first, so it had to face the consequences. You have no grounds for revenge. This matter ends here. With that, he gave Liu Ruoyao a meaningful look. Xiao Lu, keep a close eye on your parrot. This can never happen again, understood? Liu Ruoyao immediately nodded. Yes, Director Su, I'll properly discipline Fei Fei. Nanzhou, come with me. Su Ziyuan called out. Duan Nanzhou clutched the gerfalcon's corpse, casting an unwilling glance back at Liu Ruoyao and the parrot in her arms. His gaze cut through the air like knife blades, cold and sharp, before he finally followed Su Ziyuan away. Lin Fei watched their retreating figures while thinking to himself, what a shame this eagle was on the verge of transcendence. Its meat surely contained spiritual energy worth at least dozens of evolution points, and now it's all gone. Still, he'd already gained plenty of benefits. Being too greedy would only cause trouble. Thinking of the system notification that had just refreshed, he almost couldn't suppress a laugh. Who could have predicted that after hanging by a thread in Duan Nanzhou's grasp, he would awaken yet another new talent? At this moment, his system panel's talent section now displayed. Talent 1. Flame Affinity Passive LV3 reduces fire-type damage by 50, easier mastery of fire-based abilities. Talent 2. Gene Unlock LV1 Intergene Lock Release State. All attributes doubled. Duration 10 seconds. Warning. Skill will cause severe pain, weakness, unconsciousness, and other negative effects upon completion. He was all too familiar with the term gene lock from countless web novels and films. Though the side effects were severe, doubling his strength for 10 seconds could be a game-changing trump card at crucial moments. Even better, this skill could grow higher levels, meant stronger enhancement and lighter backlash. Recalling his earlier seizure-like convulsions, that was the backlash from his first unlock, but he'd gritted his teeth and endured it. Only after Su Ziyuan and Duan Nanzhou's figures had completely disappeared did Liu Ruoyao breathe a sigh of relief, hugging Lin Fei tightly. Liu Ruoyao immediately took Lin Fei and rushed to the nearest pet hospital as quickly as possible. Despite Lin Fei shouting, I don't need to go to the hospital, Liu Ruoyao completely ignored him. The car screeched to a halt with tires shrieking against the pavement. She rushed out clutching the injured parrot and nearly burst through the glass doors of the pet hospital. Doctor, please help him quickly. Her steps were hurried, her voice trembling with nervousness, as if she were holding not a parrot but a human life in her arms. Lin Fei felt both amused and touched by her protective embrace. Don't worry, leave him to me. The female veterinarian in a white coat took Lin Fei and placed him on the metal examination table under the spotlight. The cold light illuminated every bruise beneath his feathers. After the examination, the doctor looked up to comfort the restless Liu Ruoyao. Don't worry, your parrot only has soft tissue contusions and a minor sprain at the wing base. She skillfully cleaned the wounds, disinfected them, and applied medication. He'll be fine after resting for 2 days. Then she took out 2 specialized wing restraints, carefully securing them on Lin Fei, and handed over several spares. Don't let him flap his wings for the next 2 days. If he pecks through the restraints, replace them with new ones. Understood. Thank you, doctor. Liu Ruoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief, paid the fees, and hurried home with Lin Fei. In the living room, she placed Lin Fei in the center of the sofa with a serious expression. Fei Fei, you must stay home for the next few days. No flying, and absolutely no going outside, understand? As long as Lin Fei stayed obediently indoors, he would be safe. Duan Nanzhou, that rough military man and martial arts fanatic, would settle any grudges openly and honorably, never resorting to underhanded tactics. With this thought, her gaze became even more stern. Lin Fei nodded obediently, thinking that if he refused, his big Yao Yao would definitely stuff him into a cage. Good. When you're hungry, go to the feeder yourself. I'm going upstairs to practice. After giving her instructions, she quickly headed to the 2nd floor. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Fei silently admired her dedication. Except for the 2 hours each morning devoted to Fei Fei's little classroom live streaming, she spent almost all her remaining time on cultivation. Liu Ruoyao had mentioned that she was only one final threshold away from the 4th stage. If all went well, her Mystic Ice 9 Revolutions technique would break through to the 4th revolution within the month, and her subsequent advancement to the next martial realm would follow naturally. The acquired body tempering realm consisted of 9 levels. copper skin, iron bones, tendon forging, marrow cleansing, meridian transformation, blood exchange, blood condensation, golden body, and limit breaking. Liu Ruoyao was currently at the peak of the 6th level, blood exchange realm, just one step away from blood condensation realm. Today's confrontation with Duan Nanzhou made her feel urgent pressure for the first time. In terms of martial cultivation alone, Duan Nanzhou was most likely at golden body realm, with a small possibility of having already entered limit breaking realm. Fortunately, Liu Ruoyao possessed innate ice type abilities and practiced the supreme ice type technique, Mystic Ice 9 Revolutions, where her abilities and technique complemented each other, creating power far beyond the ordinary. If the two were to fight, neither could guarantee a certain victory over the other. Liu Ruoyao believed she needed to break through to at least the golden body realm, combined with her supernatural abilities, to gain a decisive advantage over Duan Nanzhou. Without hesitation, she immediately entered the training room for secluded cultivation. Outside, Lin Fei paced back and forth in boredom with his injured wings preventing flight. He was even deprived of the simple pleasure of perching on the rafters to daydream. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind like a flash. Why not secretly play with Big Sister's phone? Since his rebirth, he hadn't touched an electronic screen for a full half-month. For modern adults, smartphones were almost as essential as breathing. The first thing upon waking was lighting up the screen, and while one might forget anything when leaving home, the phone was never left behind. When the signal disappeared or battery dropped below 20, an apocalyptic anxiety would immediately surge through one's heart. Once this thought emerged, it grew like spring grass, impossible to suppress. Liu Ruoyao always left her phone on the outer rooms table during cultivation, and Lin Fei, who often perched on her shoulder watching her scroll, naturally knew the unlock password by heart. His only concern was whether his beak could trigger the capacitive screen. Without further delay, Lin Fei first jumped from the table edge to the ground, then scurried on his short legs to the staircase before launching himself upward with a whoosh. The benefits of his enhanced strength and agility stats immediately showed. He easily cleared the vertical height of over 2 meters, like a spring-loaded grasshopper, bounding up to the 2nd floor in one go. As expected, the phone lay quietly on the table outside the training room. Lin Fei first pressed his small head against the door to listen. Carefully, complete silence from within confirmed that Liu Ruoyao was deep in meditation and wouldn't emerge anytime soon. He then leaped onto the table surface and lowered his head, gently tapping the dark screen with his beak. It lit up. So bird beaks could indeed operate capacitive screens. The lock screen wallpaper was none other than his own selfie white feathers, black eyes, striking and magnificent, making him mentally praise his own appearance. After admiring his looks, he tilted his head slightly, trying to move as gently as possible, controlling his steel-sharp beak to swipe right, afraid of leaving scratches on the screen. The password interface appeared. Lin Fei pecked 6 times in succession like a bird eating rice. Password entered successfully, unlocked. As a bird with professional integrity, he had no intention of prying into Liu Ruoyao's privacy. He simply wanted to browse forums, read news, and watch short videos for entertainment. As for King's Glory or Battle Royale games, single-finger operation was simply impossible. Better not even think about it. He opened the browser and skillfully navigated to a news website he frequently visited in his previous life. The next second, his round bird eyes widened in shock. The top 3 trending topics weren't entertainment gossip or political news, but were all supernatural related. Giant sea monster appears in the East Sea. Fishermen released videos, and relevant authorities are warning fishermen to avoid those waters for the time being. A massive wild boar attack occurred at Baitu Mountain in Jiangcheng, resulting in 3 deaths and 11 injuries. The Special Incident Emergency Response Team has been dispatched urgently. According to our latest report, mysterious aurora has appeared over the Kunlun Mountains, lasting for 3 consecutive days with unknown causes. Local tourism departments have implemented visitor restrictions. Holy cow, the world really has changed. Lin Fei scrolled through his phone, watching one shocking news story after another roll across the screen. Beep. A brief notification sound interrupted his thoughts as a pop-up message appeared. Xiaohu. Captain Liu, when are you returning to the team? Captain Duan went off on us today for no reason and gave us a real tongue lashing. Sorry, I didn't mean to shake the phone. Lin Fei didn't even raise an eyebrow and simply dismissed the pop-up. After browsing through the news, he opened his usual short video app. The homepage recommendations had completely changed style. 1. Shocking. Morning exercise. Grandpa in the park bends a steel pull-up bar with 1 slap. Are you impressed, or what? 2. Giant white snake measuring 30 meters long spotted in Tianshui River. Dozens of residents severely frightened. 3. Wilderness explorer. Tiger bro takes you into the primeval jungle. Rumor has it there's a magical penguin here that can swallow a whole wild boar in 1 bite. Tiger bro will risk his life to track it down. Lin Fei casually clicked on a video titled Superhuman Spotted at XX University Southgate. The camera shook as the footage showed a hooded man with an obscured face arguing with a street vendor selling cut cake. Suddenly, he swung his arm. The ivy in the flower bed seemed to come alive, shooting up and transforming into green serpents that lunged toward the vendor. Bystanders couldn't escape in time as the vines surged in waves, instantly entangling several people and dragging them toward the flower bed. The person filming couldn't avoid it either. The camera shook violently amid rising shouts. The phone crashed heavily to the ground. The screen went black, leaving only screams echoing one after another. Lin Fei stared at the black screen, completely absorbed in what he'd just seen. Fei, what are you doing here? Liu Ruoyao's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Lin Fei stood on the table with his head hanging low, filled with regret. Having been away from phones for so long, he got completely absorbed and lost track of time the moment he touched one, only to be caught red-handed. Liu Ruoyao sat at the table's edge, staring at him intently. Well, Fei, so you know how to use phones now? Enjoying those videos, were you? Lin Fei secretly wiped away sweat. Thank goodness he was just scrolling through videos instead of browsing news, or the trouble would have been much worse. Liu Ruoyao looked him up and down with an amused tone. Seems your intelligence is higher than I thought, at least at a 10-year-old's level, right? Yes. 10 years old it is. Lin Fei nodded frantically. In his mind, any higher, and he'd really lose his perks. Liu Ruoyao suddenly leaned closer with a mischievous smile. Want your own phone? Lin Fei's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly. Yes. In your dreams. Liu Ruoyao's expression turned stern. Not happening. Lin Fei nearly fell off the table. Big sister Yao, doesn't your conscience hurt when you tease a 10-year-old like this? Liu Ruoyao raised her slender index finger and waved it gently before his eyes. I once heard a teacher say that if you want to ruin a child, just give them a phone. Which teacher said that? That's... Lin Fei was about to complain when he suddenly flapped his wing. Damn, that actually makes a lot of sense. Seeing him deflate, Liu Ruoyao changed her tone. However, if you behave well, letting you play with the phone isn't entirely out of the question. Lin Fei immediately perked up his ears. Memorize the entire multiplication table today, and I'll let you play for 30 minutes. This condition instantly reminded Lin Fei of his former colleague sister Li's tactics with her son, who really wasn't an elementary student. But since Liu Ruoyao had decided he only had a 10-year-old's intelligence, memorizing a multiplication table didn't seem particularly embarrassing. Besides, he really wanted to play with that phone. In the end, he shamefully surrendered and recited the entire multiplication table in one go in front of the livestream camera, successfully earning his 30-minute phone quota. Unsurprisingly, the livestream exploded. Parrot elementary student officially became a rising star in the pet circle, while Liu Ruoyao also joined the ranks of popular streamers. A satisfied Liu Ruoyao hummed a tune as she headed to the bathroom. When she emerged wearing a silk nightgown, Lin Fei watched her expectantly. However, she silently dragged the perch out of the bedroom and gently placed him on it. No, I want to sleep with you, just like last night. Lin Fei hopped off the perch and scurried into the bedroom, jumping onto the bed. Liu Ruoyao carried him out again, saying seriously with a stern face, Fei, you've grown up now. You can't sleep with your sister anymore. Seeing her serious expression, Lin Fei's heart instantly shattered. Sure enough, once she discovered his above-average intelligence, the perks were gone. The parrot's disappointing night passed. The next morning, Fei's little classroom began on schedule. Lin Fei had just straightened up when he noticed Liu Ruoyao had accelerated the teaching pace overall. Since you have the intelligence of a 4th-grade elementary student, how can we still teach at a 1st-grade level? She patted the blackboard. Fine. Lin Fei was speechless and could only silently open his new textbook. Who could blame him when he'd been acting so outrageously these past few days? As soon as the dismissal bell rang, Liu Ruoyao didn't head upstairs to cultivate as usual. She patted the living room cabinet, told Lin Fei to watch the house, then efficiently changed into a regulation uniform before heading out. This was Lin Fei's first time seeing her in this outfit, and he couldn't help but be impressed. The deep black base outlined her tall, slender figure. Silver gray trim defined the sharp angles. Silver scale patterns embroidered the collar and cuffs. Metal shoulder insignia gleamed coldly under the lights, and the tripod sword shield badge on her chest looked both dignified and mysterious. She looked so heroically striking, she could have stepped straight out of a recruitment poster. Liu Ruoyao didn't explain where she was going, but Lin Fei had a pretty good idea. After several days of recovery, her internal injuries had long since healed. It was time to return to the Special Investigation Bureau and resume leading her team. Since yesterday, she'd been bombarded with messages from her team members, all complaining about how inexplicably irritable the temporary leader Captain Duan had become. She certainly understood why, and was eager to get back and regain control of her squad. The moment she left, Lin Fei sank into complete boredom. With his wings firmly bound by restraints, he couldn't even fly over the courtyard wall, leaving him stuck in an endless cycle of eat, watch, TV again. He simply flopped onto the sofa in classic lazy parrot position, scrolling through the short videos playing continuously on screen. The world had been turned upside down these past 2 years. Supernatural beings, exotic beasts, martial artists, and ability users were no longer news, and law enforcement agencies like the China Special Affairs Investigation Bureau no longer bothered hiding when carrying out missions. On screen, footage of ability users snapping city overpasses from a distance and exotic beasts roaring as they overturned armored vehicles played in rotation, forcing global audiences to have their worldviews shattered and rebuilt several times daily. Just as Lin Fei was watching with great interest, a familiar system notification suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Exotic beast flesh rich in spiritual energy detected within 100 meters. Host, please proceed immediately to consume. Huh? Again? His eyes lit up. The batch of exotic beast meat that old Sue had delivered had been completely devoured just yesterday, and he'd been worried about his evolution points running dry. Now more was being delivered right to his doorstep. But this whole situation reeked of conspiracy, looking exactly like bait. He glanced down at the restraints still wrapped around his wings, calculating. He couldn't fly right now, so if there was an ambush. But that meaty aroma filled his nostrils, practically bewitching him. Give up? What a waste. Hadn't last time turned out fine despite the scare? So Lin Fei paced around the living room like a donkey grinding grain, nearly wearing grooves in the floor. The system projected a bright yellow arrow on his retina that flashed incessantly, scratching at his heart like claws. Forget it. If I don't go check it out, I won't be able to sleep tonight. He gritted his teeth, shook his wings, and with a crack, bit straight through the restraints, then followed the arrow out the door. Liu Ruoyao had left the courtyard gate unlocked, worried he might get stir-crazy. Lin Fei hopped down from the threshold and followed the guidance through the stone-paved path, soon spotting the exotic beast meat at the edge of the grass. This time, they'd even skipped the packaging, with blood seeping along the fibers as it lay naked among the grass blades. Its aroma mixed with the stench of blood rolling toward him. He suppressed his impulse, lowered his neck, looked left and right, listened to the wind and insect sounds, and only after confirming no abnormalities in the surroundings did he slowly approach. Meanwhile, in a temporary fortification in the distance, Qin Hui caught sight of the parrot through military binoculars, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He pressed the earpiece at his collar and issued orders in a low voice. Everyone stay sharp. The moment that bird goes down, box it up and bring it back immediately. Blood draws. Samples, the faster the better. He added silently to himself, before that woman returns. Through the telescope lens, the massive macaw could be seen cautiously approaching the exotic beast meat while constantly looking around with vigilant eyes. Witnessing such wariness in the face of deadly temptation, Qin Hui couldn't help but whisper in admiration. This parrot is truly extraordinary. He urged silently in his mind, eat it. Eat it. Just eat it already. However, the parrot in the frame merely circled around the meat without even touching it with a single feather tip. Why wasn't Lin Fei taking the bait? Because from a distance, he had already cast an identification spell. Second-tier mutant blackback dog meat laced with powerful anesthetic, approximately 250 grams, contains rich spiritual energy, edible, but consumption of even one bite will induce a comatose state lasting 3 hours. The information floated across his retina as Lin Fei cursed inwardly. I knew there was a catch. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Yet he didn't immediately turn and leave, because he was still weighing his options. Should he take this meat home? At worst, he'd just sleep for 3 hours after eating it. This was exotic beast meat he'd never tasted before. One bite would grant him 200 evolution points. The mastermind behind this bait surely anticipated this reasoning, but Yao wasn't home right now. Fine, he'd snatch it first and figure things out later. He'd wait for Yao to return so they could eat it together. Having made his decision, Lin Fei suddenly bit down hard, snapping the rope binding his wings. His wing joints ached slightly, but it didn't affect his movement. He leaped forward, landed steadily on the meat, gripped it tightly with both claws, and soared into the sky. Just as he took flight with the meat, the nearby bushes rustled open with a swoosh, and 2 figures emerged. Both wore windbreakers, baseball caps, and large masks, revealing only their eyes. One of them carried a black bag clearly prepared for Lin Fei. He slammed the bag to the ground and spoke into his collar microphone. The parrot didn't eat the meat on the spot, it's taking it home. Execute Plan B. Team 2, you're up. The earpiece immediately crackled back. Team 2, copy. We have the target locked. We see the parrot flying back. Lock specialist is in position. The moment it goes down, we storm in and take the parrot. The surveillance feed jumped from scene to scene. It flew into the room. It flew into the kitchen. It dropped the meat on the cutting board. What's it doing? Qin Hui frowned and pressed urgently. Did it start eating the meat? Has it collapsed yet? The surveillance operator's voice was filled with disbelief. No, it didn't eat the meat. It flew out of the kitchen and is now lying on the couch watching TV. Watching TV? Didn't eat the meat? Just left it there and ignored it. Qin Hui almost doubted his own ears. Did we somehow drop fake exotic beast meat? How could any exotic beast resist such temptation? The voice through the earpiece was on the verge of breakdown. It didn't eat. It actually held back. This is impossible. Qin Hui's eyes widened in shock. He had carefully studied the irresistible attraction exotic beast meat held for other exotic beasts. The frenzied behavior he'd witnessed in video footage was still vivid in his memory. That this parrot could resist long enough to bring the meat home before eating already demonstrated remarkable self-control. But to simply drop the meat aside and ignore it completely was utterly beyond his expectations. Could that parrot have detected something was wrong with the meat? How was that possible? The powerful anesthetic had just been developed by the research institute at the capital headquarters, colorless, odorless, and so potent that even the finest police dogs couldn't detect it. How could a mere first-tier mutant beast parrot see through it? Qin Hui had no idea that Lin Fei had already advanced to the second tier. He slammed the binoculars down with a sharp crack, shot to his feet, yanked open 2 buttons on his shirt, and gasped for air. This afternoon was the only window of opportunity. Tomorrow Liu Ruoyao would return to duty, and as usual, she'd be running around with her team on missions. The old man had specifically asked her to train that parrot as her assistant. Once that happened, the parrot would be taken away, making it much harder to strike. He had to act decisively. Hesitation would mean defeat. With this thought, he pulled out his phone and dialed. Hello? Captain Duan. This is Qin Hui. The incident from 2 days ago was still causing quite a stir throughout the Haiqing Bureau compound. How that mutant beast parrot had killed Captain Duan's beloved gerfalcon from the 2nd Action Team on the spot. Qin Hui had certainly heard about it and knew that Duan Nanzhou currently despised both that bird and its owner. 2 minutes later, he hung up the phone, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What an idiot. The original plan had been simple. Once the parrot tasted even a bite of that drugged mutant beast meat, it would collapse immediately. He would quickly draw blood, pluck feathers, take tissue samples, then quietly return the bird to Liu Ruoyao's house without anyone knowing. Since no real harm would be done, even if Liu Ruoyao discovered it, she couldn't actually come after him with a sword, right? Who would have thought the parrot could resist such deadly temptation? When the soft approach failed, he had to go hard. But direct action would inevitably harm the target. And what could his team of researchers who couldn't lift a finger to save their Levesto against a mutant beast? If they accidentally killed the bird, Liu Ruoyao might actually come for his head. Now things were looking up. Duan Nanzhou was willing to take custody of the parrot. Qin Hui could guess with his eyes closed what Captain Duan would do once he got his hands on the bird, and Duan Nanzhou made no effort to hide it. He had promised Director Su he wouldn't actively seek revenge, but if the bird delivered itself to his doorstep, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Qin Hui decided that once he obtained the blood and tissue samples, he would immediately leave Haiqing to lay low, letting Liu Ruoyao duke it out with that fool Duan Nanzhou. He took a deep breath and growled into the microphone in his collar. Everyone listen up. Execute Plan C. At this moment, Qin Hui's eyes were bloodshot, like a gambler who had borrowed from loan sharks and bet everything he owned. Although Duan Nanzhou was taking over, he was still taking enormous risks. Once he had the samples, he would immediately relocate elsewhere. After all, research didn't necessarily have to be conducted at the Haiqing Special Investigation Branch. Moments later, Han Xiaoming's voice crackled through his earpiece. Report. Director Qin, we've brought refrigerated containers B074 through B079 to the designated room. Excellent. Open the containers and tear open all the packaging. Qin Hui ordered, then added in a low voice. Everyone else, proceed according to plan. Yes, sir. Come on, little birdie. He gazed out the window, murmuring to himself in a voice as cold as winter wind. Come to Uncle's bully, he prepared a big surprise for you. Meanwhile, at Liu Ruoyao's villa, in the living room, Lin Fei appeared to be casually lounging on the sofa watching TV, but his nerves were actually on high alert, ready to handle any emergency. However, as time passed, everything outside remained calm. Had the mastermind behind this simply given up? Just as he was puzzling over this, a sudden system notification nearly made him jump off the sofa. Ding! Large quantities of spirit-rich mutant beast flesh detected within 100 meters. Host should proceed immediately to consume. Ding! Within 100 meters. Ding! Within 100 meters. This time, the notification repeated 3 times in a row. The mastermind behind the scenes had made another move. And this time it was an unusually bold gambit. The system warning had flashed 3 whole times. Lin Fei understood clearly that his opponents had obviously dug a massive trap, just waiting for him to jump in. But the bait was irresistibly tempting. Advancing from 2nd to 3rd tier required a full 10,000 evolution points, while he currently had a mere 130.71000, a vast gap. Missing such an opportunity would be truly regrettable. After brief deliberation, he reached a conclusion: this trap was worth jumping into. His opponents had no idea what cards he held. His quantum avatar drive and shadow escape techniques had never been revealed. News of his advancement to 2nd tier hadn't leaked either. Having figured this out, Lin Fei immediately spread his wings and burst out of the room. The moment he stepped outside, he was stunned. The system's yellow arrow pointed directly next door, to a small villa just dozens of meters away. The so-called large quantity of exotic beast meat was hidden right there. To be safe, he flew extremely high, circling above the villa for reconnaissance. The courtyard gate stood open. The villa's front door was also open, but the windows were sealed tight, with finger-thick metal bars spaced closely together on the inside. If this had been the old Lin Fei, flying this high would have made it impossible to see details clearly. Now, thanks to the eagle eye passive ability contributed by that departed goshawk in paradise, he could perceive everything even from great heights. However, this maneuver made several researchers lying in ambush around the area frown from ground level. They could only see a tiny black dot in the sky. Why is this parrot flying so high? Is it observing? But what could it possibly see clearly? Don't worry, we absolutely won't make a move while it's outside. Once it enters the villa, it'll be like catching a turtle in a jar. Everyone understood perfectly. The reason flying exotic beast samples were so rare was simply because they could fly. Once flight space was restricted, first-tier exotic beasts were easy pickings. Everyone was confident, just waiting for the parrot to fall into their net so they could draw blood, pluck feathers, and extract tissue samples. Director Qin had already promised. Successful research meant bonuses for everyone, distributed according to contribution. As for revenge from the parrot's owner, that fool Captain Duan would handle it. Everyone secretly praised Director Qin's brilliant strategy. They also marveled at how clever this parrot was. It could turn on the TV and use the remote to browse short videos. Many elderly people couldn't even do that. Thinking about personally dissecting such an intelligent exotic beast made their hearts burn with excitement. Lin Fei naturally had no idea about the inner thoughts of those people on the ground. After circling several times at high altitude, he finally discovered a ping-pong ball-sized hole in the second floor's exterior wall, obviously a conduit hole left for air conditioning condensation pipes. His normal-sized body would never be able to squeeze through, but his current self was no longer constrained by size limitations. He grinned and turned to fly home. How did it fly away? The research team members lying in ambush below instantly felt overwhelmed. What should they do now? Someone immediately radioed Qin Hui for instructions. Should we retreat? Seeing the parrot flap its wings and fly away, Qin Hui's heart sank, but he was unwilling to call off the operation just like that. Gritting his teeth, he issued the order. Wait a little longer. A few minutes later, before everyone's confusion had dissipated, Lin Fei silently returned, except this time. He had transformed into a tiny parrot even smaller than a sparrow. It turned out that the seemingly absurd quantum avatar body skill could indeed change his size at will. After shrinking, Lin Fei's strength and stamina were automatically redistributed by the system to agility and intelligence, making his burst speed so terrifying it was almost beyond the naked eye's ability to track. Taking advantage of everyone's stunned state, he darted into a small crack in the villa's wall corner, completely unnoticed. What delighted him even more was that during the quantum reconstruction, his unhealed scratches also disappeared completely. This move was practically a mobile healing pack. The villa's interior was dead silent. Lin Fei spread his newly acquired slender wings, circled the living room a few times, then dove into a bedroom. On the large bed lay 5 coolers arranged neatly. The largest was like a carry-on suitcase, while the smallest was no bigger than a briefcase. All the lids were now open, the vacuum bags had been cut open, and the sweet, fishy smell of spiritual beast flesh permeated the air. If this weren't a bureau compound, this scent would have been enough to attract a pack of mutant beasts in the wild. Looking at the bed full of mutant beast meat, Lin Fei's eyes lit up as if he had entered paradise. With a flap of his wings, he shot toward the first cooler like a bullet. His sharp beak dove down heavy peck. Ding. Host has consumed 2 grams of second-tier mutant beast rock porcupine meat for the first time, gaining 200 evolution points. Ding. Passive skill ability replication triggered. Replicating. Replication failed. 200 points secured. Lin Fei didn't pause, flying toward the adjacent cooler with the most meat. Ding. Host has consumed 2.4 grams of third-tier mutant beast ironback bear meat for the first time, gaining 300 evolution points. Ding. Passive skill ability replication triggered. Replicating. Replication failed. 300 points banked. Continuing. He rushed toward the third, slightly smaller cooler, about the size of a regular suitcase. Ding. Host has consumed 2.1 grams of second-tier mutant beast night owl meat for the first time, gaining 200 evolution points. Ding. Ability replication triggered. Skill silent strike, replicating. Replication failed. Skill whisper hunter ears, replicating. Congratulations. Passive skill whisper hunter ears acquired. Whisper hunter ears greatly enhanced his hearing, allowing Lin Fei to perceive subtle sounds like an owl. As soon as the skill integrated into his body, he noticed the world had transformed. Outside the door, the rustling sound of wind brushing through grass blades. In the kitchen, the occasional dripping of a faucet. On the roof, the light sounds of insects crawling. Even further away, the whispered conversations outside the villa reached his ears clearly. We've been waiting so long. Will that parrot really come back? Don't know. Director Qin hasn't ordered a retreat, so we keep watching. Damn it. I just got the reward of not needing sleep for 3 days from Director Qin's head pad, and now I'm called here to catch a bird. Same here. My research was at a crucial point. Whatever, if we catch this bird, the Institute's KPI for this year will be secure. Keep watching the main gate. Don't worry. Not even a fly could get past my eyes. Director Qin? Qin Hui. Lin Fei sneered inwardly. What a good person, delivering so much mutant beast meat to me. While they don't know we're already inside, we need to hurry up and eat. Lin Fei lowered his breathing and pounced on the fourth box, skillfully tearing open the seal. Ding. Host has consumed second-tier mutant beast meat for the first time. 1.8 grams of mutated black cat meat, gaining 200 evolution points. Ding. Passive skill ability replication activated. Replicating. Congratulations, host. Successfully acquired passive skill night vision. Night vision. Possesses the same nocturnal vision as cats. Lin Fei was overjoyed. Wow. Night vision. Now I can see to Yao Yao's sleeping face, clearly at night too. Of course, that's assuming there's still a chance to share a room with her again. He wiped his beak and continued searching. The box before him was quite large, but the meat inside had been cut into fist-sized chunks, dozens of them. He randomly picked a piece with torn packaging and bit down hard. Ding. Host has consumed first-tier mutant beast meat for the first time. 1.7 grams of gold-devouring rat meat, gaining 100 evolution points. Ding. Passive skill ability replication activated. Replicating. Replication failed. So far, the most bountiful harvest of this expedition was secured, a total of 1,000 evolution points, plus 2 highly practical passive abilities: enhanced hearing and night vision. What a windfall. If he followed the safest plan, Lin Fei should immediately crawl back through the air conditioning vent and return home without anyone knowing. But 5 large boxes of mutant beast meat lay right before his eyes, all those evolution points. His bird heart was bleeding at the thought of leaving now. If only he had the legendary spatial ring or personal dimension to sweep everything away in one go. Lin Fei's gaze swept across the boxes, and finally he gritted his teeth. Time to take a gamble. After this village, there really wouldn't be another shop like this. He quickly calculated. Over 200 spiritual power points remaining, enough for 2 more uses of quantum body transformation. The giant bird form could rapidly devour all the meat chunks, but that was his trump card for survival and couldn't be exposed easily. Reverting to normal size would cost 1 use, leaving the last one for emergencies. Then he'd carry away as much as possible. With his plan set, Lin Fei immediately activated quantum body transformation. His body instantly decomposed into countless quantum particles, then reassembled into normal size within seconds. After completing this, he looked up at the window on the villa's rear wall. The temporarily installed steel security bars outside the window were each as thick as an adult's pinky finger, definitely tough to bite through. Even if his flying pliers upgraded to flying hydraulic cutters, they might not snap them in one go. But who said this bird master could only bite the bars? The security grating was fixed to the wall with 4 expansion bolts. Just remove the bolts, and everything would be solved. Lin Fei whooshed up to the window corner, gripped the bars with his claws to steady himself, and aimed his sharp beak at the wall around the bolts, pecking furiously. As it turned out, concrete was much easier to bully than steel. His flying pliers, moonlighting as a flying impact drill, worked perfectly. He pecked rapidly, his little head almost creating afterimages. 7 woodpeckers would have to call him master. Wall fragments and concrete debris came cascading down. What made it even better was that the sound of pecking concrete wasn't loud enough for anyone outside to hear. Lin Fei raised his hard beak and tapped against the expansion bolt on the wall, sending tiny stone fragments cascading down without so much as ruffling a single feather. Within minutes, he had chiseled out the first bolt completely. Next, he maintained the same steady rhythm, quickly targeting the remaining bolts. Strike after strike, his force was precise and controlled, until 2 more metal pieces were pried loose from the wall, leaving only the one in the upper left corner. With 3 bolts loosened, the entire metal grating gave a loud clang as it pivoted 45 degrees around that final bolt, hanging askew against the wall. Lin Fei didn't rush to finish the job. Instead, he flew back to the bedroom, grabbed 2 large pillows in his beak, and positioned them beneath the grating before returning to the corner to deliver several heavy strikes to that last bolt. The bolt shattered, and the steel grating tumbled down, landing silently on the soft pillows. Having successfully dismantled the barrier, Lin Fei was ecstatic. If he couldn't get past this obstacle, his only option would have been to devour all the meat on the spot and retreat. Now with the barrier cleared, the situation suddenly looked promising. He swooped toward the window, used his beak to push down the handle, and with a soft click, the window swung open. Lin Fei perched on the windowsill, using his newly enhanced hearing to scan the surroundings. Those amateur ambushers were still crouched in the courtyard, stubbornly guarding the main entrance, completely oblivious to other areas around the villa. Time to work, he muttered to himself, diving toward the largest piece of exotic beast meat. Gripping it with both talons, he beat his wings powerfully that nearly 5-kilogram chunk of meat was actually lifted off the cutting board. If the bird system hadn't boosted his strength twice, this haul would have been impossible. Even so, he was pushing his weight limit and had to grit his teeth to drag the meat out through the window. Fortunately, his nest was just a stone's throw away. What normally took less than 10 seconds to fly unencumbered now took only dozens of seconds carrying 10 pounds of meat. He just needed to fly to the courtyard wall, use his momentum to toss the meat inside, then quickly return. Like a diligent worker bee, Lin Fei made dozens of trips back and forth, clearing out all 4 boxes of meat. With each flight, he kept his ear feathers alert, monitoring the activity outside the gate. Those fools were growing increasingly impatient, but still remained stationed at the entrance, never thinking to enter the house to check on their bait, let alone install surveillance cameras inside. Scientists should stick to research. Catching birds isn't a job for amateurs, Lin Fei snorted inwardly. Finally, only the 5th box remained with its scattered dozens of small meat pieces. The fragments were too light and scattered for his talons to carry many at once. Lin Fei's eyes lit up with an idea, and he flew to the bed to pull off a pillowcase for bundling. But just as he was gathering the meat scraps, someone in the courtyard finally sensed something was wrong. "Hey, that's strange. Why can't I smell the meat anymore?" the person whispered. Exotic beast meat had a strong bloody odor mixed with an eerie sweet fragrance that should have been detectable even through the main door, but now it was rapidly fading. "Oh no, something's wrong," the person suddenly shouted, abandoning all pretense of hiding and charging toward the villa. Lin Fei heard everything clearly and immediately abandoned his careful packing, simply grabbing both corners of the pillowcase with his talons, bundling up the meat scraps, and rushing outside. But he was still a beat too late. The person was surprisingly fast, and just as Lin Fei lifted off the ground, the intruder burst through the door. Holy crap! Upon seeing Lin Fei, the person's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. After a 2-second stare down between the man and the bird, the person quickly unslung a rifle from his back and aimed it directly at Lin Fei. Holy crap! Lin Fei was startled too, flapping his wings hard and dodging to the side as the small pile of meat chunks under his claws scattered across the floor with a clatter. His steel feathers could only withstand handgun bullets at this point, hadn't tested them against rifle rounds, and wasn't about to find out the hard way. A soft puff sound followed by a whoosh as something cold and sharp grazed Lin Fei's wing before crashing into the brick wall behind him with a clang. It was a syringe filled with some kind of liquid. Damn, a tranquilizer gun. Lin Fei felt relieved but cursed silently. That thing can't even pierce my down feathers, and you expect it to take down a mutant beast? Missing his shot, the man immediately realized he was no match for this parrot and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Get in here, all of you. The parrot's in the room." Lin Fei couldn't care less. Convinced the man posed no real threat, he dove down instead, carefully gathering the scattered meat chunks back into his claws. Just as he gripped several bags of meat and prepared to take off, the door burst open with a loud crash as 4 or 5 fully armed team members stormed in. These men wore gray-black stab-proof combat suits with various strange devices clipped to their belts. One of them raised a flathead weapon and immediately pulled the trigger. 2 gleaming barbed projectiles, trailing wires came flying through the air. Taser! Lin Fei rolled in midair, barely dodging them. But just as he steadied himself, another team member raised a wide-bore cylindrical weapon and fired with a bang, launching a net. Thump! Lin Fei was caught squarely in the net. The synthetic material quickly tightened around him, wrapping him up so he couldn't even spread his wings, and he crashed heavily to the floor. "Nice shot, Chinemo. Quick, quick, pin it down. Careful. It breathes fire. Where's the front guard? Get them up here. No time. They're too heavily armored. They're lagging behind. Who's got the heavy-duty anesthetic spray? Hit it now." The men shouted as they rushed toward Lin Fei. "Damn it. I underestimated them," the parrot thought regretfully, his eyes quickly scanning the room. Quantum transformation? That move could turn his body into energy, instantly escaping the net and shrinking to microscopic size to slip away. But he absolutely couldn't reveal that trump card casually. The net wasn't metal but some kind of light, gray synthetic fiber flammable. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with determination. Time to burn it. Whoosh. His beak opened wide as blazing orange flames erupted, instantly engulfing the net ropes. The synthetic material hissed and melted as he bounced free. The flames swept forward, forcing the charging men to retreat several steps. In the now scorching air, Lin Fei quickly turned his head to redirect the flames away from the men, only sweeping a blazing arc in front of them. As the fire passed over them, their hair and eyebrows curled and yellowed from the heat, but none were actually injured. The flames had merely swept past them, at most singeing some hair and eyebrows. If Lin Fei hadn't turned at that moment, the scorching 1,000-degree heat would have instantly transformed the 2 men charging forward into human torches. But with just a slight tilt of his head, the intersecting flames whooshed past them, immediately igniting the large bed in the bedroom along with the empty boxes piled on top, which burst into flames with a roar. The fierce blaze surged upward, instantly creating a wall of fire in the center of the room that completely separated Lin Fei from the group of black-clad men. The firelight illuminated everyone's faces as they abandoned their pursuit, scrambling toward the exit in chaos. Some shrieked for fire extinguishers while others shouted to call 911. Taking advantage of the confusion, Lin Fei spun around and darted out of the inferno, not forgetting to grab 2 small chunks of gold-devouring rat meat before flapping his wings and rushing home. Scaling the wall and landing in the courtyard, he stood atop the wall looking back. Not far away, an entire small villa was being consumed by thick smoke and raging flames, its roof flickering in and out of view amid the crackling fire. Lin Fei stared in stunned amazement. Had he gone too far this time? If Liu Ruoyao came back, would she lock Lord Bird in a cage? Damn, what was there to fear? This was self-defense. Thinking of his opponent's losses, he couldn't help but feel smug. That guy Qin Hui must have suffered massive losses this time, right? Not only had he carried off most of the exotic beast meat used as bait, but the burned villa would likely be blamed on Qin Hui as well. This wasn't just failing to steal a chicken and losing the rice, it was losing the entire rice jar too. Imagining that Qin Hui was probably fuming mad right now, Lin Fei hummed a little tune with parrot-like trills as he gathered the scattered meat chunks in the courtyard, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. Indeed, Qin Hui wasn't just fuming, was nearly dying of rage. His carefully planned 3-part strategy hadn't managed to reach completion on any front. Plan A failed when that damned parrot immediately refused to eat the enhanced meat. Plan B also failed when the parrot carried the drugged meat home and casually discarded it without another touch. The expensive new high-potency anesthetic specifically designed for exotic beasts, obtained at great cost from the Capital Headquarters Research Institute, proved useless against this bird. That drug had achieved countless successes, subduing numerous ferocious exotic beasts, yet it couldn't fool a single parrot. Qin Hui couldn't think of any other explanation, no matter how hard he tried. Plan C was even more absurd. He had rented the small villa next to Liu Ruoyao's house, sealed all the windows, and spent a fortune equipping his subordinates with net guns, tasers, tranquilizer guns, powerful anesthetic spray, stab-proof combat suits, and riot shields, all thoroughly rehearsed. Considering the parrot's fire-breathing ability, he had specifically obtained 2 sets of the latest firefighting suits for his 2 strongest subordinates to serve as the vanguard. To ensure absolute success, he had even illegally acquired a police shotgun for his most trusted lieutenant. All 5 boxes of exotic beast meat recently delivered to the research facility were used as bait inside the house. The plan was written out in meticulous detail with crystal-clear steps, yet reality still delivered a crushing blow. Qin Hui couldn't understand how that parrot had managed to slip into the villa under everyone's noses and somehow empty the entire house of exotic beast meat. When his subordinates reported that all the meat containers are empty, he initially refused to believe it. The villa burning down could be compensated for, but losing that batch of exotic beast meat created an irreparable hole. Exotic beasts were extremely difficult to capture, and many of those meat chunks had been obtained at the cost of capture team members' lives. The research facility depended entirely on this shipment for their studies and to extract beast blood for enhancement serums. If they couldn't produce results by year's end and the higher-ups demanded accountability, even the Jun family couldn't protect him. Ah! Qin Hui roared, flipping over the table in front of him, sending documents and computer fragments scattering across the floor before hurling his phone down hard. After venting his rage, he slumped in his chair, chest heaving violently. Before the end of this year, I'm still safe. I must find a way. While Qin Hui was nearly losing his mind, a certain parrot was almost laughing himself silly. Lin Fei hummed his little tune while carefully arranging the recovered exotic beast meat chunks, commenting on which pieces looked more tender. However, just then, Liu Ruoyao's anxious voice came from the courtyard gate. Fei, what happened? Why is there a fire outside? And what's going on in the courtyard? Why is there such a strong smell of blood? Liu Ruoyao never imagined that a simple trip out would lead to her beloved parrot creating such an enormous spectacle. The coffee table in the center of the living room had been piled into a small mountain, with dark red chunks of exotic beast meat gleaming with an oily sheen, the metallic scent of blood rolling through the air. Fei had just finished explaining what happened using its signature, FIFA-style short phrases like met monster, beat bad guys, moved meat. The logic was scattered, but the information was explosive. Liu Ruoyao's mind buzzed, and she nearly lost it on the spot. She stared at the parrot hanging its head low in front of her, then glanced at the pile of meat that was almost breaking the table legs, feeling like she was in a dream. Taking a deep breath, she sighed. Fei, you really outdid yourself. I totally underestimated you. But this exotic beast meat, how do we handle it? Turn it in to the bureau? Liu Ruoyao muttered to herself. The moment the words left her lips, Fei flapped its wings and rushed to the top of the meat pile, spreading its broad wings protectively over it, green feathers bristling like a hedgehog's spines. It's mine. All mine. Liu Ruoyao's mouth twitched. Fei, Do you know how precious exotic beast meat is? If we keep it privately, we might get in trouble. I don't care. I don't care. Lin Fei shook its head like a rattle drum. Now they're mine. All right. All right. Come down first. Liu Ruoyao looked at its feathers mixed with blood and grease, torn between laughter and tears. You're filthy. We need to give you a bath. Only after she repeatedly promised absolutely no meat stealing did Lin Fei agree to jump down from the table, though its gaze remained glued to the meat pile, as if worried they might sprout wings and fly away. Fine, fine. I'll save it all for you. But we can't keep it all piled in the living room, right? It needs to go in the fridge. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Fei nodded vigorously and immediately grabbed a large chunk of meat, flying toward the kitchen. Liu Ruoyao had no choice but to bring over large basins and follow behind to help transport. She first rinsed off the surface blood, then cut and packaged the meat, working quickly and steadily, afraid of delaying Feifei's meat-securing plan by even a second. Halfway through the move, she suddenly noticed a piece of fresh meat lying alone on the cutting board, guessing that Feifei had just put it down. Without much thought, she processed it along with the rest. At that moment, Lin Fei was busy shuttling between the living room and kitchen, acting as an air transport pilot, and didn't notice. The human-bird duo worked for half the day, finally managing to stuff most of the exotic beast meat into the refrigerator, packing even the freezer compartment to bursting. The remaining pieces that simply wouldn't fit, Liu Ruoyao cut into smaller portions, plated them up, and invited Feifei to eliminate them on the spot. Lin Fei ate with its eyes squinted into slits, system notifications echoing one after another in its mind. Evolution points gained, listening in blissful rapture. Seeing her beloved bird's satisfied expression, Liu Ruoyao also abandoned the idea of turning in the meat since Feifei treasured it so much, she'd let it eat. But keeping large quantities of meat at home was too risky. After thinking for a moment, Liu Ruoyao immediately settled on a plan. Hire a refrigerated truck with a driver to cruise around the city storing the goods, keeping herself out of sight safe and cheap. It was troublesome, but she'd keep a small amount at home for backup and go retrieve more when they ran out. As for Qin Hui, Liu Ruoyao snorted coldly. Even if he traced the meat back to her, he wouldn't dare come knocking for it. If he really dared to show up, it would be perfect she could let Feifei vent its anger and teach him a lesson. Besides, he absolutely wouldn't dare make this public, and could only swallow his broken teeth with blood. Humph, how dare you set a trap and target my Feifei? Serves you right for falling flat on your face. Liu Ruoyao stood in the courtyard, a cold smile playing at the corners of her mouth, yet she still found the whole situation utterly bewildering. Logically speaking, Qin Hui wasn't stupid, but this time he had truly shot himself in the foot. Not only was Feifei completely unharmed, but it had also scored a massive haul of exotic beast meat talk about heaven-defying luck. However, with Qin Hui suffering such a devastating loss, he definitely wouldn't let this slide. She looked down at the little parrot that was busy eating and pondered. You can be a thief for 1,000 days, but who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days? She needed to find a way to deal with Qin Hui once and for all. Qin Hui himself was pathetically weak, but he had some backing behind him, so she couldn't just go at him heated. Outside the courtyard gate, Qin Hui hesitated with several of his subordinates. The exotic fragrance mixed with the scent of blood in the air made him almost able to picture chunks of exotic beast meat lying in the yard, being devoured as a feast by that detestable parrot. There was no mistake, the meat had definitely been brought back here. But if he went in now to demand its return, would he actually be able to get it back? Director Qin, if I were you, I wouldn't go in there. A deep, resonant voice suddenly came from behind. Qin Hui spun around abruptly to find Duan Nanzhou leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, his eyes mocking. Liu Ruoyao is already home. If you barge in there, you'll only be asking for humiliation. Qin Hui's face alternated between pale and flushed. Knowing the other man was right, the chances of getting anything back were virtually nil. He took several deep breaths to suppress his rage. Duan Nanzhou, you were nearby just now too, weren't you? Why didn't you make a move? Duan Nanzhou's smile faded, his tone becoming flat. Director Su gave orders that I cannot actively attack that parrot. Are all you martial artists this rigid? Qin Hui couldn't help but curse. You wouldn't understand. Duan Nanzhou shook his head slightly. Go back and think more carefully about how to deal with that parrot. What I promised you won't change as long as you hand it over to me. I'll shield you from Liu Ruoyao's wrath. Qin Hui snorted coldly and waved his hand, leading his people away. Watching their retreating figures, Duan Nanzhou sneered. Idiots. Even now they still think that bird is just an ordinary first-tier exotic beast. This fall from grace was well-deserved. He recalled the recent events. He had been watching that villa the entire time, yet even he hadn't noticed when the parrot had infiltrated. It wasn't until it flew out carrying the exotic beast meat that he realized what had happened. This bird was mysterious, intelligent, and beautiful. It would be such a waste to simply kill it. Perhaps he could find a way to lure it away from Liu Ruoyao to his side. After all, since it had killed his azure edge, it should compensate him with itself. Duan Nanzhou took one last look at the tightly closed courtyard gate before turning to leave. At this moment, Lin Fei was buried deep in devouring the exotic beast meat. Its evolution points were skyrocketing, making it so comfortable that its tail feathers trembled with pleasure. Only when its little belly was stuffed round and couldn't take another bite did it reluctantly leave the food bowl. What a little glutton. Liu Ruoyao looked at her beloved pet and gently scratched its beak with her finger. The amount you just ate nearly matches your body weight. Exotic beasts really can eat. She wrapped the remaining meat in plastic wrap and placed it in a cool spot, thinking that with Fei Fei's amazing appetite, it would definitely finish everything tonight, no worry about waste. Lin Fei contentedly ruffled its wings and habitually tried to fly to its owner's shoulder, but was pressed down by Liu Ruoyao. Don't you know how dirty you are right now? Full already? Then come with me for a bath. She held up the bird with a look of disgust. Wait here, I'll go run the water. Bath bathing. And together with Big Sister? Wow. This happiness came too fast and too suddenly, like a tornado sweeping through my heart, making me feel flustered. But Lin Fei soon realized he had been overthinking things. He had imagined that bathing together meant sharing a tub with Liu Ruoyao, splashing water and flirting playfully. Instead, what actually happened was Liu Ruoyao carrying him into the bathroom, pulling out his special little basin, filling it with warm water, and gently tossing him in like a stuffed toy splash. What a misleading title. Lin Fei flapped around in the water a couple of times, puffing up his wings indignantly. Don't say things that can be so easily misunderstood next time. But his anger quickly subsided. Liu Ruoyao scooped up the warm, clear water and poured it gently over his head. The droplets rolled down his feathers, washing away the dust. Her fingertips were gentle yet irresistibly soothing as they caressed his head, neck, and back. Each touch felt like a precise massage. Only now did Lin Fei truly understand that blissful, half-closed expression pets get when being pampered by their owners. Who knew being bathed by someone else could feel this amazing? He wished this moment could last forever. If possible, he really wanted to convince Liu Ruoyao to retire from being a dangerous super agent and become a pet streamer instead. He could act cute while she assisted, and their duo would surely attract millions of fans and endless gifts. Then they could live happily ever after like this. But reason told him that Liu Ruoyao had her own reasons for choosing this path, and he couldn't be selfish. Beautiful moments are always fleeting. A few minutes later, he was squeaky clean with even feather conditioner applied, then promptly tossed out of the bathroom with a whoosh. As the bathroom door closed and the steam dissipated, he felt inexplicably empty inside. Sigh, the show was over so quickly. Outside, however, chaos reigned. Police sirens, shouting, the blast of fire hoses, shattering glass, and crackling flames combined into a symphony called Fire. Liu Ruoyao remained her usual self, completely uninterested in the commotion. The villa just dozens of meters away was burning bright red, yet she acted as if she hadn't noticed. Lin Fei was still dripping wet and couldn't fly yet, but his legs worked fine for hopping. He jumped onto the courtyard wall, spread his wings to dry in the slanting sunlight, and enjoyed watching the inferno. TSK, quite the blaze. At this rate, the entire villa would be reduced to ashes. 2 fire trucks were desperately spraying water, but couldn't contain it at all. Thinking about this, he smirked. That guy Qin Hui was going to lose big this time, wasn't he? Sure, it was him who started the fire, but who could prove it? Let Director Qin carry this blame himself. Though once the fire died down, that guy would probably hate him to the bone. Better start planning ahead. Lin Fei had no intention of being like those novel protagonists who always waited passively for villains to come knocking. As the saying goes, constant defense leads to inevitable loss. She needed to take the offensive. Director Qin, you brought this on yourself. Who told you to mess with this bird? Time to launch this sinking of the Qin Hui solo mission. The opening was right there, ready for him to exploit. Lin Fei stood on the wall, his feathers rustling in the evening breeze, but his gaze was deep and calculating. As Lin Fei pondered, a plan gradually took shape in his mind. Before long, with the help of sunlight and gentle breeze, Lin Fei's feathers had dried completely. He glanced back at the bathroom, where Liu Ruoyao was still humming and showering inside. With her out of the way, he had to seize this opportunity to execute the first step of Operation Sink the Qin Hui. She had obviously forgotten about his injured wing, but if she suddenly remembered and tried to bandage him again, he wouldn't be able to fly out the door. Lin Fei flapped his wings and burst through the window, heading straight for the basketball court outside the bureau compound. Mid-flight, the edges of his feathers shimmered like ripples on water, his form blurring momentarily before solidifying again as his body stretched to nearly 5 feet in length. His quantum transformation skill activated, and his strength surged accordingly. Above the basketball court, he circled once. The vast horizon is my love. The alto familiar rhythm of the square dance anthem pounded relentlessly in his eardrums. Lin Fei looked down. A group of elderly men and women were lined up in the center of the court, dancing enthusiastically and taking up more than half the space. Several students in basketball jerseys stood by the sidelines, holding their basketballs and helplessly staring at the sky. Hey, kids, Parrot Hero the Justice Warrior is here to clear the court for you. Lin Fei muttered to himself, then folded his wings and dove toward the 5-kilogram multifunctional speaker on the ground. Whoosh! His talons precisely gripped the speaker's handle, and the next second, he soared skyward with the entire device. His enlarged form made the weight barely noticeable. Oh my goodness! My speaker! Look! A giant bird is stealing! Shouts, screams, and the sound of basketballs hitting the ground mixed into chaos. The speaker continued playing midair, its melody of "At the foot of rolling green mountains, flowers are blooming," drifting intermittently on the wind. The elderly dancers chased shadows while shouting, and students snapped photos and videos for their social media. Guys, you might not believe this, but a giant bird just stole our speaker. Suspected supernatural beast. Lin Fei climbed higher until the voices and music became mere buzzing, then landed on a rooftop, pecked off the power switch, and finally enjoyed some peace and quiet. He grabbed the speaker again, returned to his villa, and stuffed his prize into the most hidden corner of the roof. Operation Sync the Qin Hui Prerequisite Item 1, acquired. He mentally checked it off. Next, Lin Fei activated his quantum transformation again, returning to his original size, and set his sights on the small park within the Bureau compound. Bureau family members often strolled there leisurely. After 2 low-altitude circles, he quickly identified his second target, an elderly man with flowing white whiskers, bent over his desk practicing calligraphy. Lin Fei dove down and landed across from the desk, raised his head, and called out in perfect parrot voice, "Hello, sir." "Oh, where did this parrot come from? You speak quite well." The old man stopped writing, his eyebrows rising with interest. Lin Fei got straight to the point. "Need ink? Lend me." The old man chuckled, his beard bouncing with laughter. "You little fellow can even borrow things? All right." He screwed on the cap and handed over the bottle, still more than half full of ink. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Lin Fei took flight, his claws firmly gripping the ink bottle as he gained altitude. "Little parrot, come visit me again when you have time," the old man called out, waving and praising continuously. "You're like a little spirit." Within minutes, Lin Fei had placed the ink bottle on the roof next to the speaker. Operation Sync the Qin Hui Prerequisite Item 2, acquired. The remaining third item required his own handiwork. Lin Fei used his beak to gently pull out the USB drive plugged into the speaker, carried it into the living room, and casually dropped it on top of the bookshelf. Just as he landed on the sofa's backrest, a chilling voice suddenly came from the stairway. "Fei Fei, so you do remember to come home." Lin Fei jolted, turning to see Liu Ruoyao standing halfway down the stairs in her loungewear, her expression ice cold, water droplets still dripping from her hair. Lin Fei's neck instantly shrank into a straight line. Oh no, that tone. Was Di Yao angry? "Fei Fei, you snuck out again. Didn't I tell you to stay home for the next couple of days? Don't you know what you just did? That guy Qin Hui won't let you off the hook. You killed Duan Nanzhou's eagle, and he's furious with you. And here you are, running around everywhere. Do you have a death wish?" In the living room, Liu Ruoyao's eyebrows were raised in anger as her delicate finger tapped Lin Fei's little head repeatedly. With each tap came a full-force scolding. Lin Fei stood straight as a rod with his head hanging low, not even daring to flutter his wings when admitting mistakes. Be sincere. When getting scolded, stand at attention. This was his self-imposed bearbird code. "If you keep being this disobedient, I'll buy a cage and lock you up. Did you hear me? If you heard me, make a sound." "Chirp," Lin Fei obediently responded. "You actually chirped?" Liu Ruoyao's stern expression nearly cracked as her lips twitched, almost breaking into laughter. She desperately held it in, her face turning red from the effort. "I can't laugh. I'm disciplining this troublemaker. If I laugh, I'll lose all my authority. Are you being cheeky with me? I'm telling you, Fei Fei, as punishment, your dinner tonight is cut in half. If you keep misbehaving, I'll throw away all the meat in the fridge. Do you understand? If you understand, then nod your head." Lin Fei cooperatively nodded, his movements like a pecking chicken. Only then did Liu Ruoyao feel satisfied, continuing her nagging for a full half-hour before stopping. The moment she finished, Lin Fei immediately bounced over to her side with shameless boldness. Nuzzle, 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 nuzzle. His little head tilted to one side, his dark eyes looking at her with a watery gaze absolutely adorable. Acting cute won't work," Liu Ruoyao said dismissively, but her hand unconsciously moved to stroke Lin Fei's smooth feathers. The warm sensation spread from her palm, and her expression quickly softened. Lin Fei secretly observed her expression, and seeing that the storm had temporarily passed, he finally breathed a secret sigh of relief. However, new worries immediately followed. Tomorrow he'd definitely have to sneak out again to farm the Qin Hui boss dungeon, which would be going against her direct orders. Wouldn't that really upset Big Sister? But the arrow was already on the string and had to be released. Sigh. What a troubled bird's life. Liu Ruoyao stroked his feathers for a few minutes until her mood completely calmed, then got up to go to the kitchen to cut exotic beast meat for Lin Fei's dinner. She'd said she'd cut it in half, but the plate she brought out was still overflowing. Sharp tongue, soft heart. What a colorful day this has been. she sighed self-mockingly. The next morning, Liu Ruoyao got up early for her usual morning training, and before her sweat had even dried, she changed into her uniform to head out. Before leaving, she set up the tablet in front of Lin Fei and rapidly assigned his tasks. You must complete the second unit of Chinese language studies. I'll test you when I get back, and you can't get a single character wrong. And I'm emphasizing this again going outside. The door clicked shut with a click, and her footsteps gradually faded away. Lin Fei immediately rushed to the windowsill to confirm that Liu Ruoyao had completely left, then flew back to the living room, grabbed the USB drive he'd left on top of the bookshelf yesterday, and headed straight for the upstairs study. Who knew when Big Sister might suddenly come back? He had to hurry and make prop number 3, then immediately launch his plan. In the study, the computer tower sat quietly under the desk. Lin Fei landed on the desktop and used his beak to press the power button. Beep. The machine started up. He struck a golden rooster stance, left claw supporting his body, right claw covering the small women's mouse. The size was just right, but the pose was incredibly challenging for a bird's core strength. Maintaining this awkward and difficult balance, he operated the browser to enter a software download website and downloaded a media production software he'd frequently used in his previous life. This software has a feature that allows you to input text and have AI generate voiceover, creating MP3 audio files. The night before, Lin Fei had already conceived the draft in his mind before going to sleep, but actually typing it into the computer using his beak fingers in technique was going to be a real battle. After nearly an hour, he finally finished inputting the entire text, his wings aching from exhaustion. After a brief rest, Lin Fei clicked on the next step, AI voiceover. He selected what people in the industry jokingly called the hyperthyroid sister, voice high-pitched, passionate, and ear-splittingly loud, supposedly capable of making even microphones tremble with fear. He imported the manuscript, clicked generate, and soon the MP3 appeared. After listening to 2 seconds, the effect was quite nice. The final step was inserting the USB drive. Lin Fei first deleted the old files from the USB, then copied the newly generated MP3 onto it. Mission accomplished. The third prerequisite item for the sinking of Qin Hui was complete. With all prerequisite tasks now ready, it was time to officially launch the sinking of Qin Hui scenario. Without any hesitation, he uninstalled the software, cleaned the files, erased all records, shut down the computer, and left. With the USB drive clenched in his beak, Lin Fei hurriedly flew out of the villa. The faster he moved, the better, ideally resolving everything before Liu Ruoyao returned home. His first stop was the villa rooftop. Lin Fei inserted the USB into the speaker interface he had hidden earlier, then activated his quantum body transformation, instantly expanding into a giant parrot measuring 1.5 meters long with a 3-meter wingspan. He then grabbed the 2-liter bottle of ink and took flight. During his earlier aerial reconnaissance, he had discovered an abandoned large water vat in a construction waste site outside the bureau compound. The half-vat of rainwater was perfect for his needs. Now he landed on the rim of the vat, stepped on the ink bottle with his feet, and pecked open the bottle cap. The ink gushed out with a glug-glug, instantly turning the clear water pitch black. A pungent, nauseating smell shot straight to his head, nearly causing Lin Fei to tumble into the vat. Ugh! Whoever said ink smells good, come forward and face this bird. Despite his internal complaints, having come this far, he could only grit his teeth and continue. He closed his eyes and plunged headfirst into the vat. When he emerged, the colorful parrot had transformed into a completely black bird. Ugh, so stinky. Lin Fei dry-heaved several times, spreading his wings to quickly shake off the ink in the sunlight. Once his feathers dried, he immediately took to the sky, flew back home to grab the multifunction speaker, and headed toward the branch office building. Since he didn't know the exact coordinates of the research institute, he'd have to start here to help Director Qin make a name for himself. Hee, Director Qin. This bird will help you become famous today. Lin Fei, gripping the speaker, landed steadily on an air conditioning unit on the 4th floor of the building. He twisted the volume knob to maximum with his beak tip, pecked the power button, then shot into the clouds like an arrow, becoming nothing more than a black speck on the horizon in an instant. Although he retreated extremely quickly, several passers-by still managed to catch sight of him. Hey, over there, what a huge black bird. Really? A crow? Can crows be that big? It was carrying something and landed on that air conditioning unito. It flew away. So fast. Before the chatter had died down, a high-pitched, sharp, overly passionate female voice suddenly exploded across the entire building. Attention, attention, shocking news. Special Investigation Bureau Research Institute explosive scandal revealed. Exclusive earth-shattering secrets exposed. Are there any friends working at the Research Institute here? If you can hear me, please get your heart medication ready. A sharp, piercing female voice suddenly burst from the speakers, instantly penetrating through the soundproof panels between the corridors and offices. Her voice was extremely provocative, like a blade cutting through the stifling air. Think carefully. Has Director Qin ever touched your head? That's right, the sleepless touch. Just one gentle press from him, and you won't need sleep for 3 days, giving you triple the research time. Sounds like a great deal, right? But there's no such thing as a free lunch. Every 3 sleepless days cost you a year of your life. Don't believe me? Go test your telomerase activity and check your cellular division limits. Finally, dear Director Qin Hui, trading your subordinates' lifespans for research results, can you really sleep peacefully at night? Ding ding ding. Shocking. Special Investigation Bureau Research Institute exposed. The brief musical sting cut off abruptly, and the entire segment ended. Within seconds, the speakers automatically replayed, the same voice thundering back with renewed force. The looping, demonic sound sent the entire building into chaos, with people either whispering among themselves or frantically pulling out their phones to record. First floor service hall, waiting area. Under the slightly dim yellow lighting, a young man in a white lab coat looked up at the ceiling speakers, his face turning from pale to deathly white. Sweat beaded on his forehead, yet he still tremblingly pulled out his phone. "Chinemo, it's me." He kept his voice low, but his breathing was erratic. "Drop everything you're doing and take a cell sample from yourself. Run a telomerase activity test immediately. Don't ask why. Do it now." His voice echoed through the hall, his final roar nearly tearing his throat. Right now. Immediately. More than 10 minutes later, in the director's office, Su Ziyuan's face was dark as lead as he examined the black-shelled multifunctional speaker in his hands, his fingertips tracing the metal surface that still retained warmth. "You said this thing was found on the air conditioning unit mount on the 4th floor exterior wall." He looked up, his gaze sharp. The supernatural agent who had brought the speaker nodded, still unable to hide his shock. "Yes. A large black bird carried it here. Many people saw it. We're already checking the surveillance footage." A large black bird. Su Ziyuan's brow furrowed deeply. "Set that aside for now. Xiaoyang, come with me to the Research Institute and bring the speaker." He pushed through the door, simultaneously pulling out his phone and dialing a direct number. Ring. Internal Affairs Inspection Division. "Who's calling?" A deep male voice came through the phone. "Old who? This is Su Ziyuan. Right now, immediately send a team to the Bureau's Research Institute. You lead it personally." "Yes, right now." "Yes, sir." After ending the call, Su Ziyuan turned to his secretary, who was carrying a speaker and following behind him. "Xiao Li, look into telomerase activity testing. Find out which nearby facility can perform it and contact them immediately." "Well, Director Su, there's no need to contact anyone," the secretary replied quietly. "The Bureau's Research Institute where we're heading can do it." "Is that so?" Su Ziyuan nodded slightly. "Coordinate with the Research Institute immediately. Have them arrange it right away, and don't alert Qin Hui." "Yes." The secretary responded and immediately pulled out his phone. A few minutes later, their group walked out of the office building where several official vehicles with flashing lights were already waiting at the entrance. The Bureau's Research Institute was located in the suburbs to provide researchers with a quiet environment, about a 30-minute drive from the branch office building. As the convoy left the city, Su Ziyuan sat in the back seat with a stern expression and cold eyes. Suddenly, the secretary's phone in the front seat vibrated. He answered quickly and turned back with an ashen face. "Director Su, there's trouble at the Research Institute. The researchers have rioted and cornered Director Qin in his office." "What happened?" A senior researcher recorded audio when he returned to the building and sent it directly to the Research Institute. He also had a friend conduct telomerase activity testing. "The results? Not good," the secretary said with difficulty. "That person named Chun Mo has cellular activity indicators far below normal values. His physiological age assessment is 42, but his actual age is only 27. He just had his birthday last month." Crack. The armrest shattered under Su Ziyuan's grip. He narrowed his eyes, a cold gleam flashing as he spat out 2 words. "Qin Hui." An invisible sense of oppression filled the narrow vehicle compartment, and the secretary in the front seat held his breath, not daring to make a sound. Meanwhile, at the Research Institute. "It's over, all over. Who is it? Who leaked my secret?" Qin Hui's face was deathly pale as he slumped in his leather chair, staring fixedly at the office door blocked by desks, chairs, and debris. The door shook from impacts, and angry roars came from outside. "Qin Hui, come out and explain. Didn't you say your ability had no side effects? Then what's all this? My physiological age is 42, but I just turned 27. 15 years. You bastard Qin. You traded our lives for achievements? May you die a horrible death." Qin Hui's heart pounded like a drum, fearing the researchers would break in and tear him to pieces. Suddenly, he heard the roar of car engines outside the window. He peered out, and his face went even whiter. "Director Su's car? And Internal Affairs. It's over. No, I still have a way out." He gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone, dialing rapidly. "Hello, Miss Garcia. I've made up my mind. I accept your conditions." A soft, alluring female voice came through the receiver. "Hee, Mr. Qin has seen the light? Very good. We'll immediately arrange for you to meet with our priest." "I'm in some trouble right now?" "No, I need your help right now." "No problem. Under our Lord's glorious light, all troubles will vanish into smoke." Mr. Qin need only wait peacefully. Garcia chuckled in fluent Chinese, then hung up. Qin Hui let out a long breath, slumping back into his chair, his eyes bloodshot and fierce. I didn't want it to come to this. You all forced me into it. Before long, the commotion outside suddenly fell silent. Then, a voice suppressing rage and authority came through the heavy wooden door. Qin Hui, open the door. The office door swung open. The alloy door scraped against the floor with a deep, grinding sound. Under the cold white lights, Su Ziyuan stepped forward first, followed closely by Yang, an extraordinary warrior, and several personnel from the Internal Affairs Inspection Division. Director Su. In the corner, Qin Hui trembled like a man whose bones had been extracted. He hunched his shoulders and kept his head down, not even daring to breathe loudly. Su Ziyuan remained expressionless, simply raising his hand in a brief gesture. Yang understood immediately, stepping forward to place a black multifunctional speaker in the center of the desk. He lowered the volume and steadily pressed the play button. As the recording began, the sealed office filled with intermittent, sharp static noise. Each sound wave struck like a hammer against Qin Hui's nerves. His legs shook uncontrollably, sweat streamed down from his temples, and his shirt was instantly soaked through. Who is it? Who could this be? How do they know the secret of my abilities? This is the deepest secret I've buried in my heart. I never told anyone. This is absolutely impossible, he screamed internally, his face growing increasingly pale. Director Su, please, let me explain. I. Qin Hui finally couldn't hold back, but before he could finish, he was cut off by a frost-cold roar. You don't need to explain to me, explain to the interrogators. Su Ziyuan's voice was hard and cold, as if it could freeze the air itself. Then his gaze locked onto Qin Hui like two sharp swords as the man gripped the desk for support. Qin Hui, as director of the Research Institute, you concealed critical flaws in your own abilities and maliciously exploited your subordinate researchers' lives in exchange for research results. The severity of the consequences and the depravity of your actions are utterly despicable. After a brief silence, he continued with his orders, his tone devoid of any emotion. Now, I command effective immediately. Qin Hui is stripped of his position as director of the Haiqing Branch Research Institute of the Special Investigation Bureau. Internal Affairs Inspection Division. Arrest him at once. Seal all his work materials and personal belongings for thorough investigation. Notify the Logistics Office to immediately organize comprehensive health assessments for all Research Institute personnel. All resources will be covered by the branch. Yes, sir. Division Chief Hu of Internal Affairs stood at attention and responded, waving his arm as two fierce special agents rushed forward. No, you can't arrest me. I'm connected to the Jun family. Qin Hui shouted desperately, trying to invoke his connections. Arrest him. Su Ziyuan coldly spat out the words, then sneered. The Jun family? So what? After committing such heinous crimes that have become public knowledge, even a direct Jun family member couldn't escape punishment, let alone someone with such tenuous connections. Yua. Before Qin Hui could finish speaking, the agents had efficiently twisted his arms behind his back. With a sharp click, alloy handcuffs locked tight. The force was so great that his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground like mud. His wire-rimmed glasses fell, glass fragments scattering across the floor. Take him away, Chief, Hu commanded sternly. Qin Hui was dragged up like a dead dog, stumbling toward the door. As he passed through the doorframe, he suddenly turned back, staring venomously at Su Ziyuan, his pupils filled with serpentine hatred. Su, you'll regret this. Just wait. I'll be back. In the corridor, researchers who had heard the commotion swarmed over. Seeing Qin Hui being escorted away, curses and angry shouts erupted. Some lost control emotionally and even tried to rush forward to beat him. Fortunately, the agents formed a human wall, firmly holding back the crowd. Otherwise, whether Qin Hui could have left the research building alive would have been questionable. Su Ziyuan watched as Qin Hui was led away, glanced at the researchers outside who were still in an uproar, then fixed his gaze on the multifunctional speaker that had been turned off on the desk. A large blackbird. How interesting. As spiritual energy gradually awakened in the world day by day, more and more animals were evolving into supernatural beasts, but most followed their instincts and stayed away from cities and human populations. Those that remained in cities and even attacked humans. Wasn't that exactly how the Research Institute had accumulated mountains of beast meat? The mighty Special Investigation Bureau's Haiqing branch had one of the highest concentrations of extraordinary individuals in the entire city, and ordinary supernatural beasts would be desperate to stay far away. Yet this large blackbird dared to break right in? With its massive size and ability to easily carry off a heavy speaker, it was undoubtedly a supernatural beast. The branch's security department needed a serious overhaul. Su Ziyuan grumbled internally. It was truly embarrassing that a supernatural beast could come and go freely through the Special Investigation Bureau's compound, without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, above the Research Institute, a blue and yellow macaw no bigger than a baby's fist circled at low altitude. It was Lin Fei. After dropping the speaker at the branch building earlier, he hadn't flown far. Instead, He had ascended and used quantum body transformation again, shrinking himself into a miniature parrot before following Su Yuan's convoy all the way to the research institute. Small in size and fast in speed, he flew quite low but drew no attention. With his enhanced hearing and vision, he caught every detail of what happened inside the building. Seeing Qin Hui dragged out in disgrace and stuffed into an internal affairs vehicle, he proudly raised his head and let out a soft but triumphant call. Squawk. Mission accomplished. The Qin Hui ship confirmed sunk. Thoroughly satisfied, Lin Fei turned around and flew toward his villa at top speed. He estimated that at full sprint he could break the sound barrier, but didn't dare create a sonic boom near the bureau compound. Have to try that another time. In less than 10 minutes, his front door came into view. He hovered for a moment, listening carefully. The house was completely quiet. Perfect. De Yaoyao wasn't home yet. In the next instant, he whooshed into the living room, his body blurring midair as he instantly returned to his normal-sized parrot form. Quantum body transformation truly was a divine technique, could control at will whether carried items stayed or were discarded. If he wanted to keep them, they would grow and shrink along with him. If not, they would automatically fall away. The ink he had applied earlier to disguise himself as a large black bird had shaken off completely clean the moment he switched forms. Perfect. The entire sinking of the Qin Hui mission had been executed without anyone being the wiser. However, if he knew where Liu Ruoyao was at this moment, he probably wouldn't be laughing. At that very moment, Liu Ruoyao was riding her electric scooter and had stopped beside a basketball court, pulling out her phone to confirm the location. The screen displayed a dense electronic map with crisscrossing trajectory lines, and at the endpoint was marked a small bird icon. A certain parrot had apparently forgotten what little devices were attached to each of his claws. About an hour earlier, inside the office building of Haiching's Special Investigation Bureau, the newly completed remote command center was brightly lit. Silver-white light reflected off the intersecting metal and glass surfaces throughout the hall, creating an atmosphere that was both stark and efficient. Liu Ruoyao sat upright in a high-end black leather swivel chair, headphones snug against her ears, with 2 data cables extending from ports behind the chair back to the desk like silent nerves, connecting to the 6-monitor array arranged in a 4-bovet Wobolo configuration before her. The upper row of 4 27-inch flat screens was arranged in an arc, each displaying different squad tactical maps and real-time vital signs. Positioning coordinates, communication waveforms, and ammunition levels were clearly visible. The lower row featured 2 larger 32-inch curved monitors, the left one dedicated to intelligence from the squad she was directly coordinating, while the right displayed scrolling logistics and technical support data. Sharp black bezels divided the screens into neat sections, with new coordinate points flashing every 10 seconds or so. This remote command center had only been operational for a few short weeks and was still in its trial phase. Liu Ruoyao had recently returned from medical leave due to injury, called back to duty just as her wounds had begun to scab over. When she first stepped into this facility, she almost wondered if she'd been left behind by the times the former frontline commander who once charged at the forefront was now anchored to this chair in the rear, transformed into a strategic staff officer. According to regulations, each of the 4 squads had their own squad leaders, and the rear command was not to interfere with frontline decisions unless all squad leaders found themselves in an irreconcilable deadlock or urgent backup was needed on site. At the moment, the Blizzard squad had just completed their mission and was on leave, while the other 3 squads were operating smoothly. As the overall commander, Liu Ruoyao had virtually nothing to do. Throughout the entire morning, aside from occasionally switching channels, she had spent most of her time listlessly monitoring data streams. She turned to glance at the Action Team 2 command station not far to her right. The chair sat empty, its seat cushion still slowly rotating. Duan Nanzhou couldn't sit still, disappeared within an hour of arriving at the command center. Thinking about this, Liu Ruoyao raised an eyebrow. That guy was acting particularly strange today. 2 days ago, after Fei Fei had accidentally killed Duan Nanzhou's beloved eagle, his expression had remained dark, his temper flaring like a guard dog whose tail had been stepped on. But this morning, he had suddenly appeared at her office door with a stern face, saying he'd thought things through and wouldn't seek revenge for his eagle anymore, telling her and Fei Fei to rest easy. He'd even solemnly expressed that, as fellow bird lovers, he hoped to reconcile with Fei Fei and turn their enmity into friendship. Liu Ruoyao couldn't quite tell whether he'd genuinely let it go or if the bureau had given him a talking to. Either way, she was pleased to see Duan Nanzhou willing to back down. Duan Nanzhou had always been stubborn and hot-tempered, but he had one redeeming quality. He kept his word. Once he said something, it was like a rivet hammered into steel plate. Since he'd promised not to harm Fei Fei anymore, Liu Ruoyao believed the matter was settled. The command center maintained a constant temperature through air conditioning, with sound-absorbing panels reducing noise to near silence. Liu Ruoyao gazed at the steady electrocardiogram traces on her screens, feeling that continuing to sit there served no purpose, and reached up to remove her headphones. The moment the silver-white ear cups left her ears, a loud, shrill, an exaggerated female voice suddenly erupted from outside the hall. Breaking news. Explosive scandal rocks the Special Investigation Bureau research facility. Exclusive earth-shattering secrets revealed. For once, Liu Ruoyao, who usually avoided crowds and drama, found herself joining the spectators to watch the unfolding chaos. Qin Hui was the star of this spectacular downfall. She had been plotting how to deal with this scumbag herself, but before she could even make a move, she heard he had already fallen flat on his face. What incredible Lukit saved her a lot of trouble. Liu Ruoyao witnessed firsthand as Director Su, his face dark with anger, led his team straight to the Research Institute, followed closely by the Internal Affairs Investigation Division. Within half a day, news came from the institute the researchers had revolted, and Qin Hui had been detained. Even more explosive revelations followed. Nearly all the researchers had been forced to let Qin Hui use the eyeless touch on them, with years of their lives stolen ranging from a few to dozens of years, some even losing over 30 years with no guarantee of recovery. With such heinous crimes, even if Qin Hui didn't die this time, he'd rot in prison until his bones turned to dust. In just one day, both mountains threatening Fei had come crashing down. Liu Ruoyao felt her shoulders lighten as if heavy lead weights had been lifted, and even her breathing became easier. She suddenly remembered telling Fei to stay home before leaving and decided to check his location. The ankle monitor the Bureau had installed on Fei had GPS tracking, as did the one she had secretly attached earlier. Fei had always been well-behaved, so she rarely used it. But since his awakening, the little rascal had become increasingly mischievous, sneaking out every few days. Liu Ruoyao pulled out her phone, opened the app, and checked the real-time location and movement history. As the screen lit up, her anger flared. The tracking line had practically drawn a 5-point star across the map, even including a visit to the Research Institute. Fortunately, the little troublemaker had eventually flown home, and the current location showed him inside the house, which slightly calmed her fury. But skipping lessons was still unacceptable. There would definitely be a test when she got back, and punishment if he failed. As the saying goes, jade must be carved to become valuable, and people must learn to understand righteousness. While mentally drafting her disciplinary plan, she rode her electric scooter home, radiating the full aura of a stern mother. Along the way, she suddenly remembered that one point on the tracking route showed an unusually long stop, so she turned around and headed toward that location. The destination was a temporary construction waste dump. Broken bricks and concrete chunks were piled into small mountains, with the most conspicuous feature being a large abandoned ceramic jar in the corner. As Liu Ruoyao approached, a pungent stench hit her face, forcing her to pinch her nose. Peering inside, she saw the jar was half filled with black water of unknown composition. The rim was also covered with dark stains, which she scraped off and rubbed between her fingers before holding it up to examine ink. Sure enough, behind the large jar lay an empty 2-liter ink bottle. Looking around, she noticed ink drops scattered everywhere on the ground, with one particularly concentrated splash pattern that remarkably resembled a pair of spread wings. Liu Ruoyao suddenly remembered the speaker that had caused Qin Hui such enormous trouble. According to colleagues from the office building, it had been delivered by a strange large black bird. So this was where the truth lay? But what was the relationship between Fei and that large black bird? That little rascal. How many more things is he hiding from me? Liu Ruoyao fell into deep thought, then struck her palm toward the wing-shaped ink stain. Palm wind surged, dust rose, and the wing-like ink mark was instantly obliterated without a trace. She stepped forward to the large vat, extending her right palm as bone-chilling frost erupted from her palm. The black water immediately solidified into a pitch-black ice mass. Channeling her mystic ice true chi, she lifted her jade hand upward. The heavy ice block was forcibly drawn out of the vat's opening. Next, she gracefully spun around, her left hand tracing a circle along the vat's rim. Wherever the cold air touched, the remaining ink traces crystallized into tiny ice particles that scattered with her palm wind. Liu Ruoyao steadily walked several steps while carrying the black ice mass, then casually tossed it into the nearby stream with a splash that sent up a spray of water. After completing this task, she picked up the empty ink bottle, tucked it into her clothes, mounted her electric scooter, and departed. After riding for a while, she threw the empty bottle into a roadside trash bin, then turned around and headed toward the second coordinate where Fei had once circled an open basketball court. Before even arriving, a familiar divine melody had already reached her ears. You are the most beautiful cloud on my horizon. Let me keep you in my heart. Keep you. In the center of the court, a group of elderly men and women formed a square formation, twisting their waists and swinging their arms, dancing with great enthusiasm. What did Fei come here for? Could it possibly like divine music? She wondered to herself, her gaze quickly scanning until she spotted something unusual. The wheeled speaker playing the music was securely locked to the basketball hoop support pole with a black iron chain. Liu Ruoyao got off her scooter and approached an elderly man with nimble steps, swaying along with the dance while striking up a conversation. Sir, why is your speaker locked up? The elderly man replied while swinging his arms. Oh girl, you don't know. Yesterday a big black bird came and carried off our speaker. That's right, that's right. A nearby elderly woman chimed in, gesturing with her hands. That bird, it was this big. So frightening. I heard it was one of those mythical beasts they show on TV. The elderly man continued. So strange though, why would a bird steal a speaker? Do flocks of birds also love square dancing? Indeed, quite peculiar. Liu Ruoyao agreed casually, then took her leave. As she passed the basketball hoop, she used her body as cover and secretly pushed out with her right palm. A piercing cold wind swept by, and the speaker's surface instantly formed a thick ice shell, like a transparent coffin cover. Basketball courts are for playing ball, not for dancing. She chuckled softly, mounted her electric scooter, and rode away. Behind her, exclamations arose one after another as the elderly men and women gathered around the speaker frozen into an ice block, looking at each other in bewilderment. What's happening now? Where did this ice come from? Should we still dance? Maybe we should find another place. Liu Ruoyao didn't go to the third point on the trajectory map, the small park she was familiar with, but instead went straight home. She had roughly figured out where that empty large ink bottle had come from. Only elderly people who have practiced calligraphy for years and enjoy writing large characters with brushes would buy this type of large-capacity bottled ink. So Fei, this big black bird that knocked over Qin Hui, what is it to you? No, what kind of bird is it to you? First, one thing is certain. This big black bird must possess extremely high intelligence. When did Fei meet this big black bird? Moreover, it must have a very good relationship with Fei. Otherwise, it wouldn't risk venturing to a place like the Special Investigation Bureau's office building for Fei's sake. Also, how did it know that Qin Hui's supernatural ability had such a major flaw? Qin Hui kept this secret so well hidden that no one in the bureau knew about it. So how did a bird find out? Liu Ruoyao pondered for quite a while, but couldn't figure it out. She now faced a choice, whether or not to continue investigating. As she rode and thought, when she reached her front door, she saw Fei standing on the wall near the courtyard gate, eagerly waiting. Seeing Liu Ruoyao return home, Fei immediately flew over and landed on her shoulder, then affectionately nuzzled her cheek. Fei. Liu Ruoyao's eyes curved into crescents as she showed a gentle smile. This is Fei. Whether he's an ordinary bird or a mystical beast, whether his intelligence equals that of a 6-year-old human child, or 8, 10, or even higher, he's still Fei she's raised since he was small. When children grow up, isn't it normal for them to have their own little secrets? Sometimes, being deliberately oblivious is the best choice. How many regrets and sorrows in this world are ruined by insisting on getting to the bottom of everything? However, she still needed to give this little rascal a gentle warning not to think humans are too simple. Did he really think taking an ink bath would fool anyone into believing he was a blackbird? Enlarged surveillance footage analysis would expose him in minutes. Phew, my dear Yao doesn't seem angry. It looks like she doesn't know about my secret morning adventure. Lin Fei breathed a long sigh of relief. Liu Ruoyao, with the parrot perched on her shoulder, parked the electric scooter at the door and returned to her room. She first checked the learning tablet and found that the lessons had finished playing. Liu Ruoyao's lips curved slightly upward as she asked gently, Fei, did you finish your lessons? Finished. Finished. Lin Fei nodded repeatedly. Very good, now it's test time. Liu Ruoyao smiled even more happily, but inwardly, she was sneering. You little rascal Fei. Still pretending? This time, she absolutely couldn't be soft-hearted. She would definitely punish him severely. Liu Ruoyao opened the tablet and accessed the unit test page. Very good, now for the test. First section, character reading, writing, and word formation. Since Parrot Claus really couldn't write, Liu Ruoyao only tested reading and word formation. The tablet lit up, displaying the first character. Yuan home, gardener. Lin Fei answered casually. Oh, not bad. Next character. Liu Ruoyao felt a bit surprised. Kung crowd, herd. Very good. Next one. Liu Ruoyao was getting curious. Do idiom, line up, all correct. Liu Ruoyao looked puzzled and suspicious. You little rascal clearly flew out and had fun all morning. When did you have time for lessons? Seeing Liu Ruoyao's incredulous expression, Lin Fei realized his performance might have been a bit too advanced again. But he didn't care. If it was beyond expectations, so be it. Constantly pretending to be an elementary student was just too exhausting for a bird. He didn't want to actually go through lessons from 1st grade all the way to 9th grade. Following along daily like a silly bird, reading those childish texts and doing addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division within 10. How boring was that? Lin Fei's perfect test results caused Liu Ruoyao's disciplinary plans to fall through completely. After building up her resolve for so long, Liu Ruoyao's punch hit empty air, leaving her feeling rather frustrated. Just as she was thinking about how to continue disciplining this little rascal, her phone suddenly received an encrypted message. Liu Ruoyao looked at it and immediately became serious. This was official work information sent through a specialized app, requiring multiple layers of strict identity verification to open, and it would self-destruct after reading, leaving no trace. End of Volume 1. Transformed into a parrot. Please look forward to the next volume. Parrot Agent. Liu Ruoyao couldn't spare any thought for Lin Fei's education at this moment. Her fingertips swiftly completed the identity verification and decrypted the encrypted message. Lines of text leaped into view on the screen. Within seconds, she had scanned through the entire content, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. So they've regrouped again? Excellent. This saves us the trouble of hunting down the stragglers one by one. With a few quick operations, she downloaded all the attachments included in the intelligence report, then shut down the computer decisively. Fei, our peaceful days are over, Liu Ruoyao said, turning her head toward Lin Fei. Get some rest early tonight. Tomorrow you're coming with me on a mission. Squawk, huh? We're leaving already. Lin Fei was stunned, his wings flapping noisily. I'm not mentally prepared yet. Old Su said he wanted me to be a parrot agent, but don't agents need training first? Liu Ruoyao seemed to see through his concerns and chuckled softly. Don't worry. This time we're just catching a few small fish. The difficulty isn't high, it's mainly for your practical training. The Blizzard Squad will be the main force. We're just providing support. As she spoke, she flicked Lin Fei's little head with her finger. Go to sleep. I still need to study the intelligence. Headquarters hadn't required her personal involvement in this operation. She could have easily handed the job over to the Blizzard Squad and stayed in the computerized remote command center, just giving orders. But like Duan Nanzhou, she was tired of the new approach, sitting in a safe, comfortable chair watching her subordinates risk their lives while she couldn't sit still. Dangerous places were her battlefield. Wherever a squad urgently needed support, that's where she would appear. Lin Fei needed tempering, and this low-intensity mission was perfect for that. The next morning, dawn was just breaking when Lin Fei was already perched on Liu Ruoyao's shoulder, waiting with her for their ride outside the main gate. This was an assault and elimination mission, so there was no need for undercover infiltration. Liu Ruoyao had changed into a pure black special combat suit with a belt thicker than usual, concealing her ice rain flexible sword. In her left hand, she carried a black metal case. Lin Fei's specialized equipment. From now on, use my code name when addressing me. Understand, Fei? Her tone was serious. Squawk. Oh, understood. Ice rain. Lin Fei took 2 seconds to react, then raised his sharp beak and answered earnestly. Special forces used code names for security. Lin Fei himself didn't need to change his name and could still be called Fei. Liu Ruoyao added. You need to perform well. Director Su said if you do well, he'll apply for your official position. Lin Fei didn't care about the official position. What he couldn't understand was why Liu Ruoyao insisted on doing such dangerous work. She wasn't short of money. Once this mission was over, he would definitely find a chance to persuade her to leave the Special Investigation Bureau and live a peaceful, stable life together. How pleasant that would be. Liu Ruoyao glanced down at her tactical watch and said quietly, It's almost time. As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of an engine could be heard approaching from the distance. A sleek, black armored SUV with sharp, angular lines pulled up and stopped nearby, its side door sliding open silently. Liu Ruoyao barely hesitated before stepping forward and ducking into the vehicle. The moment the metal door closed, a chorus of crisp salutes echoed through the cabin, followed by 6 voices merging into a unified roar. Captain Liu. The cabin seated 3 on each side, 4 on the left, 2 on the right. 6 soldiers dressed in matching black tactical gear, complete with helmets, body armor, and weapons. This was Blizzard, one of Liu Ruoyao's 4 elite supernatural combat squads. Unlike Hurricane, which specialized in high-speed assaults, Torrential Rain, which excelled at infiltration, and Thunder, which handled heavy assault operations, Blizzard's greatest strength was balance, virtually no weaknesses, capable of handling any mission. Liu Ruoyao returned the salute and settled into the widened seat reserved for her on the right side. 6 pairs of eyes from the 4 men and 2 women of Blizzard Squad immediately focused on the macaw, perched on her shoulder. They had heard before departure that their captain planned to bring the parrot into combat, but seeing it in person still left them all stunned and bewildered. She actually brought that bird? Liu Ruoyao smiled slightly and carefully lifted Lin Fei down, placing him beside her. As she stroked the bird's back, she began her concise briefing. Let me introduce our new team member, Fei, a first-tier supernatural beast with flight speeds far exceeding ordinary birds and exceptional physical resilience. His feathers can deflect blade strikes, and the plumage on his wings and back can stop regular handgun bullets. In close combat, his beak can bite through steel rebar as thick as a pinky finger, and his talons can tear through unenhanced Kevlar body armor. He possesses fire-breathing abilities, flames lasting over 20 seconds with a 15-meter range and temperatures reaching 1,000 degrees Celsius. His intelligence matches that of a 12-year-old human child. He can communicate in human language, understand complex commands, and participate in tactical coordination. I've equipped him with 5 specialized gear sets: close-range reconnaissance, long-range reconnaissance, night reconnaissance, communication relay, and assault operations. I'm now sending his communication codes and equipment identification codes to your terminals. Configure them immediately. Fei will primarily handle tactical reconnaissance and support missions. This is his first deployment, so please look out for him. Any questions? The 6 team members exchanged glances, reading the same surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. None had ever experienced having a supernatural beast as an official member of their elite squad. A sharp-eyed young man in his early 20s spoke first. He patted the carbon fiber equipment case at his feet, his tone dismissive. For reconnaissance, my Falcon high-altitude drone and Hummingbird micro-drone already cover all ranges. We're facing supernatural criminals below second tier, but still dangerous. A first-tier avian beast might not hold up. Honestly, I don't see what use a parrot could be, and we'd have to waste attention protecting it. He didn't finish his thought, but liability was practically written across his face. The other team members remained silent, but conveyed through their expressions that they generally agreed with Eagle Eye. Liu Ruoyao's expression immediately grew several degrees colder. Eagle Eye, every tool has its strengths and limitations. Drones aren't omnipotent. She then turned her gaze to another young man, Raven, whose features were so beautiful they bordered on androgynous. You'll command this operation, including Fei and me. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't interfere. Understood. Understood. Raven nodded, immediately grasping the situation. The captain was here to help this supernatural parrot gain experience. This suited him perfectly. Liu Ruoyao always delegated authority well and never micromanaged. Even so, he knew that regardless of how much authority she granted, he couldn't truly treat his superior like an ordinary squad member. The cabin fell into brief silence. Lin Fei turned his small head back and forth, sizing up each of the 6 people. Though he made no sound, he fumed internally. What the hell? That Eagle Eye thinks he can look down on me? I'll remember you, but we'll see who gets the last laugh. This mission wasn't taking place in Haicheng, or even within the province. The team needed to head to a military airfield first, board a military transport aircraft to the target city, then switch to ground vehicles for the final assault on the remnants of the venomous Fang gang. Throughout the journey, Liu Ruoyao felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest, sensing something was off. Inside the vehicle, a female team member codenamed Phantom Moon leaned over with a black bag in her arms. Sister Yao Yao, here's your equipment. Liu Ruoyao took it and nodded, but corrected her. During missions, use code names. But we haven't started yet. Phantom Moon giggled, her gaze falling on Liu Ruoyao's shoulder. Sister Ice Rain, can I play with your parrot for a bit? Liu Ruoyao simply handed over the macaw. Here. Lin Fei had just shot a resentful look at his human when 4 soft hands landed on him. Another female team member codenamed Mist also gathered around, and the two stroked him while exclaiming in wonder. This macaw is so beautiful, I want to get one too. You have good taste. Phantom Moon gently stroked his belly. Wow, the feathers here are so soft. Hey, don't touch randomly. Lin Fei protested internally. Mist ran her hand along his back feathers. The feathers are a bit stiff. Can they really stop handgun bullets? Before finishing her sentence, she pulled out a small knife. Hey, touching is one thing, but what's with the knife? The commotion caught the interest of several male team members across from them. A burly man with a fierce face and hands like palm fans reached over. Holy crap, don't come near me. Ugly rejection. Lin Fei reflexively pecked at him. A muffled thud sounded, like pecking old cowhide. The big man sheepishly withdrew his hand, rubbing his bald head with an embarrassed grin. This was indeed Stonebull, that Liu Ruoyao had mentioned, beast blood-enhanced human derived from the stone-armored rhino, with incredibly tough skin. Beside him, a baby-faced young mankadi named Sunset wasn't satisfied and playfully reached out. Hee, big bull is too scary. Watch me. You won't work either. I'll peck. Lin Fei struck at empty air as Sunset had already pulled back his hand with agile movements. Ha! Phantom Moon and Mist burst into silvery laughter. Sister Ice Rain, your bird favors women over men. Sunset complained with a wronged expression. The vehicle was suddenly filled with cheerful atmosphere. Soon they reached the airfield. A dark, gray, medium-sized transport aircraft was already waiting on the runway. After a brief handover, everyone boarded efficiently. Lin Fei silently added another achievement to his list, first military aircraft ride in 2 lifetimes, but was soon too tormented by violent turbulence and piercing noise to feel sentimental. After more than 3 hours of bumpy flight, the plane landed. 2 6-seat Dongfeng Mengshi armored assault vehicles were waiting, and the group immediately split into 2 vehicles without delay. Intelligence indicated that the remnants of the venomous Fang gang were currently hiding in an abandoned chemical plant on the outskirts. Liu Ruoyao's doubts grew heavier by the minute. Something was definitely off. Logically speaking, criminal gangs like this preferred hiding in densely populated areas where urban and rural zones merged, so they could use surrounding civilians as hostages to stall the police once exposed. But this abandoned chemical plant before them sat in a sparsely populated area, hardly looking like a prime hideout. She silently reminded herself to be extra cautious once they moved in. After another 2 hours, the dilapidated chemical plant came into view. Crumbling factory buildings, towering but rusted blast furnaces, and massive pipes that gleamed golden in the afternoon sun, creating a desolate yet strangely beautiful scene. The convoy didn't approach directly, but stopped behind a hill about a kilometer from the target. A police observation post was already stationed there, and several officers immediately came forward to greet them. After brief pleasantries, they reported, "All normal. The targets haven't left, and there's been no unusual activity." Liu Ruoyao nodded approvingly. "Thanks for your hard work. You can withdraw and now we'll take it from here." Before she finished speaking, the tactical terminal on her left arm suddenly vibrated. She raised her hand to open the screen, and an encrypted intelligence report appeared. Urgent. Suspicious calls discovered in captured suspect Qin Hui's phone, possibly linked to the cult Advent sect. Intelligence Division found clues related to the venomous Fong gang at a hidden location. Exercise extreme caution. Almost simultaneously, Hanya's terminal lit up. He looked up and met Liu Ruoyao's gaze as she said grimly, "Looks like this mission is more complex than expected. Cancel the night assault plan. We move immediately." Hanya nodded without hesitation and ordered, "Everyone synchronize watches and check equipment." The team members sprang into action, chambering rounds, organizing grenades and flashbangs, each piece of gear precisely positioned. The burly Shernyo was most conspicuous, shouldering a personal Gatling gun with a bulging ammunition pack on his back. Their combat uniforms and firearms were identical to conventional special forces units. The difference was that several team members also carried cold weapons. Luo Ri bore a fiery red short bow on his back, while Huan Yu had twin swords at his waist. Most supernatural warriors in the Special Investigation Bureau adopted this firearms plus abilities hybrid style, using guns when possible, only resorting to supernatural powers when ammunition ran out or environmental constraints demanded it. Once preparations were complete, everyone reported ready. Hanya proceeded with the briefing. "Eagle Eye, take the high ground, deploy reconnaissance drones, and provide sniper support as needed. Luo Ri and Huan Yu, team up and infiltrate from the west. I'll take the east side. Bing Yu takes the north. Shernyo and Mi Wu handle the main entrance. Everyone approach covertly and wait for Eagle Eye's feedback before acting on my command. Mi Wu, you're responsible for releasing dense fog to cover the factory area. Fei, he glanced at Lin Fei. Stay airborne with the drones on standby." Lin Fei internally rolled his eyes. "Using me as a backup drone again? Oof, we'll see about that. That's the preliminary plan. Bing Yu, any objections?" Liu Ruoyao shook her head. "None." With that, Hanya swept his hand forward. "The operation begins." At Hanya's command, everyone immediately scattered and approached the chemical plant from different directions. Lin Fei had already switched to high-altitude reconnaissance gear, spreading his wings and soaring straight into the clouds to survey the entire facility from above. Eagle Eye locked onto the rusted water tower on the factory's east side, moving stealthily through abandoned pipelines as he rapidly climbed toward the vantage point. Lin Fei circled above the chemical plant, and thanks to Eagle Eye's shared passive vision, nothing on the ground could escape his notice. Nearby, a quadcopter drone buzzed over the factory rooftops. Eagle Eye's primary reconnaissance aircraft. Lin Fei glanced at it and muttered to himself, "That thing's way too fragile, isn't it? I could swat it down with one claw. How does it even compare to me?" On the ground, the Blizzard squad members advanced stealthily, their tactical goggles continuously updating with feeds from the drone's overhead view. The display could switch to Lin Fei's high-definition long-range perspective at any time. But aside from Liu Ruoyao, no one bothered. Everyone had grown accustomed to relying on Eagle Eye's drone, treating Lin Fei the Parrot Scout as a backup option. Everything captured by the drone's vision was analyzed in real time by AI. The moment any person or vehicle appeared, it would be highlighted with a bold red frame without fail. Soon, all visible and hidden sentries within the chemical plant were marked one by one, with infrared detection leaving the concealed guards nowhere to hide. Eagle Eye in position, came the first low report through the squad channel, followed by successive in-position confirmations from the other team members. Once everyone was confirmed ready, Hanya decisively ordered, "Mist, deploy fog cover over the chemical plant. Stonebull, stand by for now. Everyone else, targets have been assigned and marked. Move out and eliminate the sentries." High above, Lin Fei peered down to see the female operative codenamed Mist suddenly emit milky white vapor that spread outward like a bursting dam. Within minutes, the entire chemical plant was swallowed by the fog, reducing ground visibility to less than 3 meters. The Blizzard squad's signature opening move was in play once again. Their opponents were instantly blinded, while they maintained perfect vision through their multifunctional tactical goggles, an utterly unfair advantage. Lin Fei circled above the thick fog layer, helplessly watching the rolling gray-white mass below. "Now I can't see anything down there." Through his earpiece, the team members' reports came in cold and crisp. Target 1 eliminated. Target 3 eliminated. Target 2 eliminated. In just a few minutes, 5 visible and hidden sentries were silently eliminated, showcasing the veteran tactics of the superhuman combat squad. Lin Fei also caught Liu Ruoyao's voice. She had taken out a sentry position as well, though the thick fog prevented him from witnessing Big Yao Yao's prowess in action. Just then, Eagle Eye's voice cut in again. Hummingbird reconnaissance drone swarm deployed. Reach target area? Wait, something's wrong. Hummingbird drone swarm has lost contact. This was followed by another alarmed exclamation. Falcon drone detecting strong interference source. Not good. Falcon drone signal lost. Hearing the alert, Lin Fei whipped around to stare at the nearby quadcopter drone and immediately noticed something was wrong with it. The drone was violently shaking, as if gripped by an invisible hand that was shaking it with tremendous force. The aircraft tumbled through the air, its flight path twisted into a tangled mess, swaying and dancing like a kite with a broken string before losing control and crashing down within seconds, disappearing into the unknown. Lin Fei grimaced inwardly. Just as unreliable as expected. At that moment, Liu Ruoyao's calm voice came through the earpiece. All units, attention. Switch to Fei-Fei's perspective immediately. Fei-Fei, maintain steady circling and stay safe. Fei-Fei, copy. Lin Fei's spirits lifted as he spread his wings and took flight, following the drone's previous trajectory and slowly circling above the chemical plant. Through the bird's-eye camera, the ground images were crystal clear. Hanya's voice immediately followed. Abort Plan 1. Execute Plan 2. With the Hummingbird reconnaissance drone's indoor surveillance mission failed, the multi-point assault of Plan 1 was no longer possible. Everyone had to regroup. Soon, Hanya, Huaxia, and Bingyu arrived at the abandoned factory's main entrance. In the distance, Luori, skilled in long-range sniping, lay hidden and ready. The high-sensitivity infrared equipment carried by Fei-Fei reported back. Over 10 human heat signatures were gathered inside the factory. Hanya raised 3 fingers on his left hand, counting down, lowering 1 finger each second. The moment he made a fist, he launched a powerful kick. Bioom's old iron door flew inward as one piece. Liu Ruoyao transformed into a black streak of light and rushed in first, with Hanya and Huaxia close behind. However, all 3 faces changed instantly. The vast factory was completely empty, with only a rust-covered shipping container sitting alone in the center. In front of the container stood a table and a chair. On the table, a square base supported an antenna resembling a miniature radar, slowly rotating. Sitting in the chair was a man, Kunchai, the deputy leader of the venomous Fong gang, the one who had escaped during the last raid. You've arrived? Kunchai looked up, his gaze falling on Liu Ruoyao. Looks like Razor failed. How useless. Liu Ruoyao frowned. A strong sense of unease surging in her heart. The urgent intelligence from before the battle had warned her. How could the venomous Fong gang suddenly connect with the descent cult? Liu Ruoyao, because of you, the venomous Fong gang is finished, and we lost our cargo. Kunchai's voice was flat, yet carried the deathly silence of ash. Our families were all killed by the suppliers, every last one of them. He raised a remote control with the button already pressed. So we made a deal with the devil. Now, enjoy the devil's gift. No good. Retreat quickly. Hanya roared. The 3 figures rapidly retreated, bursting out of the factory in just 2 seconds. The expected explosion, however, never came. Suddenly, a scream came through the earpiece. Ah, it was Miwu. Immediately after, Shinyu's furious roar and the thunderous sound of heavy machine gun fire tore through the channel. Miwu was ambushed. Hit by sharp spikes, she's unconscious. We're under attack by monsters. Large numbers of them, we need backup. Ingyan's warning came almost simultaneously. Large numbers of humanoid monsters detected inside the chemical plant. Arms mutated into blades. Luori, watch out. Gunshots echoed with sharp cracks. Kunchai, what have you done? Hanya bellowed, charging back into the factory with Liu Ruoyao and Huaxia following. The container's door frame suddenly erupted in a shower of sparks, and the entire door panel crashed to the ground with a thunderous bang. From the pitch-black interior, pairs of eerie green pupils began to glow. Kunchai laughed maniacally. You dogs of the Special Investigation Bureau, enjoy the devil's gift. Tremble. Fear. Hara. Liu Ruoyao, Hanya, and Huanyu's pupils contracted sharply. The next second, the container doors seemed to explode open as several black shadows burst forth at speeds rivaling Olympic sprinters, accompanied by air-ripping shrieks as they lunged straight at the trio. At first glance, they resembled humans, but upon closer inspection, the skin beneath their crude, tattered clothing was ashen gray like corpses, completely hairless. Eerie green eyes were embedded in sunken faces, with only a small hole where the nose should be, and below that, a larger cavity that bore no resemblance to a normal mouth. Most chilling of all, gleaming bone blades had replaced their hands at the ends of their arms. Before Kuan Kai could even cry out, one creature slashed horizontally with its blade, severing his head clean off like an axe through wood. Blood gushed upward like a gruesome fountain. Open fire. Liu Ruoyao immediately raised her assault rifle and held the trigger down. Muzzle flashes erupted as bullets struck the leading shadow with precision. Despite the wet thudding sounds of impact, the creature merely staggered but remained standing. Its wounded flesh writhed frantically, forcing out each bullet one by one. Damn it! What are these things? Hanya's face turned ashen as he squeezed his trigger frantically. A hail of bullets poured forth, but the creatures moved like the wind, giving them less than 10 seconds to shoot. Their magazines emptied instantly, with no time to reload. Liu Ruoyao simply hurled her empty rifle aside and drew the ice rain sword from her waist in one fluid motion, its blade gleaming coldly. She dropped low, weaving a dangerous but precise arc beneath the sweeping bone blade, then thrust her sword up through the creature's mouth cavity at a cunning angle, piercing clean through to the back of its skull. "Destroy the brain to kill them," she shouted while withdrawing her blade. Meanwhile, Huan Yu's twin short swords danced in a silver screen, pressed together to deflect the incoming bone blade, steel ringing against bone in a shower of sparks. Hanya moved like a phantom, his bone-dissolving shadow palm silently striking the creature's chest. With a sharp crack, the monster's entire body went rigid as its heart was pulverized to dust, collapsing to the ground. "Crushing the heart works too," he added coldly. The three formed a back-to-back formation, fighting and retreating while quickly establishing complementary tactics. Liu Ruoyao, with the strongest combat ability, wielded the ice rain sword in sweeping silver arcs, her ice powers freezing muscle tissue along with her sword strikes to slice through enemy bodies. Huan Yu, wary of the razor-sharp bone blades, focused on defense and parrying to create openings for Hanya. Hanya's bone-dissolving shadow palm, with its penetrating dark energy, was perfectly suited for these thick-skinned monsters. Whenever he found an opening, one strike meant one kill. The intense battle raged for over 10 minutes until all 6 creatures finally lay dead, their corpses scattered about while the ground became a mottled canvas of frost, blood, and bone fragments. However, victory came at a steep price. All 3 fighters were rapidly drained of their stamina. Liu Ruoyao and Hanya were managing, but Huan Yu could barely remain standing. She was also injured, with a bloody gash carved across her left arm by a bone blade. "Everyone, report your status." Raven's breathing was ragged as she gripped the communicator and growled. "I'm running for my life. There's a whole pack of monsters on my tail, too many to count." Sunset was nearly in tears. She excelled at long-range combat, but was being forced to flee without even getting proper shooting distance, scrambling around the factory like a monkey. "I'm covering Sunset." Eagle Eye cut in, the thunderous sound of his sniper rifle echoing through the channel. "Damn it, these things are thick-skinned and fast as hell. I can't penetrate them, just slow them down." Stone Bull's voice followed, heavy and urgent. "Mist is unconscious. That Spike was poisoned. I can't spare a hand to treat her. Need backup now." Before he finished speaking, harsh static burst through the calm, followed by dead silence. "Stone Bull, what's happening? Answer me." "Hello? Hello?" Raven called repeatedly, but got no response. The next moment, a shrill voice broke into the channel. "Caw." The big guy's surrounded by tons of monsters. Mist is beside him, still alive. "You guys get here fast." "Fei Fei, where are you?" Liu Ruoyao immediately pressed. "Under the big smokestack. Monsters everywhere. The big guy can't hold much longer. This bird's going in too." Fei Fei's voice cracked with urgency. "Fei Fei, don't go in reckless. We're coming." Liu Ruoyao glanced back at Phantom Moon. "Can you manage?" Phantom Moon hastily bandaged her wound with Raven's help, testing her short sword with gritted teeth. "No problem. I'll support Stone Bull first. Raven, Phantom Moon, follow behind." With that, Liu Ruoyao gripped her flexible sword in reverse and shot forward like lightning. Hey, isn't anyone going to help me?" Sunset's plea for help rang out again. "Shut up. What do you think I'm doing? Focus on running." Eagle Eye's roar mixed with continuous gunfire. High above, Lin Fei soared on spread wings, maintaining an overview of the entire battlefield. The moment Mist collapsed, the thick fog shrouding the chemical plant rapidly dissipated. Sunset's baby face showed pure terror as a pack of monsters chased him up and down, but he used the complex steel frameworks, pipes, and abandoned tanks to slip away like an eel. At critical moments, Eagle Eye's bullets would precisely streak past, blocking the claws lunging at him. The real danger lay with Stone Bull and the unconscious Mist. Mist's chest rose and fell slightly, proving she still breathed, but Stone Bull was trapped in a deadly encirclement. He wielded a handheld Gatling gun, unleashing a metal storm that tore through several monsters in mere breaths. However, the optimal firing rate of 3,000 rounds per minute meant his ammunition drained like a burst dam. Though Stone Bull's beast blood enhancement gave him tremendous strength and allowed him to carry twice the normal ammo load, even his 2,000 rounds, impressive as it sounded, would theoretically last only 40 seconds at full auto. Stone Bull had already forced himself to use controlled bursts to conserve ammo, but with enemies on all sides, true conservation was impossible. After several minutes, the Gatling fell silent. He discarded the empty weapon and grabbed a steel pipe to fight hand-to-hand. Worse still, he had to protect the immobilized Mist. As he swung the pipe, sparks flew everywhere. His thick hide could deflect bone blades, but couldn't absorb the cumulative impact damage. After dozens of strikes, the big man's face turned ashen and blood seeped from his nose and mouth. Yet he still stood firm in front of mist. Calm. Big guy. Hold on. This bird's coming. Fei Fei circled anxiously overhead, but he too lacked firepower. If this dragged on any longer, none of them would survive. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with determination. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he dove from the clouds, transforming into a blue meteor plummeting toward the factory. This bird isn't just a scout, you know. Whoosh. Blazing orange flames descended from above, creating a shaped wall of roaring fire in front of Shernyo. The fire waves rolled with scorching hot wind, instantly splitting the dozen blade-armed monsters in two. The front row was consumed by the flames, while the back row was forced to retreat repeatedly by the rolling heat waves. Roar. Piercing and hoarse screams rose one after another as the monsters, scorched by the high temperature, emitted black smoke, their ash-gray skin visibly cracking and carbonizing at an alarming rate. They flailed wildly, desperately trying to escape the sea of fire, but collided with each other in complete chaos. The firewall acted like a burning barrier separating the battlefield, instantly reducing the pressure on Shernyo. Well done, Fei Fei. Thanks. Shernyo's spirits soared as he roared. Gripping his steel pipe tightly with both hands, he swept it horizontally across his waist with a bang, directly knocking a monster in front of him back into the sea of fire. Then he dropped the pipe, stepped forward, and delivered a devastating 8 extremes heart-piercing elbow strike, sending another monster flying several meters with the heavy elbow tip, the sound of cracking bones clearly audible. The brief respite was fleeting. Shernyo scooped up the unconscious Mi Wu and quickly retreated more than 10 steps, stopping only when he reached the large chimney. Looking up, he saw the remaining blade-armed monsters had already circled around the firewall and were charging toward them again with renewed roars. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and made a decisive choice. His right hand reached into the tactical pack at his back, retrieving a small metal vial the size of a finger joint. He bit off the cork directly and tilted his head back to swallow the viscous, dark red potion that reeked of blood. Burning blood potion. Specially made for Shernyo, refined from stone-armored rhinoceros blood and flesh, its effects far more violent than ordinary stimulants. It could forcibly push the stone-armored rhinoceros bloodline potential to its limit in a short time, instantly doubling combat power. The only cost was inevitable prolonged weakness after the effects wore off. The scalding liquid entered his stomach, and a violent heat flow instantly swept through his limbs and bones. The tearing pain in his chest and abdomen vanished immediately. His originally pale face turned blood red in an instant, and his breathing even expelled scorching white mist. His exposed skin rapidly hardened, revealing the rough texture characteristic of the stone-armored rhinoceros, as if he had donned a layer of natural dark gray armor. His nearly depleted strength now erupted like a volcano, even more turbulent than at his peak. Roar! The deep, resonant roar shook the air as Shernyo swung his sandbag-sized fists toward the charging monsters. Bang! The first punch landed, and a monster's head exploded directly, gray-white bone fragments and black blood splattering everywhere. Thud! The second strike, a fierce whip kick swept horizontally, cutting another monster in half at the waist. Such terrifying power seemed to create sonic booms in the surrounding air. Lin Fei watched from midair with his scalp tingling. What on earth had this big guy taken? He also understood that this explosive state couldn't possibly last long, and he couldn't just stand by and watch. Seeing the orange glow of the firewall gradually dimming, Lin Fei dove down like a miniature fire-breathing dragon, once again spewing flames between the monsters and Shernyo, and a second firewall rose thunderously. The battlefield was completely divided, with most monsters isolated on the outer side, greatly reducing Shernyo's pressure. While the firewall was still blazing, Lin Fei's figure darted up and down, clawing and pecking, continuously harassing the monsters. They roared in fury at being pestered, but couldn't touch a single feather. Though they possessed swift linear charges, their turning movements were sluggish, and those seemingly terrifying blade arms couldn't even scratch Lin Fei, whose agility rating of 22 points made him incredibly nimble. On the other side, Liu, who had been chased into a miserable state, climbed up to a tall steel platform like a monkey under Ing Yin's cover. As soon as he looked down, he immediately discovered another fatal weakness of the blade-armed monsters: they had no hands, so naturally they couldn't climb. Phew, finally safe. Liu collapsed onto the steel frame, gasping heavily. Don't rest. Clear the area below quickly. Shinyu desperately needs support. Ing Yin's voice came through the earpiece like a death warrant. Having lost his drone, he could only rely on his sniper rifle, but these thick-skinned creatures were the bane of firearms. Only shots to the eyes or through the mouth hole in their faces could be lethal. Even he had barely managed to take down two. I hear you, I hear you. Liu reluctantly got up, took out his ancestral, crimson meteor bow, and drew a gleaming, armor-piercing arrow from his special quiver, pulling the bowstring to its full draw. You've been chasing me for so long. Having fun, aren't you? Taste Grandpa's long, hard treasure. Whoosh! The arrow traced a crimson streak of light, almost teleporting into the mouth hole of one monster's face and exiting through the back of its skull. The creature toppled like a puppet with cut strings. First one, Luri growled, drawing and shooting in rapid succession. The second arrow pierced through another monster's eyeball, the arrow shaft bloody as it went straight through the head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The steel string vibrated continuously, long arrows streaking through the air one after another as monster after monster crashed to the ground. With the threat eliminated, Luori's team-leading ranged burst damage was fully unleashed, creating what was essentially a one-sided massacre. Ingyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly heard his waist alarm beeping, beep, beep, beep. He leaned over to look down and saw that a group of blade-armed monsters had somehow gathered below the water tower, with one already stepping onto the spiral ladder, triggering the motion sensor. Meanwhile, Liu Ruoyao moved like a ghost through the abandoned factory and pipelines, racing toward the large smokestack. Her snow-treading traceless step ranked among the best for swift movement, leaving Hanya and Huanyue far behind. As the sea of flames came into view, she immediately spotted Xinyu, fighting desperately in blood, and Ingwu flitting through the monster horde like colorful feathers dancing among flowers. Xinyu, Fei, hold on, I'm coming. Liu Ruoyao nimbly dodged several blocking monsters and landed beside Miwu in a few bounds. Miwu's face was flushed red, unconscious, her chest heaving violently, limbs convulsing. Her right hand clutched a chopstick-length spike, its tip bloodied, but with a shriveled sack-like object attached to the tail end. Liu Ruoyao quickly examined her and found a pinhole-sized wound on Miwu's chest. She immediately tore open the combat suit and undergarment, revealing redness and swelling. She took the spike for a closer look, seemingly understanding something, then took out a small bottle of medicinal powder and sprinkled it on the wound. She pulled out a disposable syringe and injected it into Miwu's neck. The medicine took effect immediately. Miwu's breathing stabilized and the convulsions stopped. Miwu's condition has been stabilized, Liu Ruoyao reported over the channel, quickly bandaging the wound before drawing her sword and charging toward the monster horde. Just then, Ingyan's panicked shout suddenly came through the communicator. Help! I'm trapped on the water tower by monsters. They're about to reach me. Everyone's hearts tightened. The water tower was located outside the chemical plant. Even if Liu Ruoyao rushed there at top speed, it would take several minutes. I'll go. Lin Fei's voice exploded through the channel. At this moment, only he could reach there within 10-odd seconds. Be careful, prioritize delaying them. Don't be reckless. Though Liu Ruoyao was reluctant to let him take the risk, she understood this was the only option. Don't worry, Lin Fei responded, executing an aerial spin and transforming into a blue streak of light, shooting toward the water tower like an arrow. Hawkeye pulled a grenade from his chest, yanked out the safety pin, and released his grip, letting the handle spring open. He silently counted to 3 in his mind before hurling the grenade down toward the spiral staircase below. Boom. Towering flames accompanied by deafening explosions rolled up in waves. One monster at the front was instantly torn apart, while the other two were merely blown away, only to stagger back to their feet again. Hawkeye peered down and groaned inwardly. The damn staircase still wasn't destroyed. Hell, who built this water tower? It's ridiculously sturdy. Would it kill them to cut some corners on construction? Footsteps and roars echoed one after another as more monsters lunged toward the ladder. Hawkeye felt his empty ammunition pouch. All grenades were spent. Shooting almost vertically downward from the top of the water tower, his bullets couldn't hit the creature's vulnerable spots like their mouth cavities or eyes, only uselessly sparking off their hides. Even if his teammates rushed over immediately, it would take several minutes, but he couldn't hold out for even one. He leaned back against the water tank wall, listening to the harsh, scraping sounds of claws against the metal shell, and gazed up at the gray-white sky, his eyes gradually losing focus. Am I going to die gloriously today? I'm only 23. Apart from missions, I've just been holed up in the workshop tinkering with machinery. I've never been intimate with a girl, never cuddled, never kissed, never even held hands. Thinking about possibly falling into the monster's clutches made him nauseous. Such a disgusting way to die. Better to end it himself. Suddenly, waves of heat surged up from below the tower, as if an oven had been opened. Hawkeye instinctively looked down. The area beneath the water tower had become a sea of flames. Fire tongues crackled and rolled with black smoke, forcing the monsters to howl and retreat to a safe distance. Who started the fire? He was puzzled when a sharp voice suddenly rang out from his right. 23 years old and never touched a woman. How pitiful. Ah. Hawkeye whipped his head around to see a blue and yellow macaw, perched steadily on the railing, its two beady green eyes full of mischief. Fei, you can really talk. Lin Fei suppressed his laughter and deliberately repeated. 23 years old and never even held a woman's hand. How pitiful. Holy crap. You. Hawkeye pointed at the bird, jumping up and down. How did you know that? The parrot tilted its head and blinked. You just said it yourself. Hawkeye's face visibly turned red. Had he actually spoken his inner monologue out loud? That meant, that's right, we all heard it. Sunset's insufferable voice suddenly came through the communication channel. 23 years old and never even held a girl's hand. But Sunset finally couldn't hold back and burst into incoherent laughter. Holy crap, I want to die. Hawkeye covered his face with both hands, truly wishing he could just jump off the water tower and end it all. Just then, Liu Ruoyao's voice came through, clearly suppressing laughter. Hawkeye, Fei, what's the situation over there? Lin Fei silently calculated his remaining spiritual energy, just over 150 points left, enough for 3 more flame breaths. After his advancement and consuming the flame lion's meat, that scorching energy had thoroughly merged into every feather, exponentially increasing both the power and duration of his flame breath. Now, a single breath could sustain a sea of fire for nearly 2 minutes, and 3 breaths could maintain a safe zone for 6 to 7 minutes, more than sufficient. Give me 5 minutes, absolutely safe, he replied curtly with his sharp beak while calculating in his mind. With Liu Ruoyao's big shaker combat prowess, 5 minutes would be enough for her to clear the stone bull defense line and rush over for support. Eagle Eye's eyes widened, almost forgetting he was holding a sniper rifle. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he would never believe a parrot could articulate the concept of time, so clearly did it truly understand what 5 minutes meant. At that moment, the flames churning at the base of the water tower had visibly weakened. Without additional fuel, the combustible material Lin Fei had expelled had burned remarkably long already. Seeing the flames about to extinguish, he spread his wings and took flight, circling the water tower while waiting for the perfect moment. The firelight completely dimmed, and the monsters attempted to regroup once more. Lin Fei took a deep breath, and blazing flames roared from his throat, spreading another sea of fire across the ground. The scorching waves forced the monsters to shriek and retreat. Mission accomplished, he returned to the top of the water tower, landing steadily beside Eagle Eye. Fei, thanks. I owe you one, Eagle Eye said solemnly. Lin Fei cackled strangely twice, raising his wing. How about that? Is Lord Bird better than your drone? Eagle Eye scratched his head awkwardly, giving a thumbs up. Lord Fei, your divine powers are boundless. Me little gadgets aren't even in the same league. Good that you know it, caw. Lin Fei flapped his wings with satisfaction and continued his vigilance. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Liu Ruoyao and Cold Crow arrived together, and the battle situation immediately shifted. The last monster fell as Liu Ruoyao's sword severed its head, and the abandoned chemical plant finally returned to deathly silence. The Blizzard squad regrouped, exchanging glances as they all understood the truth. This had been a trap targeting the Special Investigation Bureau's supernatural combat team. The remnants of the Poison Fang gang had allied with unknown forces, using them as free test subjects for biological weapons. Those blade-armed monsters were undoubtedly artificially created. Cold Crow suggested leaving Phantom Moon and Eagle Eye behind to care for the unconscious Mist and the exhausted Stone Bull while waiting for rescue helicopters, with the rest entering the factory to gather clues. But Liu Ruoyao shook her head in refusal. Any force capable of creating blade-armed monsters and daring to use us as test subjects wouldn't leave any useful clues behind, she analyzed coolly. If it's really that cult, they would only plant misleading information. Moreover, they very likely set additional traps. Cold Crow pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. After hearing Liu Ruoyao's analysis, Cold Crow fell silent and nodded. Liu Ruoyao immediately contacted her superiors to request military deployment with large-scale detection equipment. From inside the command vehicle, she rapidly issued orders, demanding the troops advance according to a leave no stone unturned standard, preparing for a carpet search of the entire chemical plant. Facing such an unknown force with terrifying capabilities, any oversight could prove fatal. At that moment, Hawkeye seemed struck by some detail that hit a nerve. His brow furrowed as he strode forward quickly. Gravel crunched under his military boots as he stopped, crouching low before an inconspicuous piece of rubble. His fingers froze in midair, then suddenly shot forward. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the abandoned chemical plant, 3 RVs disguised as camping vehicles sat quietly on a small hillside. Their windows were covered with anti-reflective film, making them appear at first glance to be just an ordinary outdoor enthusiast base camp. Inside the middle RV, cold white light shone down vertically as a well-dressed, sinister-looking middle-aged man sat before a control panel, his gaze fixed intently on the monitor. On the screen, the 20-something sniper with eagle-like eyes was extending one hand, his fingertips pointing toward the camera and enlarging until his palm filled the entire screen. The middle-aged man sighed. Had they been discovered? He turned his head to look at the second monitor beside him, where Liu Ruoyao was holding up her phone, speaking tersely but with clear precision. What a cautious woman, he muttered to himself, then let out a mocking laugh. But that's fine too. If they really did sweep us all up, the China Special Investigation Bureau would probably be beside themselves. With that, he picked up the communicator from the table, his tone as calm as if he were describing the weather. Number 174. They won't be entering the chemical plant. No need to wait any longer. It's time for you to return to your peaceful homeland. Yes, for the eternal peaceful homeland, came the fanatical and joyful response through the communicator. The middle-aged man casually tossed the communicator back onto the table, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. For the eternal peaceful homeland? Those fanatics really do have quite the brainwashing skills. He tapped the table, his gaze ice-cold. Heh, just a failed product anyway, but at least you'll serve your final purpose. Captain Liu, take a look at this. Hawkeye hurried over to the group, holding a palm-sized rock. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, he had already drawn his dagger. A flash of cold steel, the outer shell was cleanly sliced open, debris scattered, and delicate wires and mechanical components were instantly exposed. A wireless camera disguised as a rock. Liu Ruoyao stared at the cross-section, lost in thought. Sunset stomped her foot hard. Damn it. So our entire battle with those monsters was broadcast live. Can we trace where this camera's signal was going? Liu Ruoyao looked up and asked. Hawkeye shook his head helplessly. It's completely offline now. And this definitely isn't the only one. Should we look for more? Phantom Moon suggested. Hawkeye shrugged. Finding them won't help. This thing doesn't have much tech in it. If we want clues, we'll have to wait for the main force to arrive. Then we can go into the chemical plant. Boom. A thunderous explosion suddenly cut him off. Everyone instinctively hit the ground as powerful shockwaves carrying sand and debris roared overhead. They turned their heads to see a massive mushroom cloud rising from the chemical plant's core area, several hundred meters away. Raven's face went deathly pale, cold sweat streaming down his back. If Captain Liu hadn't stopped him earlier, they probably wouldn't even find ashes of themselves right now. This terror wasn't Raven's alone. Everyone held their breath, watching the rolling black-red column of smoke. Well, the chemical plant's gone, but at least we still have those monster corpses to study, Sunset said with bitter self-mockery. No, the bodies are useless too. Look over there. Hawkeye sighed, pointing toward the water tower. The blade-armed creatures that had been scattered across the ground were now rapidly dissolving before their very eyes. Pale flesh collapsed, dark brown blood pooled and flowed, leaving only small remnants of limbs. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they completely liquefied into disgusting corpse water that would seep underground, leaving no trace behind. Damn, they really covered all their bases. Sunset stamped her feet in frustration. Liu Ruoyao felt a tightness in her chest and a deep sense of defeat. She suppressed her emotions and decisively ordered, "There's nothing left for us here. Prepare to withdraw. We'll leave the rest to the Bureau's intelligence division. After all, the action team wasn't a reconnaissance team, and specialized work should be left to specialists." She pressed the tiny communication button on her collar. Fei, please respond." Lin Fei's brief voice immediately came through the earpiece. "I'm here." He had been circling overhead on patrol. The explosion's turbulence had blown him far away, and he had just managed to return. Fei, fly a few circles over the chemical plant. Be careful." "Roger," Lin Fei responded, spreading his wings toward the plant's remains. Moments later, the long-range camera mounted on Lin Fei transmitted real-time aerial footage, and clear images appeared on everyone's personal terminal screens. Fei's amazing. Flying so steady, and the altitude control is perfect. Phantom Moon couldn't help but praise. Hawkeye nodded in agreement. Plus no need to worry about piloting or interference. He turned back to Liu Ruoyao with a serious expression. "Director Liu, I owe you an apology. When it comes to reconnaissance, Fei is definitely much better than my drones." Liu Ruoyao was clearly pleased by their praise, like a mother whose child had just been complimented. Everyone knew that Fei hadn't just completed reconnaissance during this mission, had saved Shernyo and Hawkeye's lives twice at critical moments. Previously, the Blizzard Squad had treated him as a backup for their unmanned drones, thinking it would be good enough if he just didn't cause trouble. Now, the way everyone looked at the parrot had completely changed. It was the kind of look reserved only for commandant arms. This recognition meant more to Liu Ruoyao than anything else. Lin Fei spread his wings and soared over the abandoned chemical plant, lowering his altitude slightly to circle around. The factory buildings had been dilapidated to begin with, but now they were nothing but ruins. Collapsed roofs, twisted pipes, and bent steel frames tangled among charred rubble, with flames still licking at debris in some corners. The scene looked like something straight out of a war movie or post-apocalyptic film. To destroy it this thoroughly, how much explosives did they bury? Raven whispered in amazement. Indeed. Liu Ruoyao shook her head, then said to Phantom Moon, "Report to headquarters for me. Tell the military to return. There's nothing left here worth salvaging." Half an hour later, the military sent a transport helicopter. Mist's poisoning required emergency treatment. The medic boarded and quickly determined she had been poisoned by some kind of bee-like creature, with venom several times more potent than regular bee stings. Fortunately, Liu Ruoyao had administered a high-efficiency universal antidote in time, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. After confirming there was no immediate danger to her life, the helicopter took off immediately, carrying the Blizzard squad to the nearest military hospital while leaving cleanup duties to follow-up departments. The cabin atmosphere relaxed slightly knowing Mist was out of immediate danger, but no one felt like celebrating. They had inexplicably become targets for someone's biological weapon testing. Two of their main fighters were injured, and they hadn't obtained a single piece of intelligence. They could only hope the intelligence division would track down whoever was behind this. Liu Ruoyao worried privately. If it really was the Advent sect, those slippery cultists would be as hard to catch as eels. Lin Fei's mood was equally sour. When they first met, everyone had been too unfamiliar to casually touch him. But after this battle, having carried weapons and saved lives, the Blizzard team now treated him like family, or rather, like their own bird, and felt no hesitation about ruffling his feathers. So he found himself passed around like an oversized toy. How could a sharp-tongued parrot take this lying down? Lin Fei immediately counterattacked. First, he shut down Huaxia with a certain 23-year-old virgin who's never even held a girl's hand, sending him to sulk facing the wall. Then he criticized Shi Nyo's intelligence, forgetting he could use Mist's radio when his earpiece broke, stubbornly fighting monsters in the open instead of using his thick hide properly, and just charging blindly. Shi Nyo also slunk off to face the wall. Next, sorry, I don't know whether to call you brother or sister, nearly broke Raven's composure. He followed up by targeting Sunset. Oh, Sunset? Your running away posture was so graceful, even monkeys would call you a professional. Sunset could only crouch in a corner drawing circles. As for Phantom Moon, Lin Fei refrained from attacking her out of consideration for the pretty girl, which immediately drew jeers from all the male team members. Perverted bird. Just as everyone was having a grand time with their banter, Lin Fei suddenly heard a long-absent system notification in his mind. Ding. Spiritual energy-rich beast essence extract detected within 1 kilometer below. Please find a way to obtain it. A prominent yellow arrow appeared simultaneously, pointing straight down through the helicopter floor. What? But the arrow only lasted for a brief moment before quickly disappearing. Bingyu, we've got a situation. There's something down there. Lin Fei suddenly lunged toward the window, his voice shooting up in pitch. What? What did you see? Liu Ruoyao looked up, her eyes filled with confusion. There was something down there just now. Lin Fei took a deep breath and shouted decisively. Something very useful to me. Liu Ruoyao hesitated no longer. She raised her hand to put on her headset and pressed the talk button. Pilot, please respond what was below the aircraft just now. Static crackled through the headset first, then the pilot's voice came through. Just now? Nothing but barren mountains down there. Wait, hold on. Looks like there are 3 RVs camping. Camping? Liu Ruoyao frowned deeply. Who would come to this godforsaken wilderness? She quickly gave the order. Turn around. Slow down. Reduce altitude. Let's go back and take a look. Roger. The helicopter immediately banked in a wide arc, turning around while steadily descending. The rotor wash stirred up dust and dead grass on the mountainside. Meanwhile, inside one of the RVs, a sinister-looking middle-aged man slammed the encrypted satellite phone back onto its base, his face darker than the rocks outside. The debut of Blade 1 had been a catastrophic failure. 30 full units of Blade 1 couldn't even take down a single member of the Blizzard squad before being completely wiped out. The organization's leadership, who had watched the entire process in real time via satellite, were deeply disappointed and ordered his immediate return for debriefing. From the tone of that superior's voice, he could almost foresee his doom upon return. Perhaps the human modification program would be abandoned, and the leadership would turn to support his archrival, Dr. Quentin, the Beast Whisperer, and his creature modification project. A bunch of short-sighted fools. Dr. Eve slammed his fist on the table, veins bulging. The human body is the most precise and promising creation in the world. What's one failure? With this data, I can immediately develop Blade 2. The key is enhancing fire resistance and improving movement speed. He grew more excited as he spoke, pulling out his notebook to scribble notes frantically. Just then, the RV door was pulled open and an assistant poked his head in, his voice trembling. Doctor, something's wrong. We have a problem. Shut up. Dr. Eve roared, his pen flying through the air. I absolutely will not tolerate interruptions while I'm thinking. But doctor, get out. Now. Immediately, the assistant ducked back outside, slamming the door shut and muttering curses under his breath. What do we do, Mr. Wong? He looked toward the tall, bald man outside the RV. The man had a vicious centipede-like scar running from his right eye to the corner of his mouth, and a cold glint flashed when he looked up. The bald giant merely glanced once at the helicopter growing closer in the sky, then gave his orders in a low voice. Tell everyone to evacuate immediately. 3 vehicles, each goes their own way. But the doctor, don't worry about him, just go. Yes. Oh, and tell the driver that if he can't escape, he knows what to do. The assistant shuddered violently, nodded stiffly, then turned and ran off frantically. Damn it. What the hell went wrong? The bald man cursed under his breath and charged toward the nearby off-road RV, yanking open the door and leaping into the driver's seat. He twisted the key, floored the gas pedal, and jerked the steering wheel hard. The engine roared like a wild stallion as the RV shot forward. Immediately after, the other two off-road RVs started up as well, making sharp U-turns and speeding off in opposite directions from the first vehicle. At the next intersection, one of them suddenly swerved hard, turning into a side road. Meanwhile, high above in the transport helicopter, the pilot shouted, "Captain Liu, those three vehicles have split up. I knew there was something fishy." Liu Ruoyao's expression turned cold. "Does this aircraft have weapons?" "The rocket pod is empty. Only the cannon is available." "That's enough. Chase one of them first, fire a warning shot, and if it doesn't stop, destroy it." "Ice rain." Henya jumped in alarm. "Isn't that a bit too aggressive?" "Pilot, execute the order." Liu Ruoyao's tone was ice cold. When she had requisitioned the helicopter from the military, she had obtained full command authority. A special investigation bureau had considerable power in such matters. "Yes, ma'am." The pilot responded, diving the aircraft and locking onto the nearest RV. Only then did Liu Ruoyao explain to the others, "That chemical plant has been abandoned for years, and the surrounding area is so desolate you can barely see a soul. Who would specifically come here to camp? It's probably connected to whoever's behind those monsters." Boom, boom, boom. 3 cannon rounds struck precisely in front of the RV, sending up 3 columns of gray-black smoke. The vehicle didn't slow down at all, simply swerving around the craters and continuing its mad dash. "Destroy it." Liu Ruoyao's expression was ice cold. Boom, boom, boom. A stream of 23mm shells rained down on the vehicle, instantly creating a line of holes across its body, followed by a thunderous explosion as the fuel tank ignited. A fireball erupted skyward, twisted metal fragments scattered in all directions, and the burning wreckage tumbled to the roadside. "Return, next target," Liu Ruoyao immediately ordered, then turned her head. "Phantom Moon, send the coordinates to the military and have them handle the scene." The helicopter traced a half-arc and swooped toward the second fleeing vehicle. No one noticed a tall, battered figure struggling to crawl out of the flames from the wreckage. How could an RV match a helicopter's speed? Soon, the second vehicle came into the pilot's view. Before opening fire, Lin Fei suddenly called out urgently, "I can sense an item is in that vehicle." "Are you certain?" Liu Ruoyao frowned. Research showed that mutant beasts had keen perception for spiritual plants or similar flesh that could promote evolution. But for Lin Fei's Fei to lock onto a spiritual object on the ground from hundreds of meters in the air seemed absurd. "Absolutely certain. There's a bright yellow arrow pointing right at it." Lin Fei beat his chest in assurance. "Copy that." Liu Ruoyao pressed her earpiece. "Pilot, hold your fire. Track this vehicle's position and trajectory going after the last one." Though puzzled, the pilot complied. Minutes later, the third vehicle was also caught up with and entered cannon range. Just as the pilot moved the crosshairs in front of the vehicle, preparing another warning shot, the RV's sunroof suddenly flew open. A burly man emerged halfway out, shouldering a tubular weapon. He took hasty aim and pulled the trigger. A sharp whistling sound immediately tore through the sky as a round-nosed projectile trailing white smoke shot straight toward the helicopter. Beep, 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 beep. Alarms suddenly blared in both the cockpit and passenger compartment, red lights flashing frantically. The pilot screamed at the top of his lungs, "Incoming missile!" As the pilot roared these words, his left hand yanked hard on the control stick, sending the aircraft into a sharp rightward barrel roll. Simultaneously, his right hand struck the chaff dispenser button like lightning, launching dozens of blazing infrared decoy flares from the aircraft's tail. Even under the midday sun, those streaks of fire cut through the blue sky like meteors. Amid the violent rolling, screams erupted throughout the cabin as several passengers who had unbuckled their seatbelts for convenience were instantly thrown about like tumbling gourds, battered and disoriented. Liu Ruoyao's heart sank as bone-chilling dread spread through her entire body. No one had expected a sudden missile attack. If hit, even survival would come at a terrible cost. The moment the fuselage shook violently, Lin Fei didn't hesitate to push off hard against the seat back with both claws, the reaction force tearing through the chair. He transformed into a blue streak of lightning, slipping out through a window that someone had opened for fresh air. The instant he burst from the cabin, he spotted a missile trailing white exhaust that had already penetrated the infrared decoy barrage, heading straight for the aircraft. The countermeasures had completely failed. Clearly, this missile possessed exceptional jamming resistance. Lin Fei glimpsed the missile less than 100 meters from the fuselage, and his heart tightened. At this rate, the aircraft couldn't possibly evade it, and Yao Yao was still inside. The warhead reflected cold light in the sunlight as it rapidly closed in. Without hesitation, Lin Fei activated genetic unlock, bullet time. The world seemed to slow to a crawl. The helicopter, missile, and exhaust flames all froze while only his thoughts remained swift as lightning. He locked onto the missile's midsection, quickly adjusted his position, and precisely calculated the impact angle and timing. Now, time instantly returned to normal. Lin Fei beat his wings powerfully, his entire form becoming a blue streak of light barely visible to the naked eye as he shot toward the missile like an arrow from a bow. The moment of contact, his razor-sharp claws tore through the missile's casing with a piercing screech of rending metal. The leaked propellant ignited from the exhaust flame, exploding into a blazing fireball that instantly engulfed Lin Fei's figure. Fei. From the aircraft, Liu Ruoyao witnessed this scene through the window and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Overwhelming grief and despair crashed over her like a flood as she felt an invisible hand crushing her heart, her vision going black as she nearly fainted on the spot. The other passengers in the cabin also witnessed this tragic scene, crying out in shock with faces drained of all color. In the next instant, a blue shadow suddenly burst out from the fireball. It was Lin Fei. At the moment of the missile's explosion, he instinctively folded his wings, wrapping himself into a parrot ball. The incoming shockwave struck his wings like a giant hammer, hurling the blue figure out of the fireball. Since the explosion came only from the missile body rather than the warhead, the impact was limited, and his steel feathers absorbed it completely. As for the scorching flames around him, this bird master with maxed out flame affinity, it was merely warm water. Fei is okay. He's still alive. Sharpie Huaxia was the first to spot that blue streak, screaming with excitement. Liu Ruoyao suddenly looked up, and through her tear-blurred vision, she indeed caught sight of that familiar small figure folding its wings and accelerating, heading straight for the transport aircraft. Wild joy surged like a tidal wave, instantly washing away the last traces of grief in her chest. She stared intently at that blue shadow, gripping the armrests of her seat so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Lin Fei glided gracefully past the aircraft's body, slipped through the open cabin window, and with a soft thud, dove into Liu Ruoyao's arms. Fei, you scared me to death. Liu Ruoyao hugged him tightly, her voice still trembling with tears. She held him up to examine him carefully. His feathers were charred and damaged at the edges, but there wasn't a trace of blood. Only after confirming he was unharmed did she finally breathe a sigh of relief, burying her face in his soft chest feathers as tears soaked a large patch of his plumage. Yao, don't cry, don't. Lin Fei tried to comfort her, but could only manage a few words before his voice gave out. The after effects of genetic unlocking struck without warning, with excruciating pain piercing through his bones and blood like steel needles. He gritted his teeth and remained still and silent, lying quietly in Liu Ruoyao's embrace. He absolutely couldn't let Big Yao discover anything wrong, or she would be terrified. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, the pilot who had just turned back from death's door still had cold sweat on his back, but his chest was filled with rage. If not for that miraculous parrot, both he and the aircraft would have been blown to pieces. After a crash, the extraordinary warriors in the cabin might survive, but he, an ordinary person, would certainly die. Bastards. Go to hell. He no longer cared about any shooting warnings, pushing the control stick hard to catch up with that off-road RV, and pressing the trigger. Boom, 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 boom. 23mm cannon shells poured down like a torrential downpour, instantly turning the thin-skinned off-road RV into a sieve. The next second, the fuel tank was hit, and violent combustion erupted in an orange-red fireball with debris scattered everywhere. The pilot still didn't release his grip, continuing to fire until half the ammunition chain was spent. Only half a smoking tire remained rolling on the ground. Without waiting for Liu Ruoyao's orders, he maneuvered the aircraft to a lower altitude, flying toward the last RV, the one where Lin Fei had sensed the good stuff. In the cabin, Liu Ruoyao held Lin Fei, her eyes red but her face beaming with joy. Her companions gathered around, reaching out to pat Lin Fei. Fei, well done. We all owe you this time. What do you want? Just tell your sister. You survived that kind of explosion without a scratch. So cool. The chorus of praise mixed with laughter of relief after surviving disaster. Lin Fei just wanted to roll his eyes, but his body hurt too much to move, so he could only endure all those hands touching him. Hey, isn't that enough? You're going to ruffle all my feathers. You there. Touch my belly again, and I'll peck you. Don't touch below the neck, that's exclusively for Big Yao. Lin Fei screamed internally, but could only blink his eyes and play cute. The propeller roared as the helicopter pursued the last frantically fleeing RV along the highway. Soon, the pilot's voice came through the headset into Liu Ruoyao's ear. Captain Liu. Target spotted. Liu Ruoyao's eyes turned cold as steel. Close in. Lock cannons on target. If you detect any signs of them launching missiles, don't hesitate, open fire immediately. Although Fei claimed there were valuable items in that vehicle, ensuring the safety of everyone on the aircraft remained the top priority. Yes, sir. The pilot responded, pushing the control stick forward as the propellers roared and the helicopter dove down aggressively. The machine gun rotated while the fire control system locked firmly onto the RV below that was desperately accelerating. The pilot's finger was already positioned on the firing button, ready to unleash a stream of bullets at a moment's notice. The shrieking of two engines merged into an urgent cacophony. The helicopter maintained pursuit for a full 30 seconds. The people in the vehicle clearly understood the helicopter's firepower and refrained from any rash moves, simply flooring the accelerator. But no matter how hard they pressed the gas pedal, for tires could never outrun rotor blades. "Captain Liu, should we fire a warning shot?" the pilot asked. Liu Ruoyao stared down below, contemplating for a moment. "Not yet. Lower altitude, get closer, and use the loudspeaker. Order them to stop and surrender in the name of the Special Investigation Bureau." She paused, then added, "Stay alert. If you detect anything unusual, open fire immediately without waiting for orders." "Understood." The pilot dove again, and within seconds the aircraft descended to less than 10 meters above the RV. The loudspeaker thundered, "Attention vehicle below. This is the Huaxia Special Investigation Bureau. Pull over immediately. Exit the vehicle with your hands behind your head and surrender. Repeat, stop immediately, or we will attack." Meanwhile, inside the RV's cabin, the smell of blood permeated the air. Dr. Eve slumped in his chair, gripping a pistol with sweat beading on his forehead. His assistant lay face up on the floor, blood seeping from a bullet wound in his back. Beside him lay a torn, elongated plastic case containing a shoulder-fired surface-to-air missile launcher. "I can't die. My work isn't finished yet. How can I die?" Dr. Eve muttered, his voice filled with panic. "So you'll have to die instead. $3,000 a month, and you want to play hero." He took a deep breath and shakily stood up. Stumbling to the driver's compartment window, he screamed, "Stop! Stop the car!" The driver paid no attention, instead flooring the accelerator as the engine RPMs soared. The helicopter's warning had cycled through its third repetition, the propellers deafeningly loud, making the doctor increasingly frantic. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he raised the gun, aiming at the back of the driver's head. Bang! As if he had eyes in the back of his head, the driver suddenly jerked his head aside. The bullet grazed his ear and shattered the windshield into a spider web pattern before disappearing into the distance. Immediately, the driver's right hand shot backward like lightning, grabbing the gun slide and yanking it forward violently. Caught off guard, Dr. Eve was pulled forward and slammed hard against the front bulkhead, his head ringing as the pistol flew from his grip. The driver's expression turned ice cold as he pulled an Uzi submachine gun from the door compartment, extended it out the window with one hand, and unleashed a fierce barrage at the helicopter. Rat-a-tat. Dense bullet impacts instantly created white spots across the bulletproof glass in front of the pilot. Instinctively, the pilot yanked the control stick, and the helicopter shot away dozens of meters. "Stubborn fools." Liu Ruoyao's eyes turned ice cold. "Lock the cannon onto the engine compartment. Try not to hit the cabin." "Yes." The pilot adjusted course as the helicopter swept past the RV's side, aiming the cannon at the hood, preparing to attack the front end. Meanwhile, the driver's face showed a look of grim determination as he quickly flipped open a concealed panel on the dashboard, revealing a red button underneath. "For our eternal, peaceful homeland," he roared, clenching his right fist like an iron hammer and smashing it down. "No!" A shrill scream suddenly came from the small window of the rear compartment. A hand reached through the narrow gap, gripping the driver's neck tightly and yanking hard. The driver's body was pulled off balance, and his punch grazed the red button, striking the control panel beside it instead, sending sparks flying. As he struggled to reach the button again, the next second, the tearing roar of cannon fire filled the air. Boom, boom, boom. The modified RV looked ordinary on the outside, but had a bulletproof body capable of withstanding large-caliber machine gun rounds. However, 23mm armor-piercing explosive shells were beyond its capacity. The skilled pilot in the sky precisely unleashed a string of shells, directly shredding the engine and half the cab into scrap metal. The driver didn't even have time to scream before being torn apart by high-speed shrapnel into a bloody mess. Inside the compartment, Dr. Ifu was thrown back by the blast, screaming as he fell, his left hand desperately covering his right wrist that was now nothing but broken bone fragments, blood gushing out as he nearly fainted from pain. The headless RV slid dozens of meters on momentum before the body suddenly tilted sideways, and with ear-piercing metallic scraping sounds, the entire vehicle overturned by the roadside, kicking up dust. In the air, Liu Ruoyao immediately ordered, "Huan Yu stays to watch over Xinyu and Miwu. Everyone else rappel down with me." The helicopter hovered as the cabin door burst open. Luori was first to throw down the rope, leaping down like a monkey. Ingyin and Hanya followed closely, sliding down to the ground. Liu Ruoyao simply smiled slightly and stepped out. Her entire body floated down light as a falling leaf from the cabin door, her grace drawing everyone's burning gazes. The martial arts path was the most difficult, yet also the strongest. As a third-tier practitioner, Liu Ruoyao could easily match fourth-tier extraordinary beings from other systems even in her normal state. At this moment, Lin Fei had barely recovered from the side effects of genetic unlocking, flapping his wings and following down with some difficulty. After landing, Hanya and Ingyan raised their automatic rifles while Luri drew his bow and nocked an arrow. The three positioned themselves on three sides, tightly surrounding the overturned RV. Liu shouted loudly. Listen up, people inside. Put your hands on your head and come out slowly. Any sudden movement, and we'll shoot to kill. Several seconds of dead silence. Click, a soft sound came from the rear door of the compartment as it was pushed open a crack, and a trembling hand slowly pushed the door. Careful, Liu warned in a low voice, drawing his short bow to full draw, the sharp arrowhead aimed directly at the door. Hanya and Ingyan raised their guns side by side, while Liu Ruoyao's hand moved to the weapon at her waist. Don't shoot. I surrender, surrender, came broken Chinese with a strange accent, trembling as it was spoken. A middle-aged man with a blood-stained suit, disheveled hair, and pale face slowly crawled out of the compartment, his right hand raised high, blood continuously dripping from his severed fingers. I need a doctor. Can someone help me? All eyes locked onto this man except for Lin Fei's. Lin Fei crouched on Liu Ruoyao's shoulder, his gaze burning as he stared at the overturned RV. Ding. Spiritual energy-rich beast essence extract detected within 20 meters. Please find a way to obtain it. Before his eyes, a bright yellow arrow was pointing directly at the RV's compartment. Who are you? Identify yourself. Sunset shouted loudly. I'm Dr. Eve. I am. Before he could finish, Dr. Eve's face suddenly changed, and his whole body shook like a sieve. In just a few seconds, he collapsed straight to the ground, face down, twitched twice, then went completely rigid. Black foam seeped from his gaping mouth, and the pungent, sickly sweet smell quickly spread through the air. Everyone exchanged glances. Sunset bent down to check his breathing, then shook his head. Dead as a doornail. Raven sighed helplessly. Looks like he had some kind of restriction placed on him, and it just triggered. Liu Ruoyao's expression grew serious. Search him. Check everything. Eagle Eye immediately joined Sunset, one on each side, going through Dr. Eve's coat, pants pockets, even his socks, but found nothing, not a single useful clue. Liu Ruoyao waved her hand. Check the vehicle. See if you can find anything useful. Be careful. Eagle Eye and Sunset exchanged glances, put away their weapons, and crawled into the overturned armored vehicle. Before long, Sunset bent down and emerged from the vehicle, raising his hand. I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Raven rubbed his temples. Cut the chatter. Give me the bad news first. Bad news, all the computer data in the vehicle was automatically destroyed. Eagle Eye is trying to recover it. Also, this vehicle has a built-in self-destruct system. And the good news? The good news is the system was damaged by the cannon fire and didn't have time to activate. Eagle Eye has already removed the explosive detonators, so we have plenty of time to study the entire vehicle. That is indeed good news. Liu Ruoyao nodded, then asked, Did you find anything else unusual? Not yet. Sunset shrugged. But we can dismantle the whole vehicle and take it back for thorough analysis. There's also a body with gunshot wounds to the back and a shoulder-mounted missile launcher inside. Looks like there was internal conflict. His gaze swept toward Dr. Eve's cold corpse. This doctor had quite the survival instinct. Too bad luck wasn't on his side. Before he finished speaking, a fluttering sound swept overhead. Lin Fei eagerly spread his wings and took off, dropping a quick, I'll go take a look, before diving into the vehicle. Inside the overturned vehicle, at what was now the sideways control panel, Eagle Eye was crouched down, frantically typing on a keyboard. Hey Fei, you're here too? He looked up and greeted him. Sunset and I searched everywhere, but we didn't find any of those good things you mentioned. Lin Fei nodded in acknowledgement and flew directly to a metal plate marked with a large yellow arrow. He gripped the metal with his claws, flapped his wings hard, and pulled backward with all his might. The ear-piercing tearing sound was enough to make one's teeth ache. The thick flooring tore like paper under his sharp talons, creating a long gash. Eagle Eye watched with his eyes nearly popping out. This beast actually had such brute strength? Lin Fei seized the opportunity, using both claws and beak, clattering as he peeled away pieces of the metal skin, revealing a hidden compartment underneath. In the dim light, a briefcase-sized silver box became clearly visible. Fei, move aside, let me handle this. Eagle Eye moved closer and carefully pulled the metal case out of the hidden compartment. This was a password-protected case equipped with a self-destruct mechanism. If the wrong password was entered 3 times, everything inside would be automatically destroyed. Hawkeye leaned down for a closer look, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. But that won't stop me. He gently placed the heavy metal case in the center of the floor, pulled out his tool kit from behind his waist, and arranged his equipment in a neat row: micro spray cans, fiber optic probes, small capacitors, and other instruments. Liu Ruoyao, Hanya, and Luri rushed over at the sound, crowding in the doorway and watching his every move with rapt attention. First step. Hawkeye raised the spray can and evenly misted the digital keypad as light blue vapor quickly adhered to its surface. Second step. He put on polarized glasses and peered through the lenses to search for residual fingerprint oils. Third step. He extracted a metal wire slightly thicker than a hair strand from inside his glasses temple, its needle-sized micro plug gleaming with cold light. Next, he removed the personal terminal from his left arm, aligned the wire port with the data interface, and began rapid-fire typing with a series of tap-tap-taps. A few seconds later, he said quietly, "Done." The number sequence was quickly entered, followed by a click as the spring lock released, and the lid automatically popped open. Hey, that was pretty slick. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow in praise, secretly revising his assessment of Hawkeye average compatibility, but technically well-rounded, definitely a tech specialist. As the lid fully opened, a wave of freezing cold air instantly spread out. Everyone looked down to see 9 glass vials embedded in black cushioning foam, each as thick as an adult's thumb and about 1 finger joint in length. Beside them sat a fully automatic injection gun, securely fastened in place. Inside the vial walls, Wynard liquid flowed slowly, actually emitting a faint luminescence that was startlingly brilliant. "These are beast blood enhancement serums," Henya gasped. "And it's a 9-dose series at least 3rd-tier grade." The air in the compartment seemed to freeze. Beast blood enhancement serums were refined essences extracted from the flesh and blood of exotic beasts. Any ordinary person compatible with the serum could inherit some abilities of the source creature upon injection. Becoming a transcendent being. Neo from the Blizzard Squad was a typical example. However, this pathway had limited potential and often came with various side effects. 1. Acquiring bestial habits or quirks. 2. Physical mutation, blurring the line between human and beast. 3. Requiring regular medication, otherwise triggering strange ailments. 4. In severe cases, complete mental breakdown with total domination by animal instincts, posing a danger to society. Despite these risks, compared to other transcendent paths, it remained the most accessible shortcut for ordinary people. Warrior systems required martial aptitude, techniques, mentorship, and daily rigorous training. Mystical arts systems also demanded talent, were rife with charlatans, and might yield no results after years or even decades. Cult magic, witchcraft, and curse systems were unpredictably dangerous and could easily cost one's life. Vampire and werewolf systems required special connections, with the slightest misstep resulting in becoming prey. Natural ability awakening had odds comparable to winning a $10 million lottery jackpot. Bloodline inheritance transcendent systems essentially depended on the luck of one's birth. Beast blood enhancement only required connections and money. Once you obtained a compatible serum, a few injections would immediately elevate you to transcendent status, virtually zero barriers to entry. This case contained at minimum 3rd-tier serums that could push an ordinary person beyond 3rd tier within 9 days following the protocol. Compared to the power it granted, the minor side effects were negligible. Its value was immeasurable. Lin Fei's beady eyes immediately lit up, fixated on the glowing Wynard liquid in the case. "Is this what System Daddy mentioned? That essence liquid that would be greatly beneficial to me? Fei, this is the good stuff you mentioned?" Liu Ruoyao swallowed hard, her gaze glued to the silver case. "Good stuff indeed. So good it was heart-stopping. If we turn this thing in, plus our previous achievements, everyone's guaranteed at least a 3rd-class merit." Luori muttered under his breath, his eyes fixed on the case. "According to regulations, it's spoils of war and should be handed over." The emergency lights in the vehicle flickered on and off. Henya looked up, his gaze settling on Lin Fei's face, his voice low. Fei, you said this thing would be very useful to you?" Lin Fei nodded firmly. "Yes, extremely useful." He then looked at Liu Ruoyao, and the hesitation on the girl's face made his heart sink. Surely all this effort wouldn't be for nothing? After a moment of silence, Henya spoke in a hoarse voice. "What spoils of war? I don't see anything." "Right. Our only spoils are this broken vehicle. What else is there?" Ingyan shrugged with a smile and headed outside. Henya's gaze shifted to Luori. Luori struggled to tear his eyes away from the silver case and forced a laugh. "Right. I don't see anything either." He followed the others out, looking back every few steps. A satisfied smile curved Henya's lips as he said softly to Liu Ruoyao, "Have Fei use it immediately to avoid complications." Then he too headed for the door. "Thank you all," Liu Ruoyao said quietly. As the footsteps outside faded, Lin Fei was overcome with joy. "Haha, it wasn't in vain that I blocked those missiles for you guys. Good brothers, you're the best." Liu Ruoyao pulled out a syringe and held it up to him. Fei, how do you use this? Direct injection? No. That would finish me off." Lin Fei shook his head frantically. "Then what do we do?" "Pour it out. I need to drink it." "Drink it? Are you sure?" Liu Ruoyao's eyes widened. "This is an injectable solution." "Absolutely." Lin Fei glanced at the system scan again. Concentrated essence extract from a spirit-rich exotic beast. Consumption grants substantial evolution points. If the system says it's edible, what's there to worry about? Liu Ruoyao found a paper cup from the overturned water dispenser, unscrewed the vial, and poured the deep red liquid into it before handing it to Lin Fei. The mixed scent of blood and sweetness immediately filled the air, making one's scalp tingle. Without hesitation, Lin Fei tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. Ding! Host has consumed 5.5 grams of fourth-tier exotic beast mutated Montpellier snake essence extract for the first time. Gained 3,000 evolution points. Wow, wow, wow. The notification in his mind made Lin Fei's eyes widen in disbelief. Just one sip netted him 3,000 points. Those mere 5 grams of liquid brought more evolution points than all the exotic beast meat he'd consumed before. It made sense thought his was concentrated essence from a fourth-tier exotic beast. With his current second-tier strength, forget fourth-tier, even third-tier would be challenging. Even against fellow second-tier beasts he'd have to fight desperately. The only ones he could confidently defeat were probably first-tier beasts. It's like in an online game where a level 1 newbie manages to take down a level 50 boss and gains 20 levels in one go. Of course, under normal circumstances this would be absolutely impossible, but Lin Fei was truly experiencing this exhilarating, level-skipping surge firsthand. He suppressed his excitement and dove down to take another fierce gulp of the crimson liquid in the paper cup. Ding! Host has consumed 7 grams of fourth-tier mutant beast Montpellier snake essence extract, gaining 100 evolution points. Wow, wow, wow. Though it wasn't his first time drinking it, the effect was still incredible. Overwhelming happiness flooded his entire body instantly. He simply went gulp after gulp, his beak tapping rhythmically against the cup walls. Unfortunately, the total amount of liquid in the test tube was limited, and after 5 or 6 gulps it was empty, with just a few drops remaining at the bottom that he couldn't reach. Just this one test tube had earned him 3,500 evolution points. More. Give me more to drink. His voice cracked with excitement as his wings flapped frantically, wishing he could swallow the entire case of reagents immediately. Liu Ruoyao couldn't help but smile at the sight, her curved eyes full of affection. Don't worry, I'll get you more right away. She took 2 more paper cups and poured out all the remaining medicine. Lin Fei rushed over to drink frantically, while system notifications rang like heavenly music in his mind, scrolling across his consciousness again and again. What was even more surprising was that this essence extract didn't diminish in effect like mutant beast meat. Each gulp reliably gave him 100 points. When he couldn't reach the last bit of residue, he simply lay on his back and let Liu Ruoyao pour it directly into his beak, not wasting a single drop. After finishing all the essence liquid, he had gained an astounding 8,400 evolution points. Combined with the 1,000+ points he'd accumulated over the past few days, his status panel jumped to 9,567.610,000, just one step away from his next advancement. Lin Fei was so excited he nearly spun in circles. That Dr. Eve is truly a saint, delivering such an incredible fortune to this bird master. He wondered to himself where the doctor had obtained this case of beast blood enhancement injections, and why he hadn't had time to use them before they ended up benefiting Lin Fei instead. With Dr. Eve's death, these questions would remain mysteries forever. Seeing her beloved bird nearly delirious with joy, Liu Ruoyao spoke up. Fei, you look so happy. Are you about to advance? Yes, yes. Lin Fei flew circles around her. Just a few more days of eating meat, and I'll be there. Wonderful. My mystic Ice 9 Revolutions technique is also close to breaking through. Can advance together. With that, she gathered up the empty case, test tubes, and injection gun. Come on, let's go outside and breathe some fire to burn all this. Lin Fei's flame breath had greatly increased in power, and with one scorching blast, the aluminum case and glass vials instantly turned to ash. Afterward, Huaxia and Luo Ri remained behind to stand guard while waiting for military takeover, and the rest boarded the helicopter again to continue their planned journey. Meanwhile, across the endless ocean, on another continent 10,000 miles from China, at the edge of a bustling city, stood an industrial complex surrounded by high walls and electric fencing. Within it rose a gray-white building with virtually no windows. Deep inside the building, lights blazed as various precision instruments and biological cultivation chambers stood in forest-like rows. In the center of the laboratory, a balding middle-aged man in a wrinkled white lab coat, hunched over with disheveled hair like a bird's nest, and a pale complexion, his back curved as his nose nearly pressed against a feeding box made of bulletproof glass. Inside the box, a giant mutant rat nearly the size of a rabbit gnawed on meat and bones. Its spine arched high with sharp bone spikes protruding through its body like a dorsal fin. Its mouth split almost to its ears, with 3 rows of staggered saw-like teeth cutting through bone, producing a teeth-grinding crunching sound. Subject 174's bite force has increased by another 12, getting more and more perfect. Need to observe for another 72 hours to confirm its stability. The man muttered to himself, his fingertips swiping rapidly across the screen as he recorded the ascending curves. The cold metal laboratory table and dim fluorescent lights created a suffocating sense of oppression, yet his eyes behind the glasses gleamed with fanatical excitement. The silent pneumatic door suddenly slid open, and a young assistant hurried in, quietly positioning himself beside the man. Dr. Quinton, we just received news. Dr. Eve is dead, in the east, within China's borders. What did you say? Who's dead? Quentin froze abruptly, his body seeming to lock up. Eve Dubois, that Dr. Eve who often opposed you. The assistant kept his voice as low as possible. Eve is dead. Quentin stared blankly for several seconds before slowly rising, his complex gaze falling on the assistant. How did he die? He set a trap to lure a supernatural squad from China's Special Investigation Bureau to test his experimental subjects. The assistant answered carefully, but somehow his whereabouts were exposed, and then the failsafe on his body was triggered directly. Before he could finish, Quentin had already walked over to sit at the nearby metal table, remaining silent for a long time. Suddenly, a low, strange laugh escaped his throat. Eve, oh Eve, to prove your theory that human bodies are the optimal modification matrix was superior to my beast modification route, you actually dared to go to China? Before the words had fully left his mouth, he spun around sharply, his bloodshot eyes boring into the assistant. Which Chinese squad killed him? The assistant felt his scalp tingle under that gaze and quickly lowered his head to scroll through his data tablet. The Blizzard Supernatural Combat Squad from the Haiqing branch of China's Special Investigation Bureau. The captain is a female supernatural operative codenamed Ice Ring. Additionally, the intelligence specifically mentioned that this squad had a seemingly domesticated beast parrot appear for the first time, which performed extremely actively and played a crucial role in the test battle. A beast parrot? Quentin's eyes instantly lit up. It seems the Chinese are also researching beast control. He repeatedly savored the place names China and Haiqing, the fanaticism in his eyes almost becoming tangible. Eve, open your eyes wide in hell and watch me. Beast modification route is the future. He turned his head abruptly. Notify production to immediately begin manufacturing Sigma 7. Once we have sufficient quantities, we're going to China. Huh. The assistant jumped in shock, his face full of confusion. Why must we go there? Wouldn't going to India be safer? 80% of their population is treated like livestock. The government wouldn't care how many died. You don't understand. Quentin sneered coldly. My little darlings aren't prepared for ordinary people. What value could be tested from a flock of sheep that can be slaughtered at will? Several days later, all follow-up matters from the battle at the abandoned chemical plant in Yunling had been properly handled. In the military hospital, Mist and Stone Bull were recovering, with Liu Ruoyao specifically leaving Phantom Moon to watch over them. After settling everything, she boarded a return flight to Haiqing with Lin Fei and the remaining 3 members of the Blizzard Squad. Returning to her own villa, she had just set down her luggage and hadn't yet had time to catch her breath when her phone vibrated. Liu Ruoyao received a summons from Director Su. Liu Ruoyao placed Lin Fei on the sofa and gently stroked his feathers. Fei, Director Su is looking for me. Stay home for a while. Before I leave, I'll put some exotic beast meat in the kitchen. If you get hungry, you can eat it yourself. Lin Fei squawked in response and rubbed his head against her fingertips to show he understood. After Liu Ruoyao hurried out the door, the small villa fell silent once again. The parrot spread his wings and glided across the living room, landing steadily on the kitchen counter. Sure enough, a piece of exotic beast meat fresh from the freezer lay on a porcelain plate, frozen solid and covered with white frost. Lin Fei wasn't hungry at the moment, so he decided to deal with this meal later. Feeling bored, he returned to the living room and pressed the remote control with one claw. Various programs played on the screen, some real, some fake, some sensational, some based on rumors, but the hottest topics were always the waves of supernatural news. 1. Martial arts schools and sects of all sizes were sprouting up like mushrooms after rain across the country, with recruitment ads flooding the internet. 2. Taoist priests, monks, cultivators, and people with special abilities, all sorts of individuals claiming to possess divine powers, were making public appearances. 3. Cultivation, training, and supernatural had become trending keywords. 4. There were even rumors that the capital would establish the nation's first public university for supernatural beings, using systematic and scientific methods to mass-produce geniuses. Lin Fei was watching with great interest when a crisp notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! A fruit rich in spiritual energy has been detected within 100 meters. Please consume it immediately. The familiar formula, the familiar temptation. Lin Fei blinked. Which guy is it this time? Will this never end? 10 minutes earlier, just as Lin Fei had settled into the sofa and skillfully pressed the remote control with one claw, a tall figure silently leaped over the villa's fence, snuck into the yard, and hid in the shadows by the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows. Duan Nanzhou, captain of Action Team 2. At this moment, his gaze toward Lin Fei was completely different from before. Gone were the hatred and coldness, replaced by a complex expression mixing curiosity, fanaticism, desire, and anticipation. These past few days, he had thoroughly examined all materials related to Liu Ruoyao and this exotic parrot. Surveillance footage of it fighting alongside Liu Ruoyao in their first battle against the lizardmen and killing the goshawk Qingfeng. Video of it narrowly escaping from his own hands. Complete footage of it accompanying the Blizzard Squad on missions. The extremely high praise from Blizzard Squad members who wanted to formally enlist the parrot in combat operations. especially that helicopter surveillance footage of the parrot intercepting a missile with its body, yet remaining completely unharmed. He had watched it over a dozen times. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. Combatability, potential, intelligence, loyalty, everything was impeccable. Envy and jealousy grew wildly within him. Initially, he had wanted to avenge his deceased pet Qing Feng, but as he learned more about Lin Fei, that flame of revenge quickly died out, replaced by an intense desire for possession. If I could get my hands on this magical bird and train it properly. Just thinking about it made his heart race. Duan Nanzhou took a deep breath and pulled out a palm-sized jade box from his pocket, lifting the lid slightly. Instantly, an indescribably rich fragrance wafted out. Just one whiff made him feel refreshed and clear-headed. It was an extremely precious fruit rich in dense spiritual energy. For today's plan, he had reluctantly parted with it. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. He buried his heartache and put on what he considered his most gentle and friendly smile. Come on, lovely little bird, come to Uncle's bowl. Lin Fei didn't even need to check the system's yellow arrow anymore, could simply follow the fragrance to locate the spiritual fruit. The enticing aroma drew him forward instinctively, but the moment he looked up, his feathers stood on end in terror. Duan Nanzhou. In that instant, Lin Fei didn't hesitate for even a second. He spun around with a sharp crack and darted back into the room, mentally rehearsing his escape plan of transforming into quantum form and taking parrot shape. This man had left too deep a psychological scar on him. He had nearly been twisted into popcorn back then, and if not for his lucky awakening of the second genetic unlocked talent, grass would probably be growing on his grave by now. In the courtyard, Duan Nanzhou stared at the ruffled parrot in surprise, though he quickly understood the situation. He had nearly killed the creature before, so its fear was perfectly natural. He took several deep breaths, reminding himself not to rush and to gradually repair their relationship. Forcing a smile and making his voice as sweet as honey, he called out, Fei Fei, don't be afraid. I truly mean no harm. I've come to resolve our past grievances. He raised a jade box high above his head like he was presenting some sacred relic. Uncle was wrong before. Uncle is here to apologize. He gently placed the jade box on the ground, then stepped back to the courtyard wall, crouched down, and leaped over it. Lin Fei pressed against the window frame, peering out cautiously while cursing inwardly. What's this about? Since when is he my uncle? Even my big sister only calls herself sister. And now this guy's promoting himself to elder status? Though the contents of the jade box emanated a powerful temptation, he didn't dare step outside. What if Duan Nanzhou came charging back the moment he stepped out? He couldn't withstand a full-force blow from a third-tier warrior with his small frame. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Fei flew upstairs to the study, turned on the computer, and pulled up the villa's external surveillance. He scanned through several camera feeds, but found no trace of Duan Nanzhou. Had he really left, or was he hiding in a blind spot? Lin Fei didn't dare gamble. He had no intention of becoming a living example of birds die for food. But the rich fragrance of the spiritual fruit kept wafting in, making his heart itch unbearably. After much deliberation, he finally used a system scan. Star pattern European plum fruit, rare spiritual object, contains abundant spiritual energy, edible. Consumption increases spiritual power limit. Wow, wow, wow. Lin Fei's eyes turned red with excitement. This thing could actually increase his limit. Absolutely couldn't let it slip away. What to do? After circling the room dozens of times, inspiration suddenly struck, and he flapped his wings frantically toward the villa's storage room. Meanwhile, outside the villa, how could Duan Nanzhou bear to leave? The star pattern European plum fruit was a treasure he had obtained during a mission, and investing it in that miraculous parrot pained him greatly. If the parrot ate it, so be it. It was meant as a gift anyway. But if the creature refused to show itself and let the spiritual fruit wither in the sun, that would be such a waste. He set himself a deadline, 10 minutes at most. If the parrot didn't emerge, he would retrieve the fruit and think of another approach. As captain of Action Team 2, Duan Nanzhou naturally had many tricks up his sleeve. Before jumping over the wall, he had quietly scattered several disposable micro-cameras, disguised as small pebbles around the corners of the courtyard. At that moment, he was crouched in a hidden corner outside, staring intently at his personal device screen. The countdown had originally been set for 10 minutes, and most of that time had already passed. Duan Nanzhou couldn't help but sigh quietly. This parrot is way too cautious. He silently cursed that Qin Hui's downfall hadn't been without reason. He'd wait another 2 minutes, and if the other party still didn't show up, he'd have to retrieve that spiritual fruit. Just as this thought crossed his mind, something suddenly caught his eye. A second-floor window of the villa creaked open with a squeak, and a palm-sized quadcopter drone buzzed into the air. A shoelace twisted into a loop dangled from the aircraft's underside, repeatedly maneuvering over the jade box on the stone table in the courtyard. Duan Nanzhou watched without blinking as the loop caught the box and gently lifted. A drone had successfully hoisted the jade box into the air. Liu Ruoyao had left at dawn, and there was absolutely no one else in the villa. The answer was crystal clear. The one controlling the drone was none other than that blonde yellow macaw. Holy crap, has this parrot become sentient or what? Duan Nanzhou watched as the jade box was lifted through the window, rubbing his temples with mixed emotions. The gift had been successfully delivered, but he felt both amazed and secretly pleased. The smarter the parrot, the more cunning its mind, the more likely he could lure it away. If it were like some loyal old dog stubbornly guarding its master, he'd be in despair instead. At this thought, a smile crept across his face as he dusted off his pants and left the courtyard wall. While Duan Nanzhou departed with his little schemes, Lin Fei nearly burst out laughing at the window, thanks to the system notification. That spiritual fruit went straight into his account. Evolution points 500, spiritual power limit 100, jumping from 300 to 400. Combined with his existing reserves, he'd broken through the third-tier threshold in one go. Ding! Your evolution points meet the requirements. Current evolution points, 10,067.6, 10000. You may advance. Begin advancement. Of course advance. Heat surged from his feather roots into his bone marrow, like swallowing an ice-cold plum drink on a scorching summer day, so refreshing his scalp tingled. Then his entire body felt like it was being pricked by fine needles, with waves of soreness, itching, and pain bombarding him. Lin Fei kept his eyes wide open, refusing to let himself pass out, though he muttered internally, should have just slept through this. But after enduring the most intense drowsiness, he became increasingly alert and could only grit his teeth and bear it. Fortunately, the advancement lasted less than half an hour. Ding! Advancement complete. Please check your attributes. Ding! Host receives 10 free attribute points. Please allocate them yourself. Ding! You have acquired a new skill, Explosive Fireball. Lin Fei immediately called up his status panel. Name, Lin Fei. Species, blue and yellow macaw. Bloodline, trace of ancient true phoenix. Tier, extraordinary 3rd tier. Attributes, strength 24, agility 27, stamina 27, intelligence 22, charisma 23. Talent, flame affinity passive LV4, reduces fire damage by 60, easier mastery of fire abilities. Skills, ability replication passive, steel feathers passive, investigate, peck attack, rending claws, flame breath, lion's roar, shadow escape, quantum body. New skill, explosive fireball shoots compressed fire element projectiles from mouth. Maximum range 2,000 meters. Consumes 20 spiritual power per use. Spiritual power, 600600. Evolution points, 67.650000. Assessment, the weakest 3rd tier in history has been born. Advancement speed is probably the only highlight. Snarky broken system. Lin Fei rolled his eyes, but soon broke into a wide grin. Long-range fireballs combined with flame breath gave him much more diverse attack options. He distributed the 10 free attribute points evenly among strength, agility, and stamina, as usual. The updated stats read, strength 27, agility 30, stamina 31, intelligence 22, charisma 23. He spread his wings and leaped to the windowsill, unable to suppress the surging power within his body. Casually grabbing the window frame, he gave it a light twist, and with chips scattered. Awesome. His gaze swept across the courtyard, finally settling on the wooden training dummy Liu Ruoyao used for practice. Meanwhile, Liu Ruoyao had no idea that her parrot had already marked the wooden post as a target. At that moment, she stood in Director Su's office, having just finished reporting on the Yunling operation, only to be stunned by a piece of shocking news. What? You're saying Qin Hui escaped? Yes, I received the news yesterday. Su Yuan's expression grew grave as he nodded in acknowledgement, then pushed the tablet in his hands toward Liu Ruoyao. The screen lit up, displaying a headline that read prominently, Qin Hui prison break incident brief. Liu Ruoyao glanced at it, her eyebrows slightly raised. Ever since Qin Hui's ability defect was exposed, he had been swiftly captured and interrogated. The interrogation results revealed a horrifying truth. Dozens of researchers had their lifespans directly drained to varying degrees due to frequently borrowing his ability. Rare spiritual medicines proved ineffective, and physicians were helpless. This kind of damage clearly came from mysterious forces. A year lost was a year lost, and when the time came, the Grim Reaper would collect without fail. A few days ago, an elderly researcher suddenly died without warning. He was one of those who had been drained the most, losing at least 30 years of his life. When news of his death spread, panic swept through the laboratory, and furious researchers unanimously demanded severe punishment for Qin Hui. Meanwhile, Qin Hui was suspected of having connections with the evil cult Advent sect, though there was no concrete evidence yet, so the investigation continued. The court acted swiftly, directly sentencing him to life imprisonment. However, the victims were not satisfied. Life sentences could be reduced, and with good behavior, he could be released in 10 to 20 years. Who could accept that? But what happened next was even more shocking. During transport, Qin Hui escaped. The entire escort team was found unconscious, and upon waking, they suffered temporary amnesia. No one could explain how Qin Hui had vanished without a trace. A nationwide manhunt had been issued, but there was still no word of him. Xiao Lu, you need to be careful, Su Ziyuan warned thoughtfully. Before the incident, he had a conflict with you. If he holds a grudge, he might very well come after you for revenge, and his connections to the evil cult haven't been fully investigated yet. Liu Ruoyao simply smiled casually, showing no concern. I'd welcome him to try. She was now a formidable third-tier warrior, just one step away from the fourth tier. For her to fear a first-tier transcendent with only a useless ability would be truly laughable. Seeing her confidence, Su Ziyuan stopped nagging and changed the subject. Xiao Lu, during interrogation, Qin Hui claimed that the 5 missing boxes of exotic beast meat were stolen by your parrot Fei Fei. What do you think about that? Absolutely not. Liu Ruoyao denied righteously. Really? Su Ziyuan pressed, with an intriguing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Of course, Liu Ruoyao answered decisively, though she felt guilty inside those 5 boxes of meat were currently in a refrigerated truck she had hired, driving around the city. She laughed heartily and waved dismissively. How could Fei Fei have such capability? That's over 100 pounds total. Qin Hui's people aren't stupid, would they let a parrot carry things back and forth? You're right, I don't believe it either, Su Ziyuan smiled along. The investigation team's final conclusion was that the meat was burned up in that fire. Qin Hui was just trying to drag you down with him. Exactly. But such a crude lie obviously lacks any credibility, Liu Ruoyao declared righteously. Su Ziyuan nodded and added, oh, there's something else. The Blizzard Squad has taken quite a liking to your Fei Fei and wants to recruit him as an official member. What do you think? What? Those guys want to steal my Fei Fei? In their dreams. Liu Ruoyao's face immediately darkened. I think that Hanya kid is asking for trouble. While the two were talking, Lin Fei had already circled several times in the sky before gliding back down to the villa's courtyard. Just a few minutes of test flight had boosted his confidence tremendously. His speed could easily break the sound barrier, and he could reach altitudes over 12,000 meters with room to spare. Next came combat testing. Lin Fei scanned the courtyard and quickly spotted the wooden training dummy Liu Ruoyao used for practice in the corner. Let's try close combat first. He spread his wings and soared upward, tracing an arc above the courtyard before diving down sharply. His razor-sharp talons struck viciously at the uppermost arm of the dummy. Crack! The arm made of ironwood snapped clean off. Was that really so powerful? Lin Fei was stunned. Ironwood was supposedly harder than steel, and he'd only intended to leave a few scratch marks. Remembering there were spares in the storage room, he didn't bother feeling sorry and wheeled around for another attack. Peck strike. His beak struck like a chisel with a dull thud, gouging out a cup-sized crater in the dummy's body, as wood chips flew everywhere. Next came a sweeping wing strike, the wingtips scraping across the wooden dummy and leaving cuts half a finger deep. Though not as powerful as his peck or talon strikes, it had the advantage of surprise. Getting hit by it would be no better than taking a blade. Lin Fei's enthusiasm soared as he flew circles around the dummy, unleashing peck strikes, talon strikes, and wing strikes in succession. Moments later, the poor training dummy was in shambles, its body covered in cracks, its arms and legs nearly all broken off. With close combat testing complete, he eagerly tried out his new skill, explosive fireball. Several compressed fireballs whistled skyward like meteors cutting through the night, moving as fast as artillery shells before reaching their limit and exploding with thunderous booms, their flames lighting up half the sky. The power made Lin Fei smugly satisfied, was like a miniature fighter jet. However, this was followed by warnings of critically low spiritual energy. His current spiritual energy cap was 600 points, which seemed like a lot, but could only sustain 30 explosive fireballs. Once his spiritual energy was depleted, he'd already experienced that completely drained, feeling skills like detection, flame breath, lion's roar, shadow escape, and quantum body transformation would all shut down. In comparison, physical techniques like peck strikes and talon strikes, along with passive abilities, didn't consume spiritual energy and were much more reliable. Lin Fei grumbled internally. No wonder he didn't like the mage route. Magic classes had strong burst damage, but after one wave they'd be as limp as wet noodles. Even worse, the system favored magic, consistently giving him spells when he leveled up while he'd yet to receive a single new melee skill. The only solution now was to wait for natural recovery at his rate of 1 point per minute. Reaching the full 600 would take an entire day. In future battles, he'd have to budget carefully, or he'd be finished if he couldn't use his ultimate moves at crucial moments. As he pondered this, the villa's front door creaked open and Liu Ruoyao walked out. Her gaze immediately fell on the armless, legless, utterly mangled training dummy in the courtyard, then shifted to Lin Fei, crouched nearby, looking completely innocent. She immediately put on an angry expression and scolded playfully. Fei Fei, you're wrecking the house again. You actually destroyed my training dummy. Lin Fei immediately lowered his head and stood on the table, putting on an I'm being good and accepting my punishment expression. Oh you. Liu Ruoyao shook her head helplessly. Every time you cause trouble, you give me the same look. Ever since this little guy awakened as a mystical beast, he had become completely restless, never causing major disasters. But minor mishaps kept happening one after another. Liu Ruoyao sighed and walked over to the broken wooden training dummy. She gently ran her fingertips along the smooth break, with wood chips still falling. Then she looked up to examine Lin Fei carefully, sensing the aura within him that was noticeably stronger than yesterday. Her delicate eyebrows arched slightly. You've advanced. Lin Fei nodded, shrinking his little head. Excellent. Liu Ruoyao's eyes lit up suddenly, excitement evident in her voice. Come on, Fei, let's spar. Squawk. Lin Fei's wings froze midair. On the surface, he was now third tier like Liu Ruoyao, but he knew the truth. Most of his evolution points came from clinging to this big sister's golden thigh, never having hunted independently. Real combat experience? Only crushing ordinary creatures like sea eagles or spitting fire from a distance to end fights quickly. Hardly real battle experience. He even agreed with the system's amateur assessment. Fighting Liu Ruoyao? The image of being thoroughly beaten flashed through his mind. Just as he was thinking of making an excuse to escape, Liu Ruoyao raised her hand. Don't worry, I'll hold back and won't hurt you. Come on. Unable to refuse, Lin Fei reluctantly spread his wings and took flight. After circling once in the air, he suddenly opened his beak, and a thumb-sized crimson fireball instantly formed. Explosive fireball. The fireball streaked downward with a fiery tail. Oh, a new ability? Interest flickered in Liu Ruoyao's eyes. She didn't dodge, but raised her right hand, creating a crystalline, thick ice shield in midair. Boom. The fireball exploded into a blazing red sphere of light, the shockwave forcing Liu Ruoyao back a step. The ice shield cracked like a spider web, but quickly restored itself in the cold air. Power equivalent to a 40mm grenade, round not bad. She nodded encouragingly. Fei again. But Lin Fei felt deflated. Ice countered fire, and Big Sister had blocked it effortlessly. If fireballs were useless, flame breath would probably be the same. Since ranged attacks weren't working, he'd have to fight in close combat. He folded his wings and dove, becoming a black streak aimed at Liu Ruoyao's head. As he approached, he suddenly spread his wings wide, using air resistance to slow down while his talons tore downward with whistling force. Well done. Liu Ruoyao touched her toes to the ground, executing the treading snow without trace technique. Her form drifted like falling catkins, gracefully avoiding his claws by half a foot, then struck back with her palm like a blade toward Lin Fei's back. Cold air steamed from her palm's edge as a layer of hard black ice instantly covered it. Clang. A crisp collision echoed as her strike hit squarely, but felt like hitting steel plate. It didn't penetrate at all. Such hard feathers. Liu Ruoyao praised, then shifted her palm into a finger strike, shooting out a cold gleam. Black ice finger. Bone-chilling cold condensed into a straight finger wind, shooting like a laser beam at Lin Fei. Almost instinctively, Lin Fei opened his beak and unleashed a blazing column of fire. Hiss. The flame breath collided heat in with the black ice finger, red flames and blue frost intertwining, instantly creating billowing white mist. This mystic ice finger contained only a modest amount of mystic ice energy, which was instantly vaporized. The surging orange flames continued their assault toward Liu Ruoyao unabated. Without changing expression, Liu Ruoyao took a deep breath, her chest rising slightly, then exhaled forcefully. Bone-chilling cold air collided heat in with the flames, and both forces annihilated each other instantly. Ice breath. Lin Fei's heart stirred. This technique was remarkably similar to his own flame breath, and Dayo had never used it before. He couldn't help but feel a surge of inexplicable joy. Lin Fei circled once and landed lightly atop the wooden training dummy, his interest waning. If they continued fighting, he'd only have his trump card, the quantum avatar form, left to use. Liu Ruoyao clearly hadn't used her full strength either. Her ice rain sword remained sheathed. Seeing Lin Fei withdraw, she nodded accordingly. Fei, your combat ability is quite impressive. Most second-tier extraordinary warriors wouldn't necessarily be your match. Not to mention you can fly. Aerial fireball kiting tactics would give even second and third-tier extraordinaries headaches. As she spoke, she turned toward the storage room to prepare a new set of training dummies. Lin Fei couldn't help, so he could only follow alongside and chat. Just then, the tactical watch on Liu Ruoyao's wrist vibrated with a buzz, its display lighting up with a ring of piercing red light. She immediately stopped what she was doing and pulled out her specialized phony. On the screen, the Special Investigation Bureau's emblem flashed. Within seconds, she quickly scanned through the intelligence report and looked up at Lin Fei with a serious expression. 18 kilometers east, at Happy Tree Residential Complex, there's been an incident of an awakened beast attacking people. Fly there at full speed immediately. I'll follow shortly. Go. Seeing her grave expression, Lin Fei immediately spread his wings and transformed into a blue streak of light, shooting through the sky. Seconds later, while in flight, Lin Fei felt his collar vibrate slightly as Liu Ruoyao's voice came through. Fei, latest intelligence. The attacking beast is behind Building 12 in the complex. Full acceleration. Roger. Lin Fei's spirits lifted, barely containing his excitement. Finally, a chance to test his maximum speed. The next moment, he beat his wings frantically, stirring the surrounding air into spiraling turbulence. As his speed approached the sound barrier, heavy resistance hit him heated. He could go faster. He pushed harder. Suddenly the sky fell into an eerie silence, followed by a thunderous boom that exploded outward. Transparent shock waves spread in all directions as a white conical vapor cloud bloomed around Lin Fei's body, breaking the sound barrier with flesh and blood. Exhilarating. He cried out in triumph, though his voice was already left far behind. In the distance, Liu Ruoyao clearly heard the sonic boom and paused in surprise. A sonic boom? Fei was actually that powerful? Her amazement lasted only a moment before she activated her snow-treading traceless steps technique, transforming into a blur as she shot forward. Meanwhile, behind Building 12 at Happy Tree Residential Complex, several young people with brightly colored hair and bizarre clothing were cornered in the narrow dead end between the courtyard wall and the building, all trembling and pale-faced. 3 meters away, a massive black dog the size of a calf crouched low, growling. Its muscles bulged, steel needle-like black fur bristled upright, and crimson blood dripped from between its gleaming white fangs. On the ground, a muscular man with tattooed arms lay face down, a pool of dark red blood spreading beneath him, his fate unknown. Nearby, a frail girl stood alone. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, with a thin frame and disheveled, yellowing hair plastered against her cheeks. Her faded old clothes were covered in patches and torn in multiple places. One side of her face was severely swollen, with dried brown blood crusted at the corner of her mouth, while her exposed neck and arms were covered in vicious, crisscrossing scars. She stood motionless, her hollow gaze sweeping over everything before her, yet deep in her pupils flickered a hint of satisfaction. Huaxia, we were wrong. A blond youth's voice cracked with tears as he knelt and pleaded, please spare us. I'm begging you. Yes. Forgive us this time. Another youth chimed in with a trembling voice. We'll leave right now, go far away, and never bother you again. Ha. The girl called Huaxia slowly turned her head, a few neurotic chuckles rolling from her throat. Now you know fear, she whispered. Too late. The black dog seemed to sense its master's emotions, emitting a low growl from its throat, crouching on all fours, ready to pounce at any moment. The shadow of death instantly enveloped the delinquent youths. However, just as the black dog was about to strike, whoosh! A piercing sound cut through the night, followed by a thunderous explosion. A fist-sized crimson fireball wreathed in flames struck the ground in front of the black dog. The blast wave, carrying debris and dirt, sent the leaping black dog tumbling backward. A blue figure descended from above, landing gracefully on the courtyard wall. It was Lin Fei. The black dog howled in fury, its blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Fei. It charged forward several steps, then pushed off powerfully with its hind legs, launching its dark form into the air with its massive jaws aimed directly at Lin Fei's throat. Seeking death, Lin Fei growled, pushing off the wall with both legs and soaring several meters higher, easily dodging the attack. Opening his beak, he fired a second explosive fireball that struck the black dog squarely in the chest just as it reached the wall. Boom! Flames erupted as the black dog was sent spinning through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, whimpering in pain. Its chest was charred black with blood seeping out, but its tenacious constitution kept it conscious as it struggled to stand. Lin Fei raised his wing and cast an identification spell. Mutated Black Garden Dog, 2 years 6 months old, Transcendent, first rank. Skills: Pounce and Bite, Claw Strike, Silent Hunter's Hearing, Scent Tracking, Rabies Virus Passive. Status: Severely injured. So it's a transcendent beast. No wonder it survived one of my explosive fireballs that packed the punch of a cannon shell, Lin Fei assessed mentally. But it's only first rank. That hit has basically stripped it of all combat ability. At that moment, Liu Ruoyao's cold command came through the collar device. Surveillance footage acquired. Target black dog confirmed to have harmed humans. High danger level with no capture value. Fei, you are ordered to eliminate this dog immediately. A flash of killing intent appeared in Lin Fei's eyes as he opened his beak, red light pulsing within, preparing to fire another fireball to completely destroy this vicious black dog. At that very moment, the frail girl named Huaxia, who had been standing motionless, suddenly lunged forward and threw herself in front of the struggling black dog, spreading her arms wide to shield it. Lin Fei was shocked and quickly turned his head, managing to deflect his spell by half an angle just as the fireball shot out. The blazing red fireball barely grazed the girl's waist as it flew past, crashing into the flower bed behind her with a thunderous roar. The exploding flames sent dirt and withered petals flying, instantly filling the air with the smell of scorched earth. No, don't hurt Xiaohe, the girl cried out, tears streaming down her dust-stained cheeks. She looked at the strange fire-breathing parrot, her voice trembling. Xiaohei didn't mean to hurt Anyani, it was just trying to protect me. It was them, they hit me first. She pointed toward the delinquent youths who were now cowering on the ground nearby, her voice becoming increasingly choked with sobs. They've been bullying me, stealing the money I earned from collecting scraps, calling me a bastard with no parents. Today they even tried to force me into prostitution, and when I refused, they beat me. Sob sob. If it weren't for Xiaohei, today I would have been. The black dog Xiaohei whimpered softly, struggling to lift its head and lick its owner's scraped ankle. It had grown noticeably larger than before, its fur charred black, blood still trickling from its back, yet it fought to suppress its rage and remained protectively behind Xiaoxia. Lin Fei stood stunned, his gaze shifting between Xiaoxia and the group of delinquents, ultimately falling silent. Fei Fei, come here. A cool female voice called from nearby. Liu Ruoyao nodded to Lin Fei from a distance, then quickly walked over to the tattooed man lying on the ground. She crouched down, placing her fingertips against the man's neck, her expression darkening as she gently shook her head. Lin Fei landed on her shoulder and asked in a low voice, "How is he?" "Dead." Liu Ruoyao lowered her voice, then took a few steps forward and called out gently, "Little girl, come here. Tell your sister what happened, and she'll help you." Xiaoxia stared warily at this beautiful woman with the fire-breathing parrot. What about my Xiaohei? What will you do to it?" Liu Ruoyao's expression darkened slightly, and she paused for a moment. "Come here first, then we'll talk." "No. You want to kill Xiaohei, don't you? I won't let you do that. I'd rather die first." Xiaoxia screamed frantically. Liu Ruoyao sighed deeply, flipped her right hand, and flicked her fingers. An ice crystal gleaming with cold light shot through the air, striking precisely at a pressure point on Xiaoxia's neck. The girl's vision went black, and she collapsed unconscious on the spot. In the next instant, Liu Ruoyao's figure flashed like a ghost, catching Xiaoxia steadily and swiftly retreating to her original position. Her movement was so fast that even Lin Fei nearly lost his footing and almost fell off. Having lost its owner, Xiaohei roared in fury, trying to lunge forward on its front paws, but due to its severe injuries, it failed to stand despite several attempts. Liu Ruoyao placed Xiaoxia to one side, glanced at her apologetically, then looked up at Lin Fei and said, "Fei Fei, end its suffering." Lin Fei stood on the ground, pressing his beak tightly shut, remaining motionless. Liu Ruoyao sighed again, her gaze cold as a blade. "Fei Fei, I understand them, and I sympathize with them, but once a mystical beast harms humans, especially when it causes death," her voice turned icy, "it must die. This is an iron law." With unprecedented seriousness, she commanded sharply, "Fei Fei, kill it. This is an order." Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air, and the black dog's mournful howl came to an abrupt halt. Its body was blasted away by the explosive fireball, crashing heavily to the ground where it lay motionless. After releasing that explosive fireball, Lin Fei stood frozen in place, his head hanging so low it nearly touched the cement ground stained with blood and debris. Ding. Spirit-rich beast flesh detected within 30 meters. Host is advised to collect immediately. The crisp system notification echoed in his mind, but at this moment, he felt as if a lead weight was pressing down on his chest. The charred and twisted remains lay ahead even though they could provide him with substantial evolution points. He couldn't bear to look at them. Liu Ruoyao surveyed the scene, her gaze sweeping over Lin Fei's dejected figure as she sighed inwardly. She first bent down to place the unconscious girl Xiaoxia from her arms onto a relatively clean patch of ground, cushioning her head with her jacket, before walking toward Lin Fei. The woman crouched down and gathered the parrot with its singed black feathers still steaming into her embrace, her fingertips gently stroking his trembling back feathers like comforting an injured child. The next second, her eyes turned ice cold as she spun around, her hands slicing through the air. Swoosh. Before several delinquent youths attempting to slip away in the chaos, a waist-high ice wall suddenly rose. The wall was translucent, its surface covered with bone-white spikes, their tips less than a centimeter from the throat of the blonde-haired youth in front. The bone-chilling cold pressed against his skin, and he instantly froze, cold sweat trickling down his neck into his collar. "Did I say you could leave?" Liu Ruoyao's voice was as cold as frost on a deep winter night. The group shuddered, not daring to breathe too heavily. She snorted coldly, no longer looking at them, and tapped her tactical watch. Her voice was clear and efficient. "Scene secured, target beast eliminated, 1 civilian casualty, 1 unconscious, suspects contained. Request immediate cleanup. Investigate those punks, thoroughly detain who needs detaining. Prosecute who needs prosecuting. Regarding the girl's situation, contact the Women's Federation for proper placement after this concludes." A response quickly came through the communicator. "Understood." After completing the arrangements, she picked up Lin Fei again and left the residential complex with decisive steps, getting into a taxi waiting by the roadside. Night wind flowed through the car window, carrying a faint scent of blood. Lin Fei buried his head in Liu Ruoyao's arms, letting the light and shadows from passing street lamps flicker across his pupils. Back at the suburban villa, Liu Ruoyao placed Lin Fei on the coffee table and sat on the sofa, elbows on her knees, gazing at him with steady, profound eyes. Fei, look at me. She spoke solemnly. I'm going to tell you right now why that black dog had to die, and why you had to be the one to do it. Lin Fei slowly raised his head to meet her gaze, the soft white light of the living room reflecting in his crimson eyes. Liu Ruoyao raised her hand to rub her temples, a hint of distress in her tone. To be honest, Fei, I'm increasingly uncertain what human age your intelligence corresponds to, but I'm certain you're much smarter than we initially thought. Lin Fei remained silent, simply gazing at her quietly. Fei, do you know? Her tone grew somber. Keeping you by my side puts both Director Su and me under considerable pressure. Many people question whether a beast with such powerful abilities can be completely trusted, whether it can remain safe and controllable in the city, among people. She paused, her expression both helpless and grave, continuing. From the moment you received the order today, countless eyes were watching. Fortunately, you obeyed my command without excessive hesitation, and you didn't defy orders. Liu Ruoyao said with evident relief. You've proven to them that you, Fei, are a reliable parrot agent, controllable and trustworthy. She let out a gentle sigh and continued explaining. This is important, do you understand? I know you didn't want to kill that black dog. Her tone softened, yet remained clear and brutal. Truth is, I didn't want to either. That girl and her black dog were both pity-feel it wasn't their fault. Liu Ruoyao's gaze turned cold. But we had no choice. Any supernatural beast that appears in the city, regardless of the reason, once it harms people, especially fatally. Her voice suddenly rose sharply, like an ice blade cutting through air. It must die? Because this is. She looked up toward the window, enunciating each word. Human. City. A human city. Lin Fei repeated silently in his mind, feeling an inexplicable chill rise in his chest. Liu Ruoyao crouched down, meeting Lin Fei's gaze at eye level, her voice more serious than ever. Fei, remember, unless facing a clear enemy, never harm humans, especially never kill them. That line must never be crossed. Do you hear me clearly? Lin Fei remained silent for a long time. Fei. Liu Ruoyao pressed again. Do you understand what I just said? Lin Fei raised his head, his obsidian-like bird eyes looking directly at her. Yao, if one day I really hurt someone, or even killed someone, not because of a mission, but for other reasons, what would you do? The moment he asked, his heart pounded frantically. Naturally, I'd handle it by the book, Liu Ruoyao said with a stern face. Lin Fei said nothing, just stared at her more intently. All right, I was joking. She couldn't maintain the facade, her lips curving into a smile. I believe Fei wouldn't hurt people without reason. Lin Fei remained silent, his gaze urging her to continue. Liu Ruoyao's smile faded as she crouched down again, gently cradling Lin Fei's body in her hands. She took a deep breath, her expression solemn. If someday you hurt or kill someone, I believe it would be out of necessity. I won't let anyone touch you easily. Whatever happens, I'll bear it with you even if the sky falls. Her eyes blazed with resolute light. Just like that little girl today, who fought desperately to protect her beloved pet. You're not only my beloved pet, but also my only family. But I'm different from her. She was powerless and could only watch little Hay die. As her words fell, power surged within Liu Ruoyao. The living room temperature plummeted instantly. Except for the small patch of ground beneath Lin Fei's feet, furniture, walls, and floors rapidly became covered with white frost. Her voice was sharp as a sword. But I'm different. I have power. This power isn't for seizing authority or pursuing vain glory, it's for protection. To protect you. To protect me. To protect our home. Anyone who wants to hurt you will have to step over my dead body. Each word rang like a great bell, both declaration and oath. This is my declaration and my vow. I, Liu Ruoyao, fear nothing. Boom. Tremendous icy energy erupted from her like a tsunami, surging in all directions. Bones crackled, skin gleamed with crystalline frost. In an instant, the entire living room transformed into an ice cave, leaving only a small patch of unfrozen warmth at Lin Fei's feet. Lin Fei's bird eyes widened to perfect circles, his beak gaping wide enough to fit an entire walnut. Seriously, Big Yao, what on earth are you doing? A refined aura, cold as Tento sandy-rolled ice, began to emanate faintly from Liu Ruoyao's body. Lin Fei's round eyes widened in shock as an illusion suddenly overwhelmed him. Before him stood not a young woman, but a colossal iceberg that had towered since ancient times, frozen for millennia. Yet in the next moment, Liu Ruoyao's lips curved slightly upward like melting spring snow, and the bone-piercing cold receded like a tide. The ice crystals that had just formed on the walls quickly faded away, and the floor and furniture returned to their original state. The only things that remained were her unfathomably deep eyes, the sharp gleam hidden within her pupils, and the heart-stopping aura of power that surrounded her. Could this be a breakthrough? Lin Fei's heart raced wildly. A clear Tao heart pointing directly to one's true nature. Using vows as a blade to shatter all constraints, was this the legendary realm of breaking through barriers? Without absolute sincerity in every word, such an ascension would be impossible. At this thought, he was so moved he nearly wanted to cry, though unfortunately, a parrot's physiology didn't include the function of shedding tears. Suddenly, Liu Ruoyao turned toward the window, her voice calm, yet penetrating. Captain Duan, since you're here, why not come in for a chat? Creak's door was pushed open, and Duan Nanzhou entered with a complex expression. He had intended to quietly leave, but hadn't expected Liu Ruoyao to be on the verge of breakthrough. The slightest pause in his steps had been detected by her. He placed an ancient jade box on the coffee table, clasped his fists together, and performed a crisp martial artist salute. Captain Liu, congratulations on your breakthrough. As he bowed, he felt secretly alarmed. Liu Ruoyao's cultivation had now reached an even higher level, and combined with her innate abilities, she could probably surpass him. He would need to redouble his training efforts from now on. Thank you. Liu Ruoyao returned the courtesy, then her gaze fell upon the jade box. What brings Captain Duan here? What's in the box? Duan Nanzhou's mouth twitched slightly. To take the item back now would be quite rude, so he could only smile bitterly and say, a small gift for your Fei Fei. With that, he opened the jade box. A crisp, fruity fragrance instantly filled the room. Inside the box lay a red, long-incised spiritual fruit, lustrous as a condensed pearl. Ding! A fruit rich in spiritual energy detected within 2 meters. Host should consume immediately. The electronic voice exploded in Lin Fei's mind, and his eyes nearly bulged like light bulbs. Analyze. Flame spirit vermilion fruit, rare spiritual object, contains abundant fire element spiritual energy, edible. Consumption can increase spiritual power limit and enhance fire element skill potency. Lin Fei was completely stunned. This fruit was even more potent than the one he'd swallowed before, actually capable of increasing his spiritual power limit and strengthening fire element skills. Good heavens, where did Captain Duan keep finding all these spiritual fruits? For a moment, he shamefully found himself tempted by Duan Nanzhou's enticement. But remembering De Yaoyao's heartfelt vows just moments ago, he ruthlessly crushed that budding thought. De Yaoyao treats me so well, how could I, Lin Fei, abandon her for mere benefits? She doesn't betray me, and I won't betray her. Liu Ruoyao was equally surprised. Though she didn't recognize the flame spirit vermilion fruit, the extraordinary fragrance alone told her it was incredibly precious. Any cultivator would benefit enormously from it. Yet Duan Nanzhou had unhesitatingly offered it as a gift for her Fei Fei. If she knew he had already done something similar once before, she would be even more astonished. She shook her head and said, this is too precious. I can't accept such a valuable gift without having done anything to deserve it. Captain Duan, please take it back. Duan Nanzhou felt bitter inside. How could he possibly tell her that he was using this treasure to bribe her proud parrot? He could only deflect awkwardly. Not at all, not at all. I frightened Fei Fei last time, so consider this fruit my apology. Inwardly, he cursed. Here I am, offering something I carefully selected, and I still have to make excuses to give it away. Liu Ruoyao was about to decline again when she caught sight of Fei Fei out of the corner of her eye. The plump, glossy feathered parrot was staring at the jade box with gleaming eyes, practically drooling onto the table. She sighed helplessly and clasped her hands in gratitude. Then I'll thank Captain Duan on Fei Fei's behalf. What happened before was just a misunderstanding. Please don't worry about it. Of course. Of course. Duan Nanzhou smiled along. With Liu Ruoyao present, he couldn't very well continue trying to cozy up to Fei Fei, so he made small talk instead. After a few pleasantries, he stood to leave. Just then, Liu Ruoyao's tactical watch vibrated abruptly, its display flashing an urgent red circle emergency alert. She immediately pulled out her phone to check. Emergency meeting at headquarters, report immediately. Looking up, she saw Duan Nanzhou had just closed his phone, his watch also flashing red. They locked eyes, both seeing the gravity of the situation reflected back. When 2 captains are summoned simultaneously, something big must have happened. Liu Ruoyao immediately turned to Lin Fei with strict instructions. I'm going to a meeting. You stay home and watch the Huaxia going out. Do you understand? Lin Fei nodded, though he sighed inwardly. Trouble again, no doubt. Being a supernatural agent for the Special Investigation Bureau really is a tough job. After watching Liu Ruoyao and Duan Nanzhou hurry away, he could no longer restrain himself. Stretching his neck forward, he pecked at the fired flame spirit vermilion fruit in the jade box and swallowed it in one gulp. The flesh dissolved instantly on his tongue, and scorching spiritual energy exploded through his body. Then, a heavenly system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! You have consumed a flame spirit vermilion fruit and gained 1,000 evolution points. Spiritual energy limit 100. Fire skill power 10. Evolution points 112,075,0000. Spiritual energy 700,700. I can spit 5 more explosive fireballs now, one step closer to becoming a miniature bomber. Lin Fei spun around excitedly, nearly crashing into the hanging lamp. If not for Liu Ruoyao's strict orders before leaving, he would have already burst through the window to soar and celebrate. Meanwhile, Liu Ruoyao and Duan Nanzhou raced their car at top speed to headquarters. When they entered the conference room, it was already packed. Director Su sat at the head of the table with two deputy directors flanking him, while the intelligence chief and heads of various departments filled every seat. The air was thick with suffocating tension. Liu Ruoyao and Duan Nanzhou quietly took their seats. Once everyone had arrived, the lights dimmed and the projection screen suddenly blazed to life, displaying a world map covered in dense crimson markers that sent chills down everyone's spines. The silence was broken by Su Ziyuan's deep voice. Everyone, he pointed to those scattered red dots like sparks. Today's meeting has only one topic: a severe global crisis that all of humanity is facing. The threat of supernatural beasts and extraordinary criminals. Su Ziyuan turned his gaze to the head of the intelligence division. Oldly, you take it from here. Certainly. Director Li stood up and brought up the global situation map. Everyone, please look at the screen. Each bright spot corresponds to a major supernatural incident that caused significant casualties: beast attacks, supernatural criminal activities, or cult rituals. He raised his laser pointer, and the red dot first landed on South America. The screen switched to show satellite photos and field footage from deep in the Amazon rainforest. Side by side a week ago, a small beast tide had overwhelmed a border town, leaving over 200 casualties, with black smoke still rising from the ruins. The dot moved to Africa. 3 days ago, a large oasis in the Sahara had been devoured by a giant mutated sandworm, leaving the oasis completely hollowed out with nearly 1,000 residents. None survived. In the Southeast Asian rainforest, a village was covered by swarms of mutated venomous insects, with corpses and insect remains mixed together in a gruesome mess. In the Nordic fjords, giant sea beasts churned the waters, capsizing several fishing boats and sending dozens of fishermen into the sea. In the Australian outlands, herds of mutated kangaroos rampaged wildly, with local government and multiple supernatural teams still working to contain them. Director Li methodically reported the times, locations, and casualty figures. These are just the most impactful cases globally from the past 2 weeks alone. He took a deep breath and switched to domestic statistics. Now let's look at our own country. The bar chart showed a sharp upward trend. In the past month, awakened beast attacks on people in major cities and their suburbs have increased by 217 compared to the previous period, an average of 15 incidents per day. The conference room fell into dead silence. Director Li continued explaining the catalytic effects of spiritual energy on animals and plants. Even when animals have no malicious intent, they can still cause terrible disasters due to their explosive increase in power. He pulled up surveillance footage. A large pet dog, after awakening, had simply pounced on its owner to play, but shattered the person's ribcage on impact. At the side of the table, Liu Ruoyao silently clenched her fists. She thought of the girl named Huaxia and that dog called Xiaohe. It was just one ordinary case among dozens of daily beast attack incidents. Having covered beast attacks, let's discuss supernatural crimes. Director Li switched materials. In a South Korean middle school, a girl who had been bullied for years suddenly awakened ice-type abilities and instantly froze over a dozen classmates into ice sculptures. In the United States, a martial artist practicing the Aurelian sword technique single-handedly robbed a bank, making off with approximately $5 million, leaving multiple casualties at the scene. In our country's Lingnan region, cultists lost control of a Siamese ghost child they were worshipping, leading to indiscriminate killings. The entity possessed tremendous strength and was impervious to bullets, ultimately being eliminated by the Lingnan Special Investigation Division's supernatural combat team. In Shanghai, 2 supernatural individuals fought in the streets, their true chi and techniques bringing down multiple buildings and harming innocent bystanders. Case after case, incident after incident, the sight was shocking to everyone in the conference room. After Director Li finished his briefing, the conference room fell into an oppressive silence, so complete you could hear a pin drop. The clock on the wall ticked forward relentlessly, and the air seemed frozen solid. The deteriorating situation was progressing far faster than anyone had anticipated. Suddenly, Su Ziyuan's slightly hoarse voice cut through the silence as he surveyed the room with sharp, calm eyes. The global spiritual energy revival is accelerating, and both the intensity and frequency of beast awakenings are increasing. The awakening rate of human ability users is rising as well. His voice unconsciously grew louder as he continued. Therefore, the Special Investigation Bureau, as the frontline force protecting our cities and citizens, must adjust our strategy. We can no longer remain passive, defensively investigating and handling supernatural incidents by the book. He slammed his palm down on the table, his gaze sweeping across every tense face. Therefore, before he could finish, all eyes were already fixed on him, waiting for the final decision. After deliberation by the Bureau leadership, Su Ziyuan slowly delivered these words with grave solemnity. Effective immediately, We will select highly mobile elite personnel from both action teams to establish the Special Investigation Bureau Haiqing Branch Rapid Response Squad. A brief murmur of whispers began to spread, but was quickly suppressed by his raised hand. The Rapid Response Squad will be a highly mobile, well-equipped elite force composed of exceptional supernatural operatives, on standby 24 hours a day. Su Ziyuan spoke each word deliberately. Our primary objective is singular. Reach any supernatural creature attack scene within our jurisdiction at maximum speed, control the situation and eliminate threats in minimum time, and reduce civilian casualties to the greatest extent possible. He paused, then added, supernatural creatures include not only beasts, but also supernatural criminals. All supernatural incidents fall within the Rapid Response Squad scope of responsibility. His gaze swept over everyone present as he announced the roster. The Rapid Response Squad will have 7 members. Squad Leader Liu Ruoyao, who will continue serving concurrently as Captain of Action Team 1. Deputy Squad Leader Duan Nanzhou, who will continue serving concurrently as Captain of Action Team 2. You two may discuss among yourselves who leads field missions and who remains at the Information Command Center to coordinate both teams' operations. Arrange it flexibly. He then announced the team members one by one. 1. Former Action Team 1 member Xiao Shenyang, codenamed Sunset, long-range fire support specialist. 2. Former Action Team 1 member Chun Rui, codename Eagle Eye, technical support and information processing, also serving as sniper. 3. Former Action Team 2 member Mo Sinew, codename Shadow, close combat assault and reconnaissance. 4. Former Action Team 2 member Li Tailin, codename Iron Wall, frontal assault and fire suppression. 5. Former Action Team 2 member Gao Chong, codename Angel, reconnaissance, rapid support, and long-range fire support. He stopped here, his gaze settling on Liu Ruoyao, his voice steady. And Special Team member the beast parrot Fei. As his words landed, the conference room fell into a brief vacuum. Some wondered if they had misheard, mixed with low murmurs of discussion. Quiet. Su Ziyuan tapped the table, dispersing all whispers. The beast parrot Fei, trained by Captain Liu, has proven itself in the Yunling chemical plant battle, the foreign infiltrator pursuit operation, and this morning's incident at Happy Tree Residential Complex. After evaluation, Fei possesses extremely high mobility, considerable long-range strike capability, and powerful close combat ability, with overall combat effectiveness comparable to a second-tier elite supernatural warrior. Its aerial advantage, in particular, cannot be replaced by human team members. He raised his finger to emphasize each point. First, it possesses intelligence equivalent to at least a 12-year-old human child and can communicate using human speech. Second, it shows extreme loyalty to its master Captain Liu, with reliable obedience. Given this, the Bureau has specially approved Fei's official enrollment in the Rapid Response Squad. And furthermore, he surveyed everyone present, a hint of satisfaction appearing at the corner of his mouth. Fei now enjoys official status and has become a registered supernatural agent of our branch. The conference room atmosphere exploded into excitement, yet remained restrained in shock. Everyone was momentarily stunned. A formal position? For a mythical beast? What a joke. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief, and the conference room instantly erupted into chaos. Su Ziyuan remained composed, pulling out an ID from the breast pocket of his impeccably buttoned uniform. With a flick of his thumb, the leather cover reflected a cold white gleam under the lights. A large headshot of a parrot was prominently displayed on the first page, its feathers so brilliantly colored they were almost blinding. Su Ziyuan casually tossed it, and the ID traced a perfect arc through the air before landing with a crisp thud in front of Liu Ruoyao. She nodded helplessly, flipped through it for verification, then put it away. How on earth did you get the higher-ups to approve this? She muttered under her breath as the meeting continued. Su Ziyuan fired off orders like a machine gun. The intelligence division would deploy key personnel, while logistics and medical departments would form dedicated teams to provide round-the-clock support for the soon-to-be-established Rapid Response Unit. Liu Ruoyao and Duan Nanzhou had 1 week to assemble team members, build cohesion, and establish combat readiness. Attendees scribbled notes frantically, while the air conditioning's hum made the atmosphere even more tense. By the time the meeting ended, night had completely fallen. Outside the branch office building, lights were sparse, and the sky was dotted with stars like scattered silver. Liu Ruoyao rode her electric scooter home and looked up to see Lin Fei perched steadily on the gate's crossbeam, waiting for her. Warmth filled her heart as she waved. Lin Fei spread his wings and swooped down to her shoulder with a whoosh. Fei, I brought you something amazing this time. Liu Ruoyao's eyes sparkled with pride. What is it? Lin Fei looked around but didn't see any boxes containing beast meat, puzzled. I'll show you once we're inside. Liu Ruoyao parked her scooter, and the two of them, one human, one bird, entered the house. Half an hour later, Lin Fei stared at the ID spread open on the table, his entire body frozen in shock. Holy crap, that old fox Su actually got me a formal position. After a brief moment of joy, he calmed down, his feathers standing on end. If this were my past life, I'd be over the moon. But now I'm a scarlet macaw. What good are salary, bonuses, housing funds, and holiday gifts to a bird? Plus, I'd have to join some rapid response team on 24-hour standby. That's basically indentured servitude. At this thought, he wanted to fly straight to Su Ziyuan and slap the ID back in his face. But as his gaze swept across the living room, he saw Liu Ruoyao hunched over the table, notebook open as she wrote training plans with complete focus. Lin Fei remembered her daytime determination, using her oath as a blade to cut through obstacles, and his anger gradually subsided. I'll let Liu Ruoyao negotiate. Convert the salary and bonuses into beast meat and spirit fruits. If they give me enough, working for the Special Investigation Bureau isn't out of the question. With this thought, he flapped his wings a couple of times, finally feeling at peace. The next morning, dawn was just breaking. Liu Ruoyao led Lin Fei toward the training base near the branch office that had been specially allocated to the rapid response team. Located behind and to the side of the main office building, it was clearly positioned for easy access to the information command center for both team leaders. From a distance, construction vehicles, cranes, and welding sparks created a bustling scene. The base was already a hive of activity, with various construction and preparation work underway. Most conspicuously, atop the base building, a group of uniformed engineers were installing 5 devices that looked like miniature rocket launch platforms. Yao, what are those? Lin Fei flapped his wings and looked up curiously. Oh, those. Their full name is Individual Rapid Mobility Flight Support Device, but they're basically personal flying units. Liu Ruoyao stood beside him, her gaze sweeping across the metal frameworks and dense cables. They're the latest equipment just developed, and our rapid response team gets to test them first. Lin Fei's eyes instantly widened. Has human technology really become this awesome? Don't get your hopes up, those are for the human team members. You can't use them. Liu Ruoyao withdrew her gaze and patted his wing. Come on, let's go meet the new team members. As the two passed through the heavy alloy doors, almost all members from the original action teams 1 and 2 had arrived, except for Duan Nanzhou. They were scattered in small groups throughout the training hall. Duan Nanzhou had been sent by Liu Ruoyao to the Information Warfare Command Center to handle the reorganization of the action teams. With so many personnel being reassigned, the team structure needed complete restructuring. The moment Liu Ruoyao and Lin Fei stepped into the hall, Sunset and Eagle Eye approached them with friendly greetings. The 3 members from the original action team 2, however, showed varied reactions. Li Tailin, codenamed Iron Wall, was the first to step forward. This nearly 6'3" giant had a gleaming bald head, bulging muscles, and wore an honest smile. Captain Liu, Brother Lin, Shadow, Mo Sinew, merely stood in the lamplight, expressionless, giving an almost imperceptible nod without saying a word. Angel, Gao Cheng, timidly stepped closer and quietly called out, Captain Liu, then stared curiously at Lin Fei's wings. Behind him, a pair of snow-white giant wings spread slightly as a beast blood-enhanced superhuman. He had been injected with purified serum from a 3rd-tier exotic beast, the storm albatross, granting him flight abilities. Perhaps because they were both winged creatures, Gao Cheng's gaze seemed particularly friendly. Lin Fei wouldn't miss the chance to assess his new companions. With a thought, he cast 3 consecutive examined spells. First, the Muscle Tower. Li Tailin codename. Iron Wall, 31 years old human warrior, superhuman 2nd tier. Skills: Iron Shirt Training, Iron Sand Palm, Shaolin Long Fist, Bajiquan, 32 Road Tan Leg, Heavy Weapons Mastery. Lin Fei silently complained. A complete meathead tank. Next, the Winged Young Man. Gao Cheng codename. Angel, 22 years old, Beast Blood, Enhanced Human Storm Albatross, Superhuman 2nd tier. Bloodline: Trace of Azure Phoenix. Skills: Flight, Feather Blades, Iron Wing Strike, Child of Wind passive, Mobile Shooting passive. A Trace of Azure Phoenix bloodline? Not bad potential. Lin Fei's heart itched. If he pecked him once, could he copy Child of Wind? However, he still adhered to his bottom line: absolutely no eating human flesh. After struggling for a moment, he chose to abandon those tempting evolution points. Finally, he turned his attention to the most silent figure. Mo Sinew codename. Shadow, 27 years old, contaminated bio-enhanced human follower of Evil God, Void Lord, Superhuman 3rd tier. Skills: Krav Maga, Shadow Stealth, Shadow Strike, Flesh Tendrils, Life Siphon, Corruption Mark, Nightmare Whisper, Chaos Self-Destruct. Holy crap! Lin Fei's bird eyes instantly widened. It seems like this bird lord has discovered another big fish. This Mo Sinew, according to his file, was supposedly a supernatural ability user. His power description was simple yet terrifying. As long as he remained in shadows, he could instantly turn invisible and move at incredible speeds, striking enemies like a dagger that flashed cold light before vanishing. A classic assassin-type warrior. But strangely enough, the latest investigation results lay before everyone. This guy was actually a contaminated bio-enhanced cyborg and a fanatical follower of the Void Lord. Just looking at that long string of ominously named skills, anyone could tell tangling with him would be no pleasant task. Liu Ruoyao had already ordered the team to assemble. Lin Fei temporarily pushed all his questions about Mo Sinew to the back of his mind and hurried to join the group. All team members introduced themselves in order, covering their code names, abilities, and specialties without missing a beat. When Lin Fei's turn came, he spoke as usual, but the real scene stealer was a brightly colored parrot Fei. With clear logic and fluent speech, it first gave its own introduction, then seamlessly chatted with teammates Eagle Eye and Sunset. The three former Team 2 members Iron Wall and the others had only heard rumors about Fei being quite intelligent, but witnessing it firsthand left them all wide-eyed. Good grief. A parrot could be this smooth a talker? After everyone got acquainted, Liu Ruoyao gave just a few brief instructions about mission discipline before dismissing the group. She then took Eagle Eye, Sunset, Iron Wall, and Shadow to the simulator room for individual flight device training. Lin Fei and Angel were exempted from this session since they could naturally fly. The man and bird were initially quite excited and decided to tag along to watch. The individual flight device in the simulator was essentially a pair of mechanical wings that could be quickly put on and taken off, powered by miniature turbofan engines. This wasn't some recent breakthrough technology that had been around for years, but never became widespread for two reasons. First, poor endurance with flight time measured in minutes. Second, complex operation that could cause even experienced users to crash. In recent years, with the explosion of AI technology, intelligent assistance was integrated into the system, basically solving the control difficulties. As for the short flight duration, that wasn't really a problem for rapid response teams with a top speed of 500 kilometers per hour. Even just 15 minutes of flight time was enough to cover an entire city. Fei, how about we go for a flight? Want to have a little competition? Angel suggested with interest. Sure thing. Lin Fei nodded, though he chuckled inwardly. Competing with me in flight? Where does that confidence come from? A few minutes later, Lin Fei witnessed Angel spread her wings. A 5-meter wingspan unfolded with a metallic sheen in the sunlight, while small wings could extend from both sides of her calves, serving as directional rudders like a bird's tail feathers. Her flight speed and agility were nearly on par with large birds of prey. Lin Fei had to admit she had some serious skills, though Angel still couldn't achieve supersonic speeds, so he maintained a solid advantage in raw capability. In the air, the two chased and rolled through the sky, with rushing airstreams exploding past their ears. After their playful antics, they folded their wings and simultaneously landed on a communication tower atop a tall building, gazing down at the city skyline. After chasing and playing in the air for a while, they landed on a communication tower at the top of a building to rest. The angel sat on the steel beam, his expression suddenly turning serious. He dropped his usual carefree smile and lowered his voice. Fei, there's something I need to warn you about. Lin Fei tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping across the tower's crisscrossing steel framework before settling on the other's face. Watch out for Mo Sinew. The angel's eyes locked onto Lin Fei, his tone more grave than ever before. Fei, my intuition has always been spot on since I was little. There's something about Mo Sinew that makes me extremely uneasy. And he hesitated for a moment before continuing. He harbors deep hostility toward you. Hostility. Lin Fei raised an eyebrow in confusion. We only met for the first time today. Where would this hostility come from? Probably has to do with Qing Feng, the angel replied. Qing Feng. Lin Fei's heart stirred, immediately thinking of Captain Duan Nanzhou's Gerfalcon. Yes. The angel nodded, his expression complex. He tapped the steel beam beside him as if to steel himself, then quickly recalled. You might not know this, but in Team 2, Mo Sinew's feelings toward Qing Feng were extremely special and profound, possibly even surpassing those of Captain Duan, its actual master. Why would that be? Lin Fei was genuinely surprised. Maybe they were naturally compatible. The angel thought back to those not-so-distant memories. When Captain Duan first brought Qing Feng back, it was severely injured. The captain was busy, so it was Mo Sinew who kept vigil day and night changing bandages, feeding, comforting, helping it through the most dangerous period. The way he looked at Qing Feng was like looking at his own child. Qing Feng was attached to him too. Aside from the captain, it only recognized him. The angel sighed, softening his voice. Until later, when Qing Feng was killed by you. Of course, it wasn't your fault, we all know that, and we've seen the surveillance footage. Captain Duan was furious at first and gathered a lot of information about you, planning revenge. But then his attitude suddenly changed, gave up on revenge, and instead wanted to get close to you. He even said he wanted to poach you from Captain Liu's team. Lin Fei's eyebrow twitched. Hey, little brother, are you really just selling out your captain like this? Is that really okay? The angel completely missed the oddness in Lin Fei's tone and continued on his own. This made Mo Sinew very unhappy. He felt that Captain Duan had betrayed Qing Feng. I've even seen him sitting alone in dark corners, clutching Qing Feng's feathers. That look in his eyes was truly frightening. You really need to be careful around him. Thank you, Angel. Lin Fei said earnestly. Don't mention it. The angel scratched his head with a shy smile. I don't know why, but I felt drawn to you from the moment I saw you. My intuition has always been accurate, it's never been wrong. Lin Fei's heart trembled slightly. Could it be his Qingluan bloodline? Legend had it that Qingluan often accompanied phoenix birds, and Bird Master had the blood of an ancient true phoenix flowing through his veins, some kind of natural affinity? The iron tower soared high, wind howling through the gaps. Lin Fei stood on the steel beam, lost in thought. Now that he'd confirmed Mo Sinew harbored deep hostility toward him, dealing with this matter had to be his highest priority, and it couldn't wait. But how to proceed? Mo Sinew was genuinely a third-order transcendent who mastered a bunch of sinister abilities. Just hearing their names was enough to make one's scalp tingle. This guy was practically a dangerous time bomb lurking nearby, and he needed to find a way to deal with him quickly. Tell Liu Ruoyao directly? No good couldn't explain his source of intelligence. His investigation ability, like the system, was Lin Fei's deepest secret and absolutely couldn't be exposed. It was a heaven-defying skill that could silently and unconditionally see through others' secrets. Once leaked, he'd instantly become the world's public enemy. He needed to catch Mo Sinew's weakness, even if it was just a barely plausible excuse. But that guy had managed to infiltrate the Special Investigation Bureau and remain hidden until now. Must be terrifyingly cautious and wouldn't easily slip up. This was going to be tough, but no matter how tough, it had to be done. Passive defense had never been Lin Fei's style. Since you pose a serious threat to me, it's not unreasonable for me to strike first, right? Could the same method that worked against Qin Hui be used again? The moment this thought crossed Lin Fei's mind, he immediately dismissed it. Qin Hui's rapid downfall was due to the numerous victims and overwhelming evidence that left him with no escape once exposed. But Mo Sinew was different. She had infiltrated too deeply, maintaining a flawless exterior and behavior. Moreover, looking back on that supposedly foolproof operation, Lin Fei realized it was riddled with flaws. He simply couldn't risk another attempt. He remembered a peculiar math question Liu Ruoyao had once given him during an exam. If a large bird falls into an ink pool, how long must it dry in the sun? A. 20 seconds. B. 20 minutes. C. 20 hours. The moment he saw the question, he nearly broke into a cold sweat, though parrots don't actually have sweat glands. Clearly, Liu Ruoyao had noticed something and was testing him through this question. If not for the quantum body's absurd ability to resize at will, his secret would have been exposed long ago. Still racking his brain for a foolproof solution, Lin Fei's collar suddenly vibrated. Liu Ruoyao's stern voice came through. Emergency mission. Supernatural incident at Linhai High-Tech Industrial Park. Fei, you and Angel head there immediately. Hurry. Lin Fei turned to see Angel raising her left wrist, her tactical watch flashing crimson warnings. Go. With that brief command, he spread his wings and soared skyward. Behind him, massive wings sliced through the air as Angel followed close behind. To accommodate his partner, he didn't break the sound barrier directly, but they still reached the park's airspace within 5 or 6 minutes. Looking down, the entire industrial park had descended into chaos. Piercing alarms split the air, crowds screamed and wailed, and the thunderous crashes of collapsing buildings echoed continuously. Angel donned her half-helmet, her protective goggles gleaming darkly as she pointed eastward. Fei, look over there. Following her gesture, Lin Fei saw a 5-story office building at the storm center. Dust and debris swirled as massive cracks carved the walls into spider webs, with several gaping holes still raining rubble. Suspended in midair before the building was a middle-aged man in dark blue, oil-stained work clothes. Soil, stones, and debris churned around him, forming several dragon-thick earthen whips that lashed the building repeatedly with deafening roars. Analyze. Lin Fei activated his skill with a thought. Wang Chong, 45 years old, human with supernatural abilities, Tier 1 transcendent. Skills: telekinetic control, earthwork engineering, project management, excavator operation, rebar installation. Beyond the primary telekinetic ability, the screen displayed a long list of construction skills, revealing this man was originally a building contractor. Suddenly, Angel's voice rose with urgency. Fei, look below. There's someone down there. In danger. Following the direction he pointed, Lin Fei was horrified to discover that at a breach on the 3rd floor of the building, a woman in office attire was desperately clinging to the edge of the floor slab, suspended in midair. Below her lay ruins filled with sharp debris, and twisted steel rebera fall would mean instant death. Even worse, the massive concrete slab above her head had lost its support and was swaying slightly, threatening to crash down at any moment. Save her! Lin Fei screamed, beating his wings furiously as he dove down like a blue lightning bolt. The angel beside him also folded his wings and plunged down close behind Lin Fei. During the dive, Lin Fei opened his beak and shot out a blazing fireball that struck the concrete slab dead. With a thunderous roar, the cement block was knocked off course, grazing past the woman's body as it tumbled down, rolling and smashing into the ground while raising thick clouds of dust and smoke. Ah! The explosion startled the woman so badly that her nerves snapped, her hands slipped, and she fell screaming only to be immediately caught by a pair of strong arms. The angel, like an agile giant bird weaving through the ruins, held her securely. Lin Fei and the angel worked in perfect coordination. Don't move. Don't scream. I'll get you down. The angel soothed her while flapping his wings, carrying the terrified, struggling woman toward the safety zone. On the ground, Wang Chang's bloodshot eyes locked onto Lin Fei as he roared through gritted teeth. I know it. You're lackeys of those vampires. He swung his arms violently, and the earth dragons circling around him instantly crumbled into rocks and dirt, pelting down like a torrential rain toward Lin Fei and the angel. Though the attack looked intimidating, it posed little threat to Lin Fei and the angel. Wang Chang was merely a newly awakened first-tier ability user, while the angel was second-tier and Lin Fei was third-tier. Lin Fei easily dodged the dense barrage with a slight wing movement. The angel accelerated slightly, leaving the debris far behind to crash uncontrolled to the ground. Lin Fei quickly assessed that Wang Chang's telekinetic range was less than 100 meters. The angel placed the woman in a safe area, then flew back with an automatic rifle already in hand, immediately unleashing a burst of gunfire. However, Wang Chang waved his arm, gathering debris into a shield wall that blocked all the bullets. Meanwhile, Lin Fei held nothing back, spitting another blazing fireball from his beak. Boom. The impact shattered the stone shield in front of Wang Chang, sending countless fragments flying back at him. Ah! Wang Chang screamed as his face was battered bloody. His telekinetic field instantly collapsed, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, a heavy figure plummeted from above the angel, folded his wings, and dropped down, his entire body pinning Wang Chang's chest and nearly knocking him unconscious. Without hesitation, he twisted Wang Chang's arms behind his back, clicked handcuffs on with a snap, and pulled out a black collar to fasten around Wang Chang's neck. Wang Chang struggled, his bloodshot eyes suddenly narrowing as he tried to summon his power, but sharp pain pierced his head like needles. His eyes rolled back, and he fell completely unconscious. Landing nearby, Lin Fei asked curiously, "What did you put on him?" "A psychic suppression collar," the angel replied. "It effectively restrains ability users and has some effect on other supernatural beings too," and his voice suddenly dropped. "And it also has integrated anesthetic needles, electric shock devices, and what?" Lin Fei pressed. "And, hey look, what's that?" The angel suddenly looked up. In the distance, furlong contrails were stretching across the sky toward them. Using his eagle-eye passive ability, Lin Fei immediately spotted them clearly. It was Liu Ruoyao and 4 others equipped with individual flight devices. The wind pressure from their rapid descent whipped at their combat suits, while exhaust flames traced several arcs through the air. Upon landing, Liu Ruoyao and Phantom maintained steady postures, but Iron Wall, Eagle Eye, and Sunset turned pale as sheets. The moment they unclasped their flight device restraints, they stumbled to nearby rubble and began retching. Seeing Wang Chang already subdued and bound by energy restraints, Liu Ruoyao nodded. "Well done, Fei and Angel." Her gaze lingered on Angel's half-spread luminous wings, satisfaction flickering in her eyes. At that moment, a well-dressed fat man approached nervously with several subordinates. The fat man first glared harshly at the unconscious Wang Chang, then couldn't help staring at Angel's wings for a few extra seconds before forcing a smile and bowing. "Captain Liu, thank you. If you hadn't sent people in time, our industrial park would have been finished." "You know me?" Liu Ruoyao raised an eyebrow. "Of course. Who doesn't know the heroine of the Special Investigation Bureau?" The fat man rubbed his hands together. "It's too chaotic here. Why don't you all come to my office?" Liu Ruoyao glanced toward the office building in the distance, now hollowed out into a dangerous structure. "Your office still exists?" I have another one," the fat man quickly explained. "No need." Liu Ruoyao's tone was flat, but she pointed to a group of agitated workers nearby. "I think Manager Chen should settle the overdue construction payments first." This. The fat man wiped his sweat. "Does the Special Investigation Bureau also handle?" "The Special Investigation Bureau certainly doesn't handle that. But if there's one Wang Chang today, there could be Li Chang or Lu Chang tomorrow." Liu Ruoyao cast a cold glance at Wang Chang. "We might not always arrive this quickly. Times have changed. Manager Chen, even the smallest person, might suddenly gain tremendous power someday." The fat man's expression froze, his ingratiating smile instantly vanishing. He took a deep breath and bowed solemnly. "Captain Liu, you're absolutely right. Times have changed. I'll handle this immediately and settle all outstanding payments today." Before his words finished echoing, he turned and left, walking so hastily he nearly stumbled, but still hurried away without regard for his appearance. Liu Ruoyao watched his retreating figure and shook her head slightly. The spiritual energy revival, was it ultimately a blessing or curse for ordinary people? This sudden incident at Linhai Industrial Park came and went swiftly from the initial report to resolution, less than half an hour. For the rapid response team, this was their first battle and a resounding success. The aerial duo of Lin Fei and Angel provided precise guidance, fully demonstrating the team's value. Aside from severe damage to that office building, the park suffered no other infrastructure losses, with only minor personnel injuries. Though Wang Chong lost emotional control, he retained his rationality, waiting for the building to be evacuated before demolishing it, and the female employee who accidentally remained behind was rescued in time by Gao Cheng and Fei Fei. Having avoided greater tragedy also gave Wang Chong room for self-preservation. Given telekinesis's broad applications, he would likely be recruited for pacification. The individual flight device's first test was also successful, with Liu Ruoyao's team arriving only minutes after Lin Fei and Angel. However, due to the urgency of the situation, Liu Ruoyao and her team weren't actually piloting this flight. It was being remotely controlled by technical personnel. After the Linhai Industrial Park incident concluded, Liu Ruoyao immediately granted leave to Fei Fei and Angel, allowing the aerial duo to get some well-deserved rest. The other 5 team members weren't so fortunate. They remained at the training ground, continuing to familiarize themselves with individual flight devices, since the rapid response team couldn't rely on remote control forever. Taking advantage of her leave, Angel dragged Lin Fei up to the tallest communication tower nearby. The two of femur, more precisely, one person and one bird perched on the metal beams, where the city's heat was diluted by altitude and wind howled in their ears. Angel's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fired off one technical question after another, hoping to extract some expertise from this natural aviation expert. When it comes to flying with wings, who could understand it better than a real bird? She said with a bright smile. Especially one that can talk. However, Lin Fei's attention was never really on their conversation. On the surface, he nodded occasionally and offered the odd response. But his mind was consumed with 3 words, Mo sinew. That guy was a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment, threatening not just Lin Fei himself, but Liu Ruoyao, the entire rapid response team, and even the whole Haiqing branch. The question was, how did he fuse the bomb? Report him directly? No evidence, and the detection ability absolutely couldn't be exposed. That silent, cost-free power to see through anyone completely once leaked, he'd have nowhere left to hide. Anonymous tip? Unlikely to work. Cultists of evil gods were masters of disguise. Routine investigations would turn up nothing. Set up a covert operation like in the Qinhui case? That probably wouldn't work this time. Fei Fei? Fei Fei. Angel's voice carried a note of frustration. Huh. Lin Fei snapped back to attention. What did you just say? I asked you what the most energy-efficient wing beat frequency is when flying at 1,000 meters altitude. Well, Lin Fei tilted his head sheepishly. Sorry, I haven't really studied long-distance flight seriously. Angel rubbed her forehead and sighed helplessly. Fine, I can see your mind's been wandering the whole time. I won't bother you and Nimmer, let's chat another time. But, with that, she spread her wings and leaped into the sky, disappearing among the buildings within moments. Lin Fei was left alone on the communication tower, wind ruffling his feathers. All right, back to thinking. He folded his wings and squinted in concentration. There was definitely a snake in the grass, but he didn't know where it was hiding, so why not just disturb the grass and make the snake reveal itself? It was simply a matter of startling the mountain to scare the tiger. As long as the plan was thorough and he had the advantage of preparation against an unsuspecting target, the risk would be completely manageable. At this thought, his tense nerves instantly relaxed, and the feathers on his neck unconsciously fluffed up. At that same moment, far away in the training airspace, Shadow Mo Sinew was performing high-difficulty maneuvers with his individual flight device. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine to the back of his neck, making him shiver. I guess I've been flying a bit too high. It is pretty cold up here. The handling of the supernatural incident at Linhai Industrial Park was both timely and exemplary. That evening, Liu Ruoyao received a commendation notice from the branch office, which specifically praised Lin Fei, code name Fei Fei, describing his performance as outstanding and deserving of special recognition. This notice lifted her spirits considerably, and when she opened her window the next morning, even the sky seemed exceptionally blue and the sunlight particularly bright. With no new urgent missions, the morning schedule included an internal team meeting. At 8 o'clock sharp, Liu Ruoyao led Lin Fei into the base's multipurpose conference room. All rapid response team members were present except for Duan Nanzhou, who was still handling the integration of the former first and second teams and had numerous follow-up matters to address. The room's lighting was soft, and the large screen at the front displayed a high-definition topographical map of Haiqing, clearly showing the city's main roads, underground networks, and key facilities. Upon entering, Lin Fei immediately flew to his designated perch at the front of the conference tableau, aluminum alloy parrot stand decorated with his personal emblem. Luori pulled out a chair beside him and switched off the microphone's mute function as everyone's attention turned to the screen. Today's topic was coordinated combat and fire control in multi-environment, multi-target scenarios. Liu Ruoyao surveyed the group and got straight to the point. Urban combat environments are complex, and we must minimize collateral damage. Weapon selection and attack methods should prioritize precision and controllable force. Any unnecessary wide area firepower should be used with extreme caution. Luori raised his hand to speak, glancing at Lin Fei's perch. Speaking of collateral damage, Fei needs to be especially careful. Your abilities lean toward fire-based attacks, and while powerful, once unleashed in urban areas with flammable materials everywhere, any loss of control could spell disaster. He scratched his head and added, "It's fine in open wilderness, but in residential areas, warehouses, gas stations, even a single spark could cause catastrophe." Ingyan chimed in, "Exactly. In densely populated areas and hazardous material zones, you should use your abilities very sparingly, or preferably not at all." Liu Ruoyao nodded and turned her gaze to Lin Fei. "They make valid points. Fei, what are your thoughts?" Lin Fei stretched his neck and helplessly flapped his wings. "I need to improve my close combat abilities. But I'm not a bird of prey after all, so hand-to-hand combat really isn't my forte." After a brief pause, he fixed his gaze on Mo Sinew further down the table, his voice rising. "Oh right, Brother Yueying. Do you remember Captain Duan's Qingfeng? I heard you two were close." Mo Sinew's previously half-closed eyes snapped wide open, a flash of violence flickering in their depths. His fists clenched tightly under the table, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. His chest rose and fell heavily as he took a deep breath and replied tersely, "I remember. What are you getting at?" Lin Fei, seemingly oblivious to the other's anger, continued cheerfully. "That's wonderful. Qingfeng was a top-tier bird of prey. Brother Yueying, you must be familiar with its attack pattern, swooping, claw techniques, and such. Could you teach me?" Mo Sinew slowly turned his head, his icy gaze boring into Lin Fei as he spoke in an extremely low voice. "Raptor combat techniques? Heh, you want to learn?" This chill sent a shiver down Gao Cheng's spine. Luori and Ingyan exchanged glances, both frowning simultaneously. Even TB's usually honest smile faded as he nervously watched Mo Sinew, fearing an immediate outburst. "Comrade Mo Sinew." Liu Ruoyao's slightly cold voice rang out. "You should understand that Incident Fei wasn't at fault. You and Fei are teammates now. You shouldn't let something from the past affect your relationship. Do you understand?" Mo Sinew took a deep breath and forced a stiff smile, his tone flat. "Yes, I understand. I do know something about raptor combat techniques. If Fei wants to learn, no problem." He turned to Lin Fei, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. "This afternoon, meet me at the combat training ground. I'll teach you properly." The meeting continued for over an hour under this subtle tension before finally ending. After the crowd dispersed, Liu Ruoyao moved a bit away from the conference room and spoke in a lowered voice to Lin Fei perched on her shoulder. Fei, are you confident about this?" "Don't worry." Lin Fei gently touched her cheek with his beak, his tone light. "I'm quite fond of staying alive, you know." 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Rapid Response Team Base's combat training ground. The empty floor reflected the cold light of fluorescent lamps. Lin Fei flapped his wings and occasionally hopped left and right to warm up. 10 meters away, Mo Sinew stood in black tight training gear, his expression cold and hard. Liu Ruoyao, Luori, and Ingyan stood at the sidelines observing. TB and Tianxia hadn't appeared. TB's single soldier flight device operation still wasn't up to standard, so Liu Ruoyao had sent him for extra practice. Worried about him crashing, Tianxia had to accompany him. Before the formal training began, Liu Ruoyao's phone suddenly rang. After taking the call, she said to Luori and Ingyan, "Logistics notified that there's a problem with your specialized equipment data. You need to go calibrate it." "Oh, no." Luori dramatically drew out his tone. "I wanted to watch Fei learn raptor attacks. Stop talking nonsense. Equipment comes first. Who knows when the next mission will be assigned." Ingyan patted his shoulder and hurriedly dragged him away. Only Mo Sinew, Lin Fei, and Liu Ruoyao remained in the training ground. An imperceptible cold smile flickered at the corner of Mo Sinew's lips. Liu Ruoyao crossed her arms. "Begin." Mo Sinew nodded, his tone steady. "The core of raptor attacks lies in speed, timing, claws and beak, and explosive bursts. I'll demonstrate first." He crouched slightly, arms like wings, executing a series of movements swift as shadows diving, turning, striking, each move resembling a hawk's ruthless precision when locking onto prey. Lin Fei watched without blinking, occasionally mimicking the movements, his wing posture gradually becoming more accurate. After more than 10 minutes, Mo Sinew stopped. "Just watching isn't enough. You need real combat experience. Use all the close combat techniques you know. Don't worry about me. I am a speed-type transcendent." "Attack." Lin Fei lunged forward, his sharp claws tearing through the air toward Mo Sinew's shoulder. Mo Sinew sidestepped and slid, simultaneously striking Lin Fei's flank with his palm. A dull thud rang out as Lin Fei's steel feathers blocked the blow with barely any sensation, while Mo Sinew's palm went numb. This creature's wings are really hard, but his speed is just average. He assessed mentally, glancing at the wall. Clock time was almost up. Buzz. Liu Ruoyao's tactical watch flashed red. She quickly unlocked her phone and glanced at it, her expression changing. "Yueying, Fei, Director Su has urgent business with me. Practice on your own. Before her words finished, she was already striding away. Hee hee, little bird, now it's just us. Mo Sinew sneered inwardly while maintaining a calm expression. Your speed was about right just now, but the attack angle was wrong. You should come from the side, using my visual blind spot. Again, Lin Fei nodded, spread his wings, and took flight, circling Mo Sinew twice before suddenly diving down from behind and to the side. But Mo Sinew turned and dodged as if he had eyes in the back of his head, raising his palms simultaneously. Dark red energy swirled in his palm, thick as blood, with a twisted human face pattern writhing grotesquely in the center, emanating the foul stench of decay mixed with sulfur. Corruption mark. As the evil mark was about to be stamped onto Lin Fei, Mo Sinew's gaze turned icy, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Little bird, become my master's servant. In that instant, Lin Fei flapped his wings fiercely, like a bowstring suddenly released, his speed nearly doubling. The black-red palm print that was supposed to hit him missed, and crashed heavily onto the floor. His black and red smoke billowed, and a twisted human face was instantly burned into the ground, its features contorted as if trying to crawl out. What? Mo Sinew's sinister laugh froze on her face, replaced by shock. She stared at the parrot darting swiftly across the training ground, her face turning ashen. Is this your true speed? Have you been toying with me all along? Boom. Another boom. Two loud explosions nearly overlapped as the southern and northern doors of the training ground burst open simultaneously. From the south, Liu Ruoyao burst in with the ice rain sword, followed closely by the setting sun and eagle eye. From the north, Duan Nanzhou charged in alone. Liu Ruoyao stood at the forefront, her sword tip pointed to the ground, her expression cold and resolute. The setting sun drew back the family heirloom bow, the crimson flame meteor bow, with a fiery arrowhead aimed at Mo Sinew. Eagle Eye knelt in a shooting position, the crosshairs of his scope locking onto the target. Duan Nanzhou glanced at the eerie face on the ground, then looked up at the vice-captain, his face pale and voice trembling. I never expected you to be a follower of the evil god. I trusted you so much. Mo Sinew shot a glance at the furious captain, then swept her gaze over Liu Ruoyao and the others, finally fixing her eyes on Lin Fei perched on Liu Ruoyao's shoulder. The training ground fell silent in an instant. Lin Fei suddenly let out a strange cackle. Brother Yuying, are you surprised? Are you shocked? Ha ha. Mo Sinew also burst into wild laughter, her facial muscles twitching, a mad fire dancing in her eyes. I can't believe I was outsmarted by you, this feathered beast. But do you think you've won? Her laughter echoed in the empty space, chilling to the bone. Fools, you have no idea what you're up against. Come, face the might of my master. Before her words faded, she suddenly raised her right palm and slammed it against her chest. Poof! Black blood sprayed out, suspended in the air, ignited by a ghastly green flame. Within the flames, a dark red, twisted, malevolent mark emerged. With my blood as the guide, with my body as the offering, servants of my master, awake and bring forth a feast of destruction for my master. Amidst the piercing howls, red and green light exploded, stinging the eyes. Not good. Stop him. Liu Ruoyao's expression changed drastically as she raised her hand to unleash a frost palm, the cold air coalescing into frost, aimed directly at Mo Sinew. Whoosh! The setting sun released the fiery arrow, tracing a scorching path toward Mo Sinew's heart. Bang! Eagle Eye's sniper rifle roared with a heavy blast, a penetrating round shooting straight for Mo Sinew's head. Duan Nanzhou lunged forward in a horse stance and threw a punch, sending a translucent golden fist aura shooting out like a meteor straight toward Mo Sinew. Almost simultaneously, boom. With Mo Sinew at the center, a horrifying burst of foul-smelling black energy exploded outward, spreading like boiling tar with terrifying corrosive power. Liu Ruoyao's icy palm wind, Luori's meteor flame arrows, Ingyan's bullets, and Duan Nanzhou's fist aura were all corroded to nothing the instant they touched the black mist, as if they had never existed. The dark energy continued its assault, rolling toward the group. Liu Ruoyao's face turned pale as water. She abandoned her sword and pressed both palms downward. Rise. Crack! A curved ice wall half a meter thick and over 10 meters long burst from the ground, shielding herself, Luori, Ingyan, and the bird Fei behind it. On the other side, Duan Nanzhou exhaled and roared, his pale golden righteous yang energy surging violently, forming a bell-shaped light barrier that enclosed his entire body. The dark energy crashed against the ice wall and light barrier with harsh hissing sounds of corrosion. The solid ice visibly thinned while the golden light flickered violently, bright, then dim. The training ground's floors, walls, and equipment melted instantly under the black torrent as if splashed with acid, turning into broken muddy ruins while nauseating stench filled the air. Taking advantage of everyone's desperate defense, Mo Sinew snorted coldly. his form dissolving into a wisp of black smoke that swept through the air and escaped the training ground in the blink of an eye. After several breaths, the dark energy finally dissipated, leaving only a devastated wasteland. Damn it! He got away. Duan Nanzhou surveyed the pitted training ground with a grim expression. That energy wave just now had power far exceeding the third tier. Liu Ruoyao's face was slightly pale as she nodded, and his escape speed neither of us could match it. There was no way to pursue him. Before she finished speaking WO, a piercing alarm suddenly tore through the sky above the branch office. All tactical watches blazed with blinding red light and vibrated violently. Without needing to connect, the commander's anxious voice automatically transmitted. Alert! The branch building is under attack. All combat personnel, return immediately for support. Repeat. All combat personnel, return for immediate support. Just seconds earlier, at the exact moment the sinister mark erupted with evil light. Throughout the branch office building and its auxiliary structures, agonized screams and mad roars erupted simultaneously from multiple locations. In the break room, a standby team member's eyes flashed with eerie green light as he roared like a beast, his right arm suddenly transforming into a bone blade that pierced through his unsuspecting companion beside him. In the surveillance room, two security guards on duty convulsed violently as ghostly green flames ignited in their pupils. They grabbed chairs to smash the monitoring equipment, then pounced on colleagues who came running at the sound. In the medical bay, a patient suddenly opened his eyes, green light blazing forth. He grinned wickedly as he yanked out his foretube and grabbed medical instruments to hurl at the terrified nurse. In an office, a clerk's hands froze over the keyboard, then seconds later let out a bestial howl and lunged at a coworker, savagely tearing with teeth and claws. In an instant, the main building and several auxiliary buildings of the Special Investigation Bureau's Haiqing branch had become a bloody hell. High above, Lin Fei circled, overlooking it all. He urgently called into his collar communicator. It's chaos. Complete chaos. Inside the branch building, so many people suddenly turned into monsters. They're killing everyone they see. You need to get back here now. Just as he finished speaking, a woman in the Special Combat Team's tactical gear, covered in blood, seemed to sense something and slowly looked up from the mangled corpse in her hands. In her eyes burning with ghostly green flames, the reflection of a blue and yellow bird appeared. The woman let out an eerie whimper from her throat, her body suddenly crouching low like a spring compressed to its limit. In the next instant, she shot upward like a rocket, arms spread wide as she lunged toward Lin Fei. Her 3-inch-long nails were sharp as daggers, gleaming with a sinister green luster that clearly indicated deadly poison. Squawk! Lin Fei's feathers ruffled in terror as his wings beat frantically, barely grazing past her fingertips in a narrow escape. After her strike missed, the woman lost momentum midair and plummeted straight down. However, she twisted her waist and contracted her abdomen, using incredible flexibility to flip her body gracefully, landing steadily on all fours with the precision of a cat. The moment her toes touched the ground, she moved on all fours, darting forward in a blur before leaping onto the building's exterior wall. Her razor-sharp nails dug into the wall cracks as she scaled the vertical surface at breakneck speed, climbing several stories in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei watched in stunned disbelief, clearly human, yet she had transformed into some kind of humanoid predatory cat. He dared not hesitate any longer, opening his beak to spit out an explosive fireball. The flames roared, but she nimbly dodged to the side, leaving only a bullseye's charred crater in the wall. Refusing to give up, Lin Fei spat another, larger explosive blast that sent debris flying from the wall, yet still failed to touch her. By the time Lin Fei realized the danger and tried to create distance, it was too late. The Catwoman had already climbed dozens of stories high and suddenly kicked off with all 4 limbs, transforming into a black shadow with a sharp whistling sound as she pounced for the second time. This time, her angle was vicious and her timing perfect, blocking almost every escape route Lin Fei had. In nearly an instant, she was diving down on him from above. Lin Fei had assumed that flying in midair meant absolute safety, that these flightless monsters couldn't possibly reach him. Had he ever witnessed a wild cat hunting birds, he never would have been careless enough to hover at low altitude near a building. With the situation critical and no time to dodge or use his abilities, he could only smile bitterly to himself and prepare to use his life-saving trump card genetic unlocking. At this critical moment, a sharp whoosh rang out as a crimson streak shot forth, barely grazing Lin Fei's wing as it instantly pierced through the Catwoman's skull. She let out a piercing shriek and plummeted toward the ground like a kite with a broken string. Still shaken, Lin Fei urgently aborted his genetic unlocking as his heart pounded wildly. Looking down, he saw Luo Ri in the distance maintaining his bow-drawing stance, the crimson short bow string still trembling slightly. Thanks, Luo Ri, Lin Fei called out through his collar communicator. Haha, now we're even, Luo Ri replied cheerfully, then immediately knocked another arrow and shot it, pinning a nearby corrupted creature mutated from an ordinary worker to the wall. Just then, Ingyan's shout came through the communication channel. Luo Ri, watch out. The Catwoman isn't dead. She's getting up again. Luo Ri turned around in shock to see the Catwoman, arrows still protruding from her head, shakily rising to her feet, her glowing green pupils locked deadly onto him. The woman's throat erupted with a garbled roar as she dropped to all fours and charged forward with airripping speed. Holy shit! Sunset let out a terrified scream and bolted, but how could his speed possibly match that of the Catwoman? Her razor-sharp claws were already pressing against his spine, sending chills through his armor at that very moment. Boom! A blazing fireball plummeted from the sky, striking the Catwoman square in the chest. Flames erupted, hurling her entire body through the air. Before the explosion's flames had even dissipated, Duan Nanzhou's figure swept in like a raging wind. As the Catwoman was thrown toward him, a flash of anguish crossed his eyes, yet he showed no hesitation. Stomping down hard enough to crack the ground beneath his feet, he launched himself into the air, his right fist wrapped in pale golden energy as it crashed mercilessly toward the Catwoman's skull. A dull crack echoed as her head shattered like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer, blood and bone fragments scattering in all directions. The headless corpse traced an arc through the air before slamming heavily into the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. Duan Nanzhou's face turned ashen, his jaw muscles twitching as he stared fixedly at the headless corpse for several long seconds. Finally, he let out a deep sigh and ground out 3 words through clenched teeth. Xin, you. This Catwoman had been a member of his Action Team 2's Tiger Squad, scheduled to guard the Bureau building today. He never imagined she too would fall under the control of Mo Sinu's corruption mark. Duan Nanzhou, get to the Bureau's secret vault immediately. Shadow has an escapees attacking the vault. Everyone else in Fei, don't come here. Go eliminate the corrupted monsters and save people. Hurry. Liu Ruoyao's urgent shouts suddenly crackled through the communication channel. Duan Nanzhou's heart lurched. Mo Sinu was heading straight for the secret vault? Without time to think further, he transformed into a golden streak of light, racing toward the secret warehouse behind the building. At that moment, Iron Wall, wielding his heavy shield, finally arrived. His consistently sluggish pace always left him half a step behind his teammates. Seeing him appear, Sunset, being a fragile long-range fighter, instantly felt his confidence soar and stuck close to Iron Wall's side, refusing to leave. Eagle Eye's voice immediately rang out over the channel. Drone swarm deployed, establishing battlefield surveillance network, connected to Bureau building video monitoring. Image integration complete. Everyone follow my coordination. Iron Wall, Sunset, proceed immediately to the nearest D2 sector. There's a corrupted individual attacking the security door. Fei, head to the back garden quickly. There's another one there, low threat level. You can handle it. On the office building's rooftop, Eagle Eye set up his sniper rifle with a large laptop screen before him. Wearing an augmented reality tactical monocle, one eye monitored the drone feed, while the other focused intently on the computer screen, his hands flying across the keyboard as he rapidly switched between surveillance angles. Angel stood guard at his rear flank, gripping an assault rifle with a tense expression. Ice Rain, how much longer until you reach the vault? I just saw Director Su heading there personally. Eagle Eye quickly inquired. Liu Ruoyao's response came through with crackling interference. I'm under sniper fire. It's Team 2 soldiers, damn it. They've completely mutated. Explosions, the whistle of blades cutting through air, and deep growls mixed together over the channel, sending chills down everyone's spine. The next second, the squad channel carried Duan Nanzhou's uncontainable roar. Gorilla. Bayonet. You too, damn it. Snap out of it. Ah! Then came Liu Ruoyao's cold voice. Captain Duan, they're no longer your subordinates. They've been completely corrupted. There's no saving them. Don't hold back. Upon hearing these words, Duan Nanzhou felt as if struck by lightning, a roar tearing from his throat that split the air. Ah! The sound was hoarse and resolute, as if he wanted to pour out all the grief and hatred from his chest. These corrupted monsters before him had once been his most trusted subordinates, brothers who had fought alongside him through blood and fire. The heart-wrenching pain made veins bulge on Duan Nanzhou's clenched fists, yet he still forced himself to raise his gun, aiming at those familiar faces that had lost all humanity. Bang! Beside him, Eagle Eye couldn't suppress his rage and punched the concrete ground, sending debris flying. Angel was even more devastated, tears streaming down his face, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he shouldered his rifle, murmuring in a low voice. Blade. Catgirl. Gorilla. Bayonet. It's all my fault. I should have spoken up sooner. Memories flooded Angel's mind weeks ago. He had instinctively sensed something was wrong with Mo Sinu, but lacked evidence. And since that person was Captain Duan's most trusted confidant, he simply couldn't bring himself to report based on intuition alone. Who could have imagined that Mo Sinu was actually a cultist of the evil god, secretly killing so many brothers and sisters? Now all regrets came too late. A sharp communication alert pierced through the channel, suddenly interrupted by a steady, vigorous male voice that boomed like thunder. Little Liu, Nanzhou, you don't need to come here. Go quickly to eliminate the corrupted ones tainted by the cultists. Leave the secret vault to this old man. Director Su? Director Su, Liu Ruoyao and Duan Nanzhou exclaimed almost simultaneously. This is an order, Su Ziyuan declared decisively. It's merely a heart eater. This old man can handle it. Haiqing Branch Bureau, in front of the underground secret vault. The heavy alloy door loomed like a sleeping giant. The guards who had originally been stationed there had already been ordered to withdraw by Su Ziyuan to avoid unnecessary sacrifice. The old man casually stuffed his tactical watch into his Zhongshan suit. Paquet had never been comfortable with anything constraining his wrists. Under the dim overhead light, he looked up toward the depths of the shadows, his gaze piercing. Since you're here, show yourselves. What you want is in the storage room behind this old man. Let's see if you have what it takes to claim it. The shadows writhed, and Imo Sinu's figure slowly emerged. He was now completely transformed. His spine hunched, his skin ashen gray, green flames burning in his eye sockets, his mouth torn from corner to ear revealing rows of jagged fangs. Old fool, he rasped with a low chuckle. You can actually see through my shadow concealment? I advise you to step aside. You might live a few more years. Su Ziyuan merely snorted coldly. Enough talk. Let me see what power you've gained after sacrificing everything to that evil entity. With those words, he stretched his muscles and assumed an ancient boxing stance. A vigorous, profound aura burst forth as his robes billowed without wind, flapping loudly. Pale golden energy surged behind him, vaguely outlining phantoms of rushing rivers and towering mountains. Ancient martial arts, the mountain river fist. Mo Sinu's green flames flickered wildly in his pupils. You have some knowledge after all. Su Ziyuan's expression remained calm. Mountains and rivers suppress evil demons. How dare a mere minion of an evil god run wild in our China? Before his words finished, he stepped forward and threw a punch. Golden fist energy shot forth, tearing twisted ripples through the air. Caught off guard, Imo Sinu shrieked and crossed his arms defensively as dark evil energy instantly formed a black bone shield. Boom. With a dull explosion, the bone shield shattered, and he was sent flying like he'd been hit by a locomotive, crashing hard into the rear wall. The wall caved in with spiderweb cracks spreading outward as dust rained down. Gah! He spat out foul blood mixed with organ fragments. The green flames flickered as his face filled with terror. A fifth-stage innate realm martial artist, was this terrifyingly powerful? This unexpected exposure had forced him to prematurely detonate the corruption mark within his body in a desperate attempt to seize that item. For this, he had sacrificed all his blood and most of his flesh in exchange for power far exceeding the third-stage extraordinary level. Now with most of his flesh replaced by evil energy, once that energy was depleted, he would die instantly. If he could successfully obtain the item and return alive, the cult would surely provide him with an even stronger body, but he couldn't even withstand a single punch from Su Ziyuan. Evil demons and heretical ways are nothing but paper tigers. Su Ziyuan lowered his fist and stood tall, a contemptuous sneer at the corner of his mouth. Old fool, you're celebrating too early. Mo Sinu suddenly rolled over, wiped the blood from his mouth, and after sprinting a dozen steps, let out a fierce howl. His hands swelled dramatically as his 10 fingers instantly elongated and thickened, transforming into 10 pitch-black tentacles as thick as forearms, writhing like serpents as they lunged towards Su Ziyuan. Flesh tendrils. They were flexible yet resilient, impervious to blades and bullets, with tips sharp as steel awls that could pierce through armored vehicle plating. Once these tendrils penetrated a body, he would immediately activate life siphoning, capable of draining a person into a withered corpse within mere seconds. The absorbed life force can also heal his own wounds, making it a formidable skill that combines offense, control, and recovery. 10 pitch-black tentacles surged forward like a violent storm, as if trying to pierce the entire space into a honeycomb. However, Su Ziyuan remained calm and composed, with a slight smile at the corner of his lips. He gathered power in his right arm, his palm like a blade, slashing diagonally from top to bottom. Bright yellow chi instantly condensed into a several-meter-long translucent light, blade cutting down diagonally. Swish! With the light sound of a hot knife cutting through butter, 7 tentacles were brutally severed in half, falling to the ground and writhing before dissolving into a pool of foul-smelling black liquid. Ugh! Mo Sinu's chest shook as he spat out black blood. The remaining 3 tentacles immediately lost their strength, falling limply to the ground before rapidly contracting and retreating into his palm. Only 3 fingers remained intact, while the other 7 were broken in half. How is this possible? How can you be this strong? Terror overwhelmed Mo Sinu's rationality as he roared in fury. Su Ziyuan laughed heartily. That's it? This is the heart corrupter of the descent cult that strikes fear into the outside world? Nothing more than this. Ha ha! Laughter echoed through the passage, while Mo Sinu was already bent over, gasping heavily. his ghostly green eyes fixed intently on this ordinary-looking old man who stood like an immovable mountain. If he failed this time, even if he could escape, the cult would never spare him. That would be a fate worse than death. With this realization, a sudden clarity struck his heart. He had only one path left. The time had come to sacrifice himself for the cult. For the eternal, peaceful homeland, I willingly sacrificed this broken body to return to the divine realm. He murmured softly, the green flames in his pupils suddenly growing calm. With that, he violently tore open his tattered shirt, revealing a chest covered in sinister runes. Cold green light seeped through them, madly devouring his remaining life force. Destructive energy surged violently through his flesh and blood, his skin cracking inch by inch as piercing green light penetrated his tissues. Not good. Su Ziyuan's expression darkened. He bent his knees into a horse stance, arms crossed over his chest embracing the primordial unity. Immovable as mountains and rivers. Mountain suppression. Bright yellow chi swiftly gathered, forming a solid sphere of light with mountain and river patterns on its surface, encasing him securely within. Offer my lord. Mo Sinew roared explosively, charging toward Su Ziyuan with his remaining strength. As he ran, his body swelled grotesquely as if filled with violent airflow, finally exploding with a thunderous blast. Boom. A shock wave as black as mud, carrying countless fragments of flesh and bone, instantly devoured the entire underground passage before violently striking the bright yellow chi barrier. The light shield trembled on the verge of breaking, its mountain and river patterns blazing with blinding radiance, desperately resisting the dark erosion. The impact lasted for several full seconds before the dark shock wave finally exhausted itself and slowly dissipated. The tunnel was in complete disarray, its walls riddled with corroded craters, while a foul stench permeated the air. Su Ziyuan slowly concluded his stance, finishing the Baoyuan Shuyi Foundation exercise. His chest rose and fell slightly, cold sweat beaded on his pale face, and a trickle of fresh blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a jade vial the size of his thumb, poured out a pill as white and lustrous as jade, tilted his head back to swallow it, his Adam's apple bobbing as he did so, and only then did his complexion regain a hint of color. How formidable! A mere third-tier self-destruction actually managed to injure my internal organs. Su Ziyuan cursed silently, cold light flickering in his eyes. If this evil cult isn't completely eradicated, it will surely become a catastrophic threat. Moments later, footsteps echoed chaotically and urgently. Liu Ruoyao appeared covered in blood, with Lin Fei perched on her shoulder in his diminished form, followed by the equally disheveled Duan Nanzhou. The two practically burst into the tunnel. Seeing the craters in the walls and the blood at the corner of Su Ziyuan's mouth, their hearts simultaneously tightened. Director Su, how are you? Liu Ruoyao hurried forward, anxiety evident in her voice. Just minor injuries, nothing serious. Su Ziyuan raised his hand dismissively. I've already taken healing medicine. A few days of rest will suffice. He then inquired, what's the situation outside? All the corrupted monsters have been completely eliminated. Liu Ruoyao lowered her eyes, her voice suddenly becoming somber. But our losses were severe. Many colleagues were killed, and we're still compiling the casualty list. Duan Nanzhou clenched his teeth, his eyes red-rimmed. Director Su, my second team, lost 5 people. His fists trembled as he gripped them, letting out a low growl. If I don't avenge this, I'm not worthy of being called human. At this point, his gaze turned toward Lin Fei on Liu Ruoyao's shoulder, his expression complex. This time we really owe it all to Fei Fei and Gao Cheng. If they hadn't exposed Mo Sinew's true nature and allowed him to continue his infiltration. He didn't continue, but everyone understood the implications. Had that cultist struck from within, the Bureau's losses would have been 10 times worse than what they currently faced. Su Ziyuan remained silent for several breaths, his gaze sharp as a blade. We've recorded this blood debt, and sooner or later we'll collect what's owed. Director Su, what about Mo Sinew? Liu Ruoyao pressed. He self-destructed, leaving no trace behind. Su Ziyuan replied coldly. These cultists are truly a bunch of madmen. Then what was he trying to accomplish here? Liu Ruoyao persisted. Su Ziyuan let out a long sigh. At this point, it's time you knew about this matter. Follow me. With that, he strode forward toward the scorched and scarred alloy door of the secret vault. Su Ziyuan approached the alloy door and tapped 7 different spots on its surface in sequence. Immediately, a thick alloy panel slid silently aside, revealing a digital keypad, camera, and iris scanner. His fingers flew across the keypad, entering a long and complex password. Then he pressed his right eye close to the scanner, allowing the iris recognition beam to sweep across. After successful identification, hydraulic mechanisms behind the door panel emitted a deep rumble as the heavy alloy door slowly swung outward. Follow me inside, he said, stepping through first. The vault was dimly lit, with motion sensor lights illuminating progressively overhead as they walked, outlining a massive space resembling an underground plaza. Transparent and semi-transparent individual chambers were arranged in honeycomb-like formations, displaying an eclectic array of items. Minerals housed in crystalline containers, biological tissues suspended in unknown liquids, ancient weapons mounted on display racks, and crystals emitting strange fluorescent glows alongside unidentified metals. Eerie shadows danced across the walls, making the scene resemble an otherworldly laboratory. Lin Fei perched on Liu Ruoyao's shoulder, following her gaze as they looked around in wonder, his pupils nearly overwhelmed by the sheer novelty of it all. Suddenly, a series of alert sounds exploded in his mind. Ding! Pure fire element divine beast remnant egg detected within 30 meters. Absorption can significantly enhance bloodline purity. Skill replicate available. Ding! Divine beast boss snake stomach tissue detected within 30 meters. Absorption has chance to grant spatial abilities. Skill replicate available. Ding! Spirit-rich thunder element beast core detected within 30 meters. Absorption can increase spiritual power limit. Ding! Millennium sword vine containing sharp metal essence detected within 30 meters. Absorption can strengthen claws, beak, and steel feathers. Ding! Crystal stone containing extreme cold origin detected within 30 meters. Absorption can grant ice resistance and increase spiritual power limit. Ding! The sudden barrage of alerts nearly overwhelmed his thoughts as yellow arrows of various sizes appeared in his vision, each pointing toward a treasure radiating deadly temptation. The arrows varied in size, with larger ones obviously indicating greater potential benefits. Holy crap! Lin Fei's heart raced as he nearly cried out in shock, saliva even rising in his throat. He forced himself to stay calm, keenly aware that these alerts were completely different from before. The information was more detailed and specified absorption benefits. He wondered, had the system upgraded? Lin Fei gently tapped Liu Ruoyao's earlobe with his beak and asked in a lowered voice, "What are all these things?" Liu Ruoyao sensed Lin Fei's tension and excitement. Her heart stirring was Fei detecting beneficial items again, just like when he sensed the beast blood modification serum on the plane. She looked up at Su Ziyuan and, seeing that the director wasn't stopping their questions but had actually paused to wait for them, felt reassured. She explained in a low voice, "These are all unknown artifacts or items with certain anomalous or dangerous properties that our branch has collected or confiscated while investigating and handling various supernatural incidents since its establishment." Liu Ruoyao's gaze swept across the diverse array of items as she spoke with a serious tone. Many of these possess powers or properties that defy conventional understanding, and some are extremely dangerous, which is why they must be strictly contained here. As her words fell, she nodded to Su Ziyuan. His penetrating gaze swept over them, lingering on the visibly excited Lin Fei, before leading the group and the bird deeper into the facility. They passed through chamber after chamber with varying levels of security protection, the air growing thick with the scent of disinfectant and cold metal. Along the way, heavy metal doors opened and closed in sequence after fingerprint and iris recognition, as if cutting off all sounds from the outside world. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of the vault and isolated containment room. The room was starkly empty, almost desolate, with low-intensity explosion-proof lights embedded in the four walls. The only focal point was a pedestal in the center, upon which stood a solitary transparent container. The container was crafted from the highest-grade bulletproof glass. Official tests had shown that even direct hits from RPG rockets left only scorch marks, without a single crack. Within the glass, half of a human skull was prominently displayed. Unlike the grayish-white of ordinary skulls, this one was dark and murky, emanating a dark golden metallic luster. Its surface was covered with indecipherable, eerie patterns whose intertwining lines seemed to writhe like living creatures. A cold, deathly, corrupted aura seeped from the bone's crevices, and staring at it for too long brought waves of nausea and dizziness. Su Ziyuan's voice was low and grave, the skull of an evil god's proxy. According to our research, it likely originates from an ancient era, the remains left behind after the death of an evil god's earthly representative. 3 years ago, a group of tomb raiders unearthed it from an unnamed ancient tomb on the Tibetan plateau, triggering an unimaginable disaster. Then why is it here? Liu Ruoyao frowned. Isn't the Tibetan region under the Southwest Bureau's jurisdiction? Because the farther it is from Tibet, the weaker its power becomes, Su Ziyuan replied helplessly. After extensive testing, we discovered that its activity is lowest here, so headquarters decided to entrust our bureau with its containment. Power? Duan Nanzhou asked in surprise. What kind of power could a half-skull possess? It's an indescribable evil force that can subtly erode the minds of those who approach it. Unwilling to elaborate further, Su Ziyuan shifted to a warning. Mo Sinew infiltrated our bureau, and her target is most likely definitely this. If such an evil artifact falls into the hands of cultists, the consequences would be unthinkable. Therefore, it absolutely cannot be stolen. Then why not destroy it? Liu Ruoyao pressed. It can't be destroyed, Su Ziyuan smiled bitterly. We've tried every method we could think of, and couldn't even scrape off a bit of the surface. This thing is too sinister. With that, he looked at Lin Fei with approval in his eyes. Fei, not long ago Xiao Lu reported to me that you and Gao Cheng were the first to notice Imo Sinew's abnormality. Gao Cheng has naturally strong sixth sense, but what about you? Fei is particularly sensitive to detecting anomalous energies, Liu Ruoyao answered for him. I see. Su Ziyuan nodded with a hint of appreciation in his tone. From your reactions earlier, it seems you can sense quite a few things here. Yes, Lin Fei readily admitted. Many things here would be greatly beneficial to me. Very good. Su Ziyuan pondered for a moment. Given your great contribution this time, I can specially authorize you to select 2 relatively safe items that would benefit you from the vault. Of course, they must pass my final inspection and approval. 2 items. Lin Fei was initially delighted, then greatly disappointed the system had indicated far more than 2 items that would greatly benefit him. His eyes darted as he probed. Only 2? Can it be a few more? You're quite greedy, aren't you? Su Ziyuan shook his head. Only 2, and you must cooperate with our staff to have your sensory responses fully recorded. Every item here is extremely precious. If I really let you take too many, I couldn't explain it to headquarters. 2 is still too few, Lin Fei grumbled internally. The system had just indicated at least a dozen good items. But he understood that anything solemnly stored here must be extraordinary, and no matter how generous Su Ziyuan was, he couldn't let him take everything. Lin Fei nodded reluctantly, about to agree, when a bold idea suddenly arose in his mind. The system had a particular characteristic. Each time it devoured something new and useful, the first consumption yielded the greatest benefit. Not only could he gain massive evolution points, but skill replication often triggered at that moment. Subsequent consumption of similar items usually only provided evolution points. So perhaps he could. Lin Fei was startled by his own audacious idea, his little heart immediately pounding like a drum. He squawked twice to suppress his excitement before cautiously proposing. Director Su, could I give up taking 1 item in exchange for samples of 5 other items? Just a tiny bit from each would be enough. As soon as the words left his beak, the storage room fell silent. Su Ziyuan, Liu Ruoyao, and Duan Nanzhou all stared at the colorful parrot as if they were looking at an alien creature. Liu Ruoyao's beautiful eyes widened. Her mouth agape enough to fit a whole egg to come up with such conditions and articulate them so logically. Didn't you claim to have only the intelligence of a 12-year-old? Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Fei sighed inwardly. With those words, his act of playing dumb was completely blown. But opportunity knocks but once, and the system's hints repeatedly indicated that this place was filled with treasures. Missing out would be heartbreaking. What is lost in the East may be gained in the West. You have to give something to get something. And pretending to be a child every day was quite exhausting anyway. After a long moment, Su Ziyuan finally looked away, his expression complex as he sighed. Fei, you truly make people see you in a new light. Qin Hui and Imo Sinew's defeat at your hands wasn't unjust at all. Lin Fei immediately flapped his wings in denial. I admit you designed the trap for Imo Sinew, but Qin Hui's matter really had nothing to do with me. He perhaps. Su Ziyuan smiled meaningfully, then nodded readily. All right, I agree to your proposal. Now go select your items. Nanzhou, go outside and call the inventory staff. Yes. Duan Nanzhou reluctantly tore his gaze away from Lin Fei and hurried off. His heart burning with excitement. A parrot with intelligence rivaling that of an adult human was absolutely unprecedented. He had to find a way to get his hands on it. Fei, you've kept your sister in the dark for so long. Liu Ruoyao turned and glared at him with feigned anger. I'll settle accounts with you when we get back. Stop daydreaming and go pick your items. Remember the numbers clearly so the staff can retrieve them for you. Oh, yes. Lin Fei responded, spreading his wings and diving toward the depths of the shelves, heading straight for the locations marked by the system's yellow arrows. The storage room maintained constant temperature control, with bright lights illuminating the glass display cases. He first stopped before a fist-sized, fired partial egg, numbered A07. Its surface showed signs of petrification, clearly ancient, yet it continued to emit heat, making the temperature inside the case noticeably higher than elsewhere. The system indicated it could significantly enhance bloodline purity. The brightest yellow arrow pointed directly at it. Without hesitation, Lin Fei made it his first choice. The second thickest yellow arrow pointed to item C19, a wrinkled, leather-like object. The system explained it was the stomach pouch of the divine beast boss snake. Since it bore the title Divine Beast, its value was naturally extraordinary, but he couldn't take the whole piece. Lin Fei stared at it with such a pitiful expression. Su Ziyuan, watching from the side, understood clearly and generously instructed, don't really give him just a soybean-sized piece, cut off a third of it. The staff member carefully made the cut, removing a piece the size of a goose egg. The fiery red fibrous texture shimmered faintly under the lights. This made Lin Fei want to fly over and give the old man a kiss. Was being incredibly generous. The remaining 4 biological tissue samples were far less valuable than the first 2. and Lin Fei quickly made his selections based on the size of the indicator arrows. The staff member put on gloves and used a surgical knife at the sterile workstation to cut thin slices from each sample, placing them into labeled sealed bags and securing the double zippers tightly. Su Zhuan leaned in to inspect them: temperature, activity levels, radiation indices, checking every detail. After confirming they were safe, he raised his hand and waved, signaling they could be taken. The transfer records were signed and stamped on the spot, and the samples were packed in cushioning foam before being placed into a specially designed alloy briefcase. The click of the case lock made Lin Fei's ears perk up, his gaze practically glued to the briefcase as he yearned to rush home and savor his rewards. All right, you've seen what you needed to see, and Fei-Fei's rewards have been selected. Su Zhuan's voice was hoarse, his brow showing signs of exhaustion. We should head out now. There are many matters waiting to be handled outside. Hearing these words, Lin Fei suddenly remembered the disaster that had just ended outside. He gently flapped his wings, landed back on Liu Ruoyao's shoulder, and lowered his head, forcibly suppressing his joy. Walking out of the underground vault, the acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with a faint scent of blood hit them immediately. The Special Investigation Bureau's Haiqing branch had been reduced to ruins. Shattered glass and twisted metal fragments were scattered everywhere, walls riddled with bullet holes and blackened blast marks. Military vehicles, ambulances, and fire trucks were parked side by side in the courtyard, with the rumble of engines and crackling of radios filling the air. Armed soldiers, guards, and medical personnel in white coats hurried about, stretchers continuously carrying out the wounded, and even cold corpses. In a temporarily cleared area at the center of the compound, bodies awaiting transport lay neatly arranged under black plastic sheets. Duan Nanzhou staggered to a corner, his gaze fixed on several corpses in dark combat uniforms, his eyes instantly turning blood red. His fists clenched until his knuckles turned white, trembling slightly as he stood in silent vigil like a wounded lone wolf. Tiger Squad completely wiped out. More cruelly, for members of the squad had been marked with corruption seals by Mo Sinew at some unknown time, transforming into monsters just before death. They first killed their two remaining unsuspecting teammates, then went on a killing spree throughout the branch. Meanwhile, urgent reports came flooding in from other squads in Action Team 2. Multiple team members had suddenly fallen seriously ill, forcing ongoing missions to be suspended. The so-called serious illness was merely the violent backlash caused by the corruption seals lurking in their bodies losing control after Mo Sinew's self-destruction. Fortunately, they were far enough from the branch that Mo Sinew couldn't remotely detonate them while alive, or Action Team 2 would likely have been disbanded on the spot. The few who escaped completely unharmed were the team members closest to Angel, Gao Cheng Tibi, and others survived because of this. Mo Sinew knew well of Gao Cheng's almost prophetic sixth sense and didn't dare target those he frequently contacted. She was also extra cautious when interacting with Gao Cheng herself. This was why, although Gao Cheng vaguely sensed something abnormal about Mo Sinew, he could never produce evidence until he met Fei-Fei. Fei-Fei was far more decisive than him, secretly collaborating with Liu Ruoyao and others to set a trap that forced Mo Sinew to reveal her true nature. Yet even so, the exposed Mo Sinew still inflicted devastating losses on the Haiqing branch. Lost in his grief, Duan Nanzhou failed to notice that not far away, Lin Fei, perched on Liu Ruoyao's shoulder, was also staring unblinkingly at the corpses scattered across the ground. The air was thick with gunpowder smoke and the metallic scent of blood. Broken armor and twisted weapons lay scattered in chaotic heaps, as if silently bearing witness to the brutality of the battle. Though Lin Fei had fought alongside Liu Ruoyao through several conflicts before, none of those encounters had been as intense as Shi had never truly witnessed teammates fall before his very eyes. In this moment, the pools of blood and cold bodies struck his heart like a sledgehammer. Extraordinary warriors? Wielding powers that ordinary people could only invite in, that sound cool and impressive? But what if? What if it were Liu Ruoyao lying there? Lin Fei's feathers suddenly bristled as his entire body shuddered involuntarily, chilled to the bone. Yao Yao. His voice trembled as he whispered close to Liu Ruoyao's ear. Let's quit the Special Investigation Bureau, okay? We could do live streaming, or just anything else, please? Fei-Fei. Liu Ruoyao immediately sensed something was wrong with her beloved bird. She turned her head, following Lin Fei's gaze toward the ground, and seemed to instantly understand his fear. She let out a gentle sigh, carefully lifted Lin Fei from her shoulder, and held him tightly in her arms, her right hand stroking his soft feathers again and again. No matter how intelligent a parrot might be, he was still just a fledgling under 2 years old, just as even the most precocious child, even if already a university student in an accelerated program, was still fundamentally a child. Don't be afraid, Fei-Fei. Liu Ruoyao's voice was gentle yet firm. I'll protect you. I promise. As long as I'm here, no one will ever hurt you. It's you I'm worried about, Yao Yao. Lin Fei's body continued to tremble slightly. I just imagined for a moment what it would be like if you were lying there, and I nearly went insane. His voice carried an almost pleading sob. Yao Yao, Please leave the Special Investigation Bureau. Please. I'm begging you. Liu Ruoyao froze for a moment, then fell silent. She didn't answer immediately, as if weighing the gravity of his request. Her delicate hand simply continued, almost unconsciously, to stroke the little bird in her arms over and over again. By the time an exhausted Liu Ruoyao and Fei Fei returned home, it was already deep into the night. After getting back to the precinct, she had been helping with the aftermath, while Lin Fei hadn't been idle either, having been pulled aside by Director Su to form a secret team with Gao Cheng to investigate all personnel and confirm whether any cult remnants were still lurking. After such an intense operation, both the person and the bird were severely drained. Lin Fei's detection technique had barely stopped running, his 700 spiritual power points completely depleted, which made him acutely aware of his shortcomings in sustained combat. Fortunately, among the spoils brought out from the secret vault this time, there were several items the system deemed capable of increasing his spiritual power limit, giving him a glimmer of hope. Yet the faces of those cultists who had died in the warehouse continued to flash through Lin Fei's mind like lingering shadows. He wanted to persuade Liu Ruoyao to leave the Special Investigation Bureau as soon as possible, to stop risking her life on such dangerous work, but she remained silent. The night was heavy, streetlights flashing past the car window, and the entire journey home passed with barely any conversation. Once inside, Liu Ruoyao gently placed Lin Fei on the coffee table and removed her uniform jacket, which reeked of gunpowder, before sitting down. The room was filled only with the low hum of the refrigerator compressor, so quiet that their breathing was audible. Yao, let's leave, okay? Lin Fei finally spoke after holding back for so long. Those cultists are all lunatics. Continuing to work here is too dangerous. He grew more agitated as he spoke, his wings flapping and stirring up dust from the coffee table. Yao, let's go to another city. With our abilities, as long as we keep a low profile, we can survive. Then you can do whatever you want, streaming, traveling, anything. You have money and skills, so why must you stay here? We could live peacefully and steadily, without constantly worrying or facing all that bloodshed and death. Won't that be better? This was the first time Lin Fei had said so much in one breath. The living room fell silent again as he looked up at Liu Ruoyao with eyes full of expectation. The woman who had once been an untouchable goddess was now his caretaker, and he only wanted to escape this city full of turmoil and killing with her. Liu Ruoyao didn't respond. After a long while, she stood and walked to the window. Beyond the glass lay all-consuming darkness, with occasional streetlights casting patches of light on the pavement. Fei Fei, do you know how the Haiqing Special Investigation Bureau came to be? Her voice was steady, yet carried something heavy within it. Lin Fei was stunned and shook his head slightly. It wasn't originally called the Special Investigation Bureau. Liu Ruoyao's gaze pierced through the night, as if returning to many years past. Over 20 years ago, when signs of spiritual energy revival first appeared, sporadic anomalous incidents began emerging. Ordinary people couldn't understand them, much less fight against them, and official institutions were at a loss. Back then, it was my master by Yulian. At the mention of this name, she paused, reverence and nostalgia flashing in her eyes. She and several like-minded predecessors formed an unofficial organization in Haiqing called the Anomalous Incident Response Team. They used their own power to quietly investigate and handle events that defied common sense, protecting this city. My master was the actual leader of that team. Of course, to keep the organization running, they wouldn't refuse gifts of gratitude from those involved after handling supernatural incidents. That small team, which initially had only 6 or 7 members, was the prototype of what would later become the National Special Affairs Investigation Bureau. The living room was softly lit as Liu Ruoyao stood with her back to the window, then turned to face Lin Fei, a faint glimmer reflecting in her dark eyes. The Haiqing branch is the very root of the Special Investigation Bureau. She spoke rapidly, but with clear articulation. It was built drop by drop with the sweat and blood of my master and those predecessors. Later, when the government got involved and established headquarters in the capital, this place remained the origin. Her words echoed through the modest living room. Liu Ruoyao continued, each word deliberate as if carving an inscription. My master wasn't just my teacher who taught me martial arts and guided me into this path. She was my mother, the one who raised me from childhood. She remembered her master standing by the training ground, hands calloused yet stern as she said, if a martial artist cannot uphold justice and defend against evil, if they cannot serve their country and people, then what's the point of all this training? These words now surged through Liu Ruoyao's chest, her voice suddenly rising with passion. Lin Fei's eyes widened as he felt pulled into a world he'd never imagined. He'd always thought the passionate heroes in novels were mere fantasy. How could such foolishly stubborn people exist in reality? Though he knew he couldn't be so selfless himself, he couldn't help but feel deep admiration. Liu Ruoyao's overwhelming emotions turned somber. She's gone now, but her blood was spilled on this land. This place is her legacy, her unfinished mission. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. And I, her only disciple, her daughter, how could I leave? Her gaze burned intensely. If I only cared about my own safety and abandoned everything she left behind, how could I face those predecessors who sacrificed themselves? She looked up at Lin Fei, her tone gentle yet more resolute. Fei, I know you mean well. But this isn't just a job, it's a belief, a responsibility, a banner I must carry. Do you understand? Lin Fei's throat bobbed as he wanted to say, it's not worth it, or it's too idealistic. But the almost burning light in her eyes left him speechless. After a long moment, he could only sigh heavily. Ah. Silence stretched between them. After a moment, he looked up, meeting her eyes with solemn clarity. I understand now, Yao Yao. I won't try to persuade you to leave anymore. I'll stay by your side and help you. You once said that even if the sky fell, we'd bear it together. Now I am giving those words back to you. Yao Yao, even if the sky falls, we'll bear it together. Fei. Before the words fully left her lips, Lin Fei's vision went dark as he was enveloped by a pair of cool yet forceful arms, his head buried directly into soft warmth. Ah. Yao, let go. I can't breathe. Lin Fei struggled desperately, his small head finally managing to emerge from that softness. Only then did Liu Ruoyao realize her impropriety. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she released him with an apologetic smile. Sorry, I got carried away. Her eyes then curved into crescents. Fei, you really are sister's most beloved treasure. She nuzzled his shoulder a few more times reluctantly before finally letting go with satisfaction. Then she yawned. It's late. You should rest first. Sister needs to take a shower before bed. Wait. Lin Fei quickly called out to her. Liu Ruoyao paused mid-step, turning back with confusion. Lin Fei flew over to a nearby suitcase, patting it forcefully. The suitcase. Help me open it first. It's too late. Let's do it tomorrow. Liu Ruoyao covered her yawn with her hand. No, right now. Lin Fei insisted, his expression more determined than ever before. Since he couldn't persuade Liu Ruoyao to leave, the only thing he could do was become stronger as quickly as possible. Only with strength could he protect himself and protect Big Yao Yao. He didn't want to wait another second. Liu Ruoyao shook her head helplessly and had no choice but to turn back, opening the coated case and carefully removing its contents one by one, arranging them on the table. The metal clasp clicked open with a sharp snap, and the dim yellow light fell upon a row of specially made containers of various shapes, each bearing clear identification numbers, their glass walls gleaming with a cold light. All right, Yao, you can go take your bath now. I can handle the rest myself. Lin Fei stared intently at the tabletop, his eyes blazing like two ignited flames. Liu Ruoyao didn't get up. The bath can wait. But Fei, are you absolutely certain these things aren't dangerous? Absolutely certain. Lin Fei nodded vigorously like a bobblehead. Of course. The system has already verified everything. So what could possibly go wrong? All right then, which one do you want to start with? Liu Ruoyao asked. The red one. Lin Fei's voice rose with excitement, his tail tip swaying uncontrollably. This is a treasure left behind by an ancient divine beast. And it's from a divine beast that's perfectly compatible with vermilion bird. Liu Ruoyao nodded, put on gloves, and carefully extracted the fist-sized eggshell fragment labeled A07. The deep red fragment revealed delicate golden veins under the light, like solidified flames. She gently placed it in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei immediately pressed his sharp claws against it and lowered his head without hesitation. Crack! A crisp sound exploded as he pecked off a small piece and swallowed it. Scorching and pure energy flowed down his throat and into his body like molten lava. Ding! First consumption of 12 grams of ancient vermilion bird remnant eggshell fragment. Gained 10,000 evolution points. Ding! Passive skill ability replication activating. Skill Crimson Flame, Sky Burn replicating. Replication failed. Skill Fire Feather Divine, Binding replicating. Replication failed. Skill Southern Ming Tribulation Fire replicating. Replication failed. The massive 10,000 evolution points made Lin Fei's heart skip a beat. Wasn't this a bit too incredible? The subsequent string of replication failed messages left him completely puzzled. Logically, these fire-based skills should have extremely high compatibility with him, so why were they still failing? After brief contemplation, he speculated. The skill levels were too advanced for him to master at present. Just as he was feeling disappointed, new notification sounds emerged. Ding! Detectable absorbable bloodline, vermilion bird essence blood found. Absorbing. Absorption complete. Total quantity too minimal. Please consume more similar materials. There's hope. Lin Fei rejoiced and lowered his head again, pecking and swallowing, gradually reducing the fragment to powder. Ding! You consumed 11 grams of ancient vermilion bird remnant eggshell fragment. Gained 100 evolution points. Ding! You consumed 17 grams of ancient vermilion bird remnant eggshell fragment. Gained 150 evolution points. Pleasant system notification sounds cascaded through his mind one after another. However, Lin Fei restrained himself from consuming everything, deliberately leaving a bean-sized corner. He would wait until he became stronger to attempt replicating those heaven-defying skills. After swallowing the final bite, he waited quietly. About a minute later, the notification sound finally arrived. Ding. Detectable absorbable bloodline, vermilion bird essence blood found. Absorbing. Purifying. Fusing. Your bloodline concentration meets digital quantification requirements. Digitizing. Your fire-based skill power is amplified by 50, and your flame temperature has risen to purple flame level 2000. Ding. Your innate fire affinity passive has been upgraded to LV5, providing 70 fire damage reduction. At this point, the system notifications in his mind finally ceased, and Lin Fei froze completely in place like a statue. Just a single fragment of an ancient divine beast vermilion bird's eggshell had brought such astonishing benefits. If he could obtain a complete vermilion bird egg, or even tissue from the vermilion bird itself, wouldn't he soar to incredible heights? He secretly resolved to specifically seek out such treasures in the future. Scorching warmth surged through his body, so pleasurable that he nearly couldn't suppress a soft moan. Power filled his limbs and bones, as if he had been completely reborn. Liu Ruoyao, who had been watching him intently, widened her eyes. Every single feather on Fei glowed with golden-red radiance, and this phenomenon lasted for a full 3 minutes before dissipating. She also noticed that his body outline had changed slightly. The entire bird appeared more majestic, subtly emanating an extraordinary aura. Fei, you seem different somehow? How do you feel? Liu Ruoyao couldn't help but ask. Better than ever before. Lin Fei spread his wings, his gaze already falling on the second item. Let's continue. Bring me that black piece of flesh labeled C19. The system data indicated this flesh came from the divine beast boss snake. Though not as renowned as the vermilion bird, it was still a divine beast nonetheless, so it couldn't be too inferior. Lin Fei pressed his claw against the flesh and pecked off a small piece to swallow. Ding. First consumption of 17 grams of divine beast boss snake stomach tissue detected. 5,000 evolution points acquired. Ding. Passive skill ability replication in progress. Skill boss snake swallows elephant. Replication failed. Attempting to analyze skill essence. Analysis in progress. Oh, there's a new twist. Lin Fei held his breath nervously. Ding. Skill boss snake swallows elephant. Essence analysis successful. New skill generated dimensional storage LV1. Dimensional storage LV1 opens an interdimensional storage space within the crop, capable of storing non-living items. Storage and retrieval consumes spiritual energy based on volume. Current space, 1 cubic meter. His crop area grew warm as invisible energy seemed to gather there. Lin Fei instantly understood how to use it and opened his beak toward an empty briefcase on the coffee table, giving it a gentle inhale. The briefcase was swept up by an invisible force, rapidly shrinking and transforming into Thumb's eyes before flying into his mouth in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, he exhaled, and the briefcase dropped back onto the table with a thud, restored to its original size. Liu Ruoyao watched in stunned amazement, wondering if she was dreaming. This is storage space? Lin Fei was so delighted his tail feathers trembled wildly. What an unexpected joy and essential divine skill for heroic adventures. The only regret was that the space was merely 1 cubic meter. However, the skill bore the suffix LV1, clearly indicating it could be upgraded. He decided to devour the remaining boss snake stomach tissue in one go. Just as the last piece settled in his stomach, another system notification arrived. Ding. Total consumption of approximately 500 grams of boss snake stomach tissue detected. 2 units of spatial essence acquired. Dimensional storage upgraded to LV2. Space expanded to 2 cubic meters. Additional 3,000 evolution points gained. An unprecedented windfall. Lin Fei's burning gaze fell upon the 5 bean-sized biological tissue samples nearby. With 2 main courses finished, it was time for some after-dinner treats. Lin Fei first picked up a fragment the size of a soybean that resembled a blue crystal and swallowed it in one gulp. Ding. First consumption of 0.3 grams of 5th-tier Thunderbird crystal core fragment. You have gained 1,000 evolution points. Your spiritual power limit has increased by 100 points. Next, his gaze fell upon a small section of blackened vine branch. The thing looked like a withered twig, yet it gleamed with a metallic luster. Though no bigger than a finger joint, it was incredibly hard. Lin Fei, dubbed the flying hydraulic clamp, exerted all his strength to make it crack and snap, breaking it into 2 pieces before stuffing them down his throat. Ding. First consumption of 3.2 grams of 6th-tier 1000-year sword vine crystal core fragment. You have gained 2,000 evolution points. You have obtained 0.1 units of sharp metal essence. Your beak, claws, and steel feathers have been slightly enhanced. Sharp metal essence. Lin Fei's heart trembled. Who would have thought that such an unremarkable black vine contained such a rare treasure? Unfortunately, the amount was too small. If he could devour an entire vine, how much sharp metal essence could he collect? He clicked his tongue inwardly but suppressed this dangerous thought and continued searching for the next item. Ding. First consumption of 0.3 grams of 6th tier ancient beastland mystic turtle shell fragment. You have gained 2,000 evolution points. Ding. Passive skill ability replication activating. Skill turtle breathing technique, replicating. Replication successful. You have acquired a new skill, turtle breathing technique. This skill allows the host to enter an extremely low metabolic state similar to turtle hibernation. Turtle breathing technique? Doesn't sound very useful, Lin Fei muttered, though he knew that even the most seemingly useless ability might save his life someday. He turned his attention to the final Itema snow-white fragment, like ice crystal that emanated wisps of cold air. If the system hadn't indicated it was edible, he would have suspected it might freeze his stomach. He picked up the white crystal and swallowed it. Ding. First consumption of 0.5 grams of 10,000-year ice marrow fragment. Your spiritual power limit has increased by 100 points. You have obtained 0.05 units of extreme cold essence. The quantity is too small to provide benefits. Please seek to obtain more. Another completely new type of essence. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The item in the secret vault was the size of a cantaloupe if he could devour it entirely. Wouldn't his extreme cold essence skyrocket? At this thought, his heart burned with excitement, and an evil notion even emerged. Using his quantum avatar form combined with shadow escape, could he infiltrate the secret vault? Once inside, he could use his spatial storage ability to sweep away all the treasures. As soon as this idea surfaced, reason doused him with cold water. The risk was too high if exposed. The consequences would be unthinkable. Moreover, Old Su had shown him kindness. He couldn't commit such an ungrateful act. Perhaps it would be better to earn more merit in the future and request rewards properly. With this thought, Lin Fei took a deep breath and reined in his restless heart. He summarized his gains from this session. 1. A total of 5,000 evolution points. 2. Spiritual power limit increased by 200 points. 3. 0.1 units of sharp metal essence and 0.05 units of extreme cold essence. 4. New skill turtle breathing technique. 5. Significant improvement in true phoenix bloodline purity, now quantified by the system as 1/10 that of an ancient true phoenix. These items alone constituted an unprecedented windfall. Lin Fei silently reminded himself, one mustn't be too greedy. Thinking of the benefits brought by his bloodline transformation, he contentedly folded his wings and quietly felt the surging power within all his fire-based skills had been comprehensively enhanced, and his fire resistance had reached 70, bringing him one step closer to complete fire immunity. His total evolution points reached 25,871 out of 50,000, meaning he was already more than halfway to the next tier. His spiritual energy limit also surged to 2,000 points, nearly triple what it was before, effectively doubling Lin Fei's magical endurance. Though his realm remained at the same level, his overall combat power had nearly doubled, not to mention the two new skills he'd acquired: the extremely practical dimensional storage and the mysterious turtle breathing technique, whose purpose wasn't yet clear. This string of benefits left Lin Fei absolutely ecstatic as he flapped his wings, circling up and down in the living room like a colorful streak, gliding along the ceiling and then swooping low to the ground. So excited he nearly cried out. Liu Ruoyao sat on the sofa, looking up at this scene with a rare gentle smile on her lips. Seeing his uncontainable excitement, she thoughtfully stood and headed toward the bathroom, giving him plenty of space to let loose. After several laps around the room, Lin Fei finally managed to calm his emotions and folded his wings, landing on the sofa's armrest. The wall clock's second hand ticked away. It was already past 2 a.m., but with his heart still racing from excitement, he felt no sleepiness at all. Since that was the case, why not take the opportunity to practice dimensional storage? With a thought, the throw pillow on the coffee table instantly vanished, then popped back into the air with a snap. The laptop, remote control, and even a pair of slippers were stored and released repeatedly, as if participating in a juggling performance. Lin Fei grew more excited as he played. If he could pre-store grenades or gasoline bombs in the space during battle and instantly release them at enemies, or drop a several hundred-pound boulder right above an opponent's head, this skill could definitely enable some incredible tactical maneuvers. Lin Fei wasn't the only one awake tonight. In the Haiqing Bureau building, lights still blazed. Su Ziyuan sat in his office, his brow furrowed so tightly it could crush a mosquito, reviewing the preliminary casualty report from the cult attack. 8 extraordinary warriors killed, 5 from Action Team 2, 2 from Action Team 1, and 1 from Intelligence. 4 more were critically injured. 12 ordinary guards and administrative staff were dead, with over 50 more suffering various injuries. If Imo Sinew hadn't been exposed so suddenly, preventing her from fully detonating all the corruption marks she'd planted, and if the rapid response team hadn't arrived in time, the Bureau might have been turned into a slaughterhouse. At this thought, Su Ziyuan felt both rage and self-reproach. Recently, the branch had focused mainly on aberrant beasts and extraordinary crimes, neglecting cult activities, which allowed the dissent sect to exploit the gap. He took a deep breath, opened his computer, and sent several urgent reports through the Special Investigation Bureau's internal network. First, reporting the attack on Haiqing Bureau and the massive losses. Second, commending the newly formed Rapid Response Team, specifically highlighting the crucial role played by the aberrant parrot Fei at the critical moment. Third, formally recommending a nationwide special operation against cult activities. Finally, he forcefully struck the period key and growled through gritted teeth. Dissent sect, and all other heretical organizations, just you wait. Meanwhile, on the distant western continent, an industrial complex surrounded by high walls, electric fences, and heavily armed guards remained brightly lit. In the deepest part of the laboratory building, Dr. Quinton hunched over an electron microscope, intently analyzing a biological sample. An assistant approached, lowering his voice as he handed over an information tablet. Doctor, orders from above. Black Flood operation location has been changed to Haiqing, China, to coordinate with an important sect operation. Haiqing. Dr. Quinton raised an eyebrow, then showed an intrigued smile. Sounds like those fanatics have run into trouble. Apparently, their elite operative who finally infiltrated the Haiqing Special Investigation Bureau has been exposed. What exactly they were after remains unclear, the assistant reported truthfully. What's the production progress on Vlad 7? Of the 3,000 units you requested, we've completed 2,800. The remainder will be ready tomorrow. Excellent. Dr. Quinton closed the microscope cover and rubbed his nose bridge. Then we proceed as planned. He walked to the window, gazing through the bulletproof glass into the night, as if whispering to some distant city, or perhaps pronouncing judgment upon the world. China, Haiqing, prepare yourselves for the baptism of the Black Flood. The next morning, at dawn. Fei, wake up. Time for work. Liu Ruoyao called out with a toothbrush in her mouth, gently poking the soft feathers on her beloved bird's back as she passed the perch. 15 minutes later, she had changed into her work clothes and was ready to leave. Looking back, she saw Lin Fei. Sissy. Liu Ruoyao had no choice but to lean down and gently shake him, keeping her voice low. Fei, come on, wake up. We have to report to the base today. Lin Fei only drowsily fluttered his wings, tucked his little head back under his feathers, and continued snoring. Left with no other option, Liu Ruoyao carefully lifted him from his perch and cradled him like a stuffed animal as she rushed out the door. Rapid Response Team base. In the duty hall, team members gradually arrived, each sporting dark circles under their eyes and yawning one after another. The previous night's cleanup of the attack incident had lasted until midnight, keeping everyone busy without a moment's rest. Now they were called in early for standby duty, and complaints filled the air. Only Liu Ruoyao and Duan Nanzhou seemed relatively alert. With their internal energy cultivation, a few cycles of breathing exercises could make their bodies feel as refreshed as if they'd slept a full 8 hours, a true testament to the high barrier, high reward nature of martial arts practitioners. Liu Ruoyao was slightly surprised to see Duan Nanzhou. Captain Duan, finished with your team's affairs? Duan Nanzhou shrugged. I'm also a member of the Rapid Response Team, you know? He paused. Though I'll only stay for a bit before leaving. His attention quickly shifted to Lin Fei in Liu Ruoyao's arms, his eyes lighting up with interest. Fei's still sleeping? He stayed up too late last night, and only fell asleep at dawn. Liu Ruoyao placed Lin Fei in a corner of the sofa, where the little guy continued sleeping soundly. He hasn't had breakfast yet, has he? I brought some bird feed for when he wakes up. Fei's an exotic beast now, why would he still eat something as nutritionally poor as bird feed? Duan Nanzhou shook his head and, like a magician, produced a stainless steel insulated food container. I prepared some exotic beast meat for him. Don't worry, it's cooked through, won't fill the base with any fishy smell. Liu Ruoyao raised an eyebrow but didn't refuse, accepting the container. Then I'll thank Captain Duan on Fei's behalf. She understood that Duan Nanzhou had indeed let go of his grudge, but his enthusiasm seemed excessive. Still, with Fei's beautiful appearance and clever abilities, who wouldn't like him? Besides, Duan Nanzhou was also a bird enthusiast, so his infatuation with Fei was understandable. After leaving the food container and exchanging a few pleasantries, Duan Nanzhou departed. Winning over Fei required a steady approach, not rushing things. The hall's lights gradually brightened and dimmed as the clock hands quickly pointed to 10 in the morning. Lin Fei slept until late morning before slowly opening his eyes. The next second, a rich meaty aroma captured his senses, nearly making him drool. Following the scent, he discovered the insulated food container on the table. At that moment, Liu Ruoyao sat at the command station, staring intently at the large screen. On screen, Iron Wall Li Tailin was sweating profusely, shakily controlling a personal flight device above the base, each takeoff and landing like walking a tightrope. Angel Gao Cheng flew alongside him, nerves taut and muscles tensed, staying alert and ready to act, fearing that this guy might accidentally crash into something or lose balance and plummet to the ground. Liu Ruoyao was utterly speechless. Tibi, this big guy, was brave in combat and fearless in the face of sacrificia, reliable MT. But once he touched the controls, it was absolutely disastrous. He'd failed his driving test over 10 times and still hadn't passed. If he couldn't master the personal flight device, he'd have to pack his bags and leave the rapid response team. In the training room, Tibby's simulator kept rising and falling, each landing ending with the aircraft tumbling over. Liu Ruoyao covered her forehead and sighed. Hearing some movement behind her, she said casually, "Fei Fei, you're awake? There's some beast meat over there, prepared for you." As for where the meat came from, she had no mind to explain. Lin Fei could barely contain himself. He pecked open the packaging lid and dove in eagerly. "Wow, my dear Yao Yao's cooking skills have improved," he thought, gnawing away with oil dripping from his beak, delighted. Recently, he could gain thousands of evolution points at once, so the 10 or so points from ordinary beast meat per meal weren't precious anymore. He'd grown tired of the strong, fishy smell of raw meat and demanded that Liu Ruoyao cook it. Although cooked meat lost 30% of its weight due to evaporation in, the evolution points shrank accordingly. Lin Fei didn't care at all now. The only problem was that Liu Ruoyao's cooking skills were mediocre, and her usual results were only marginally better than eating raw meat. But today's piece was crispy on the outside and tender inside, fragrant and delicious, making him nod approvingly as he ate. Poor Captain Duan, Lin Fei thought to himself. Imagining how the others' carefully prepared loving breakfast had ended up in his own belly, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If Captain Duan knew, he'd probably cry himself unconscious in the bathroom. Suddenly, the base alarm blared, red lights flashed frantically on the command platform, and an emotionless electronic voice echoed, "Alert! Alert! Awakened beast incident at Haicheng Wildlife Zoo. The awakened beast is a Siberian tiger. Rapid response team deploy immediately." The drowsy team members instantly sprang up, all sleepiness gone. Liu Ruoyao made a quick decision. "Fei Fei, you're the fastest. Go to the zoo immediately to control the situation and prevent the tiger from hurting people. I'll be right behind you." "Roger." Lin Fei swallowed his last bite of meat, spread his wings, and soared into the air. Liu Ruoyao immediately issued orders. "It's just one newly awakened beast, Fei Fei, and I should be able to handle it. Everyone else, stand by. Tibby, continue training. You must master flight device operation today, at least be able to land independently. Angel, keep an eye on him." Before she finished speaking, she was already rushing toward the rooftop launch platform. Luori and Ingyan exchanged glances and could only obediently return to their seats. These moments of being on standby with nothing to do were indeed boring. Haicheng New District Wildlife Zoo. "Ah, tiger. The tigers escaped. Help. Run." Screams and cries erupted as tourists scattered like startled sheep. The magnificent Siberian tiger was a full size larger than its peers, strolling leisurely through the park grounds. Its tiger eyes were full of confusion. Over the past month, its body had grown stronger and its appetite had doubled. Until this morning, some invisible shackle within had suddenly shattered. Its size had surged dramatically, and its strength and speed had exploded. With one leap, it had cleared the formidable high enclosure. Watching the screaming, fleeing, two-legged creatures, it wondered, "I just ate my fill and can't be bothered with you all. What are you yelling about? Since I've left that boringly familiar territory, might as well look around." At the same moment, in the monitoring room, the security captain stared at the surveillance screen, gripping the phone and shouting hoarsely, "The tiger's still wandering around out there. Our supervisor said to call this number if any animals mutated, said you'd handle it immediately. When will you arrive?" The calm response came, "Don't panic. Support will arrive within 5 minutes. Stay away from the mutated animal and avoid any contact." "Understood. Yes, yes. You don't need to tell me that. It's a huge tiger. Who would dare get close? Please hurry." Before the security captain finished speaking, he suddenly lunged toward the screen, his eyes nearly popping out. Holy shit. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Lin Fei, having entered supersonic flight, streaked like a blue meteor toward the zoo. On the surveillance screen, the wandering tiger had reached the bear enclosure. It leaped effortlessly over the fence, swishing its tail as it prowled with keen interest toward a black bear that was fast asleep. Damn it. The security captain slammed his hand on the table and spun around, shouting, "Boys, grab your gear and follow me." 3 minutes later, outside the bear habitat, the captain gripped an anti-riot electric prod while his two subordinates flanked him, faces pale as sheets, one clutching a riot shield, the other holding their only tranquilizer gun. All three had trembling legs, but they steeled themselves and crept along the iron bars toward the gate. "Boss, are we really going in there?" Little Zhou's voice shook like a leaf as he held the shield. "Don't be a coward. Tigers don't attack when they're full." The captain forced himself to stay calm while fumbling with keys to unlock the gate, lowering his voice. "The director's relative is lying in there. Who can't let anything happen to him. We'll stick to the walls, quietly wake him up, and get out. It'll take just a minute." Before he could finish, the tiger that had been circling the black bear turned its head and noticed them. 3 two-legged creatures not only hadn't fled, but were actually entering? Interesting. A cold gleam flashed in its eyes as it approached with elegant, yet dangerous steps. Boss, the tiger's coming. Should I shoot it? Little Wong, clutching the gun, was so nervous his lips were trembling. No. You only have one tranquilizer dart. If it doesn't drop the tiger, we're all dead. Sweat streamed down the captain's temples. Against the wall, quick. First let's get that bear, damn it. Why won't this bear wake up? Is it part pig or something? Roar. A thunderous tiger's roar exploded as the beast suddenly lunged forward like an arrow. Holy crap. Who said tigers don't attack when they're full? The captain gritted his teeth, raising his prod and screaming. Little Zhou, block. Little Wong, shoot. But behind him was deathly silence. The captain turned to see only the riot shield and tranquilizer gun lying abandoned on the ground, while two familiar figures kicked up clouds of dust as they sprinted toward the emergency exit. You sons of, his curse caught in his throat as the tiger's fetid breath hit his face. Instinctively, the captain thrust the electric prod forward. Blue-white sparks crackled, but the tiger casually swatted it away with one paw, and the steel prod hit the ground twisted like a pretzel. The tremendous force split his palms open, blood dripping freely. The impact sent him staggering backward several steps before he collapsed, his pants instantly soaked. Despair gripped his heart. His time was up. He closed his eyes and waited for death. The next second, whoosh! A streak of light crashed down between him and the tiger, sending dust flying. The security captain, his two subordinates who had fled to the fence, and several bold tourists who hadn't run far all stared in stunned disbelief. Through the swirling dust stood proudly a bird? A blue and yellow macaw with magnificent plumage and a size far larger than its typical species. Captain Zhang, the head of security, was holding an electric prod when his walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life with the zoo director's urgent voice. Old Zhang, backup has arrived. Get out of there now. Backup? All I see is a big parrot. Old Zhang was stunned. That's right, the backup is that parrot. Sent by the Special Investigation Bureau. The director spoke rapidly. What the hell? Old Zhang couldn't be bothered with politeness anymore and roared. Are you drunk? What's a bird supposed to do? Give the tiger a snack? Does it even have enough meat to get stuck between the tiger's teeth? Standing at the front, Lin Fei rolled his eyes subtly, too lazy to pay attention to the commotion behind him. He folded his wings and gazed with interest at the roaring Siberian tiger outside the cage. Despite the tiger's imposing presence, it was merely a newly awakened first-tier beast. As a third-tier being, Lin Fei could easily end the fight with a few explosive fireballs if he wanted to. But remembering the reminder from his superiors at last week's meeting that fire-based skills could cause trouble in urban areas, she decided to use this opportunity to hone his close combat techniques. He habitually cast his inspection skill first. Captive Siberian Tiger, 3 years, 6 months, extraordinary first-tier newly awakened. Skills: Throat Lock Bite, Tiger Claw Strike, Rending Claw Attack, Fatal Pounce, Tail Whip, Mountain Shaking Roar, Swift Charge, Stealth Prowl. Lin Fei practically drooled at the sight. The king of beasts truly had a luxurious skill set. In contrast, his own close combat skills were still the same old trio: Peck, Rending Claw, and his self-created Wing Strike. Come on, little kitty, let Uncle Bird play with you, he muttered, tilting his head. Then he cawed twice at the tiger and provocatively beckoned with his wingtip. The tiger froze for half a second, then fury surged through it. With a low growl, it pushed off with all 4 limbs, its massive claws carrying 3 to 4 tons of brute force as they slammed down toward Lin Fei. Nearby tourists screamed, "It's over. That parrot's going to be smashed to pulp." The tiger's claws struck the ground, sending stone fragments flying, but the parrot had vanished without a trace. Roar! The tiger looked confused. Hey, little kitty, Uncle Bird is over here. Lin Fei's shrill voice exploded from its rear flank. His 30 points of agility made him seem like he could teleport. Take this claw from Uncle Bird. With a beat of his wings, he dove down, his jet-black talons viciously raking across the tiger's rear end. Ruoyao! A piercing tiger's roar made the iron cage ring, blood splattered everywhere, and the tiger jumped around in place, rolling in agony. Not far away, a sleeping black bear was startled awake. Opening its eyes and seeing the scene, it yelled, "Oh my, tiger," and turned to run like mad, looking exactly like Bear 2 from the cartoons. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. These city zoos really know how to put on a show. In that moment of distraction, whoosh, a steel whip-like tiger tail sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Lin Fei couldn't dodge in time and was struck squarely in the chest, spinning through the air like a top hit by a whip before crashing into a flower bed. Bang! Branches snapped, petals filled the air, and he groaned as his eardrums rang. Just then, a voice filled with shock and anger suddenly rang out from above. Fei Fei. Liu Ruoyao descended from the sky with a personal flight device strapped to her back, arriving just in time to witness Lin Fei being swatted away by the creature's tail. You beast! Seeking death! She roared furiously in midair, her arms moving like lightning. Her right hand slashing down from above while her left hand swept up from below, tracing ice blue arcs that formed a perfect circle. Her palms converged at her waist in a pose identical to a classic energy blast from a certain manga. Bone-chilling chi gathered frantically as a brilliant ice blue orb instantly formed in her palms, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet and visible frost to materialize in the air. Go! Liu Ruoyao shouted softly, thrusting her palms downward. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds upon thousands of fine ice needles burst forth, rapidly elongating during flight and transforming into spear-thick mystical ice lances that rained down upon the great tiger like a torrential downpour. Ice spear storm. Dull impacts and bone-cracking sounds erupted in succession. In an instant, the tiger's body was pierced through by ice spears, blood flowing through the gaps between the spear forest before immediately freezing into dark red ice stains. Within moments, only a forest of mystical ice lances remained where the great tiger had stood, with not a sound to be heard. Beside the flower bed, Lin Fei emerged from the flower bushes in a disheveled state, brushing off petals as he flew up, staring dumbfounded at the scene. By the way, Big Yao Yao, isn't your reaction a bit too extreme? For dealing with a mere first-tier little guy, was it really necessary to unleash your ultimate move right off the bat? Liu Ruoyao maneuvered her flight device down beside Lin Fei, immediately scooping him up in her hands and anxiously examining him. Fei, how are you? Where are you hurt? What could possibly be wrong with me? Lin Fei flapped his wings, breaking free from her grasp and landing on her shoulder with resignation. That newly awakened little kitten? How could it possibly hurt me? I was just distracted earlier. Do you think my 31 stamina points were added for nothing? Do you think my steel feathers are just for show? Liu Ruoyao breathed a long sigh of relief, then put on a stern expression. You must never let your guard down during combat again. This time you only faced a level 1 mutant beast, but next time if it's a powerful enemy, a moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Yes, I understand. Lin Fei nodded, also silently warning himself never to make the same mistake again. Since you're fine, let's head back. With the mutant beast eliminated, the cleanup would be handled by the relevant departments. After a brief report, Liu Ruoyao activated her flight device for the return journey, with Lin Fei spreading his wings to fly alongside her. The return trip wasn't urgent, so she switched to cruising speed, slowing down. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Fei spoke up. Yao Yao, that tiger. It actually hadn't hurt anyone. Oh, Liu Ruoyao's tone was calm. No matter, it was just a first-tier mutant beast. Since it had mutated, it couldn't be left in the zoo. Even if we captured it alive, it would be difficult to handle. Killing it was simpler. After a moment, she seemed to realize something and added. Besides, seeing you get knocked around by it made me act impulsively and use excessive force. Lin Fei let out a soft hum and fell silent, flying quietly through the air. The warm breeze swept through his feathers, and he could feel Liu Ruoyao's genuine concern for him. Yet at the same time, her cold indifference toward that first-tier tiger cast a shadow over his heart. An icy thought crept unbidden into his mind when others looked at him. This exotic beast parrot. Would they see him the same way they saw that tiger? If he were to die at the hands of some powerful human cultivator in the future, would they also dismiss it with a casual, just an exotic beast? Once the thought emerged, it refused to leave. Lin Fei looked down at his wings covered in magnificent feathers, a bitter ache rising in his chest. I'm no longer human after all. He sighed heavily in his heart. For the first time, he seriously contemplated his survival, couldn't place all his safety in Liu Ruoyao's hands. No matter how strong she wasn't invincible. What would happen if one day she couldn't protect him? Lost in these turbulent thoughts, the pair arrived at the rapid response team's base. Liu Ruoyao landed first on the rooftop helipad, where staff immediately rushed forward to dismantle the flight equipment, conduct maintenance, and refuel all in one smooth operation. Lin Fei perched on her shoulder as they entered the base. The moment they stepped into the main hall, both sensed something was wrong. Sunset, Eagle Eye, Iron Wall, and Angel were huddled together, whispering in low voices, their faces clouded with suppressed anger. What's wrong? Liu Ruoyao asked in a grave tone. What happened? Sunset looked up, his gaze sweeping over Lin Fei before he hesitated to speak. Stop stalling and tell us. Liu Ruoyao's expression darkened. Sunset sighed helplessly and handed over his tablet, his voice filled with indignation. The commendation order just came down, but Fei's name isn't on it. Liu Ruoyao's expression changed as she quickly scanned the screen. Displayed was an official commendation document bearing the headquarters seal. The rapid response team had been the first to discover undercover cult members infiltrating the Haiqing branch and had swiftly dealt with the situation, preventing greater losses. The list of recipients read: Liu Ruoyao Ice Rain, Duan Nanzhou King Kong, Gaoqing Angel, Xiao Xingyang Sunset, Chunrui Eagle Eye, Li Tailan Iron Wall. Fei really isn't listed? She asked in disbelief. Why? He was the one who gave the warning and played a crucial role throughout. The primary credit should go to Fei. Eagle Eye chimed in. Captain Duan just went to see Director Su. Director Su was furious too and just had a shouting match with headquarters. Their explanation was, he glanced at Lin Fei and carefully added, although Fei performed exceptionally, he's not human, and there's no precedent for awarding merit to non-humans. His achievements are attributed to his master and the team. What a load of bullshit. Iron Wall slammed his fist on the metal table, making the teacups rattle. Without Fei Fei, the branch might not even exist anymore. One phrase about being non-human, and they erase all his contributions. Exactly. Angel was equally incensed. Fei Fei is our teammate. He has an official ID. This is pure discrimination. Lin Fei stood in silence, a bone-chilling coldness washing over him as Liu Ruoyao's earlier reminder echoed in his ears. This is a human city. Liu Ruoyao's eyes turned icy, fury blazing in her features. Without another word, she spun around and strode toward the exit. The team members exchanged glances and immediately followed. Liu Ruoyao was going to find Director Su. This matter absolutely could not be left, as it was she had to seek justice for Fei Fei. They had just reached the office door when they heard Su Ziyuan's furious voice from inside. What do you mean there's no precedent? Fei Fei played a crucial role in this incident. He deserves the highest honor. The highest honor. Do you understand? Oldly, I don't care what you people think. You must reissue the commendation order and add Fei Fei's name. Did you hear me? Huh. The office door was only slightly ajar. Liu Ruoyao pushed it open with her hand, and everyone filed in. Sure enough, Su Ziyuan stood with his hands on his hips, furiously berating someone through the phone. Duan Nanzhou stood nearby, and upon seeing them appear, quickly raised his index finger to signal for silence. Bullshit. Stop giving me that useless nonsense. I only know that merit should be rewarded. It's only natural. I don't care what concerns you have. We don't accept this commendation order. This isn't over. If you can't give us a satisfactory explanation, this old man will personally make a trip to the imperial capital and argue face to face. After his angry roar, he slammed down the phone with a sharp click. Director Su Liu Ruoyao had just begun to speak when Su Ziyuan raised his hand to stop her. The old man's sharp gaze swept across everyone's faces before finally settling on Lin Fei, his voice firm and resolute. You all heard that just now, didn't you? In this matter, I stand with you. He strode up to Lin Fei in quick steps, his eyes blazing with intensity. Fei Fei, don't worry. The honor that belongs to no one can erase it. This old man promises you that no matter what, I will fight to get it back for you. Lin Fei looked at this resolute old man, then glanced around at his teammates. A warm current surged through his chest as he nodded gently. Yes. Director Su, thank you. We understand. Liu Ruoyao picked up the conversation. All right, let's not crowd in here anymore. Come back with me. Everyone filed out, their footsteps gradually fading into the distance. Su Ziyuan stared at the doorway for a long time before returning to his desk and sitting down heavily. His deeply furrowed brow could almost hold a pin between the creases. During the phone call, the other party had said, "Those not of our kind must have different hearts," words he hadn't dared speak aloud in front of everyone. At this moment, he felt unprecedented helplessness. He was just an old man nearing retirement with limited influence. When it came to scheming, he was no match for those people in the imperial capital. He had already swallowed his pride once to secure Lin Fei's official position. This time, could he succeed again? Were humans and exotic beasts truly destined to be incompatible? Actually, Fei Fei wasn't the only exotic beast willing to work alongside humans. The Yunling Border Support Unit kept a second-tier exotic beast police dog that had repeatedly distinguished itself in service. However, its intelligence didn't match Fei Fei's. It couldn't speak human language, and it didn't understand concepts like treatment and honor. In Bashu, there was also an awakened giant panda, but that national treasure was quite lazy, spending its days eating and sleeping just like any ordinary panda. China was vast, and there were certainly similar examples elsewhere, but exotic beasts that could coexist peacefully with humans and serve their purposes remained an extremely small minority. On the contrary, there were far more exotic beasts that brought harm and injury to humans countless. In fact, television broadcasts ran negative reports around the clock without pause, and switching channels couldn't escape the bloody cases being covered. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Su Ziyuan repeatedly pondered these words and let out a long sigh. Even within humanity itself, conflicts never ceased, let alone between humans and exotic beasts. He suddenly realized he had made a mistake. He had always emphasized Fei Fei's high intelligence, ability to speak human language, and capacity for smooth communication with people. But to his superior's ears, this very cleverness had become a threat instead. No matter what, as long as this old man is still around, I'll protect Fei Fei, he vowed silently. Several days later, he personally made a trip to the imperial capital, hoping to persuade headquarters to reissue the commendation order. His wrinkled, old face spent hours in the leadership's office, only to be politely declined. Torn between helplessness and guilt, he had no choice but to return home dejected. His stubborn streak flaring up, he simply took Liu Ruoyao and Lin Fei back into the secret vault. Pick something, consider it compensation. This was clearly his personal decision. He planned to keep it secret for no if discovered. He'd take full responsibility himself. I'm almost retired anyway. What do I have to fear? Lin Fei was moved, but didn't choose any high-value equipment. Old Su had already sacrificed too much for him, and he couldn't bear to put the old man in further difficulty. In the end, he only cut away another half of that boss snake's stomach tissue, didn't take it all, so if questioned, the old man's responsibility would be lighter. After swallowing this small piece of stomach tissue, the system immediately prompted 1,536 evolution points credited, plus 2 units of spatial essence. His storage space expanded from 2 cubic meters to 3 cubic meters. For Lin Fei, such tangible benefits were far more valuable than empty honors. With this, the controversy over Fei Fei being removed from the commendation order came to a temporary close, and life returned to normal. The rapid response team remained busy as always. When there were missions, they deployed to either handle newly awakened exotic beasts or pursue supernatural criminals. When there were no missions, they stayed on standby, trained, and attended meetings, a packed and fulfilling schedule. 2 days later, the 7th new team member finally filled the position. It was Huaxia. Shernyo and Miwu's injuries had stabilized, and they would return to duty soon, so Huaxia no longer needed to care for them specifically. As an agility-type warrior skilled in close combat assault, she was a perfect match for the rapid response team's operational needs, seamlessly filling the vacancy left by Mo Sinyu. The addition of this cute girl delighted all the team members. Besides Liu Ruoyao and Duan Nanzhou, Huaxia treasured Lin Fei the most, always liking to stick close to him when she had nothing else to do, constantly feeding him treats and showing various forms of affection. Lin Fei was quite happy about it too. After all, who could resist the attention of such an adorable girl? Since the last battle, practically everyone in the Bureau had come to know Captain Liu's extraordinarily intelligent exotic beast parrot. Captain Liu's parrot was named Lin Fei, and had now firmly secured its position as the beloved mascot and team pet of not only the Rapid Response Squad, but the entire precinct. Every day after training ended, the first thing team members would do was gather in the base courtyard, filling the stone table with the latest snacks and fruits they had collected. As long as Lin Fei was willing to chirp out a single hard work, the entire team would cheer. Other colleagues from the precinct also frequently used base inspection as an excuse to join the fun. During their days off, they would always arrive carrying beautifully packaged snack boxes, chatting with team members while hoping Lin Fei would greet them with a few words in its crisp voice. Gradually, these visits became more frequent, and the food they brought became increasingly elaborate. Imported nuts, spiritual rice cakes, even astronaut rations appeared. Over time, Lin Fei's palate became spoiled. It wouldn't even spare a glance at ordinary cookies, even when drizzled with honey. During this period, the world's spiritual energy revival accelerated, and many previously ordinary premium fruits and vegetables began to contain traces of spiritual energy. Lin Fei loved this type of food most. It would only take 3 bites of golden spiritual peaches, eat half a bunch of jade grapes before stopping, leaving the rest entirely for its teammates. The other squad members benefited from this arrangement, feasting heartily every day and maintaining high spirits even during nighttime physical training. Lin Fei, enjoying its pampered treatment, remained immersed in the bliss of endless food, unaware that a new storm was quietly brewing. Haicheng Port. The morning mist was torn apart by a cargo ship's horn as a container vessel flying the flag of a small European nation slowly docked under tugboat guidance. The steel hull scraped against the fenders, producing deep clanking sounds. In a modest crew cabin on the ship's middle deck, a young blonde, blue-eyed crew member named Matthew stood at the porthole, gazing at the towering cranes and endless streams of containers that operated day and night in the port area. He smoothed his uniform collar, his eyes flashing with complex admiration and pity. A wonderful city, such a shame. His low sigh was immediately drowned out by the roar of dock machinery. He pulled out an encrypted satellite phone, entered a number he had memorized, pressed it to his ear, and lowered his voice. "Hello? Doctor, this is Matthew. I've successfully docked. The cargo is currently secure." "Yes, understood. I guarantee everything will go perfectly." After ending the call, he closed the phone, his palm slightly pale from gripping it tightly. Matthew muttered to himself had originally thought the doctor was bold enough to personally come to China to cause trouble, but unexpectedly the man had changed to remote control at the last minute, making him, a small player, the one actually taking the risks. However, he was willing to accept this. As long as he made it back alive from this mission, he would receive a life serum as his reward. Thinking of that serum rumored to be capable of reshaping one's life force, Matthew took a deep breath, tightened his sleeve buttons, and turned his gaze back to the port where lights and dawn intertwined, awaiting an unknown commotion. That was something even those big shots would fight tooth and nail to obtain. Linhai Industrial Park, deep in the night. A container truck slowly rolled into the factory compound bearing the sign, XXX Machinery Company, its headlights casting a ghastly white streak across the perimeter wall. Accompanied by the deep rumble of hydraulic arms, the container was hoisted into an open yard cluttered with discarded mechanical parts and dropped heavily to the ground. The crane and truck immediately turned around and departed, leaving the courtyard in deathly silence. Moments later, a black sedan glided through the factory gate like a phantom, extinguishing its lights as it stopped beside the container. The car door opened, and Matthew emerged, scanning the area to confirm he was alone before hurrying to the rear of the container. He grabbed the door latch and yanked it hard. The creaking sound was particularly jarring in the night air. Behind the door sat another large metal crate, nearly as long as the container itself, with XXXX Precision Machining Center emblazoned in bold letters on its side. Matthew ran his hands along the side of the crate until his fingertips found a recessed, hidden button, pressed it lightly. Click! A small panel slid aside, revealing an embedded LCD control panel. He rapidly entered a long password. Humming, the motor started, and the crate's side wall silently slid open, revealing a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through, illuminated by cold white light. Matthew took a deep breath and crouched down to crawl inside. The interior was a marvel. Rows of precision instruments were securely fastened with shock-absorbing brackets. Indicator lights flickered red and green, reflecting off the metal walls like a galaxy of stars. On 3 central racks, 16 drones in storage configuration were neatly folded, each with a silver metal canister suspended beneath its belly, marked with black F7 lettering. Above each canister was a small LCD screen displaying fluctuating temperature, humidity, and stability readings. Full-Ad 7 required catalyst solution injection before use, converting from concentrated stock to an active biological agent. The mixing process was complex, requiring real-time adjustments based on current environmental parameters, and once completed, deployment had to occur within 2 hours. The machinery couldn't automate this procedure, which was precisely why Matthew had risked this 1,000-mile strike mission. He walked to a storage cabinet on one side, retrieved and donned a gas mask, then tore open a pair of plastic gloves. Opening the second cabinet door, he arranged various sealed containers, measuring bottles, and pipettes on the work's surface in sequence. He knew the procedure by heart. 1. Calibrate instruments. 2. Extract stock solution. 3. Add buffer solution in stages. 4. Constant temperature stirring. 5. Final injection of stabilizing factor. Half an hour later, several vials of pale blue catalyst solution emitting an eerie sweet and sour odor were ready. Matthew fitted a large syringe and carefully injected the solution into the injection ports on the sides of the 8 metal canisters, one by one, until the indicator lights changed from red to green. With all canisters filled, he quickly retreated to the small door and grasped the red knob on the adjacent control panel. One twist. Snap! A nearby red LCD screen suddenly blazed to life, countdown timer flashing. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 59 minutes and 58 seconds. 59 minutes and 57 seconds. He casually tossed the syringe, gas mask, and gloves into the compartment. Matthew crawled out through the gap as the small door and control panel cover closed in sequence behind him, sealing seamlessly as if no one had ever entered. Haha. People of China, prepare to welcome the Black Flood. He chuckled coldly, slipping into his sedan and hitting the gas pedal, the taillights drawing a crimson streak through the night. Next, he simply needed to leave this place under cover of darkness, the farther the better. The effectiveness assessment of the Black Flood would be someone else's responsibility. Who specifically would handle it? How would it be implemented? He knew nothing about it, nor did he need to know, nor could he know. His work was done, and now he had only one goal: to get back safely. Then he would enjoy the generous rewards and an undisturbed vacation. In the dead of night, lights flickered sporadically on the highway as Matthew drove alone in a black sedan. Suddenly, the phone on the passenger seat vibrated, its screen lighting up. Incoming call, Mr. Jean. Matthew glanced over, a cold smirk playing at the corner of his lips, and ignored the call. Without Mr. Jin's connections, that special container could never have passed through multiple checkpoints to reach Haiqing in China. The organization had initially promised to help Jin's entire family immigrate to America, but the poor fool was destined never to see that day. Once the countdown began, he lost all value. This was China, and once Operation Black Flood commenced, it would surely enrage this superpower, and the ensuing investigation would leave no stone unturned. To avoid exposure, the company had to eliminate all traces. Immigration? What a joke. Mr. Jean would most likely not live to see tomorrow's sunrise. At this thought, Matthew's heart suddenly sank. What about himself? Dr. Quinton had originally planned to come to China personally for a small-scale field test with controllable consequences. But to coordinate with the sect, the plan was changed at the last minute to a large-scale urban deployment, which would inevitably cause massive civilian casualties and enrage the Chinese government. The doctor's sudden decision to send him instead might mean he shared the same fate as Mr. Jean. Fear instantly crept up Matthew's spine as he cried out, "Oh no!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the company-issued electronic watch on his left wrist began glowing strangely. The previously stable green light suddenly turned blood red. Beep beep beep. Sharp alarms pierced through the car. Matthew's pupils contracted sharply as he cursed. Oh. FCKU. Boom. The next second, the black sedan transformed into a rolling fireball, flames shooting skyward. Time ticked away, and the numbers on the red LCD screen reached 0, midnight. At this moment, the outside time was 5 a.m. In the open yard of the abandoned factory, a faint mechanical sound emerged. Two panels on top of the container slid apart left and right, revealing a square opening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 16 drones shot out like bullets in sequence, instantly deploying their folded rotors in the night sky. After stabilizing their positions, they scattered along predetermined routes. When the last drone disappeared into the horizon, a thunderous explosion erupted from the center of the yard, sending up a massive mushroom cloud. The main urban area of Haicheng had good sanitary conditions, offering few targets for the Vlad 7 virus. The program priority drop zones were the old city districts, urban-rural transition areas, and suburbs. When the drones reached their designated airspace, the silver metal canisters hanging from their bellies quietly opened their valves. Hiss! Dense green mist poured out, rapidly condensing into bean-sized green particles upon contact with air, drifting in the night wind. These particles released weak pheromones that humans and most animals couldn't detect, but which held fatal attraction for rodents. In fields, forests, sewers, damp pipes, gutters, and garbage heaps, countless tiny red eyes lit up, and sharp squeaking sounds rose one after another. Gray-black shadows scrambled for those green particles that drove them wild. Half an hour later, the rodents that had consumed sufficient particles began their horrific transformation. Amid crisp, bone-cracking sounds, their bodies swelled rapidly as if inflated with water, muscles bulging, fur becoming coarse and bristling. Some stronger specimens even had bone spikes pierced through their backs, standing erect like dorsal fins. Claws and fangs grew wildly, resembling small daggers, while their crimson eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty light. Countless terrifying mutant rats formed a black torrent, surging toward the city through sewers, wastelands, and alleyways. Soon, the piercing screams of humans, the shattering of glass, terrified cries, and the spine-chilling sounds of savage gnawing echoed through the dawn sky of the suburbs. At the Special Investigation Bureau's Haicheng Branch Command Center, red warning lights instantly bathed the entire hall in a blood-red glow as piercing sirens echoed throughout the building. Alert! Alert! Large-scale biological anomaly events have simultaneously erupted in multiple areas, including Haicheng's suburbs and Old City District. Threat Level A. Immediately activate Level 1 Emergency Protocol. All personnel mobilize. All personnel mobilize. The cold electronic voice reverberated through every speaker. The night shift staff's drowsiness evaporated instantly as keyboard clicks and radio calls filled the air. The command center's main screen switched to the affected areas, displaying spine-chilling footage. Mutated giant rats the size of house cats swarmed in packs, viciously attacking every living thing on the streets, their bloodstains particularly stark under the streetlights. Su Zhuan was the first to burst into the hall, his eyes fixed on the screens, his face ashen with rage nearly erupting from his gaze. This was definitely not a natural disaster, it was man-made. Who was responsible? But now wasn't the time to hunt down the culprit. They had to suppress the rat plague first. He connected to all channels, his suppressed fury transforming into crisp commands. All combat units of the branch enter battle readiness immediately. Gear up. Proceed to your designated sectors at maximum speed to eliminate the mutant rat swarm. Civilian safety is the priority. Quick response team status? Already deployed. Excellent. You're the spearhead. Make autonomous decisions on site. We absolutely cannot let these creatures breach the core urban area. With orders issued, the entire branch erupted like an anthill doused with boiling water, everyone rushing frantically toward the armory and launch platforms. Boom. A sonic boom exploded across the city sky as blue lightning split the dawn. A fully armed figure with wings sprouting from his back flew swiftly through the clouds, followed by 5 jet trails cutting through the heavens. Lin Fei, Liu Ruoyao, and her teammates lived up to their quick response team designation, departing first and heading straight for the densely populated Old City District. Duan Nanzhou led another team toward the industrial park, which also housed a large population. Lin Fei, with unmatched speed, arrived first. From his aerial vantage point, he saw the black tide of rats surging from the suburbs like floodwater pouring through the streets. It was still early morning, with most citizens not yet venturing outside, so large-scale casualties hadn't occurred yet. But once the rat swarms breached the residential areas, the consequences would be unthinkable. The reconnaissance module on his back transmitted real-time footage, immediately eliciting gasps from the quick response team's communication channel. Fei, intercept immediately. Block as many as you can, we'll be there soon. Liu Ruoyao urged frantically. Understood. Lin Fei wheeled around and dove toward the city's main thoroughfare, plunging along the central axis. 20 meters from the ground, he suddenly opened his beak. Whoosh. A blazing purplured column of fire erupted forth. Sizzle. The 2,000-degree purple flames swept across the area, causing the affected mutant rats to burn violently within seconds and rapidly carbonize into disgusting charred masses. The mutant rats that weren't directly burned by the flames were ignited by the terrifying heat of the purple fire, transforming into screaming, frantically rolling fireballs. The agonized squeaking mixed with the crackling sounds of bursting flesh and skin, sending chills down everyone's spine. Lin Fei's single breath of purple flame carved out a blazing corridor nearly 200 meters long across the road, carbonizing hundreds of mutant rats in mere moments. The remaining monsters no longer dared to cluster on the street and scattered in all directions. My God, Hawkeye gasped over the communication channel. Through his high-altitude reconnaissance drone's camera, he had witnessed the entire scene. Fei, when did your flames become so fierce? It wasn't nearly this intense back at the chemical plant. Lin Fei had no time to respond. After releasing that breath, he immediately climbed higher, circled around in the air, then dove down again, unleashing another sea of flames over an open area the size of a grain-drying yard. The second attack yielded significantly fewer results, killing only dozens of mutant rats. Though they were of low intelligence, they had learned not to cluster together. In the following dives, whenever Lin Fei spotted a slightly dense group of rats, he would swoop down and breathe fire. Under his relentless aerial suppression, the rat swarm's advance into the city was greatly slowed. Fei, well done. Liu Ruoyao cheered over the channel, then immediately issued orders. Everyone, free engagement. Give everything you've got to block and eliminate the mutant rats. She was the first to charge into the airspace above the battlefield, pulling the emergency release handle of her personal flight device. The aircraft hovered and followed under AI autopilot control, ready to respond to landing or return commands at any moment. Liu Ruoyao herself descended like a falling leaf, and before even touching the ground, she swept both hands forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ice spikes instantly formed and shot out, each one precisely piercing through a mutant rat. The freezing cold spread along the wounds, instantly sealing blood vessels and freezing the creatures solid. Seconds later, she landed gracefully. Her ice rain soared humming as it left its sheath. The blade's light flashed, and rat shadows fell one after another. Boom, boom. The high-caliber sniper rifle roared continuously. With each gunshot, a mutant rat's head was blown apart by the bullet. Swoosh, swoosh. Arrows descended from the sky at a rhythm of 1 every 2 to 3 seconds, each one piercing straight through a rat's brain. Angel Gao Chung swept through the low airspace, alternately hurling grenades with both hands, moving like a flying bomber. Phantom Moon's form flickered like a shadow, her twin short swords dancing in streams of light, her killing efficiency only slightly less than Liu Ruoyao's. These mutant rats hadn't even reached the first tier. Their only advantage was sheer numbers. Facing the rapid response team where even the weakest member was a second-tier extraordinary warrior, their fate was sealed. Alert! 400 meters at 10 o'clock, approximately 500 mutant rats. They're about to enter a residential complex. Angel's urgent voice crackled through the communication channel. Fei, go intercept them now. Liu Ruoyao shouted her command. Just as Fei was about to dive down, Angel immediately stopped her through the communication channel. No, Fei can't. There are tons of flammable materials in that residential area. This demolition and relocation housing complex still had many residents who maintained their rural habits. Makeshift wooden sheds built right against the buildings, crammed full of cardboard, construction scraps, and broken old furniture. Over a dozen tricycles parked at the alley entrance covered with tarps, with breakfast stall gas canisters scattered everywhere. If Lin Fei charged in and breathed fire, it would instantly turn into a chain of blazing infernos. I'll go. Liu Ruoyao gritted her teeth and made the split-second decision. With a light tap of her toes, her snow-treading traceless steps technique created a series of afterimages on the concrete pavement, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds cutting through the air. In less than 3 breaths, she had already reached the perimeter of the residential complex and indeed saw the dense swarm of mutant rats less than 200 meters from the main gate, a dark cloud-like beast tide rolling toward them. Huh! Liu Ruoyao gave a light shout, leaping several zhang into the air. While still airborne, she raised her palm and struck out with a distant mystic ice palm technique. Blue light gathered in her palm, forming an arm-thick column of freezing energy that swept across the rat swarm, instantly turning dozens of mutant rats at the front into ice sculptures. The sounds of shattering and screeching merged into chaos. Huan Yue's urgent voice came through the communication channel. Sister Bingyu, this is draining your chi energy too much. You won't be able to keep this up for long. A warrior's combat effectiveness relied entirely on chi energy support. Once chi was depleted, fighting capability would plummet drastically. Even worse, there were still endless waves of mutant rats surging from the suburban direction. This was destined to be a prolonged battle. If Liu Ruoyao continued using powerful techniques like the air-splitting palm to forcibly intercept them, she would soon exhaust her internal chi and fall into danger. Liu Ruoyao understood this perfectly well, yet could only sigh inwardly. Without doing this, there was no way to stop the first wave of the rat tide. She clenched her teeth, circulated her palm technique again, and frantically channeled chi from her dantian into her meridians, preparing for a second strike. Just as the freezing energy was about to form, a blue lightning bolt streaked across from the horizon like an arrow piercing the sky, moving so fast it was almost impossible for the eyes to catch. At the same time, Lin Fei's voice exploded through the earpiece. Stop. I have a solution. Fei, Liu Ruoyao exclaimed in astonishment. What other options do you have? No time to explain. Yao, quickly use your ice abilities to create a megaphone. Make it as big as you can. Lin Fei urged with machine gun rapidity. Though puzzled, Liu Ruoyao had always trusted Lin Fei unconditionally. She took a deep breath of the frigid air and exhaled a powerful blast of icy mist. Her palms guided the wind with precision, and the cold air rapidly condensed at her fingertips. In the blink of an eye, a massive inverted cone-shaped ice megaphone formed in her palm, its surface mirror-like and wreathed in swirling frost. Cover your ears, Lin Fei warned. Liu Ruoyao tossed the ice megaphone into the air, covered her ears with both palms, and sealed her ear canals with a thin layer of ice. As the megaphone fell, she caught it by the handle and spun around swiftly, pointing the enormous opening directly at the surging rat swarm. Meanwhile, Lin Fei darted to the small end of the megaphone like a teleporting shadow. His tiny diamond parrot body suddenly tensed, his chest swelled, and his beak snapped wide open. Squawk! A deafening roar erupted. It was the lion's roar, a skill Lin Fei had mastered years ago, but had almost forgotten. The violent sound waves gathered and compressed layer by layer within the ice megaphone, amplified several times over before transforming into a visible, semi-transparent shockwave that blasted forth. The air seemed to shatter under a massive hammer, crackling and popping. Windows in the street-side buildings exploded in succession, flower pots on windowsills crumbled to pieces. Door curtains were instantly shredded into flying strips. Giant advertising light boxes swayed momentarily before crashing to the ground in fragments. The ice megaphone was also torn apart by the recoil, shattering into countless ice crystals the next instant. The shockwave swept through the rat swarm. The mutant rats in the front ranks were struck by an invisible sledgehammer, their bodies bursting like foam into bloody mist. Those slightly farther away bled from all 7 orifices with shattered organs, shrieking and writhing. Even those hundreds of meters away were left dizzy and disoriented, their formation instantly thrown into chaos as they crashed about wildly. The communication channel immediately filled with anguished cries. Holy crap! My ears! Damn it! Fei, couldn't you give us a heads up before using that move? Fei, I nearly crashed. A cacophony of complaints arose one after another. The lion's roar combined with the giant ice megaphone was devastatingly powerful. Hundreds of mutant rats in the cone-shaped blast zone were cleared out almost instantly. Fei, well done! Liu Ruoyao shouted enthusiastically despite the ringing in her ears, her eyes blazing with excitement. Keep it up. Continue. Squawk. 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 One bizarre roar after another thundered repeatedly over the old city district, as if threatening to tear through the very sky. Many years later, people who had once lived there still vividly remembered that day when the black rat tide flooded the city like a deluge. The continuous, nearly deafening roars from the sky remained unforgettable for life. Now I finally understand why diamond parrots are called flying screaming donkeys, Lori grimaced, stuffing tissue paper firmly into his ears and shouting loudly. Though he spoke very loudly, there was no need to worry about everyone, especially Fei, hearing him. Everyone's got their ears plugged. Just as the rapid response team and other operational personnel from the branch poured out in full force toward the city center, the interior of the Special Investigation Bureau's Haicheng branch suddenly fell silent. After issuing his brief orders, Su Ziyuan pushed open the door and walked out of the command room alone. The corridor lights cast shadows across his face, his anger now buried deep within, replaced by a profound oceanic calm that harbored enough power to overturn the entire city. He had already deduced the true intent behind the mastermind's rat plague. But even knowing this, he could only grit his teeth and dispatch every available fighter to exterminate the swarms. The enemy was clearly using an open strategy to drain the branch's forces. Thinking of how he had underestimated the enemy's unwavering determination to obtain that thing, Su Ziyuan was filled with regret. He should have called for reinforcements or simply transferred it earlier. He turned and strode quickly toward the secret vault, pulling a wrist communicator from his Zhongshan suit pocket along the way, commanding in a deep voice, "Secret Vault Guard Unit. Respond if you copy. Director Su. All normal at the secret vault," came the immediate reply. Good. I'm ordering you all to evacuate the secret vault immediately and provide support for the mutant rat extermination in the city. What? But execute the order. Yes, sir. Su Ziyuan put away the communicator but didn't slow his pace. The secret vault guard unit consisted of only 2 low-level extraordinary warriors, and 4 regular guards. Keeping them would only add to the casualties. He looked up at the ceiling, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Advent cold come then. Let this old man see just how far you'll go for that thing. Whoosh. Boom. On the street, an explosive fireball detonated midair, blasting 2 mutant rats into bloody fragments. Before the flames had even faded, Lin Fei had already leaped onto a wall, his form cutting through the air like an arrow. With a sweep of his steel feathers and a flash of cold light, another mutant rat attempting a sneak attack had its throat sliced open by the sharp plumes. Immediately after, he spread his wings and took flight, searching for new targets. But Lin Fei knew in his heart that no matter how hard they fought, they couldn't stop the tide-like rat swarms. The battle line was soon forced to retreat into the urban area. Once they entered the dense city blocks, he no longer dared use his wide-range flame breath. One careless move could ignite entire city blocks. Without massive clusters of rats, the lion's roar mystic ice megaphone combination technique couldn't be deployed either. The indiscriminate shockwave would result in harming 800 enemies while losing 1,000 of our own. Aside from glass merchants who'd be happy counting their profits, no one would appreciate such a move. He had to rely on explosive fireballs with smaller damage radius and close combat claw strikes, making him far less efficient than his teammates. Liu Ruoyao continued to move gracefully, her robes flowing as she followed her sword energy crisscrossing as mutant rats fell one after another. However, as time passed, her delicate brows furrowed deeper and deeper. It had been too long since they'd received any status reports from Command Center. She immediately adjusted her communicator dial. Hello? Command Center? Rapid response team calling, please respond. Only dead silence came through her earpiece. Something's wrong at headquarters. Liu Ruoyao sheathed her sword to leave, but then looked up to see the remaining mutant rats still scurrying through the streets and the wounded but unyielding officers who refused to retreat. Screams and cries for help echoed all around. I can't leave. She gritted her teeth and quickly called out. Fei Fei, can you hear me? I'm here. Lin Fei responded briefly while forcefully crushing a mutant rat that was climbing up a wall toward a window. Command Center has lost contact. You're the fastest. Fly back immediately to investigate the situation. Remember, safety first. Got it. Lin Fei acknowledged and spread his wings to take flight. The Special Investigation Bureau, Haiqing Branch. Night had fallen thick and heavy, yet the branch office building was eerily silent. Cold white corridor lights cast their glow on faces slumped over desks. Clerical staff frozen like statues under a spell, maintaining their typing or file browsing positions with unnaturally rigid smiles plastered across their faces. The slight rise and fall of their chests indicated they were still alive, though none could wake. In the center of the first-floor lobby, 4 figures stood out prominently. At the front was a woman dressed in an elaborate crimson gown that swept the floor, its embroidered threads gleaming with dark golden light. Cascading blonde hair fell over her shoulders, and her flawless features were surrounded by an aura of sacred, gentle radiance, as if a deity had descended to earth. To her left and behind stood a figure shrouded in a voluminous black hooded robe. Deep within the hood, 2 points of ghostly green light floated like specters, outlining a pair of vertical pupils. His skeletal right hand gripped a staff crafted from a human thigh bone, its bone texture menacingly stark. The staff was topped with a fist-sized crystal skull that flickered with eerie green phosphorescence, like dancing soul fire. To the woman's right stood a towering, burly man nearly 2 meters tall, built like a cast iron tower with grayish-blue skin and bulging muscles. His fists were encased in black metal gauntlets bristling with spikes, gleaming with cold menace. The last figure was tall, lean, and pale-skinned, none other than Qin Hui. He followed closely behind the group, his expression obsequious. Saint Lady, your methods are truly divine. Qin Hui fawned with downcast eyes. You rendered everyone in the entire building unconscious without breaking a sweat. Merely a small application of mental power. The woman Saint Garcia smiled faintly, her voice gentle, yet carrying undeniable authority. Mr. Qin, once you undergo the baptism and officially join the Advent sect, you too will naturally master such abilities. The hooded figure let out a harsh, grating laugh. Saint Lady, this subordinate doesn't understand why not drain these people's life force while we have the chance. So many lives would be enough to forge a second-tier life gem. Modis, remember you stand on Chinese soil, not in Africa or India. Garcia's smile vanished, her tone turning icy. Don't create unnecessary complications. Mr. Qin, lead the way. Yes, Saint Lady, and honored lords, please follow me. Qin Hui quickly responded, leading the 3 through the corridor toward the passage to the underground vault. Deep underground, the empty corridor was lit only by cold fluorescent lights casting a ghastly white glow. Before the heavy alloy doors, a solitary figure stood immovable. Su Ziyuan. The elderly man, not particularly tall, still wore his faded old Zhongshan suit. His graying hair was perfectly neat, his spine straight. In his clouded yet profound eyes, there was no anger, no panic, only the tranquil depth of a still pond. When Garcia's group rounded the corner, Su Yuan raised his gaze, instantly locking onto the visitors, and spoke in a low voice that, though quiet, echoed clearly. I've been waiting for quite some time. You've finally arrived. Seeing him, Qin Hui instinctively cowered, stepping behind the burly man and hunching his shoulders, not daring to make a sound. Garcia raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Director Su? You're actually standing guard here alone. Su Yuan sighed softly. I must admit, your scheme was indeed clever. We knew it was a diversion, yet we had no choice but to play along with this charade. But his tone suddenly turned cold, his gaze sharp as a blade. Creating such disasters against civilians in the city, have you of the Advent sect considered the consequences? Of course, Garcia smiled slightly, her manner light and breezy. We are prepared to bear the price. To obtain that item, everything is worthwhile. Huh, Su Yuan scoffed, his gaze electric and radiating cold menace. Just the likes of you. He straightened his body, feet slightly apart, as a powerful and profound aura rose around him. Behind him, bright yellow energy surged, faintly revealing visions of great rivers and towering mountain ranges. Garcia shook her head gently, her gaze complex. Why must you do this? Though you are a powerful 5th-tier warrior, facing a 5th-tier berserker, a 5th-tier dark sorcerer, and myself simultaneously, you have no chance of victory. Enough talk. Come then. Su Yuan slowly assumed an ancient boxing stance, his voice booming like a great bell. Mountains and rivers endure. Righteousness prevails. With this old man standing here, I will not allow you evil demons to run rampant. Seeking death, Garcia's beautiful face instantly turned ice cold as she retreated several steps, calling out sharply. Since that's how it is, Modis, Rockbreaker, send this old gentleman on his way. Old fool. Die. The muscle-bound Rockbreaker sneered viciously, charging forward with massive strides. His enormous metal gauntlets tore through the air with piercing shrieks as they smashed towards Su Yuan. Simultaneously, the dark sorcerer raised his bone staff high, the crystal skull at its tip blazing with blinding ghostly green light. Countless twisted, agonized wraith phantoms shrieked as they poured forth, carried by sinister winds straight towards Su Yuan. Garcia's emerald eyes also glowed with pale white light, as invisible mental spikes silently shot out. All three struck with killing intent. Su Yuan roared in fury, neither dodging nor retreating, throwing his own punch forward. Bright yellow energy wrapped around his fist as it met Rockbreaker's massive punch heat. Boom. The two terrifying forces collided with a thunderous crash that shattered the corridor's fluorescent lights in crackling explosions. Rockbreaker's massive frame staggered back 3 steps, each footfall leaving deep craters in the concrete floor. Looking down, he was shocked to discover several spikes on his gauntlets had snapped off. Su Yuan merely swayed slightly, his mountain river energy suddenly surging. The attacking wraiths dissolved instantly upon contact with his aura, like snowflakes meeting furnace fire, vanishing silently. Garcia's invisible mental needle also seemed to disappear like a stone dropped in the ocean. Demons and monsters, how dare you run wild? Su Yuan smiled contemptuously. What other tricks do you have? Bring them all. Impossible. How can you be this strong? Garcia stared at him in disbelief, then laughed softly. I see. You're just putting on a brave front. Her almost supernatural perception caught the momentary dimming of Su Yuan's complexion. Su Yuan sighed inwardly. It seems this battle won't end well. Yet the phantom of rivers and mountains behind him solidified once more, and he showed no retreat. Rockbreaker roared and charged again, his fists hammering down like pile drivers in rapid succession, each blow carrying tons of force, enough to split mountains and crack stones. The dark sorcerer changed his incantation, casting bloodlust enhancement on Rockbreaker. Red light flared as the berserker's eyes turned blood red, his strength exploding as his attacks grew even more frenzied. Garcia formed complex hand seals, chanting under her breath as invisible mental waves rippled outward like water, attempting to invade Su Yuan's mind and disrupt his will. Under the combined assault of 3 masters of his level, Su Yuan was instantly locked in desperate combat. Meanwhile, a small blue figure shot through the air like a swallow darting through forest, passing through the doorway into the Special Investigation Bureau's main office. How it was Lin Fei. The moment he landed, he was stunned by the scene before him. Employees lay collapsed on the floor or slumped over desks throughout the hall. Damn it! Lin Fei rushed to the nearest receptionist, checking her pulse and breathing. Seeing her chest still rising and falling weakly, he breathed a sigh of relief. I can see it too. Liu Ruoyao's voice came through the collar device. Don't act rashly yet. We have military forces coming from our end. The situation has stabilized, and we can return soon. Oh no! Liu Ruoyao suddenly cried out. Fei, check the secret vault. Quickly. Huff, huff, huff. Su Yuan leaned against the cold alloy door, gasping violently. Under the dim light, His face was pale as parchment, with fresh blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. His worn tunic was torn in multiple places, with mottled bloodstains seeping through the fibers. His right arm hung limply at his side, bent at a grotesque angle below the elbow, the protrusion of fractured bone clearly visible. Old fool, it's time to end this. The rock-breaker sneered, advancing step by heavy step. Compared to the battered Su Ziyuan, his already terrifying physique appeared even more brutal under the dark sorcerer's successive enhancement spells, with wounds sprouting flesh buds as his fighting spirit only intensified. The dark sorcerer Modis raised his staff high, black energy swirling around its tip as sinister runes flickered, clearly brewing another round of deadly curses. Meanwhile, the psychic Garcia's mental interference struck like invisible serpents, repeatedly lashing at Su Ziyuan's consciousness, causing his awareness to waver intermittently. Su Ziyuan panted heavily, staring intently at the three before him. He felt the true qi in his dantian rapidly depleting, cold poison spreading along his meridians, while his right arm was completely useless. The end had come, yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only the resolve to perish together with his enemies. He lifted his blood-stained lips into a mocking smile. You really think you've won? You foreign barbarians know nothing of the backbone of we Chinese warriors. Recalling how this group had taken such desperate risks for that artifact, first creating the mad rat disaster to distract the Haiqing Bureau, then deploying 2 fifth-tier powerhouses and at least 1 fourth-tier psychic, their determination to obtain the target was evident. If that object fell into their hands, the consequences would be unthinkable. He absolutely could not let them succeed, even if it meant being crushed to pieces. With this thought, he suddenly straightened his previously hunched spine, and with a flip of his palm, a blood-red pill leaped into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and a scorching torrent exploded from his abdomen, surging upward through his meridians. The pain felt like being consumed by flames as renewed power thundered through his limbs and bones. Su Ziyuan threw back his head in wild laughter. Ha! The laughter reverberated through the corridor, causing plaster to rain down from the walls. The rock-breaker, Modis, and Garcia all changed color, almost simultaneously covering their ears and groaning in pain. In the next instant, his previously dim yellow protective qi suddenly surged violently, like the final blazing brilliance of a candle before it burns out. His aura climbed at a visibly dramatic rate as his mountain river qi erupted thunderously, sweeping through the entire passage. Not good. He's going all out. Retreat quickly. Garcia shrieked in alarm, backing away while waving his arms to layer multiple psychic barriers before himself. Modis and the rock-breaker were terrified out of their wits, each using every ounce of strength to retreat. Deep in the corridor, Qin Hui was already nowhere to be seen. No one had noticed when he had fled. Thinking of escaping now? Too late. The protective wind howled as Su Ziyuan's hair and beard flew wildly, his eyes shooting forth brilliant yellow light. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire world, and the phantom images of rivers and mountains behind him suddenly solidified, then collapsed in the next moment, surging violently into Su Ziyuan's back. With this strike, an aura capable of destroying heaven and earth instantly locked onto the three enemies retreating in panic before him. Rockbreaker, Modis, and Garcia felt the surrounding air suddenly compress like steel plates, their bodies pinned in place, unable to move even their fingertips. Spirit of mountains and rivers, burn my mortal flesh. Suppress the demons. Mountains and rivers annihilation. The roar echoed as a beam of brilliant yellow light suddenly exploded. The golden radiance was so intense it resembled a small sun igniting in the underground passage, instantly devouring everything. Walls, floors, and ceilings were licked by the scorching light, melting, twisting, and crumbling. Rockbreaker, bearing the brunt of the attack, was swept away first. His proud steel body, the moment the golden light struck, crumbled inch by inch like a sandcastle meeting a giant wave, instantly vaporizing into nothingness. Modi screamed as he raised his staff in desperate self-defense. The green crystal skull cracked and shattered, countless vengeful spirits swarming out to form a protective shield, but it lasted only half a second before being vaporized to dust by the golden light. His staff shattered, his black robes flickering with dim dark light like a dying candle, lasting less than a second before vanishing along with their master. Garcia followed immediately after. Layer upon layer of psychic barriers shattered like wet paper. Her crimson gown erupted with piercing bloodlight, barely forming a cocoon-like shield. The moment the shield touched the golden light, it violently twisted and dimmed. She let out a piercing shriek as dozens of bloody wounds burst across her skin, blood spraying into mist. Blood escape technique. The blood mist suddenly contracted as she transformed into a streak of blood light, barely tearing through space before vanishing without a trace. The golden light gradually faded, and silence returned. The entire underground passage looked as if a thick layer had been sliced away by a sharp blade. Molten metal flowed everywhere, concrete debris scattered about, in complete devastation. Even the vault's alloy door, designed to withstand large-caliber impacts, had been pressed into a deep crater. Before the smoke and dust had fully settled, a palm-sized blue shadow peered around the passage entrance. Lin Fei had arrived. Sent by Liu Ruoyao to infiltrate immediately, he had witnessed the golden light surge out like a cone-shaped torrent, tearing a massive crater at the passage entrance and nearly consuming him on the spot. Only after the afterglow completely dissipated did he hold his breath and carefully fly into the darkness. All lighting was destroyed, leaving pitch blackness, but fortunately, he had previously replicated night vision abilities. Moving forward, the mixed sense of burning and scorching heat filled the air, while blackened metal slag crunched underfoot. What exactly was that golden light? Lin Fei felt his skin crawl. Suddenly, he saw a figure standing quietly before the vault door. Su Yuan. The old man was surrounded by a faint yellow-golden afterglow, his face pale as golden paper, yet still showing a gentle smile. Fei, you've come? Director Su? Lin Fei quickly landed. Director, what happened here? Some troublemakers from the Advent cult came to cause problems, so I drove them away. Su Yuan spoke lightly, but before finishing his words, his body swayed, and he slowly sat down cross-legged. Come, Fei, keep this old man company for a chat. Lin Fei looked around at the still dripping molten metal. Director Su, could we perhaps find a safer place to talk? There's no time left. Su Yuan's eyes flashed with deep reluctance as he whispered hoarsely. This old man doesn't have much time left. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Ruoyao's frightened voice came through Lin Fei's collar. Director Su, what do you mean by that? Just moments ago, the traitor Qin Hui led 3 high-ranking transcendents from the descent cult in an attack on this place. Su Yuan raised his hand to stop Lin Fei's questioning and spoke with pride. This old man took down those 2 fifth-tier ones, only letting a suspected 4th-tier woman escape using dark magic. Lin Fei and Liu Ruoyao on the other end of the communicator both gasped simultaneously. 2 fifth-tier fighters working together was already a nightmare, let alone with a 4th-tier assisting them. If not for the final forbidden technique of the ancient martial Mountain River Fist, Su Yuan would never have been able to fight 3 opponents alone. But that was, after all, an ultimate strike that came at the cost of one's life. Director Su, wait for me. I'm coming back right away. Liu Ruoyao's tearful cry came through the collar device, followed only by the sound of rushing wind. Lin Fei's heart sank as he immediately cast a detection spell on Su Yuan. The life index feedback hit him like ice water, instantly plunging him into a frozen abyss. Memories of his time with Su Yuan flooded his mind. The old man had always treated him as a true junior, not just a beast. Director Su. Lin Fei flapped his wings, his beak opening and closing, but no words came out. Don't be sad. Su Yuan saw through his grief and showed a comforting smile. This old man has lived 80 years, that's enough. Being able to take 2 fifth-tier demons down with me this time, it's worth it. His smile faded as his gaze suddenly turned serious. Listen, Fei, there are several things I must tell you. Su Yuan's tone became solemn. First, after I'm gone, you find a chance to leave the Special Investigation Bureau. Director Su, why do you say this? Lin Fei exclaimed in shock. Su Yuan sighed deeply. The headquarters has never trusted beasts. Someone with your enormous potential and high intelligence will never be truly valued. They won't trust you the way I do. Rather than letting things become irreconcilable later, it's better to withdraw early. That vast sky outside is your true world. Lin Fei smiled bitterly, thinking, if I could leave, wouldn't I have already? But Ruoyao, as if reading his concerns, Su Yuan continued. That girl Ruoyao is stubborn and inflexible, thinking this place is her master's legacy and her responsibility. He raised his voice. Ruoyao, are you still listening? I'm here. I'm listening. The collar device transmitted the sound of rushing wind mixed with Liu Ruoyao's muffled sobs. You must understand, Su Yuan said earnestly. What your master truly wanted was for you to live happily, not to stubbornly guard some so-called responsibility. Protecting China, protecting the lights of 10,000 homes, this burden is too heavy. It's not yours alone to bear. You've already done enough. Stop being so hard on yourself. At this point, his voice began to weaken, accompanied by faint gasping. Second, that half-skull of the proxy is a source of disaster. The descent cult will never let this go. Report this to headquarters. Either send stronger personnel to guard it, or transfer it to a more secure location. As his words faded, Su Yuan closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, leaving only his heavy, labored breaths echoing in the tunnel. After 2 or 3 minutes, he spoke again, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Third, Fei, this old man can see. Your potential is immense. Your future achievements will be limitless. Stay alive, grow stronger, protect yourself, protect Ruoyao. Before he could finish, the mountain river gang chi that had been flickering around his body became barely visible. At that moment, urgent footsteps echoed from the tunnel entrance, and 2 flashlight beams swept inside. Director Su. Fei. Liu Ruoyao's voice carried panic as she and Duan Nanzhou rushed in one after another. Seeing the old man sitting cross-legged on the ground with breath as faint as gossamer, Liu Ruoyao stumbled forward and dropped heavily to her knees, tears instantly welling in her eyes. Uncle, Uncle Su, how are you? Child, don't cry. Su Ziyuan showed a comforting smile. Finally, I hear you call me uncle again. I'm so happy. He struggled to lift his left hand, his fingertips gently touching Liu Ruoyao's wet cheek, his voice weak but clear. Now, don't be so stubborn. When you should bow your head. When it's time to leave, just go. Then, he turned his head with difficulty toward Duan Nanzhou, who was kneeling beside him. Nanzhou, your righteous Yang Gang Qi and my mountain river Gang Qi share the same origin. Under my office desk, I've left something for you. The password, 6/7. From now on, Haiqing branch is entrusted to you. You must remember, the soul of we martial artists. Mountains and rivers endure forever. Justice lives eternal. Director Su Duan Nanzhou could no longer hold back, tears streaming down his face. Su Ziyuan raised his head, his clouded eyes showing one last glimmer of light, as if piercing through earth and void. The corners of his mouth curved into the purest smile. Yulian, I can finally come to find you. The next moment, his head dropped silently, and this respectable old man had completed his life's journey. Uncle Su. Liu Ruoyao let out a heart-wrenching cry, embracing the old man's rigid yet still upright body and sobbing uncontrollably. Another series of chaotic footsteps approached as Sunset, Eagle Eye, Phantom Moon, and other team members arrived. Everyone was first stunned, then their eyes reddened as they silently bowed their heads. Lin Fei spread his wings and landed on Liu Ruoyao's trembling shoulder, his feathers brushing against her tear-stained face. The small bird gazed at the still straight elderly form, silently reflecting. Facing an enemy with absolute advantage, he could have retreated, yet he used his life to stop the evil cult's conspiracy. Mountains and rivers endure forever. Justice lives eternal. These 8 words echoed repeatedly in his heart. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, at the old port abandoned for years, a rust-covered, dilapidated fishing boat swayed gently with the waves. The cabin reeked of fish, rust, and diesel fuel. On the shabby small bed, the cult's Saint Garcia lay unconscious, covered in blood, her gorgeous red dress soaked into tatters by crimson stains. Dozens of wounds still seeped blood, her breathing barely perceptible. Qin Hui crouched beside her, opening a medical kit, ostensibly treating her wounds. From a specialized container, he had extracted several vials of fresh blood. Different tissue samples were also bagged. All blood and tissue were divided into 3 temperature-controlled, sealed metal boxes. Then, Qin Hui hurried to the deck, throwing the 3 packages into 3 different water areas around the fishing boat. Only after the water surface returned to calm did he breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, urgent footsteps approached as a team of black-clad men and women boarded the ship. The leading middle-aged man wore an impeccable suit, looking like a corporate elite. He merely nodded curtly at Qin Hui, then quickly moved to Garcia's side, pulling out a glass bottle and pouring the crimson liquid into her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Garcia choked lightly and opened her eyes, weak but conscious. She glanced at the middle-aged man and whispered an order. Set sail immediately. We need to leave China at once. Yes. The middle-aged man immediately called several subordinates to start the vessel. Garcia struggled to sit up, her gaze falling on Qin Hui. Qin Hui, you did very well. When we return, I will immediately report to the high priest and arrange your baptism ceremony. It is my honor, Saint. Qin Hui bowed respectfully. Garcia wiped the blood from her lips, her eyes cold as ice. This failure means nothing. We will return. Qin Hui lowered his head, his voice low but firm. Yes, we will return. 7 days later, at Haicheng Cemetery, fine rain fell from the leaden sky, as if mourning the fallen heroes. The solemn and grand joint memorial service had just concluded, with colleagues from the Haicheng branch of the Special Investigation Bureau, representatives from supernatural organizations across the nation, and government officials gathering to bid farewell to the sacrificed agents, staff members, and their beloved director Su Ziyuan. As night deepened, Liu Ruoyao, dressed in black uniform with a mourning armband, finally returned home with Lin Fei. Her face was pale, her eyes red and swollen, grief clinging to her like a shadow. Su Ziyuan had been not just her superior, but like a father to her. Lin Fei watched her haggard appearance, his heart aching. He flapped his wings and landed beside her, staying close. Fei Fei, thank goodness I have you with me, Liu Ruoyao said, holding Lin Fei on her lap and gently stroking his feathers. Yao Yao, I'll always be here with you, Lin Fei replied softly. You need to stay strong. Yes, we still have much to do, she nodded, pulling out her phone and logging into a website. She held the screen in front of Lin Fei. Look at this. What is it? Lin Fei asked. The Supernatural World Network and Information Exchange Platform jointly maintained by major supernatural organizations worldwide. There really is such a website. Lin Fei marveled, then froze. At the top of the homepage, a blood-red, bolded pinned post caught his eye. Blood for blood. China's supernatural community declares total war against the Advent cult and their puppet Umbrella Corporation. Lin Fei's heart pounded. The horn of vengeance has been sounded, Liu Ruoyao said through gritted teeth. Lin Fei leaned forward and tapped the post with his beak. The page opened, revealing a manifesto that, though brief, burned with fury and rang with iron determination. To all fellow supernatural practitioners of China. On date, the evil cult Advent sect directed the Western Biotech Corporation Sun's Hard Company, Ltd SSCL, commonly known as Umbrella Corporation, to release biochemical agents within Haicheng City, China, inducing rodent mutations and creating the rat plague disaster. This unconscionable act has poisoned countless lives and caused massive civilian casualties. Using this toxic scheme as cover, the Advent sect brazenly attacked our Special Investigation Bureau's Haicheng branch, resulting in the heroic sacrifice of Director Su Yuan and dozens of agents and staff members. This blood debt cannot coexist under the same sky. Investigation confirms that this heinous crime was jointly planned and executed by the Advent sect and their secular proxy Umbrella Corporation SSCL, with irrefutable evidence. Effective immediately, all members of China's supernatural community, regardless of sect, family lineage, or factional allegiance, shall unite in the following actions. 1. Strike against all Advent sect strongholds and believers, domestic and foreign, show no mercy. 2. Launch full-scale attacks against all Umbrella Corporation personnel, facilities, and assets. 3. Any force or individual who dares shelter or collude with these organizations shall be treated as enemies and eliminated. Blood debts must be paid in blood. In the name of our Yanhuang ancestors, we honor the souls of our fallen heroes. Those who dare offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. This pinned declaration of war, jointly issued by the China Special Affairs Investigation Bureau, the China Extraordinary Alliance, and the Martial Arts Federation, garnered over 10,000 comments within hours and continued climbing rapidly. The scrolling comment section blazed with fury and fighting spirit. Kunlun's King Suzi, Infinite Celestial Lord. Brother Su's righteous spirit moves heaven and earth to sorrow. The 7 sons of Kunlun have descended the mountain to slay demons and comfort heroic souls. Tang clan of Shu Tang Lai, damn it all. This infuriates me. How dare these foreign barbarians run wild in our China? We'll make them taste all 108 hidden weapons of the Tang clan. Beijing Chun family Qin Tianji. Mountains and rivers weep blood. Heroic souls linger near. The 4 great families stand united. Orders have been sent to all subordinates for full-scale strikes against these bandits. Show no mercy. Qinglian Temple Hui Ku, Amit Ba? To eliminate demons and protect the way. Even Buddha shows the wrathful face of a guardian king. The Qinglian warrior monk Core awaits orders. Wandering cultivator Galeblade. Count me in. My blade thirsts for blood. Foshan Silver Lion Martial Hall. Though our strength is limited, we're willing to contribute to eliminating these thieves and settling the blood debt for our Chinese heroes. Lin Fei stared at the screen, speechless, his chest thundering like war drums. He'd expected a strong official response, but nothing this decisive. This wasn't merely a reply, but a declaration of total war. With spiritual energy awakening and chaotic times approaching, such measures were perfectly timed. Our Chinese supernatural community cannot appear weak or easily bullied, Liu Ruoyao said solemnly. Any provocation must be met with thunderous force to protect China's peace. You're right, Lin Fei nodded, then asked, what about us? As the aggrieved party, we must seek revenge personally. Liu Ruoyao's gaze turned steely. Intelligence is already operating at full capacity, and we await orders. Moreover, she paused. I've applied to join the Bureau's Overseas Action Team. Overseas action? Lin Fei started. That'll be dangerous, won't it? I'm not afraid. Liu Ruoyao gripped the sword at her waist, her voice firm. I want to use this blade to personally collect Uncle Su's blood debt. I support you, Lin Fei said without hesitation. We'll go together and avenge Old Man Su together. Liu Ruoyao showed a hint of apology. Fei, intelligence channels are limited overseas, so your abilities are crucial. I submitted your name too. Sorry for not asking first. Lin Fei pouted, feigning annoyance. Being formal with me? I'd be angrier if you left me behind. Say something that distant again, and I'll really get mad. Only then did Liu Ruoyao smile. Right. We don't need formalities between us. Share dangers, share blessings. Sorry, Fei. An apology isn't enough. I'm hungry, you need to fry me some meat. Lin Fei lifted his chin with mock seriousness. You little glutton, Liu Ruoyao tapped his forehead and headed to the kitchen. Soon, fragrant fried exotic beast meat emerged, cut into small pieces and placed before him. Get some rest after eating. Tomorrow we'll be busy. At 8, the new Director Li wants to meet with our rapid response team. Director Li? The one who read the eulogy today. Lin Fei recalled the day's events and waved dismissively. I don't like that guy, feels gloomy. Don't say that. Liu Ruoyao shook her head. Regardless, he's our new superior. Don't be disrespectful, tomorrow is not Uncle Sue. I know. I'll respect the new director. Lin Fei nodded vaguely while digging into his meal. Meanwhile, at the Haiqing branch office building, the director's office had been completely renovated. The original rosewood desk and solid wood chairs were gone, replaced by an L-shaped desk with metal frame and stone surface, with a black leather chair positioned behind it. The landscape paintings and calligraphy had vanished from the walls, replaced by black and white line drawings of city skylines. New director Li Guangming sat behind the desk, his expression grave. The large screen before him looped surveillance footage. A small blue and yellow bird dove down, its tiny beak unleashing a column of deep purple flame. The blazing fire instantly expanded in midair like an unfurling curtain, turning a basketball court-sized area into a sea of fire. Countless mutated giant rats were reduced to ash amid roars and shrieks. Li Guangming's brow furrowed deeply as a terrifying thought persisted. What if this horrific flame jet had been aimed at crowds or residential buildings? The next morning, light rain had fallen throughout the night, stopping just as dawn broke, but heavy clouds still pressed down over Haiqing like the stagnant air inside the Haiqing Bureau. In the multipurpose conference room at the Rapid Response Team base, all members had arrived early and sat quietly, waiting for the new director Li Guangming. At exactly 8 o'clock, the door was pushed open. Li Guangming entered with clockwork precision, his dark suit impeccably pressed and sharp, his face devoid of any unnecessary expression. His hawk-like gaze swept across everyone in the room. His eyes lingered briefly on the specialized perch that occupied its own seat. Lin Fei stood on the perch, and that cold glance felt like ice chips pressed against his feathers. Li Guangming strode to the head seat and spoke only 3 words. Let's begin. No pleasantries, no mention of former director Su, no introductory remarks, straight to business. His gaze first locked onto Duan Nanzhou, announcing an appointment. Comrade Duan Nanzhou, effective immediately, you are promoted to deputy director, overseeing field operations and the rapid response team. Official documentation will follow. The news came too suddenly. Duan Nanzhou froze, his eyebrows twitching slightly. Everyone around the conference table instinctively looked toward Liu Ruoyao. Liu Ruoyao's expression remained ice cold, but her hands under the table had clenched until her knuckles turned white. Duan Nanzhou also unconsciously glanced at her, his mind full of confusion in terms of combatability, status, and prestige. Liu Ruoyao had always been superior. Why had this deputy director position fallen to him? Comrade Duan Nanzhou, this is a decision from higher authorities. Li Guangming's voice was hard as metal. Duan Nanzhou had no choice but to stand. Yes, director. I will do my utmost. Li Guangming nodded slightly, then looked at Liu Ruoyao. Captain Liu, the rapid response team structure remains unchanged, and you will continue as captain. The Bureau has suffered heavy losses recently, and reinforcements will take time. You'll face significant pressure. Be prepared. Understood, director. Liu Ruoyao's tone was cool. Li Guangming surveyed everyone, his voice suddenly turning ice cold. You've all seen yesterday's declaration from the Transcendent World Network, haven't you? Headquarters and the Alliance have made their stance clear. The next phase priority striking against the Advent Cult and Umbrella Corporation. Intelligence has distributed all suspicious targets in Haiqing and surrounding areas related to these 2 organizations to unit leaders. Deputy Director Duan, you'll coordinate operations and formulate plans. Ensure precision and efficiency, avoid harming innocents. If you encounter resistance, respond with iron-fisted measures. Yes. Duan Nanzhou straightened his back, his fingers rapidly swiping across the tablet in front of him, noting key points while simultaneously accessing intelligence reports. The meeting continued. Li Guangming methodically assigned each task with clear organization, even mentioning other rapid response team members by name, offering recognition and encouragement. Boog didn't mention Lin Fei, not even once. It was as if this parrot agent, who had distinguished himself in numerous battles and held an official position, simply didn't exist in his eyes. The meeting was gradually drawing to a close, with only the sound of turning pages filling the air. Huaxia rested her chin on her hand and looked up to see Li Guangming reviewing documents with his head down, his expression cold and stern. Feeling bored, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a crystal-clear berry that emanated a faint spiritual aura. Holding it delicately between 2 fingers, she quietly offered it to Lin Fei, who sat beside her looking listless and nearly dozing off. Comrade Bailu. A voice devoid of warmth suddenly cut through the silence. Li Guangming didn't even lift his head. During the meeting, please refrain from engaging in activities unrelated to our proceedings. Huaxia Bailu's hand froze midair. She quickly withdrew the berry, her ears turning slightly red as she replied in a low voice. Yes, director. Only then did Li Guangming look up, his scrutinizing gaze falling upon Lin Fei. Regarding you. His tone was flat. You're called Fei Fei? Lin Fei opened his half-closed eyes and straightened up to meet his gaze. That's me, Director Li. Your speech is quite good. Li Guangming showed no emotion. I've been briefed on your situation. Director Su trusted you greatly during his tenure, even allowing you, a supernatural beast, to participate in core missions multiple times. Under the table, Liu Ruoyao's fists clenched again. Your abilities are indeed formidable, and your performance in the recent battle against the mutant rat swarm was commendable. Li Guangming's voice suddenly turned cold. But the risks are equally significant. In urban environments, both fire-based and sonic abilities cause area damage, making them highly prone to causing secondary disasters and collateral damage. He held up a report and waved it. Assessment from headquarters specialists: remarkable growth rate, tremendous potential, but also extremely high unpredictability, posing potential threats to branch security and the citizens of Haiqing. The conference room fell into pin-drop silence. Sunset, Eagle Eye, and other team members looked grim. Which of the supernatural beings present didn't possess destructive abilities? Why single out Fei Fei? Lin Fei's heart sank as he recalled Old Master Su's deathbed warning. The new director comes with ill intentions. Li Guangming set down the report, his tone brooking no argument. Until new, more comprehensive safety assessment and control measures are implemented, headquarters has decided to impose the following restrictions on you. First, unless Captain Liu personally leads the mission, you are not permitted to leave the branch-based premises without authorization. Second, during missions, you must strictly follow Captain Liu's orders and are prohibited from using fire-based or sonic abilities in areas with dense populations or buildings. Third, your access to any branch facilities outside the Rapid Response Team base is temporarily suspended. Fourth, you must undergo regular physical examinations and ability assessments at the Branch Research Institute. After finishing, he turned his sharp gaze to Liu Ruoyao. Captain Liu, as its owner, you must keep your pet in line and ensure it strictly adheres to these regulations. Should there be any violations, you will bear full responsibility. Do you understand? Liu Ruoyao took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and replied coldly. Director Li, Fei Fei has official status. He is a colleague, a comrade in arms, not a pet. He has saved us many times, including me. Li Guangming remained expressionless. That status was specially approved by Director Su, and its validity requires reassessment. Trust must be guaranteed by systems, not emotions. You need to understand. His tone grew heavier. Captain Liu, this is an order. Liu Ruoyao bit her lip and ultimately fell silent. Li Guangming returned his gaze to Lin Fei and said slowly, Fei Fei, are the above requirements and restrictions clear to you? Lin Fei stared coldly at his so-called new superior, remaining silent for several seconds before finally responding calmly. Understood, Director. Good. Li Guangming nodded, his gaze sweeping around the conference table as he spoke in a flat but unquestionable tone. This meeting is adjourned. Goodbye. With that, he pushed back his chair, turned, and left without so much as a backward glance. The moment the door closed, the stuffy conference room erupted. Damn, what's his deal? First day on the job, and he's already targeting his own people. Sunset practically jumped up, slamming his fist hard on the table. All those restrictions on Fei Fei, plus regular inspections? What does he think Fei Fei is, a criminal? Eagle Eye's brow furrowed, his usually gentle voice heavy with anger. Iron Wall's voice was low but rumbling like distant thunder. This is too much. Fei Fei has accomplished so much for us. If Director Su were still here. Angel and Phantom Moon joined in the criticism, all talking at once as they defended Lin Fei. Phantom Moon even shouted about filing a complaint with headquarters. Duan Nanzhou's expression was grave as he approached Liu Ruoyao and Lin Fei, lowering his voice. Ruoyao, Fei Fei, don't act rashly. We'll find another opportunity to communicate with Director Li. Liu Ruoyao didn't respond, simply lifting Lin Fei onto her lap and gently stroking his feathers. Lin Fei looked up, nuzzling her fingertips with his plumage as he softly reassured her. Yao Yao, don't worry. I'm fine. But Liu Ruoyao's expression only grew more troubled. She knew this proud little bird had always felt only weak attachment to the Special Investigation Bureau, having repeatedly urged her to leave with him. Now, with the new director treating him this way, he might appear calm on the surface, but he must be hurting inside. A sudden alarm blared through the base corridors, sharp and urgent, another incident requiring the Rapid Response Team's deployment. Fei Fei, Liu Ruoyao instinctively called out, then bit her lip. Whenever an alarm sounded, Lin Fei was always the first to rush out, fastest to respond, able to stabilize situations before anyone else arrived. But after such unfair treatment, how could she bear to ask him to act as if nothing had happened? I'll take the team. You and Fei Fei rest and think of a strategy. Duan Nanzhou made the decision immediately, scanning the group. What are you all standing around for? Mission time. Angel, you're second fastest after Fifi. You take point. Yes, sir. Angel responded, patting Lin Fei's wing and giving him an encouraging look before rushing toward the door. Sunset, Eagle Eye, and Phantom Moon answered in turn, each solemnly patting those soft feathers as they passed Lin Fei, showing their support. Thank you all. Lin Fei's voice was quiet, but reached everyone's ears clearly. If there was anything besides Liu Ruoyao that could make him want to stay at the Haiqing branch, It was these wonderful teammates, the departed old Su, and Duan Nanzhou who always joked about stealing him away from Liu Ruoyao. These people were the reason he was willing to give his all for the Special Investigation Bureau. But now Li Guangming's attitude toward him went far beyond mere distrust. Lin Fei could even sense a faint hostility emanating from the man. Why was Lin Fei acting so submissive, not even daring to utter a single harsh word? The answer was simple. Li Guangming, the man he was dealing with, was also a fifth-tier powerhouse. The moment Lin Fei laid eyes on his new superior, he had used his investigation skill on him. Li Guangming, 46 years old, human ability user, power attribute, energy manipulation, fifth-tier transcendent. Skills: energy pulse, energy blast, energy spear, energy flight, energy prison, energy restraint, energy barrier, energy siphon. Attack, defense, control, mobility had mastered all four fundamental elements with virtually no weaknesses. Though his skill count was far less than Elder Su's arsenal that could fill an entire sheet of paper, standing at the fifth tier meant every move was lethal. Lin Fei estimated that even if he bundled up the entire rapid response team, they wouldn't be able to shake this guy in the slightest. When outmatched in skill, one could only submit. There was simply no room for defiance. He cursed inwardly. You never know what you need until you need it, and you never have enough money when the month ends. Had he known he'd end up in this predicament, he should have found a way to infiltrate the secret vault and devoured everything useful. With sufficient resources, he could have at least reached the fourth tier, maybe even replicated some devastating skills to match Li Guangming. Unfortunately, there were no pills for regret in this world. The secret vault was now under round-the-clock surveillance by several transcendent experts sent by headquarters and a fully armed elite SWAT squadron. Any suspicious move would be suicide. Reality had slapped Lin Fei hard across the face. In the presence of absolute power, overwhelming strength conquered all techniques, and no amount of cunning could change that. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't devise any miraculous plan to defy fate. After weighing his options repeatedly, he could only see two paths. 1. Risk everything to escape the Special Investigation Bureau. 2. Pray that Li Guangming wouldn't try to destroy him completely. The second option had better odds. After all, in the Bureau's eyes, Lin Fei was a useful blade, and he had always appeared obedient and compliant. Li Guangming had no reason to break the blade outright, so he would endure for now. Once he leveled up, everything would change. Lin Fei possessed the system, his greatest trump card. With adequate resources and evolution points, his upgrade speed far surpassed other transcendents. From 0-tier mortal to 3rd tier in just a few months. The outside world, even Liu Ruoyao, still thought he was only 2nd tier. If he could get his hands on 8 or 10 pieces of ancient divine beast tissue at once, he could jump straight to 6th or 7th tier tonight and grind Li Guangming into the ground tomorrow. If Han Xian could endure the humiliation of crawling between someone's legs, and King Gojian could endure hardship for his revenge, why couldn't Lin Fei? The conclusion was clear. Lay low, don't be reckless, level up first. Time was on his side, and so was the advantage. While Lin Fei's mind was running at maximum capacity, Liu Ruoyao wasn't idle either. After pondering deeply, she began sending messages and making calls, utilizing the connections her master by Lian Yu had left behind. Liu Ruoyao had always preferred the approach of, if one sword can solve it, never ask for help, 2 swords work too, and wasn't skilled at managing relationships. Now forced to seek assistance, her reluctance was barely concealed. She did manage to contact several Bureau veterans, but only received scattered intelligence. Headquarters' intentions were unclear, and Li Guangming's methods were ruthless. The more information she gathered, the heavier her heart grew, and she had a sinking feeling that the situation was even worse than she had imagined. When it came to attitudes toward exotic beasts, Li Guangming was a staunch advocate of human supremacy. This faction adhered to a zero-tolerance principle. If exotic beasts couldn't be absolutely controlled, they had to be eliminated. If they couldn't be killed, they must be expelled. Unfortunately, those holding such views dominated the headquarters, so as soon as Li Guangming took charge, he imposed layer upon layer of restrictions on Fei Fei. In their eyes, no matter how many achievements Fei Fei had made, it could never wash away the original sin of being an exotic beast. No wonder old Master Su had solemnly suggested that Fei Fei leave the Special Investigation Bureau before his death. For the first time, Liu Ruoyao felt genuine panic. She had never imagined being separated from Fei Fei. Even before Fei Fei's awakening, she had already considered this gray-feathered raven as family. After awakening with intelligence comparable to humans, Fei Fei could communicate fluently with her and had become increasingly capable at work, gradually becoming her right-hand companion. Pet, family member, trusted partner she could entrust her life. Their bond had deepened step by step, and she had thought this companionship would last forever. However, old Master Su's departure seemed to have taken away all those beautiful possibilities. The day dragged on under this oppressive atmosphere. In the conference room, Liu Ruoyao looked utterly dejected. Lin Fei ruffled his feathers, lifted his beak to gently touch the back of her hand, and whispered comfortingly, Yao Yao, don't be afraid. No matter how unreasonable that Li fellow is, he can't just attack me without cause. As long as we don't give him an excuse, we should just endure for now. Just endure. Liu Ruoyao felt bitter inside. Fei Fei's forced cheerfulness only made her heart ache more. In the past, when Uncle Su was around, he could still provide shelter for Fei Fei. Now, with that protection gone, she was on her own. She instinctively pressed her right hand to her waist, where her ice rain sword was concealed, its cold guard seeming to remind her that she could only rely on herself. Suddenly, Huan Yue and Lori, who were still on standby, burst through the door. Huan Yue held up her phone and shouted, Sister Yao Yao, quick, look at the TV Cheongzhou channel. Something terrible has happened on Cheongzhou Island. What? Liu Ruoyao was startled and immediately turned on the conference room's large screen, switching to Cheongzhou channel. On screen, the news anchor's face was pale, his voice trembling. Here's breaking news we've just received. 15 minutes ago, an unprecedented giant marine exotic beast forcibly made landfall at Linhai town on the southern tip of Cheongzhou Island. According to reports, this giant exotic beast has already caused severe disaster and casualties. The following footage was transmitted back by our frontline reporter at great personal risk. The television screen immediately switched, with the camera shaking violently against a background of chaotic screams and running footsteps. The once picturesque seaside town was now in ruins. Rows of coconut trees had snapped and fallen. The formerly pristine resort was half collapsed. The wooden pier had been almost completely leveled, and broken planks and twisted boat fragments floated in the murky waves. Finally, the footage stabilized somewhat as the cameraman apparently reached what he thought was a safe location. The lens suddenly swung toward the Oceania colossal beast burst through the waves, with just the portion above water towering 10 stories high like a moving mountain. Its massive shell bristled with jagged bone spikes, barnacles and seaweed clinging to the crevices. Two bulbous eyes the size of compact cars gleamed with an eerie green light in the shadows. 8 thick tentacles emerged from beneath its body, covered in suction cups and barbs, and as they thrashed and struck, buildings collapsed, vehicles tumbled, and screams filled the air. One tentacle suddenly wrapped around a tour bus trying to speed away, effortlessly crushing it into a ball of scrap metal, the passengers' screams swallowed by the twisted steel. What the hell is that thing? Luori stood frozen, his mind reaching only one conclusion. At least 6th tier, maybe even stronger. The conference room door opened as Duan Nanzhou entered with Tibi, Yin, and others who had just finished their mission. His eyes locked onto the television screen, his brow deeply furrowed. Look, attack helicopters. Huan Yue pointed at the screen. Several military helicopters roared in from the distance, their weapon bays flashing as white trails traced straight trajectories toward the sea beast. Boom, boom, boom. Over a dozen fireballs exploded across the monster's shell in succession, sending fragments of barnacles and bone spikes flying everywhere. But when the smoke cleared, there wasn't even a crack on the shell, and the struck tentacles were merely blackened, still thrashing wildly. Conventional weapons are ineffective, Duan Nanzhou said grimly. The camera shook, and Huan Yue saw bodies and blood scattered across the streets. The casualties are too heavy. Latest intel. Yin held up a specialized terminal. Personnel from the Cheongzhou branch are heading to the scene. Everyone's spirits lifted slightly, but they all worried. Could the Cheongzhou team handle such a massive beast? The live feed suddenly went black. What happened? Did we lose the signal? Tianchi cried out. The reporter might have been killed. Huan Yue recalled the dark shadow that had lunged forward in the final moments, her face turning pale. Liu Ruoyao stood up and turned off the television. Cheongzhou is too far away. There's nothing we can do to help, we can only wait for news. The conference room fell into dead silence, as everyone simultaneously thought. Haiqing was also coastal. What would happen if the giant beast made landfall here? Meanwhile, in the director's office, cold white light illuminated the room. Li Guangming sat in his chair, staring at real-time footage from the military helicopters, naval commands constantly crackling in his ear. On screen, the giant beast rampaged along the coastline. The Cheongzhou branch's extraordinary operatives launched their attack ineffective. In just over 10 minutes, multiple warriors were killed or severely injured and forced to retreat. Next, fighter jets dropped missiles still ineffective. Army tanks and artillery conducted long-range bombardment still useless. Finally, the authorities had no choice but to abandon their plans to kill or drive away the creature, redirecting all forces toward rescue and evacuation. The only encouraging news, the giant beast seemed unable to venture far from seawater. Anywhere beyond the shoreline was safe. Li Guangming closed his laptop and sat in silence for a moment before retrieving a small metal box from a cabinet. Inside lay a black ring-shaped device, similar to the communication collar around Lin Fei's neck, but thicker and heavier. Exotic beasts, regardless of size, are threats, he said, stroking the metal surface with an icy voice. Human society absolutely cannot allow the existence of exotic beasts beyond absolute control. This matter has been moved. Yupit cannot wait. We'll do it tomorrow morning. Late at night, Lin Fei stood drowsily on his perch, about to drift off to sleep. Suddenly, a pair of warm hands gently lifted him down. Lin Fei jolted awake and opened his eyes to see Liu Ruoyao in her pajamas, her eyes red and swollen. Fei, I can't sleep. Please keep me company. Her voice was hoarse, as if she was struggling to suppress her emotions. She carried Lin Fei back to the bedroom and placed him beside her pillow. Sharing a bed again? In the past, Lin Fei would have been overjoyed, but now, looking at Liu Ruoyao's rare display of vulnerability, he felt only tenderness and burning anger toward Li Guangming. What a damn mess. I've been busting my tail for the Special Investigation Bureau, and they pull this disgusting stunt. If it weren't for my Yao Yao, this bird would have flown the coop long ago, he raged silently. Liu Ruoyao lay on her side, speaking softly about her day. How many calls she'd made, how many people she'd pleaded with, how they'd all made excuses and brushed her off, how everyone used to fawn over her master when he was alive, but now showed only cold faces. The fickleness of human nature brought her to tears as she spoke. Lin Fei lay quietly beside her pillow, listening to her memories and worries. At some point, they both finally drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, the urgent sound of the doorbell suddenly rang out. Liu Ruoyao snapped awake. She barely slept all night, only dozing off briefly before dawn. Quickly throwing on a coat, she went to the door and peered through the peephole. Outside, Li Guangming stood expressionless at the front, with two unfamiliar men behind him whose presence was imposing and whose eyes were sharp as lightning, clearly extraordinary individuals of considerable power. Liu Ruoyao's alarm bells went off. What were they doing here so early in the morning? Seeming to sense her presence behind the door, one of the strangers said in a deep voice, "Comrade Liu Ruoyao, please open the door. We have urgent business. Please wait a moment. I need to wash up and change clothes," she replied, then turned and hurried into the house. First, she shook Lin Fei awake. "Get up quickly. Li Guangming is here with people, and I'm afraid they're up to no good." Then she rushed into the bathroom to quickly wash and dress. After getting ready, she was about to open the door directly, but had a sudden thought and rushed upstairs to the study to turn on the computer. On the surveillance screen, 7 or 8 unfamiliar figures had appeared around the small villa, completely surrounding the courtyard, all extraordinary individuals of high skill. Liu Ruoyao's expression immediately darkened. What exactly was Li Guangming trying to do? The doorbell rang urgently again. Those outside were clearly growing impatient. She took a deep breath and went downstairs. As she passed through the living room, Lin Fei fluttered his wings and flew to her shoulder. Whatever they had to face, they could only face it together. Liu Ruoyao opened the front door, looking directly at the people outside, her tone already carrying a hint of coldness. "Director Li, coming to my home so early, what brings you here?" Li Guangming ignored the coldness in her tone, his gaze falling on Lin Fei perched on her shoulder as he said flatly, "Nothing much. Just to ensure your pet remains absolutely controllable, replacing its communication collar." His voice wasn't loud, yet it poured into the room like ice water. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall, thin man behind him stepped forward, holding an open metal case at chest height. Inside lay a brand new specialized communication collar, its metal casing visibly thicker than the one around Lin Fei's neck. Several indicator lights on the side blinked on and off, their cold white glow sending chills through anyone who looked at them. Li Guangming tapped the case lid with his fingertip, his tone remaining flat, heavier than the old model, integrated with the latest communication module, positioning module, and necessary security safeguard modules. Necessary security modules? What's that? Liu Ruoyao's expression instantly turned ice cold. Is it the same thing as what we put in those ability control collars for supernatural criminals? Li Guangming didn't respond. In fact, what was implanted in the collar was a cutting-edge nanobomb several times more powerful than the current control collars in service. Director Li, Liu Ruoyao's voice trembled slightly with anger. Fei is a registered agent of the Special Investigation Bureau, not a prisoner. Don't you think this is going too far? Orders from above. Li Guangming cut her off coldly. Captain Liu, I'm not asking for opinions. This is a command. This order is wrong. Liu Ruoyao's eyebrows shot up in fury, the temperature around her dropping sharply. I refuse to comply. I'm filing an appeal with the higher-ups. You're welcome to appeal, but that's for later. Li Guangming's voice dropped even lower. Today, your pet must wear this collar. If you refuse. He paused for half a second, his gaze cutting into her face like a blade. According to Article 3 of the Special Supernatural Beast Control Regulations, I can order its arrest and containment. If met with armed resistance, to ensure public safety, we will employ necessary force. We take no responsibility for your pet's safety. Consider your options carefully. As his words fell, the two supernatural experts behind him simultaneously released their sharp auras, invisible killing intent locking firmly onto Lin Fei. Lin Fei felt his blood instantly freeze, his body as if thrown into an ice cave. Any movement might invite a fatal strike. They want to put a control device on me now, and it's a bomb collar. Rage surged in his heart, yet he dared not show it. His quantum body transformation skill would be useless in this situation. If they pressed the button, he wouldn't even have a chance to struggle. He had only one life, and he absolutely couldn't put his fate in others' hands. Yao Yao, Lin Fei called softly, his trembling voice filled with anger and humiliation. Liu Ruoyao clenched her fists, wanting nothing more than to draw her ice-rained sword and give the despicable man before her a good strike. But she couldn't. Li Guangming was a fifth-order powerhouse with a team of subordinates watching like hawks behind him. They were obviously hoping she'd make a move, giving them legitimate grounds for self-defense. Stay calm, Liu Ruoyao, stay calm. She took a deep breath, rapidly weighing her options. A direct confrontation would be a dead-end. Fei would have no chance of survival. After a moment of lightning-fast calculation, she looked up, her voice hoarse but controlled. Fine, I agree. But Fei has a stubborn temperament. Give me some time to persuade him. Half an hour. Li Guangming's lips curved into a faint smile as he raised his hand in signal. The tall, thin man understood, stepping forward to hand over the metal case. Liu Ruoyao took the case, turned to enter the house, and went straight upstairs. Director Li, the tall man asked quietly, why not act directly? That woman and that bird wouldn't dare resist. I want her to personally put the collar on her pet. Li Guangming sneered coldly, his gaze sweeping toward the stairway. Guard this house well. After half an hour, if that bird isn't wearing the new collar. His voice turned completely frigid, each word hitting the ground. Don't bother with capture, kill it directly. The two men behind him responded in unison. Yes. I'm leaving this matter to you. I have other business to attend to. With those words, Li Guangming turned and left the courtyard with decisive steps. Meanwhile, in the study on the second floor of the villa, Liu Ruoyao and Lin Fei watched through the surveillance footage as Li Guangming got into a black SUV parked outside the courtyard. The vehicle started immediately and drove out of sight. He's really that confident, leaving everything to his subordinates? The girl and the bird exchanged bewildered glances, hardly believing what they'd witnessed. Had Li Guangming actually left? Could this be their chance to escape? But what if this was a trap? What if he was deliberately letting Lin Fei leave only to find an excuse to kill him later? They couldn't ignore that possibility. Liu Ruoyao thought for only a moment before shaking her head. No, this isn't a trap. Li Guangming really left. If he wanted to set us up, he wouldn't need to station so many people around the villa. Even without him here, given our situation, we have almost no way to escape. But as long as that fifth-tier expert isn't around. She gritted her teeth. We have to try? Fei, come with me. The two went to the master bedroom. Before Lin Fei could figure out what was happening, he saw the girl start rummaging through drawers and closets. After a while, she pulled out a teal dress from the very bottom, spread it on the bed, and sighed with relief. Found it. Thank goodness I didn't throw it away back then. She began unbuttoning her uniform. Lin Fei's eyes widened instantly. Yao Yao, what are you doing? In his memory, he had never seen Liu Ruoyao wear a dress. Though curious, this was definitely not the time for admiring. Changing clothes. Only if I wear a dress can I hide you inside and take you out. Liu Ruoyao didn't look up. Out. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Yes. She sighed deeply, her voice full of reluctance. I don't want to be separated from you, but right now you have to leave. In Liu Ruoyao's view, having Lin Fei wear that specially made collar offered no safety whatsoever. Based on the intelligence she had, the human supremacist faction had always been brutal towards supernatural beasts. Compromise would only lead to harsher persecution, dangerous missions, suicide orders, and they might even press the detonation button at any moment. She would never gamble when someone else held the power of life and death. Wait, this won't work. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. You suddenly wearing such a dress would be too conspicuous. But if I don't change, how can I take you out? My uniform can't fit you, and bags or suitcases would definitely be searched. Liu Ruoyao's voice was helpless. I can only take this gamble. Getting out by blending in is almost impossible. And don't forget, I still have the tracking anklet the bureau put on my leg. Lin Fei reminded her. If all else fails, I'll force my way through. I'll fight to the death to get you out. Liu Ruoyao gritted her teeth, her eyes stubborn. Yao Yao, you're losing your composure. Lin Fei sighed. If we're really going to break through by force, wouldn't it be faster for me to fly out myself? Why would I need you to escort me? The girl froze in place, then slumped dejectedly onto the edge of the bed. Indeed, if they were really going to make a direct run for it, it would be better to just let Fei fly out on his own. But if Fei really flew out directly like this, he would definitely face a devastating blow. Even though Li Guangming had left, his subordinates were basically all third and fourth-tier masters. How could Fei possibly escape? What could they do? Was compromise really the only option left? Liu Ruoyao muttered to herself, feeling a heavy tightness in her chest. No, there's one more method we could try. Lin Fei sighed inwardly. It was time to reveal his trump card. He looked up at Liu Ruoyao and whispered, Yao Yao, look at me. The next second, Lin Fei activated his quantum body transformation. His body's outline first became blurred, then rapidly shrank like a compressed image, instantly transforming into a mini parrot the size of a ping-pong ball. With a soft clatter, his communication collar and 2 tracking ankle bands all fell onto the bed. Since this was an escape attempt, these items that could expose his whereabouts naturally couldn't be quantum transformed and taken along. Liu Ruoyao stood frozen in place. Her bird had been hiding such an incredible ability. Since Fei Fei could shrink to this size, as long as she could secretly carry him out of the Special Investigation Bureau's residential compound and away from those masters' sight. With Fei Fei's speed, successful escape was practically guaranteed. Come here, Fei Fei. She reached out to pick up Lin Fei, and without hesitation this was the only way tucked him into the soft valley between her breasts. Lin Fei was caught off guard, pressed tightly between the soft mounds, feeling both embarrassed and helpless. Beyond the intimate situation, what he felt most was reluctance to part with Liu Ruoyao. Liu Ruoyao said nothing more, treasuring these final moments together as she walked extremely slowly, descending the stairs step by step. But every path has an end, and she eventually walked out the door. Captain Liu, stop. Where are you going? The tall, thin guard stood at the corridor entrance, warily circling around her, but seeing no parrot. Fei Fei is still in the room. Liu Ruoyao feigned annoyance. He's throwing a tantrum and absolutely refuses to wear the new collar. I need to buy some nuts. He likes to coax him. Just a quick trip to the supermarket. You can send someone to follow me if you're worried. The tall guard signaled to his companion, who pulled out his terminal. The screen showed a green dot stationary in the villa's second-floor bedroom. The ankle band signal was intact. Neither of them could imagine that Lin Fei had already left the ankle bands on the bed. The tall guard pulled out his phone. Hello? Director Li. Probably feeling they had been too harsh on Liu Ruoyao, Li Guangming agreed to let her go after confirming the parrot's signal. Director Li has approved it. He hung up and turned to his companion. Zhao Wu, accompany Captain Liu. Make it quick. Liu Ruoyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, maintaining a calm expression as she led Zhao Wu out. Both being martial artists, they moved swiftly and soon passed through the residential compound gates to reach a nearby large supermarket. Among the shelves, she quickly selected several packages of nuts. Passing by the restroom, she suddenly stopped and handed the plastic bag of nuts to Zhao Wu. I need to use the bathroom. Zhao Wu had no suspicions and took the bag, standing guard at the door. As soon as the door closed, Liu Ruoyao immediately climbed out through the window. Using her traceless snow step technique, her figure moved like a swallow, instantly covering several hundred meters. After confirming no one was pursuing, she reached into her clothing, cupped Lin Fei in her hands, and threw him upward. Go quickly. Fei Fei. A streak of white light shot forward at incredible speed, instantly catching up to the accelerating Lin Fei before transforming into a small cubic cage that trapped him inside. In the next moment, Liu Ruoyao felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. She spun around sharply, following the sound, only to see Li Guangming slowly emerge from the shadows with a sinister smile of triumph curling at his lips. Just as she suspected, he had laid this trap, luring Lin Fei into escaping so he could strike with justification. Fei Fei, Liu Ruoyao cried out in alarm. The ice rain sword rang as it left its sheath, cold light flashing as she merged with her blade, transforming into a fierce sword rainbow that shot straight toward Li Guangming. Li Guangming snorted coldly and brought his right palm down heavily. A translucent light shield composed of countless hexagons and radiating white brilliance instantly materialized. Buzz the sword rainbow struck the shield, the blade tip erupting in blinding white light. Liu Ruoyao's power was sufficient to pierce tank armor, yet now it was forcibly blocked. Her face flushed red as her true qi surged wildly, the long sword penetrating inch by inch into the light shield. Just as the sword tip broke through the barrier, Li Guangming sneered coldly. The shield's brightness suddenly intensified, ripples surging across its surface as an irresistible counterforce exploded outward. The originally indented light shield suddenly rebounded, the tremendous force traveling up the sword and slamming into Liu Ruoyao's body. Her eyes widened as if struck by a sledgehammer to the chest, her body flying backward and spitting blood while still airborne. Bang! She crashed heavily onto the hard concrete ground, rolling several meters before finally coming to a stop. Tearing pain spread throughout her body from her chest as blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Liu Ruoyao used her sword to support herself, struggling to rise. Li Guangming had severely injured her with just a casual move. Cold despair surged through her heart. She finally understood what fifth tier truly meant. Fifth tier. It was the watershed, the milestone that all extraordinary beings acknowledged. Once one crossed this threshold, their life essence underwent a qualitative transformation from inside out, with combat power exploding by 10 or even dozens of times. Fourth-tier experts could occasionally challenge above their level, but no matter how exceptional a fourth tier might be, they could never defeat a fifth tier. Breaking through to fifth tier was incredibly difficult. Among 10,000 fourth-tier practitioners, not even one fifth tier might emerge. Perhaps as the world's spiritual energy revival accelerated, there might be hope in the future, but for now, this remained an iron law. Liu Ruoyao was already among the elite of 4th tier, yet before the 5th tier Li Guangming, she remained as fragile as a child. Only now did she truly understand why Su Ziyuan had insisted on dismissing everyone and facing the Advent sect masters alone. Against 5th tier opponents, numbers meant nothing to 4th tier and below only crushing defeat awaited. To deal with 5th tier, one could only rely on another 5th tier, or someone even stronger. Trapped in the energy prison suspended in midair, Lin Fei witnessed Liu Ruoyao's severe injuries and blood spitting, his eyes instantly blazing with fury. Without hesitation, he revealed one of his trump cards' quantum transformation. His figure suddenly blurred in the air, and the glass-like energy prison was instantly penetrated. In the next second, his body expanded and stretched, forcibly transforming into a giant emerald green parrot with a wingspan of nearly 3 meters. Such an ability exists. Li Guangming squinted with a light chuckle, though the corners of his lips immediately froze into a sharp arc. Interesting. But such a beast cannot be allowed to live. Before his words finished, the giant parrot's beak suddenly gaped wide, and a compressed fireball the size of a volleyball thundered toward Li Guangming, its scorching flames trailing a long wake. A grain of rice trying to shine? Li Guangming sneered, lightly raising his right arm as hexagonal light shields instantly unfolded like a honeycomb. Boom! The fireball crashed against the shields and shattered, the rolling fire clouds absorbed by the shields like a whale swallowing water, leaving not even a hair singed. Before the firelight had faded, Li Guangming suddenly clasped his palms together. Energy restraint. Buzz. The space around Lin Fei seemed to be filled with viscous gel, pressing in from all directions. The giant parrot, which had been swiftly circling, was instantly frozen in midair, its metallic lustrous wings unable to move an inch, talons rigid, beak slightly open but powerless to exert force. Every feather stood on end as he struggled desperately, but it was all in vain. He tried to use quantum transformation to escape again, only to discover in horror that his abilities were completely sealed. How is this possible? What kind of technique is this? Lin Fei's heart raced wildly. His never-failing system abilities had encountered their nemesis. Gene unlocking, attribute point doubling, bullet time. Any trump card seemed pale under such oppression. Don't waste your energy. Li Guangming snorted disdainfully. My energy restraint is the nemesis of all energy-based abilities. Want to escape? Unless you also step into the 5th tier. He approached step by step, each footfall like a weight on Lin Fei's heart. Raising his right palm, pure white energy condensed into a foot-long light spear in his grasp. Though formless, it radiated piercing sharpness. Li Guangming raised the spear, its tip locked onto Lin Fei. A beast is ultimately a beast. Today I shall eliminate this threat. The light spear was about to be hurled. Stop! Li Guangming. A piercing shriek cut through the sky. Liu Ruoyao, who had been gravely injured and near death, had somehow straightened her body. She raised both palms high, an ice blue energy orb spinning rapidly between them, cold mist surging forth. The frigid aura instantly spread, the surrounding temperature plummeting below freezing within moments and continuing to drop. Li Guangming's expression changed slightly. This aura. You took a bloodburst pill? Are you insane? Do you want to die? In Liu Ruoyao's clear, cold eyes burned flames both mad and icy, her voice trembling with piercing agony. Li Guangming. If you dare touch him, I'll make half of High City accompany us in death. Crack. Massive ice pillars grew wildly from beneath her feet, lifting her to 100 meters in the air. Li Guangming, listen well. Liu Ruoyao shouted fiercely. If this ice soul cold light orb condensed from all my mystic ice true chi explodes, it's enough to freeze several city blocks. Do you want to test whether your energy restraint can seal it? Let Fei Fei go. Her voice echoed through the air. Otherwise, I'll detonate the cold light orb and freeze High City. Tens of thousands will perish with me. And you, Li Guangming, will be a sinner for all eternity. Li Guangming's spear-raising motion froze midair, a chill shooting straight up his spine to his crown. Liu Ruoyao, you've lost your mind. Do you know what you're doing? He roared in frantic rage. I'm counting to 3. Liu Ruoyao paid no heed. Her gaze locked firmly on Lin Fei suspended in the air, filled with absolute resolve. Release Fei Fei. Otherwise, we all die together. 3. You. Li Guangming's temples throbbed with bulging veins, his face ashen as thousands of thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. He had already pushed this extraordinary beast whose intelligence rivaled that of an adult human and whose potential was immense into becoming his mortal enemy. If he let it go now, it would surely become a grave threat in the future. But if he didn't, what if this madwoman Liu Ruoyao actually detonated the ice soul cold light orb in her hands? Even if he gave his all to maintain an energy barrier, he wasn't sure how much of the impact he could withstand. Forget about half of Haiqing being frozen and tens of thousands dying. Even if it were just thousands or hundreds, Li Guangming would be utterly doomed. Upon further investigation, Liu Ruoyao and Fei had not only been innocent, but had repeatedly performed meritorious deeds. Having just taken office 2 days ago, he was now driving war heroes to their deaths simply because Fei isn't human. Even forcing them to turn dark and drag tens of thousands down with them, Li Guangming would definitely be finished. At this thought, Li Guangming cursed inwardly. Liu Ruoyao, you mad woman. Is it really worth going this far for a pet? 2. Liu Ruoyao shouted the countdown with a fierce voice. Ice blue light exploding and flickering around her body as the energy within her could no longer be contained and threatened to spiral out of control at any moment. Stop. I agree. Li Guangming roared and hastily released the energy restraints binding the parrot. He didn't dare gamble. Losing would mean utter ruin. As the restraints dissipated, Lin Fei felt his body lighten and instantly regained his freedom. The next second, he rushed to Liu Ruoyao's side, asking urgently, Yao, how are you? And what exactly is this bloodburst pill he mentioned? But Liu Ruoyao still held her arms high, gripping tightly the menacingly cold ice, soul-cold light orb, choking back tears as she cried anxiously, Go. Leave quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Don't let my efforts be in vain. Yao. Lin Fei tried to say more, but was cut off by Liu Ruoyao's heart-wrenching scream. Go. Fly away. Leave this place. Don't look back. Don't ever come back. Her eyes were filled with pleading and reluctance, her urgency almost tangible. Lin Fei finally understood that gaze, taking one deep look at Liu Ruoyao, as if to etch her into his very soul. Then he suddenly turned and soared into the sky. 1,000 meters high, his chest felt pierced by countless arrows, the pain making it impossible to breathe as hatred surged within him. Suddenly looking back, his crimson eyes locked onto Li Guangming, now just a tiny dot below. Call. The bird cry unleashed by his lion's roar skill shattered the sky, and the entire city of Haiqing trembled under this furious call. Riding the momentum of his lion's roar, Lin Fei's roar thundered down. Li Guangming, I remember today's hatred. If anything happens to Yao, when I return, I will raise your Special Investigation Bureau to the ground, leaving none alive. The extreme hatred exploded like thunder, instantly spreading across half of Haiqing. Even though most citizens didn't know what had happened, they were still shaken by this vow. With his oath sworn, Lin Fei beat his wings furiously, channeling all his grief and rage into power. Boom. The sonic boom of breaking the sound barrier tore through the clouds as a blue-gold streak of light shot away like lightning, becoming a tiny dot on the horizon before vanishing completely. Watching Lin Fei disappear beyond the horizon, Liu Ruoyao's face revealed a smile of relief. The terrifying ice-cold energy contained within the glowing orb between her hands was reabsorbed into her body, gradually shrinking until it vanished completely. Goodbye? Fei, live well. Liu Ruoyao murmured softly, then slowly collapsed onto the ice pillar, her vision darkening as she lost consciousness completely. With a thunderous crash, the 100-meter ice pillar instantly shattered. Liu Ruoyao's body plummeted downward alongside countless ice fragments. Li Guangming's face turned ashen as he extended his hand, creating a soft energy cushion beneath her to catch her fall, then drew her to his side. After checking Liu Ruoyao's breathing, his expression changed dramatically. He immediately pulled a jade bottle from his chest, poured out a crystal-clear pill, and with a pained expression, fed it to Liu Ruoyao. Someone come here, he shouted loudly. Urgent footsteps echoed as several figures rushed forward. Quick, take her to Haiqing Military Hospital and spare no effort in treating her. Li Guangming commanded urgently. Watching his subordinates carry Liu Ruoyao into a car and speed away, Li Guangming frowned deeply, his expression shifting unpredictably. This crazy woman had actually dared to take a suicidal bloodburst pill while severely injured, fighting him to the death. Even with the precious healing medicine he had given her, her chances of survival were still less than 40%. How could it come to this? All for a pet? Li Guangming couldn't understand it at all. Turning to look in the direction where the exotic parrot had disappeared, Li Guangming felt a deep sense of regret. Not regret for attacking, but regret for not immediately striking down that parrot with overwhelming force from the start. Regret for not knocking out Liu Ruoyao immediately, allowing things to escalate to this nearly uncontrollable situation. That exotic parrot named Fei possessed intelligence, abilities, and potential that were extraordinarily rare in this world. If it continued to grow, it would surely become a great threat to humanity. The troublesome part was that it was a bird, naturally capable of flight, with speeds even exceeding the sound barrier. After this incident, it would undoubtedly harbor hatred and deep wariness toward humans. Finding and killing it would be incredibly difficult. The situation had completely spiraled out of control, becoming extremely troublesome. Li Guangming stood quietly for a moment before walking toward his official car waiting by the roadside. Late at night, at the 978th Joint Logistics Support Hospital in Haiqing, outside an independent intensive care unit, 4 elite soldiers in Special Investigation Bureau uniforms stood guard, sitting in pairs by the door like 4 statues. Inside the room, Liu Ruoyao lay in a medical pod, pale as death with barely perceptible breathing. Her entire body was connected to numerous cables linking to various medical devices. She wore an oxygen mask over her face, with several tubes inserted into her arms, each connected to different four medications. Li Guangming stood outside the observation window with a grim expression, listening to the joint report from medical experts and supernatural physicians. He didn't understand the long string of medical terminology in the report, only grasping the conclusion. Liu Ruoyao's condition was very poor, and she might not survive the night. Li Guangming stared intently at Liu Ruoyao, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. He didn't actually care whether Liu Ruoyao lived or died, but she couldn't die like this. Her actions outside the crowded supermarket, threatening the lives of thousands in broad daylight, were too egregious. The incident had already spread throughout Haicheng. In this internet age, explosive news could truly spread worldwide overnight. Liu Ruoyao had to live to face trial. If she died, all the pressure would fall on him, Li Guangming. Moreover, if she died, that parrot with unlimited potential would have no more restraints and would surely become a mortal enemy of the Special Investigation Bureau and humanity itself. After giving a few more instructions, Li Guangming hurriedly returned to headquarters. His first major action as the new official had been a complete disaster, leaving him thoroughly overwhelmed. Whether Liu Ruoyao survived or not, a pile of troubles awaited him, and he needed to prepare early. No one noticed that inside the medical pod, on Liu Ruoyao's back, the phoenix-like birthmark on her skin suddenly began to show faint ice blue patterns. End of Volume 2, Parrot Agent. Please look forward to the next volume, Hunting Frenzy. In the dead of night, the intensive care unit fell into silence, broken only by the occasional beep-beep from the monitoring equipment. Outside the observation window, a young doctor and nurse sat tensely at their station during the night shift. This patient was too important. If the girl inside showed even the slightest abnormality, they had to sound the alarm and alert the expert team standing by next door. As the night deepened, the prolonged concentration drained their energy. Both felt their eyelids growing heavy, their heads nodding involuntarily before jerking back up. Suddenly, an indescribable mental wave swept through the ward. The doctor and nurse felt a chill run down their spines. Then their consciousness seemed to drain away as they sank into darkness, their bodies slumping onto the desk in an unnaturally deep sleep marked by steady breathing. Inside the life support chamber, Liu Ruoyao's still body suddenly began to emit a faint ice blue glow. Visible to the naked eye, mystical ice rapidly formed on her skin's surface, thin as cicada wings, crystal clear and flawless. Within the bitter cold, an extraordinary vitality emerged, like snow lotus blooming on Tinto's sandy-rolled ice peaks, revealing life force in the most desperate circumstances. Wisps of cold penetrated through every pore into her body. Her out-of-control mystical ice energy, once a raging beast, now seemed to encounter its sovereign and became subdued. Guided by the external cold, it flowed slowly along her meridians, repairing damaged organs and channels wherever it passed. Liu Ruoyao's pale complexion quickly regained warmth, her furrowed brow relaxed, and her breathing became steady. In the next moment, countless ice blue light particles dispersed from her body, gathering before the chamber wall to form the ethereal silhouette of a woman. She wore elegant ancient palace robes, her beauty so breathtaking it could stop one's breath, yet she was shrouded in inconsolable sorrow. Yaoer, the apparition called softly, her gaze tender enough to melt ice. She raised her transparent palm to Liu Ruoyao's forehead, slowly infusing a strand of the purest source cold energy. Meanwhile, Liu Ruoyao's consciousness drifted in endless darkness. Silent, cold, shattered chaotic thoughts flashed. Did Fei escape? Will Li Guangming hunt him down? Can he evade the Special Investigation Bureau's manhunt? It's all my fault. If only I had sent him away sooner. So cold. Am I going to die? Just as her consciousness was about to extinguish, that familiar call of Yaoer came from the depths of her soul. An array of light pierced the darkness. In the ice blue radiance, the figure she had longed for day and night appeared. Master! Master! Shock and disbelief sent waves crashing through her spiritual sea. She spoke with a choked voice. Master! It's really you. Seeing you here, does this mean I'm already dead? Joy, unwillingness, grievance, reluctance, all finally transformed into silent weeping. Silly child, Bai Yulian's figure sighed softly. You're still so young, and life's journey stretches far ahead of you. Liu Ruoyao's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling. Then why? Why can I see you? That's because your master never truly left. Bai Yulian gently raised her hand in a comforting gesture. My remnant soul has been dwelling within you all this time, Yaoer. Really? Is that true? Wild joy seized Liu Ruoyao instantly, but her elation was quickly replaced by confusion. Then why? After all these years, have you never appeared before? Bai Yulian sighed again. Yaoer, for a remnant soul to linger in the mortal realm defies the natural order. I've been gathering my essence for all these years, and only today do I have enough soul power to meet with you. enough to help you just once. Liu Ruoyao's heart tightened. When you say that, does it mean? Yes. Bai Yulian's tone grew somber. After this meeting, when we'll see each other again is anyone's guess. Her already translucent form wavered in the air, growing ever more faint. She lowered her voice, but her tone suddenly turned serious. Yaoer, listen carefully. Let go when it's time to let go. Protecting countless homes shouldn't be your entire life. A warrior's righteousness doesn't require attachment to the Special Investigation Bureau. Master, release those burdens, for your own sake, and for the sake of the soul who waits for you. Bai Yulian's gaze softened. Livewell, that bird of yours, that child is wonderful. His destiny is extraordinary, his fortune abundant. Your bond with him has only just begun. Trust in him, and trust in yourself even more. You too will eventually. Ice and fire, in harmony. The final words were barely audible as Bai Yulian's figure completely dissolved into specks of light and vanished without a trace. Master, master, don't go. Don't leave Yaoer behind. Master, sharp cries rang out as Liu Ruoyao's eyes snapped open. What greeted her was the cold, stark white ceiling of a hospital room. The pungent smell of disinfectant filled her nostrils. Master, Fei. Her eyes were vacant as she murmured to herself. Beep beep beep. A medical device suddenly began alarming. The duty physician in the observation room bolted upright. Xiaolu, quick, go get the director and everyone else. Nurses and doctors rushed toward the ward as data jumped wildly across the monitoring screens. Meanwhile, Lin Fei landed wearily above an unfamiliar forest. Since dawn, he had been flying without direction, knowing only that he needed to escape that suffocating sky. If he stopped, the suppressed rage, pain, and worry would instantly overwhelm him. With his stamina pushed to its limits, he chose the tallest tree and concealed his 3-meter frame deep within its dense foliage. He didn't use his quantum transformation ability to shrink back to that few dozen centimeter pet bird, for there were no shoulders waiting for him to perch on anymore. What he needed now was a body capable of hunting. I need to hunt exotic beasts quickly, devour their cores, gain evolution points, reach the 5th tier. Heavy breathing rumbled in his throat as Lin Fei stared intently at the dark forest floor below his upcoming hunting ground. Wait for me, Yao. He whispered in a voice only he could hear, his eyelids growing heavy as they closed. In his daze, Lin Fei found himself standing steadily in midair without flapping his wings. Below him lay Haicheng Cemetery, shrouded in cold rain. Under the leaden sky, light rain pattered against black umbrellas as the entire quick response team stood solemnly. Lori, Ingyan, TB, Tianshi, Huanyue, and Duan Nanzhou. Black uniforms, black armbands, white flowers on their chests of everyone's eyes were painfully red. Following their gaze, Lin Fei felt his heart seized by an invisible hand through the rain. A fresh tombstone stood prominently, bearing Liu Ruoyao's photograph. No! His heart-wrenching cry made no sound as he hung in the air like a specter, only able to watch his teammates with tears streaming down their faces, saluting and bowing to the tombstone. In his extreme grief and rage, a voice thin as gossamer, yet extraordinarily resolute, pierced through the sound of rain, as if crossing time and space to whisper in his ear. I will change all of this. The voice was startlingly familiar, yet he couldn't remember whose it was. Who was he? Yao. Lin Fei's eyes snapped open. If parrots could sweat, he would surely look like he'd just been pulled from water. It was only a dream. He let out a long breath, but the vividness of the nightmare still made his heart pound. In the dream, Liu Ruoyao's fate was uncertain, and that anxiety nearly drove him to immediately return and check on her. However, he forcibly suppressed the impulse. Yao had fought desperately to secure his escape, and he absolutely couldn't walk into a trap. Confirming Liu Ruoyao's safety wouldn't be difficult, he calculated silently. He could find an opportunity to get a phone and call his teammates. Angel, Phantom Moon, and other companions he got along well. Wythe remembered their numbers. Unfortunately, he hadn't thought of this beforehand. It would have been perfect if he'd arranged for Liu Ruoyao to have a phone earlier. As he recalled the dream, that familiar voice at the end was particularly jarring. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck his mind. It sounded like his voice from his previous life. That office worker who had died from overwork, collapsing at his computer after endless overtime. At this thought, he felt chilled to the bone. If he could sweat, cold sweat would definitely be pouring down. This dream was too bizarre. Thank goodness it was just a dream, he murmured to himself. Looking up at the sky, a crescent moon hung above the branches. He estimated it was only 2 or 3 in the morning, still far from dawn. The nightmare had banished sleep, replaced by hunger. His chest felt so empty it nearly touched his back. Come to think of it, this was normal. He'd been flying intensively all day without a drop of water, so of course he'd be starving. The thick branch steadily supported his body beneath his feet. He opened his beak and gently exhaled a fingernail-sized black dot flew into the air, instantly expanding into a chunk of frozen exotic beast meat that landed lightly on the branch. This was from the batch of meat contributed by Transport Captain Qinhui. Since acquiring the spatial storage ability, Liu Ruoyao had transferred the entire batch of meat into the storage space in his crop safe and convenient. This piece of meat weighed about 1.5 kilograms, which would have been enough for a full day with his former size. But now, with his massive 3-meter body, it probably wouldn't even fill him up for one meal. He didn't shrink to conserve food, instead tearing into it with large bites. With his increased size, one bite equaled dozens of his previous bites, and evolution points multiplied accordingly. In less than a few minutes, the meat disappeared into his stomach, and the system notification awarded him 20 evolution points, truly a drop in the bucket. After advancing to the 3rd tier, his food requirements had similarly skyrocketed. Though still ravenously hungry, he didn't take out more meat. The supplies in his storage space needed to be saved for emergencies. To fill his stomach, hunting would better align with the upgrade pattern. The days of clinging to Yao Yao's coattails and living comfortably were completely over. Lin Fei now deeply regretted being so lazy before. Despite having the system's support, he'd had no motivation to evolve diligently. As a result of his weak strength, he was bullied so miserably by that despicable Li Guangming and forced to flee. Lin Fei spread his wings and took flight, his feathers cutting through the night wind as he circled slowly above the low canopy. His attention was entirely focused on the system panel, ready to catch that long-awaited notification sound. Ding! One low-tier exotic beast detected within 200 meters ahead. A golden arrow suddenly appeared in the center of his vision, pointing toward the depths of the dense forest. Lin Fei's spirits lifted as he flapped his wings lightly and rushed along the arrow's direction. Within moments, he spotted a snake measuring a full 1.5 meters in length among the branches of a massive banyan tree. The snake's head was sharply triangular, its dark green scales gleaming with an eerie cold luster under the moonlight. From a distance, it looked no different from an ordinary bamboo viper, except for its alarmingly large size. Normal specimens were only about 90 centimeters, while this one was twice that length. Inspect. Mutated bamboo viper, extraordinary tier 1. Skills, constriction, venomous fangs. Edible. It was merely a 1st-tier exotic beast, so Lin Fei immediately relaxed. Though he expected the evolution points wouldn't be substantial, he desperately needed resources right now, and the snake was simply unlucky. Images of raptors hunting snakes from nature documentaries flashed through his mind as he flapped his wings to gain several meters of altitude before diving sharply. Though his agility had decreased somewhat after his size increase, his base agility still exceeded 20, making his dive trajectory both steady and precise. Night wind howled past his ears as his talons swept across the snake's back, precisely gripping its vital spot and lifting it into the air. Mid-flight, the bamboo viper writhed frantically, its tail lashing continuously, but unable to reach its restrained head. For Lin Fei, who was 3 meters long with overwhelming strength advantage, such struggles were meaningless. He landed with his prey on an exposed rock, pinned the snake's body firmly, and hammered down with his sharp beak repeatedly. Blood splattered as the snake's head shattered, its vertical pupils quickly dimming. His first hunt was clean and efficient, but the real test came afterward. The fishy sweet smell of blood hit his nostrils as he stared at the mangled snake head, his stomach churning. Since Liu Ruoyao had grilled meat for him, he had barely touched warm, fresh meat. Even when occasionally gnawing on frozen meat, it was like biting a popsicle, completely lacking this sticky sensation. But now, with no fire to make and no one beside him, he had no right to be picky. Thinking of Liu Ruoyao and Yao Yao, he took a deep breath of night air, bent down to peck at the snake's body, and forced himself to swallow the meat. Ding! Host has consumed 320 grams of 1st-tier bamboo viper meat for the first time, gaining 100 evolution points. Lin Fei glanced at the notification. Hadn't copied any skills, as expected since birds couldn't learn constriction or venomous fangs. Each subsequent bite only yielded scattered notifications of 3 or 5 points until the entire snake was consumed in segments, with total gains settling at 136 points, yet he remained hungry. Continue. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as Lin Fei resumed his hunt in the night. For Yao Yao's sake, he had to go on a killing spree. Throughout the entire latter half of the night, he shuttled back and forth through the forest sea, catching another 1st-tier hedgehog and a 2nd-tier weasel. The tier advantage made the battles extremely smooth, with the only danger being the biological poison gas the weasel sprayed before dying, which nearly made him crash into the bushes and required a full half-hour of rest to recover. Ironically, the system even copied that noxious spray ability, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Unless it was a life-or-death situation, he would never use such a technique. This campaign netted him over 400 more evolution points, but by dawn, he had scoured the surrounding hundreds of kilometers of forest area and could no longer find traces of exotic beasts. Lin Fei spread his wings and took to the sky. Heading southwest, there lay a primitive forest covering nearly 300,000 hectares, known to the world as the 100,000 Mountains, where exotic beasts roamed in groups. Dawn's light painted his wing edges with golden red. High-altitude winds howled, but Lin Fei suddenly thought of his former teammates who had fought alongside him. By now, they should already know about him and Yao Yao. They must be very angry, shouldn't they? The rapid response team members weren't just furious, they were absolutely livid. The confrontation between Liu Ruoyao, Fei, and Li Guangming, where Liu Ruoyao threatened the lives of tens of thousands of citizens to force Li Guangming to let Fei go, and Lin Fei's roar of rage and oath before leaving, all happened on a bustling street and was captured by countless phones. The videos went viral within minutes of being uploaded, spreading across all major platforms so quickly that officials couldn't even attempt to censor them in time. The moment the news exploded, the rapid response team erupted in chaos. Everyone stormed angrily to the precinct, wanting to confront Li Guangming face-to-face, but he was at the hospital supervising doctors as they fought to save Liu Ruoyao while remotely coordinating his subordinates' pursuit of Lin Fei. He hadn't returned to the station at all, leaving them empty-handed. By the next day, the base's main hall was dimly lit with a suffocating atmosphere. Duan Nanzhou sat in the head chair with an ashen face, his jacket still carrying the distinctive smell of hospital disinfectant. He had just rushed back from the 978th Joint Logistics Support Hospital in Haicheng, having learned the complete sequence of events. Yesterday morning, Duan Nanzhou began, suppressing his rage. Li Guangming led his direct supernatural combat unit into Captain Liu's home, forcing Fei to wear an explosive collar. Captain Liu tried to secretly get Fei away, but just when it seemed they might succeed, they were exposed. Or perhaps Li Guangming deliberately set a trap. His voice turned venomous. Li Guangming appeared in person, captured Fei, and was about to kill him on the spot. You all saw what happened next. What about Sister Yao Yao? Huan Yue couldn't help but interrupt, speaking rapidly. Online reports say she was carried away in a vehicle. She's at the 978th hospital. Duan Nanzhou paused, then finished his statement. She just passed the critical period. But Li Guangming's people are watching her constantly. I can't see her. The hall fell into deathly silence. Huan Yue's voice trembled. What does just past the critical period mean? Does that mean she almost? Duan Nanzhou nodded, his voice heavy. Reportedly, Ruoyao took a blood-burst pill while severely injured. Sharp intakes of breath echoed throughout the room. Everyone knew what blood-burst pills were. Each of them carried one in their gear pouches, though none hoped to ever use it. It was a super stimulant several times more potent than the strongest military combat drugs currently in service, trading extreme life force depletion for a brief peak performance burst, only to be consumed in truly desperate situations. Statistics showed a death rate of over 90% among users. Those who didn't die in battle would suffer complete organ failure when the effects wore off. That was the survival rate under perfect conditions. Taking one, while severely injured, meant certain death. No one knew how Liu Ruoyao had managed to survive the night. Damn his entire bloodline. Liu Ruoyao lost control first, slamming his fist into the alloy table surface, denting the metal. That bastardly. Is he even human anymore? Nearby, Angel's silver-white wings trembled uncontrollably as she spoke through gritted teeth. If it weren't for Fei a few days ago, the precinct would have been wiped out by Mo Sinu's cult. Fei earned such tremendous merit, and instead of rewarding him, they persecute him like this. She almost drove Captain Liu to the brink. I need to go to the hospital. Right now? Tears welled up in Huan Yue's eyes as her voice trembled with sobs. She shot to her feet, nearly bolting from the conference room, but TB's arm shot out like an iron bar, blocking her path. Don't be rash. TB rumbled in his deep voice, turning his gaze toward Duan Nanzhou. Captain Duan. No, Deputy Director Duan. What do you say? All eyes instantly converged on him. At this moment, only Duan Nanzhou could truly take charge. He surveyed his team members, their angry faces blazing like wildfire. Duan Nanzhou rose steadily, his chair scraping against the floor with a low grinding sound. Let's go. We're heading to the hospital. As his words hit the ground, he shoved his chair back and strode toward the door with determined steps, his voice still cold and hard. And stop calling me Deputy Director, I hate that title. Call me Captain Duan. Outside the intensive care unit at Haicheng Joint Logistics Support Hospital No. 978, Li Guangming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grim as steel. The corridor lights cast harsh shadows across his chiseled features. For subordinates stood in formation behind him. The moment Duan Nanzhou led the rapid response team out of the precinct, Li's informants had relayed the news. He couldn't fathom how a mere mutant parrot could drive these extraordinary warriors to abandon their careers and confront their superior. He didn't believe a word of the team's report about the parrot's heroic deeds. It was nothing but exaggeration in his view. While mutant beasts did gain intelligence after awakening, even the smartest ones were equivalent to 7- or 80-year-old human children at best. A parrot that could identify hidden cultists and devise strategies to expose them? Preposterous. What it had demonstrated instead was a tangible threat. Terrifying flames and devastating sonic abilities that could easily cause catastrophe if it lost control. Such an obvious danger, yet these people couldn't see it? Why were they still defending the creature? Lost in thought, Thunderous footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. Duan Nanzhou approached with his team, their momentum fierce and intimidating. Li Guangming's expression darkened further. Have you forgotten who promoted you? Typical muscle-brained martial artist, he sneered inwardly, though his voice cut through the air sharply. Stop right there. Duan Nanzhou, what are you doing here with all these people? Why we're here? Don't you know, Director Li? Duan Nanzhou pointed toward the sealed doors of the intensive care unit, his voice rolling like thunder. Do you dare tell us who's lying in there? And why she's injured so severely? Duan Nanzhou laughed bitterly in his rage. Director Li, what an excellent first impression you're making. You've driven away our heroes and pushed a loyal warrior, someone who served the Bureau and the people with unwavering dedication and distinguished servicito, the brink of death. Director Su just sacrificed his life. And this is how you treat his soldiers? Do you even deserve to be our director? Duan Nanzhou, watch your position and your words. Li Guangming's eyes flashed with cold fury. How I conduct myself is not for you to lecture. Everything I do is for the Bureau. For humanity. This is headquarters' decision. Li Guangming puffed out his chest and declared passionately. That parrot poses an enormous threat. It refused to wear the safety bomb collar, clearly harboring malicious intent. What's wrong with me pursuing it? Liu Ruoyao, in order to protect it, actually threatened me with the lives of tens of thousands of innocent people. She nearly caused massive casualties and unforgivable crime. Bullshit. Luori could no longer contain himself and exploded in fury. Fei is our comrade, not a criminal. You, Li Guangming, are a fifth-tier transcendent who can shatter buildings with a wave of your hand. Aren't you a damn threat too? Why don't you put a bomb collar on yourself first? Captain Liu only did what she did because you forced her hand. How dare you? Behind Li Guangming, the tall, thin transcendent roared in anger, his eyes suddenly blazing with blinding red light as scorching heat rays churned in the depths of his pupils, ready to unleash at any moment. What do you think you're doing? TB stepped forward aggressively, his massive frame like a steel fortress as he crossed his arms protectively in front of his chest. His skin instantly took on a metallic gray sheen as he thundered. Come on then. I'd like to see if you lackeys have the guts to attack your own people. Clang. With the crisp sound of metal, Huan Yue's twin short swords flashed with cold light, the blades held ready at her sides. Simultaneously, Angel's wings burst open, each razor-sharp feather gleaming with deadly coldness under the lights like countless throwing knives poised to strike. Stop. What do you think you're doing? Staging a rebellion? Li Guangming's eyes darkened as blinding white energy erupted from his body, his overwhelming presence sweeping across the scene like a deep ocean current. He spoke each word deliberately. Storming a hospital, attacking a superior, attempting assault. These crimes are unforgivable. If you don't stand down immediately, don't blame me for showing no mercy. So what if we don't? Duan Nanzhou's eyes burned with fierce determination as he slowly assumed a fighting stance, his feet shifting slightly and sending debris flying. His voice was low but resolute. As long as mountains and rivers endure, righteousness will prevail. We warriors would rather die standing than live on our knees. The atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point, and the hospital corridor fell into deathly silence. Both sides were on edge, with conflict about to erupt at any moment. Click, a faint unlocking sound cut through the silence as the heavy iron door of the ICU slowly cracked open. Everyone turned their heads in unison to see a pale, slender hand gripping the doorframe for support, followed by a figure stumbling out. Liu Ruoyao. She wore an oversized hospital gown, her face pale as paper, lips drained of color, looking as if she might collapse at the slightest breeze. Sister Yaoyao, Captain Liu Ruoyao. The rapid response team members cried out in alarm. Huan Yue instinctively wanted to rush forward, but Tianshi firmly pressed down on her shoulder. Li Guangming's gaze darkened as scenes from last night flashed through his mind. Liu Ruoyao had been critically injured, barely clinging to life. This morning the medical staff reported a miracle she had survived. But now, she could actually stand on her own? It was simply unbelievable. Liu Ruoyao struggled to look around at everyone, her eyes filled with comfort and emotion, her voice weak but resolute. Everyone, please stop. Duan Nanzhou watched her swaying figure, his heart aching. The once formidable and heroic captain now appeared so fragile she needed the doorframe for support. I'm fine. She turned to face the grim-faced Li Guangming directly. Director Li, last night I threatened you with the lives of tens of thousands in Haiqing. That was a crime, and I'll accept whatever punishment you decide. But this has nothing to do with them. Let them go. Humph. Li Guangming snorted coldly. Get your facts straight. Theory the ones who came here, causing trouble. Liu Ruoyao sighed and turned back to Duan Nanzhou. Nanzhou, take them back. No, we're not leaving. Not unless Sister Yaoyao comes with us. Huan Yue shouted through tears. Li Guangming sneered. She's leaving with you now? Do you want her to die faster? Only by staying here can she receive the best treatment. Captain Liu, we can heal ourselves who don't need your fake concern. Luori roared angrily. Shut up. All of you go back. Before she could finish, her raised voice aggravated her internal injuries, causing sharp chest pain, followed by violent coughing that shook her shoulders. The rapid response team immediately panicked. Huaxia tried to rush forward again, but Tianxia held her back, pleading in a low voice. Please, stop making things worse. After a long moment, Liu Ruoyao finally stopped coughing, her delicate face showing anger. Until headquarters officially relieves me of duty, I'm still your captain. Now I order you to return to base immediately and continue your missions. Do you understand? With that, she looked at Duan Nanzhou again, her eyes full of pleading. Duan Nanzhou clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms as they trembled slightly. He understood her meaning. She didn't want the entire rapid response team to be implicated because of her and Fei Fei's situation. Staying here would only result in mutual destruction. Fifth Tierra chasm-like gap, Li Guangming alone could easily defeat their entire team. Moreover, they had no moral ground to stand on regardless of the reason. Attacking a superior officer was a serious crime. Duan Nanzhou fell silent for over 10 seconds, finally gritting his teeth and spitting out a single word. Yes. He then spun around abruptly, his throat tearing as he roared. All personnel, follow Captain Liu's orders, withdraw. A few minutes later, the rapid response team retreated, filled with grief and unwillingness. As their initial passionate impulse gradually cooled, they all understood. Staying to fight among themselves would only destroy themselves and their unit, and might even add more charges against Liu Ruoyao. Liu Ruoyao watched her comrades' figures disappear into the corridor, sighing with a heavy chest, then turned to return to her hospital bed. Wait! Li Guangming's voice cut through the air, cold and sharp. He nodded toward his tall, thin subordinate. Get her a suppression collar. The tall, thin man pulled a black psychic control collar from his tactical pack, walked up to Liu Ruoyao, and said coldly, Put it on yourself, or shall I do it? Liu Ruoyao didn't look up, reached out to take it, and clicked it shut around her neck with a snap, then supported herself against the wall as she returned to bed and slowly lay down. Watch her closely, Li Guangming ordered. No one is permitted to visit without my authorization. Monitor her vital signs continuously and report to me at all times. Yes. The tall, thin man acknowledged the order, then waved to the two anxious nurses at the door. Earlier, when Liu Ruoyao had removed the monitoring electrodes and left her bed without permission, the nurses had been blocked outside by Li Guangming's subordinates. Now they were finally allowed to enter. They quickly reconnected Liu Ruoyao's heart monitor and blood oxygen sensors, and hung up her for drip. Just then, a Special Investigation Bureau agent hurried over and said in a low voice, Director Li, we found traces of that parrot called Fei Fei. A cold gleam flashed in Li Guangming's eyes. Where? How did you find it? Ling Si, in the hills about 500 kilometers from the southwest mountains, the agent said, unable to hide his excitement. It was the Sky Eye, Zhodian surveillance system that captured it through synchronized tracking via the Tianluo satellite network and ground surveillance grid. Are you certain it's the bird? Li Guangming asked incredulously. It flew that far in just one day and night. Cross-reference verification along the route is complete. A giant blue and yellow parrot, 3 meters in length, absolutely no mistake. Still maintaining its 3-meter form? Li Guangming sneered coldly. It actually didn't shapeshift a beast, is ultimately just a beast. The parrot's furious vow to crush the Special Investigation Bureau before leaving had kept him awake at night. If allowed to continue growing, who knew whether it might become as terrifying as that giant sea beast off the Cheongzhou coastline? Now that they had tracked its whereabouts, they absolutely couldn't give it another chance. His gaze turned icy. Lock onto the parrot's route immediately. Deploy all resources, notify the Southwest Branch, all outposts, and the military must find it and eliminate it. We absolutely cannot let it reach the Southwest Mountains alive. Li Guangming turned and strode away quickly, his tone brooking no argument. You immediately. No, I'll arrange this personally. Li Guangming, who hurriedly left with his subordinates, failed to notice what was happening while he was talking to his men. In the intensive care unit, 2 nurses were busy reinstalling various monitoring cables for Liu Ruoyao. The sterile white lights shone down on the hospital bed like spotlights, while machines beeped steadily. During this time, the round-faced, innocent-looking young nurse named Yan Yan's ears twitched almost imperceptibly. No one knew that she was actually a newly awakened supernatural being with the ability of superhearing. Currently, her power was roughly equivalent to that of cats and dogs, but it was already sufficient for her to catch every word of Li Guangming's conversation with his subordinates through the door. Oh no, they're going after my sister's savior. No, her life-saving bird. Yan Yan's heart tightened. A few weeks ago, Yan Yan's sister had been caught up in one of those supernatural incidents that had been reported on TV for days while working at the Linhai High-Tech Industrial Park, leaving her life hanging by a thread. At the critical moment, a miraculous talking parrot and a winged figure from the Special Investigation Bureau arrived and rescued her from the flames. The parrot was named Fei Fei and had since appeared frequently on various missions, Gaining massive popularity online was not only clever and articulate, but also possessed multiple supernatural abilities. Fei Fei's owner was the well-known female captain of the Special Investigation Bureau. The pair had recently made headlines. The female captain had once threatened the lives of tens of thousands of citizens in Haicheng, causing public outrage. The internet was divided over this, with some supporting them for saving countless lives, while others condemned their methods. Yan Yan hadn't experienced that threat incident firsthand. She only knew that Fei Fei had saved her sister, and she couldn't just stand by and watch someone harm it. She glanced down at Liu Ruoyao on the hospital bed, initially wanting to warn her, but Liu Ruoyao was severely injured and under strict surveillance, telling her would only add to her burden. Yan Yan's eyes darted around. Then she immediately clutched her abdomen with a pained expression. "Oh no, Sister Xiaolan, my stomach suddenly hurts so much." The other nurse quickly responded. "I'll handle things here. You go take care of yourself. I probably had too many cold drinks. I'm going to the restroom." Yan Yan dropped this excuse and quickly left the monitoring room. In the corridor, she took the stairs two at a time, first going to ask the head nurse for leave, then rushing downstairs with her ears slightly perked, catching sounds from all directions. Voices, footsteps, and vehicle rumbles flooded in like noise, and she gradually filtered out the irrelevant content. After a moment, her brow relaxed. She found them. The bald man who had confronted Li Guangming hadn't left the hospital yet, and was currently hiding in a corner of the hospital courtyard with two subordinates, smoking glumly. Duan Nanzhou wasn't normally a smoker. As a martial artist, he rarely touched such harmful substances. But today he felt troubled, so he pulled his old subordinates, Iron Wall and Angel, aside to secretly smoke a cigarette. With Li Guangming's situation escalating to this point, they had essentially torn off all pretenses with him, and their days at the branch office would likely be difficult from now on. The three men silently puffed on their cigarettes, completely unaware that a young nurse had taken a seat on a nearby bench, apparently taking a break. Yan Yan, the round-faced little nurse, sat quietly, first gently loosening her pinned-up hair and removing the black elastic hair tie. While pretending to arrange her hair ends, she discreetly pulled out a small paper roll from her sleeve that had been prepared beforehand, quickly folding it into an shape. Using her left thumb and index finger to stretch open the hair tie, she inserted the paper roll into the elastic band, gave it a gentle pull, then released whoosh. A faint whistling sound cut through the air as the paper projectile shot toward Duan Nanzhou like a bullet. As a fourth-tier warrior with extremely sharp senses, Duan Nanzhou caught the flying object steadily between his fingers. He looked up abruptly to see the young nurse smile at him with twinkling eyes, playfully winking before getting up and walking away. Duan Nanzhou felt a chill in his heart and extinguished his cigarette. "Let's go back to base. We still have plenty of work to do." The three men got back into the car. Duan Nanzhou unrolled the paper, and two lines of delicate handwriting came into view, causing his expression to change dramatically. "Hold on tight," he barked, slamming on the accelerator as the vehicle raced back to base. Upon arrival, he gathered everyone in the conference room and got straight to the point. "Bad news, Li Guangming and his people have found Fei Fei." "What?" Huan Yue cried out. "How is Fei Fei doing now?" "Safe for now, but if this drags on much longer, it's hard to say." Duan Nanzhou repeated Yan Yan's warning word for word. Luori frowned anxiously. "What do we do? Fei Fei isn't human after all, has no concept of satellite surveillance." Ingyan chimed in. "Right, he's still maintaining his 3-meter form. Satellites can spot him instantly." Gao Cheng said gravely. "We must warn him. As long as he shrinks down immediately, the satellites won't be able to track him. But how do we contact him?" Huan Yue's eyes reddened with worry. "He doesn't have any communication devices on him." The room fell into brief silence. Suddenly, Ingyan slapped his thigh. "I've got it. Since Li Guangming wants to hunt down Fei Fei, as long as we can pinpoint Fei Fei's coordinates, it won't be difficult. We'll beat them to it and attack Fei Fei ourselves." "What? You want to attack Fei Fei?" Huan Yue jumped up. "Are you betraying us?" But Luori's eyes lit up. "Great idea." Duan Nanzhou nodded. "It's definitely feasible. I'll handle this." Huan Yue looked completely bewildered. "What do you all mean?" Gao Cheng smiled and explained. "If you want to get someone's attention by a waterfall, but the sound of rushing water is too loud for them to hear you, the quickest way is to pick up a rock and throw it at them. If we make the first move, Fei Fei will definitely be alerted." Huan Yue suddenly understood. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go? Every minute we delay puts him in more danger. Don't panic." Duan Nanzhou waved his hand. "I'll go personally. You all continue with your regular missions so Li Guangming doesn't get suspicious." After thinking for a moment, he looked at Ingyan. "Also, find a way to spread the whole story about the conflict between Ruoyao, Fei Fei, and Li Guangming. The authorities will definitely try to suppress the news, but spread it as widely as you can. Leave it to me." Ingyan thumped his chest. "This is what I do best." Duan Nanzhou gazed out the window and said quietly, "If Fei Fei really does get surrounded in the future, as long as there are people who sympathize with him and raise their gun barrels just an inch higher, it could save his life." Meanwhile, Lin Fei remained completely unaware of his predicament. He thought that avoiding cities and using his flight advantage would be sufficient for safety, never imagining that Li Guangming had applied for satellite surveillance systems to track him. Lin Fei wasn't flying at full speed. When he spotted mountains and forests, he would dive down to hunt, though his catches were all first-tier beasts with limited evolution points. He thought to himself that to hunt second- and third-tier beasts, he'd need to head to the primitive jungles of the Lingxi 100,000 Mountains. Suddenly, while soaring high in the sky, he felt an abrupt sense of unease, as if some cold gaze had locked onto him. Lin Fei scanned in all directions, left, right, up, down, but the sky remained vast and silent, with nothing unusual in sight. Was it just his imagination? Something's wrong, very wrong. Lin Fei had been feeling uneasy all day, sensing that trouble could strike at any moment. Should he fly higher? His current altitude wasn't particularly high, but going higher might prevent the system from detecting exotic beasts. Still, this ominous feeling kept gnawing at his chest. After a moment's consideration, he decided to trust his instincts and gain altitude. Safety first, hunting could wait. After all, once he reached the 100,000 mountains of Lingxi, would he really lack prey? He recalled news he'd seen while browsing videos at home. Deep mountain forests had practically become forbidden zones for humans, with such high concentrations of exotic beasts that people who ventured in rarely returned. With this in mind, he dared not be careless and beat his wings forcefully, soaring upward. Just then, a strange buzzing sound reached his ears. The passive skill Whisper Hunter's Ear that Lin Fei had replicated gave him superhuman hearing, and combined with his eagle-eye vision, he immediately pinpointed the source. Two oddly shaped quadcopter drones, one behind the other, came cutting through the wind. Unlike common aerial photography drones, these had compact, streamlined bodies with larger rotors. Racing drones built for extreme speed and acrobatic maneuvers. Civilian versions were mostly used for competitive entertainment, while military variants were often modified into reconnaissance or kamikaze attack drones. At this moment, they were charging straight at Lin Fei at over 200 kilometers per hour. Danger alerts maxed out instantly. Lin Fei frantically beat his wings, banking sharply and carving a tight turn through the air. However, the two racing drones were equally swift, adjusting direction almost simultaneously while maintaining their lock on his trajectory. They're really coming for me. His eyes narrowed as he silently calculated distances. The explosive fireball's maximum range could reach 2 kilometers, but that was the extreme limit for accurate hits. He needed targets within 500 meters, especially since this skill wasn't lock-on. Lin Fei hadn't put much effort into practicing his marksmanship. He could barely hit stationary or slow targets, but high-speed, maneuvering, and erratic racing drones presented unprecedented difficulty. He suppressed his racing heartbeat, waiting for the two drones to close within 500 meters before quickly calculating the lead time and launching his first explosive fireball. The fireball streaked past at high speed, but missed the target by over 10 meters before exploding in the distance. Embarrassing. At 200 kilometers per hour, the racing drones would cover 500 meters in just 9 seconds. In the instant his first shot missed, the lead drone had already closed to 200 meters. Lin Fei couldn't afford to hesitate. His second explosive fireball followed immediately. This time the fireball struck true, and with a thunderous roar, the trailing drone erupted into a blazing fireball, scattering debris as it plummeted. Damn, I was clearly aiming at the first one, he muttered to himself, glancing at the remaining enemy aircraft. Less than 100 meters away, Lin Fei made a split-second decision, beating his wings hard as he dove downward, trading altitude for speed. Finally managing to increase his flight velocity, he gradually opened up the distance. Only then did Lin Fei finally breathe a sigh of relief. The fireball from the drone he'd just shot down was several times larger than his own flame blast. Clearly, both aircraft were packed with explosives, essentially suicide attack drones. With his speed, he could have easily outrun them, but thinking about how Birdmaster had been targeted for no reason made his blood boil. Who was so despicable as to send suicide drones after him? These small racing drones had limited control range, meaning the operators had to be hiding nearby. Lin Fei decided to deal with the immediate threat first, then hunt down those bastards. The area he was in was an open grassland with no cover, so finding targets should have been easy. He executed a barrel roll in midair, then rapidly changed direction, suddenly turning around to charge straight at the pursuing drone. This time he didn't breathe fire after his earlier accuracy practice. He'd completely lost confidence in hitting small targets during high-speed aerial combat. Close combat wasn't an option either, since the thing would explode on contact. While he wasn't afraid of being blown up, he didn't want to take a hit for nothing. Instead, he climbed directly above the drone, and when the suicide aircraft closed to about 20 meters, he suddenly flapped his wings downward with tremendous force. At his current size of 3 meters long with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, this single flap created a miniature hurricane in the air. Quadcopter drones could only withstand winds up to force 6 or 7. So when the gale hit Hedon, the rotors snapped instantly. The aircraft spun out of control and crashed into the grassland, exploding in a brilliant fireball upon impact. Humph. Lin Fei snorted coldly, then activated his eagle vision to scan the surroundings from above, searching for suspicious vehicles or figures. His field of view was completely empty, not a soul in sight. Since there was no one on the ground, then perhaps a thought struck him, and he looked up toward the higher altitudes while activating his enhanced hearing to catch any unusual sounds in the wind. After more than 10 seconds, a cold smile curved his lips. Found them. Lin Fei suddenly changed direction and flew at full speed toward his target. Soon, a silver-gray high-altitude, long-endurance large drone came into view, 8 meters long with a 15-meter wingspan, sleek and slender, circling quietly. Just as he'd suspected, a mother-child drone system, and this was the mothership. The aircraft itself wasn't particularly remarkable, but what was truly dangerous was the array of high-end reconnaissance and sensing equipment mounted beneath its belly. To launch an attack, you first had to lock onto your target, making this expensive equipment indispensable. Only a handful of countries worldwide could manufacture such cutting-edge reconnaissance gear, with costs easily reaching hundreds of millions. The ones attacking him were undoubtedly the Chinese military. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately abandoned any thought of shooting down the mothership, turning to flee instead. Who knew what other powerful weapons they might have? If he delayed any longer, the next missile might already be on its way. As he flew, he recalled the scene from moments before. That mothership had at least 20 suicide drones mounted under its wings, yet had only deployed 2. Who were they underestimating? But there was no time to ponder this. Now his most urgent priority was staying alive. Clearly, his location had been completely compromised. After a moment's consideration, Lin Fei began climbing at full power. Shortly after, he reached about 2,000 meters altitude, where large cotton-like white clouds drifted. He locked onto a thick cloud bank and dove straight into it. And then, time passed minute by minute, and no one saw any figure emerge from that cloud. The 3-meter-long giant bird had simply vanished without a trace. No, Lin Fei had actually already emerged, but he had now transformed into a ping-pong ball-sized miniature parrot. With each beat of his wings, he gained additional agility bonuses from his reduced size, easily breaking 1,000 kilometers per hour with just a gentle flap, faster than commercial airliners, yet deliberately staying below supersonic speeds to avoid creating ear-piercing sonic booms and white shock clouds. In the blink of an eye, he became a streak of light barely visible to the naked eye, disappearing into the high altitude and vanishing completely into the horizon. At this size and speed, existing radar, optical, and acoustic detection systems were rendered virtually useless. To track him down now would require the Chinese military to suddenly possess legendary alien technology. Meanwhile, reports of the lost target reached Li Guangming's ears. Having thought the cooked duck was in hand, he could hardly believe what he was hearing. The duck had actually flown away. After learning the details, he nearly exploded with rage. It turned out that an overzealous drone unit from a Southwest Military Region air base had taken it upon themselves to deploy a Snow Eagle drone for interception, only to suffer a crushing defeat. Li Guangming furiously called to demand answers, but the other side argued back confidently. You never told us that Big Bird was so powerful. A Snow Eagle drone can theoretically take out an entire armored company. This response nearly left Li Guangming speechless with indignation. While some raged, others quietly chuckled. At the Rapid Response Team base, Duan Nanzhou put down his phone with a satisfied smile. The plan had concluded perfectly. He imagined Li Guangming stomping his feet and cursing, feeling thoroughly pleased. Though this operation had cost him dearly, he considered it completely worthwhile. He even muttered to himself with glee, "Little birdie, you owe Uncle a huge favor now. If you don't repay me with your body in the future, Uncle won't be happy, huh?" Lin Fei, the object of these thoughts, remained completely unaware. On the horizon, the endless, towering peaks of the Lingxi 100,000 mountains came into view. He continued flying deeper into their heart before gradually descending and perching on the sturdy branch of an ancient tree. The moment he landed, system notifications exploded in his mind one after another. Ding! Approximately 500 meters ahead, one low-level exotic beast detected. Ding! Approximately 750 meters to the right front, one low-level exotic beast detected. Ding! Approximately 300 meters behind, wild fruit containing small amounts of spiritual energy detected. Holy crap! Lin Fei's eyes practically blazed with excitement. The density of evolution points was incredibly high. The exhaustion from his escape and the danger of his recent exposure were instantly swept away by this sudden, tremendous surprise. Paradise, he rejoiced silently, preparing to immediately dive into this living treasure trove of resources. Just as he was about to begin hunting, whoosh, a soft sound cut through the air. His entire body suddenly tensed as something enveloped him, plunging his vision into darkness. Lin Fei never expected that instead of hunting exotic beasts, he would become someone else's prey first. In this critical moment, he activated his quantum corporeal form to break free from his bonds, while simultaneously expanding into a 3-meter-long giant raptor. His razor-sharp talons flashed with cold light. Having used his quantum corporeal transformation to escape and become a 3-meter-long bird, Lin Fei killed the chameleon that had dared to swallow him with a single claw strike. This beast system offered no warnings, leaving Lin Fei, in his tiny parrot form, to experience firsthand what it felt like to be swallowed alive. The harsh reality proved that deep mountain forests were fraught with danger. One moment of carelessness could cost you your life. After breaking free from the wild beast's stomach, he shook off the acidic gastric fluid from his feathers, spread his wings wide, and fixed his gaze with icy determination. Now it begins. I'm awake. Time to hunt. As the mountain wind swept past his wingtips, he silently vowed, Yao Yao, wait for me. Soon I'll reach the 5th tier and come back for you. Haicheng, Joint Logistics Support 978th Hospital. The observation room blazed with light as the medical team crowded around the monitoring screens. The attending physician held up a report, his voice trembling with excitement. This is a miracle in medical history. Cheers and applause filled the room, drawing curious glances from nurses in the hallway. In the adjacent ward, Liu Ruoyao slowly flexed her arm, her joints crackling softly. She felt weightless, as if a tremendous burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Looking inward, she discovered that her meridians, which had been damaged beyond repair just days ago, were not only fully restored, but had become even more resilient and expansive. As her mystic ice true chi flowed through her body, she detected a new strand of unprecedented pure coldness. Her core technique, the 9 revolutions of mystic ice, had advanced significantly, quietly breaking through the 9th stage of the acquired body tempering realm. She had crossed from the blood exchange stage into the blood condensation stage, just one step away from the golden body realm. Master, she whispered hoarsely, tears welling in her eyes. She understood that her rebirth and enhanced abilities were entirely due to Bai Yulian's remnant soul sacrificing over a decade's worth of accumulated essence. This gift had caused her master's soul to fall back into slumber, with no telling when she might awaken again. Such profound kindness could never be repaid in a lifetime. Creak, door swung open as Li Guangming entered with 2 subordinates. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, his sharp gaze scrutinized Liu Ruoyao from head to toe, unable to hide his astonishment. Liu Ruoyao, your recovery speed is beyond comprehension. The 9 revolutions of mystic ice truly lives up to its reputation. Directorly, spare me the pleasantries and get to the point. Liu Ruoyao's expression remained cold. Li Guangming's face darkened. Yesterday, in full view of the public, you threatened a direct superior using the lives of tens of thousands of citizens as leverage. Under military law, that's enough to send you to a court-martial. I'm aware of that. Speak plainly. After emergency deliberation, Headquarters has decided to give you 2 options out of respect for your service record and by Yulian's reputation. Li Guangming held up 2 fingers. First, face the military tribunal and accept the consequences. Second, join Task Force 7 and depart immediately for an overseas mission. Task Force 7. Liu Ruoyao's eyes narrowed as she let out a cold laugh. So this is what you call mercy. Task Force 7 was notorious within the Special Investigation Bureau. Its members consisted mainly of supernatural criminals serving heavy sentences, agents who had committed serious errors, or dangerous individuals deemed uncontrollable. Every mission was a near-certain death sentence or worse. The official promise was that completing 5 missions would earn a full pardon. But since the unit's establishment, no one had ever achieved this goal, not a single person. After 2 or 3 missions, the entire roster would typically be replaced, making it the most frequently rotated unit among all supernatural teams. Privately, people called it by another name, the Suicide Squad. What's wrong? Scared? Li Guangming chuckled softly. The runway lights at Haicheng Military Airport had just gone out, and Task Force 7 was already assembled and ready on standby. They would take off in 4 hours. Li Guangming's words came unhurried but struck Liu Ruoyao's heart like a metronome. You'd better decide quickly. This offer won't wait. What kind of overseas mission are they executing? Liu Ruoyao looked up, her voice steady, though every nerve was secretly on edge. A flash of satisfaction crossed Li Guangming's eyes finally. She asked. His answer came casually, yet each word hit like thunder. Strike an important stronghold of the Advent cult in Mexico, and destroy Umbrella Corporation's secret biological laboratory there while we're at it. Liu Ruoyao fell silent. A suicide squad, the code name alone spelled certain doom. Go, and she'd likely never return. Refuse, and she'd face court-martial, forever branded as a supernatural criminal. She could die, but never with such disgrace, and she couldn't bring shame to her master. After a moment, she slowly raised her head, her eyes showing no retreat, only resolve. Fine. I'll join Task Force 7. Excellent. Li Guangming nodded as if he'd anticipated this outcome. Pack up then. Check out immediately. I'll have someone escort you to the airport. He twisted his lips into a mocking smile. Oh, by the way, this position was originally reserved for that parrot of yours. If it had obediently worn the collar, it would have gone. Since it turned deserter, this honor falls to you instead. Captain Liu, You'd better return safely otherwise. It's hard to say how much longer that little bird can stay hidden. Haha. His soft laughter echoed through the hospital corridor as Li Guangming turned and left. Liu Ruoyao stood frozen, her face ice cold, trembling hands clenched until her knuckles turned white. Beyond anger, she felt relief that she'd acted decisively, refusing to compromise and doing everything to set Fei Fei free. If Fei Fei had joined Task Force 7, with its mere second-tier strength and special identity, it would surely be thrown to the front as cannon fodder. Li Guangming and his crew never intended to let Fei Fei survive from the start. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they held only icy coldness and a hint of madness. Want us dead? It won't be that easy. Fei Fei, you must survive. Wait for me to return, and we'll turn this world upside down together. Lingxi, the 100,000 Mountains. Lin Fei, shrunk to miniature parrot size, darted through dense foliage, his feathers blending seamlessly with the greenery as he followed the system's guidance toward his target. Mountain winds stirred as a clear stream glinted silver through the forest. Beside it, a massive horned serow lowered its head to drink. This was no ordinary serow standing 2 meters at the shoulder with bulging muscles, a spiral horn crackling with electricity atop its head, ready to unleash thunder at any moment. Each time it raised its head, it swept the surrounding forest with vigilant eyes, every movement precise and careful. Lin Fei silently confirmed. This was the third-tier beast the system had indicated. He landed soundlessly on a cluster of shrub branches, wings folding quietly. Now that he too was third tier, this would be a battle between equals. She had to proceed with utmost caution. He didn't hesitate to use his quantum body transformation skill, shrinking into a tiny parrot before daring to approach. Hunting in the forest was a nightmare. Lin Fei couldn't risk using his fire abilities at all. One spark could ignite the entire woodland with catastrophic consequences. Unless he stood in safe zones like lockshores, he had to suppress those purple flames that could reach up to 2,000 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, during his previous level-ups, he'd invested all his free attribute points into strength, agility, and constitution, making his melee combat barely passable. If he'd dumped those points into magic instead, he'd truly be crying like a useless bird right now. Let me see what you're made of. Lin Fei focused his mind and quietly activated his appraisal skill. Lightning Serow, 2 years 3 months old, Transcendent Tier 3. Skills: Gale Rush, Lightning Leap Chain, Cliff Sprint, Stealth Concealment, Horn Pierce, Thunderbolt, 3-second charge required. The precise data appeared on his retina, and Lin Fei's pupils contracted slightly. With only 31 health points, getting hit by that Thunderbolt attack would be a death sentence. Add in the paralysis effect followed by a Horn Pierce, and he'd be completely obliterated. Compared to other magical beasts, Lin Fei's greatest advantage besides the system was human intelligence. 3 seconds to charge. He mulled over this crucial information while recalling the terrain he'd scouted earlier. Within moments, a complete strategy began taking shape. For safety, he mentally rehearsed the entire attack sequence 3 times: strike, ascend, trajectory, impact against the wall, every step timed down to his breathing. After confirming the plan was flawless, Lin Fei steadied his nerves and locked his gaze on the lightning Serow drinking at the water's edge. Now, the ping-pong ball-sized parrot shot forward like a released arrow, cutting a straight line through the air. Suddenly, his quantum body transformation triggered again, the phantom expanding in the blink of an eye. A massive 3-meter predatory bird materialized. The hurricane from his giant wings flattened the surrounding shrubs as Lin Fei landed on the Serow's back, his 4 talons digging deep into the creature's taut muscles like anchor hooks. The Serow jerked its head up in terror, managing only a single cry before being forcibly dragged skyward. 3. Lin Fei counted down coldly in his mind while beating his wings frantically, the wind making the treetops rustle violently. In just 2 seconds, he'd hauled his prey 100 meters into the air. The Serow kicked desperately, but the talons were embedded too deeply in its shoulders to break free. Bleat! Lightning crackled and danced across its horn. 2. Lin Fei continued his countdown as his massive wings swept through the air, snapping several thick branches. 1. As the final number fell, his talons suddenly released their grip. The moment he let go, Lin Fei's body shot upward from the sudden weight reduction, while the Serow traced a graceful yet deadly arc through the air, plummeting toward the cliff face ahead. Crash! The dull impact echoed through the valley like rolling thunder, horn fragments and rock chips flying everywhere. At the same moment, the fully charged Thunderbolt finally discharged, but due to the awkward angle, it blasted harmlessly into the ground. Boom! A crater half a meter deep exploded open, leaving scorched earth in its wake. High above, Lin Fei's heart clenched. If that lightning had struck him instead, he'd be lucky to survive, let alone fight. But this Tier 3 Serow that had survived in the 10,000 mountains had reached the end of its luck. It slid down the cliff face and crashed at the mountain's base, convulsing as blood soaked its fur. Lin Fei seized the moment to dive down, adjusting his tail feathers to steady his descent. wings beating lightly as he opened his beak and unleashed a barrage of explosive flame orbs like there was no tomorrow. The area was sparsely covered with only scattered patches of grass, so there was no worry about starting a fire. Lin Fei could bomb away without concern. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive fireballs crashed down one after another, shaking the ground violently. Ever since devouring that fragment of the vermilion bird's remnant egg from the secret vault, Lin Fei's fireballs had not only doubled in power, but also reduced their firing interval to nearly 2 seconds per shot. Fearing the spotted antelope might still cling to life, he relentlessly hurled over a dozen rounds, collapsing nearly half of the rocky cliff face at the mountain's base before finally stopping. When the smoke cleared, there wasn't a sound. He cast a detection spell, and the system prompted target deceased, allowing him to finally breathe a long sigh of relief. Lin Fei dove down and landed, flapping his wings to disperse the dirt and stones covering his prey, only to gasp in shock at the scene before him. The spotted antelope was charred black all over, its skin split and flesh exposed, the aroma of cooked meat mingling with the stench of blood like half-done barbecue. With the prey dead, the next step was consumption. But this cursed place reeked of blood, potentially attracting other predators. At any moment he couldn't linger. During these past 2 days of hunting, he had more than once sensed threatening auras that made his heart race, though he wasn't sure if this was natural instinct or an ability granted by the system. Just like when facing powerful figures such as Old Master Su and Li Guangming, he could tell without even using detection that they were not to be trifled with. Always keeping his distance and never daring to show the slightest curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat, could kill humans, and could certainly kill birds. He opened his beak and activated spatial storage. Invisible spatial forces enveloped the corpse, rapidly shrinking it until it was sucked into his mouth in the blink of an eye. Then he spread his wings and shot skyward, heading for the heights. For a bird, the safest place was always the treetops. Beasts could hardly climb 50-meter trees, and even if they could, they'd be easily spotted. If raptors attacked, the vast sky offered clear visibility in all directions. Lin Fei navigated with practiced ease to the top of a towering tree over 50 meters high, folding his wings as he landed and selecting a sturdy 3-pronged branch. He opened his mouth and regurgitated the spotted antelope's corpse. The charred, bloody, half-cooked chunks of meat formed a revolting mass, the nauseating smell hitting him full force. He stared blankly for several seconds, then turned his head and dry-heaved twice. Really couldn't bring himself to eat this. But he had no right to be squeamish. Li Guangming's aggressive face, his own panicked flight, and her resolute figure standing shakily on the ice pillar, crying out, "Fly away quickly," all of it flashed through his mind. Lin Fei's eyes gradually reddened. Looking back, he suddenly lunged forward and took a bite. His sharp beak tore through the charred hide, as if ripping into Li Guangming's flesh. In moments, he had pecked through the fur and pulled off a bloody strip of meat, tilted his head back, and swallowed it whole. Ding! The host has consumed 405 grams of third-tier exotic beast lightning gazelle meat for the first time, gaining 300 evolution points. Ding! Passive skill ability replication activated. Stealth concealment, replication failed. Thunderbolt, replication in progress. Congratulations, skill Thunderbolt, LV1 acquired. Can release 100,000 volt high-voltage electrical attacks against enemies, consuming 100 spiritual power points per use. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Had actually successfully copied the gazelle's talent, and it even came with an LV1 growth indicator. This meant future upgrades were possible, finally giving him a long-range magical ability that wasn't dependent on environmental conditions. From now on, when he encountered situations where fire attacks were inconvenient or his lion's roar couldn't be used, he wouldn't have to charge in and rely on pecking or clawing. His enemies would get a taste of electrical therapy instead. Although electricity wasn't his innate element, and the spiritual power consumption was somewhat high, Lin Fei could still accept it. In high spirits, he buried his head and began tearing at the half-jarred, undercooked gazelle meat with his beak. As chunks of meat went down, evolution point notifications flooded his mind like a barrage of messages. Unfortunately, even transformed into a 3-meter-long giant bird, his swallowing capacity could only eliminate 2/3 of the gazelle before his stomach reached its limit. His belly was stuffed to bursting, unable to take another bite. A bird's stomach capacity simply couldn't compare to that of large predators or giant pythons. Flatter could even swallow prey exceeding their own body weight, which directly slowed his evolution point acquisition efficiency. Checking his status panel, over the past 2 days, he had only accumulated just over 2,000 more points, with his evolution point stuck at 29,88650,000. The slow pace formed a stark contrast to the exhilarating days when he could gain 10,000 points in one gulp, leaving him increasingly frustrated. Worse still, he had to wait for digestion before continuing to hunt. At this rate of advancement to the 4th tier, who knew when he'd be able to return and bring back Yao Yao? He couldn't help but entertain the thought. Should he find another place like the Special Investigation Bureau's secret vault and infiltrate it for another big score? If he could achieve another haul like last time, he could break through immediately. However, as soon as the thought arose, he forcibly suppressed it. Would be suicide. He remembered how Li Guangming had effortlessly subdued him with a mere gesture. If he encountered another expert of similar caliber, no one would sacrifice tens of thousands of lives like Liu Ruoyao had to give him a chance at survival. The divine bird evolution system had made no promises about resurrection to have a future. He first had to stay alive. He couldn't rush. He had to be steady. Lin Fei perched atop the towering tree, lost in random thoughts as drowsiness overtook him, and he nestled into the broad canopy to sleep soundly. After an unknown period, a massive python suddenly emerged from the depths of the dense forest, its body thicker than two barrels combined, nearly 20 meters long, with obsidian scales gleaming coldly in the dim light. Its head bore ghastly pale bony protrusions, giving it a grotesque, demon-like appearance. In the next instant, the serpent's head reared high, then suddenly turned toward the towering tree where Lin Fei roost. The predator silently slithered from the shadows, tongue flicking as it wound closer. Every plant its body touched withered and blackened at a visible rate, revealing its deadly toxicity. Moments later, it had coiled around the tree trunk, its long body spiraling upward in its ascent. Lin Fei was jolted awake by a series of system alerts echoing in his mind. Ding! High-level beast detected within 200 meters to the right front. Ding! High-level beast detected within 100 meters to the right front. Ding! High-level beast detected within 50 meters below. Ding! Below. After his long flight to reach this perilous region known as the 100,000 Mountains, he had barely rested before throwing himself into hunting. Having just risked his life to slay a beast of equal rank and enjoyed a hearty meal afterward, the combination of exhaustion and satiation had made his sleep exceptionally deep and sweet. Now, dragged back to reality by the piercing system alerts, his consciousness remained somewhat foggy. By the time he fully awakened, the ghost-faced python's head had closed in to less than 10 meters. Its gaping maw, bristling with razor-sharp venomous fangs, rapidly expanded in his field of vision. Holy crap! Lin Fei's feathers stood on end as an icy aura of death instantly permeated his entire body. With no time to spread his wings, he kicked off hard with both legs, snapping the thick branch beneath his feet with a crack as he launched himself like a bird-shaped flea. Crunch! The massive python struck viciously at his previous position, its powerful jaws actually biting off a large chunk of the thick tree trunk. Lin Fei flapped his wings frantically as he burst into the air, his heart pounding like a drum from the intense fear. Even treetops dozens of meters high weren't safe here. This was truly the 100,000 Mountains. Just then, a sickly sweet and sinister fragrance invaded his nostrils, bringing immediate dizziness. This beast's poison is so potent. Lin Fei's heart sank as he desperately tried to climb higher, but he saw the ghost-faced python's lower body coiled tightly around the tree trunk while its head suddenly shot up, targeting him. In the next instant, the snake's mouth gaped wide, unleashing a terrifying suction force like an exploding hurricane. The air seemed to be instantly vacuumed away as Lin Fei's body was violently pulled toward that gaping maw. Clearly, this was the beast's supernatural ability. Oh no! He flapped his wings frantically, but to no avail. His body continued being dragged forward. The putrid, humid breath rushed toward him as death's shadow completely enveloped him. At this critical moment, Lin Fei mentally roared. Quantum body transformation. His entire bird form instantly became ethereal, entering a brief quantum particle state. The terrifying suction immediately lost its effect, and in that split second, he forcibly broke free just as he was about to be sucked into the snake's mouth, instantly reforming as a ping-pong ball-sized miniature parrot and shooting away like a streak of light to 100 meters distance. He beat his wings desperately, charging straight up into the sky without looking back, his heart nearly jumping out of his throat. If parrots could sweat, his feathers would have been soaked with cold perspiration by now. This was the closest he had come to death since his rebirth. After confirming he had gained sufficient distance, Lin Fei looked down with lingering fear. He could see the ghost-faced python with its lower body coiled around the tree trunk and its upper half raised high, its head swiveling left and right as its forked tongue flicked in and out uncertainly. It seemed puzzled too. Where had such a large bird gone? How could it just vanish so suddenly? The ghost-faced python's cold, vertical pupils flashed with human-like anger and confusion. Its massive triangular head swayed left and right as its forked tongue darted out rapidly, searching the air for its prey. Only after confirming that the plump, big bird had truly evaporated did it reluctantly lower its raised upper body. Its dozen soft-meters-long form slowly slid down the tree trunk, thick scales scraping against the bark with a rustling sound. Lin Fei hid in the canopy, and seeing it about to retreat, quickly chanted "Inspect" in his mind. He expected the skill to activate instantly, but instead heard a cold, mechanical prompt. Ding! You are about to use Inspect on a BOS level creature. Your inspection may be detected by the target. This inspection will consume 200 spirit points. Do you wish to continue? Huh. Lin Fei's heart jumped. A boss creature? No wonder this python was so ridiculously vicious. Normal inspection only cost 10 spirit points, but this one required 220 times more. However, the python was already sliding toward the edge of the dense forest, so he didn't dare hesitate any longer. Continue. Ding. Enhanced inspect activated. 200 spirit points consumed. The next moment, the ghost-faced python paused slightly. It raised its head to scan around, its tail slapping the ground with thunderous sounds. Though it clearly sensed something amiss, it couldn't find anything. After a few seconds, it reluctantly turned and burrowed deeper into the forest. The system panel immediately displayed dense information. Name, Nether Ghost-Faced Python. Race, Mutant Venomous Python. Bloodline, Ancient Poison Jiao. Rank, Transcendent 4th Order. Attributes, Strength 45, Agility 32, Stamina 56, Intelligence 20, Charisma 7. Talent, Body of 10,000 poisons, all bodily fluids and skin contain deadly toxins. Skills, 1. Death Constriction. 2. Shadow Glide. 3. Abyssal Maw. 4. Venomous Fang Pierce. 5. Nether Scales Passive. 6. Death Perception Passive. 7. Poison Domain Inactive. 8. Scale Dominion Inactive. Ding. You can pay an additional 100 spirit points to view skill descriptions. When he saw the bloodline entry, Lin Fei's eyes widened. Holy crap. Ancient Poison Jiao. This thing truly deserved its boss title. If it couldn't fly, this bird lord would probably have ended up in the snake's belly. He quickly paid 100 spirit points, focusing on the Abyssal Maw skill. Abyssal Maw opens mouth wide to create a powerful suction field, forcibly drawing targets into the mouth for instant devouring and immediate digestion into energy. Level, LV4. Range, 500 meters. Maximum suction weight, 10 tons of own body weight. So overpowered. Lin Fei felt a chill down his spine. This was the move that nearly ended his story just now. As for the other skills, their names were descriptive enough, so he decided to save his spirit points. His first instinct, run, get as far away as possible. But then a crazy idea popped into his head. Could he actually hunt this snake? If he succeeded, the rewards would definitely be much higher than killing hundreds of first or second order minions. Besides, it was only one rank higher than him, not yet crossing the qualitative threshold of 5th order. A direct confrontation would be suicide, but who said he had to fight Hedon? Many beasts in nature could crush humans individually, yet humans remained the dominant species on Blue Star because humans used their brains and tools. Thinking about returning to Sea City sooner to rescue Yao Yao, Lin Fei clenched his fists. Time to take the risk. Sea City, a military airfield. In one corner of the hangar, the air was thick with the mixed odors of engine oil, gun oil, rations, and sweat. Over a dozen men and women of various ages gathered together. At first glance, they looked like ordinary citizens, but closer inspection revealed that each carried a dangerous aura. Some were tall and burly with bulging muscles and fierce glares. Some had sinister eyes, leaning against walls with arms crossed. Some muttered incoherently to themselves, pacing anxiously. Others had pale faces and hollow eyes, like walking corpses. Their common feature was the collars around their necks, different in color and thickness, but serving only one purpose, keeping them in line. Indeed, this group of abnormal freaks were members of Special Task Force 7. Rumble. The hangar's heavy iron doors slid open to both sides, revealing a tall, graceful silhouette against the light. Liu Ruoyao. Liu Ruoyao's complexion was still somewhat pale, her face bare of makeup. Her black hair was pulled back into a high ponytail with a simple elastic band, adorned with no ornaments whatsoever. The thick, bulky black regulation suppression collar that had once encircled her neck had been replaced by a slimmer silver one, its cold gleam flickering briefly under the dim lights. She wore a clean-lined light blue t-shirt and high-waisted jeans, with gray sneakers on her feet. The exceptionally thick leather belt around her waist stood out conspicuously against her otherwise simple attire. The iron door clanged shut, its echo reverberating through the empty hangar. More than a dozen gazes simultaneously focused on the entrance, curious, indifferent, scrutinizing, even greedy and lecherous among them. A nearly 6-foot bald brute stood up, half his face covered by hideous burn scars that twisted and distorted as he grinned. He shuffled forward in heavy combat boots, his predatory gaze sliding from Liu Ruoyao's face down to her silver collar, lingering there for a full 2 seconds. Well, a newcomer? Looking pretty cold there. His voice was hoarse and gloating. Hey there, sweetheart, not bad looking at all. Can't believe you've come to our suicide squad to die. What a waste. His large hand suddenly shot out, his palm like a fan heading straight for Liu Ruoyao's chin. How about letting Big Brother here have some fun first? Clang. A dragon-like sword cry exploded through the air. Cold steel flashed like lightning, splitting the night, stopping steadily at the brute's throat. The ice rain sword's blade penetrated several millimeters into his skin, crimson threads immediately seeping out. Just 1 more millimeter and his windpipe would be severed. The bald brute froze in place, not daring to breathe, beads of sweat rolling down his smooth scalp. Liu Ruoyao snorted coldly, twisted her wrist to withdraw the sword, the ice rain blade tracing a sharp arc as it slid precisely back into its sheath. Next time, you'll lose your head. Her voice was as cold as thin ice. She walked around the still trembling brute to an empty corner, sat down on a supply crate, and closed her eyes lightly, as if resting. The brute clutched his throat with both hands, his face pale, slinking away to a distance and no longer daring to look up. This guy, codenamed Butcher, was a third-tier strength-type beast blood modified transcendent, his bloodline derived from an iron-armored bull, possessing tremendous strength and skin so thick that machine guns could barely penetrate it. Yet just moments ago, he had nearly been decapitated by this seemingly fragile cold beauty with a single sword strike. The brief clash of auras made everyone present suddenly understand Liu Ruoyao was at least a fourth-tier martial arts transcendent, definitely not to be trifled with. The hangar fell back into deathly silence, with only the distant low hum of machinery. About an hour later, a uniformed military officer entered, his gaze sweeping over everyone, his voice booming. Time's up, Task Force 7. Board the aircraft. Move out. With the command, the heavy iron doors opened once again, morning wind mixed with the smell of engine oil rushing in. Liu Ruoyao's pale blue eyes snapped open, and without regard for the others, she was the first to walk out of the hangar, heading toward the military transport aircraft waiting in the distance. At the edge of the 10,000 mountains, within the borders of Anan Kingdom, outside a border military base, a ping-pong ball-sized miniature parrot swept past the electrified barbed wire, moving so fast that the surveillance cameras could barely catch it, diving straight toward the row of rectangular concrete warehouses deep within the base. The thick walls stood cold and stark, sharp-edged like a massive stone monument rising in the night. A faint whooshing sound cut through the air. In the monitoring room, the duty soldiers stared intently at their screens. Huh. Ruan rubbed his eyes. What's wrong? His companion leaned over. Near the ammunition depot, something seemed to fly past. The two pulled up the footage and searched back and forth. There's nothing there. You must be seeing things. Maybe. Ruan scratched his head and sat back down. At that moment, in the shadows beneath the ammunition depot, Lin Fei had activated Shadow Escape, his tiny parrot form completely merging with the darkness, invisible even to light itself. He remained perfectly still, waiting patiently. Minutes later, a military truck rumbled up, and after the guards changed shifts, the heavy depot doors opened. Soldiers jumped down and loaded box after box of ammunition onto the truck, working busily for over 10 minutes. The depot doors closed again, returning the warehouse to dimness and silence. In the corner, a figure slowly materialized. Lin Fei, ping-pong ball-sized. Shadow Escape could be maintained indefinitely as long as he stayed in shadows, and as long as his movements weren't too vigorous. He was like air itself. The loading time had been enough for him to infiltrate the depot. Lin Fei flew low between the storage racks, quickly identifying his target. A row of wooden crates marked TNT. Without hesitation, he activated his dimensional pouch ability, storing several boxes of explosives in his storage space. He then found electric detonators and wireless triggers, taking those as well. With space still remaining, he grabbed a few claymore mines and several RPG launchers for good measure. Unfortunately, this small armory was limited in scope for anti-tank missiles. It didn't even have C4 or thermobaric rockets. But what he had now would be enough to give that snake a real taste of hell. Besides explosives, the depot was mostly stocked with firearms, ammunition, and grenades. Lin Fei, who had once been part of military enthusiast circles, felt his hands itch at the sight. Though he had no immediate use for them, he still selected a small quantity for his collection. After stuffing his dimensional space to capacity, he circled the warehouse several times and found a concealed ventilation shaft. The duct was lined with multiple layers of fine metal grating, but the gaps were still large enough for a ping-pong ball-sized bird. Lin Fei slipped through the passage like a ghost, departing with his belly full of military hardware, leaving behind only the mystery of mysteriously vanished ammunition. The next morning, he continued hunting, efficiently taking down a first-tier magical Biasta rock sheep. This time he didn't rush to eat, instead spending the entire day processing the rock sheep into a gift. Once finished, Lin Fei again used his dimensional pouch to store his prize. Now it's time to find that snake. He chuckled softly, patting his bulging storage space. Haha, brother ghost-faced python. I hope you'll enjoy the gift this bird has so carefully prepared for you. Deep within the 10,000 mountains, in a desolate valley where vegetation had withered and silence reigned supreme, a netherworld ghost-faced python over 20 meters long coiled among thick layers of dead branches and fallen leaves. Its scales, black as iron and dulled with age, seemed to merge seamlessly with the barren ground. Lin Fei, transformed into a palm-sized parrot, had been circling under the dim sky for over 3 hours before finally locating his target. Rather than revealing himself rashly, He silently landed in the shadow of a massive boulder and instantly activated his shadow escape skill, melting into the darkness. Lin Fei understood that snakes preferred live prey, since the ghost-faced python wasn't currently hungry. Forcing a doctored rock sheep carcass upon it would only alert the beast. The valley was eerily quiet as time slowly passed. Not until evening, when the sky began to blush faintly red, did the ghost-faced python gradually awaken. Its serpentine body dragged its heavy scales as it slithered toward the valley entrance. Lin Fei's spirits lifted. The opportunity had arrived. He quietly spread his wings and flew ahead along the snake's path. Dropping the carcass of a first-tier rock sheep beast in the center of the animal trail it would inevitably cross. The corpse was stuffed with explosives wrapped in multiple layers of plastic bags. After arranging his gift, Lin Fei perched on the tallest ancient tree nearby, concealing himself among the branches and shadows before activating shadow escape once more. His sharp talons gripped the remote detonator firmly. One light peck at the button would trigger the explosion. Soon, the rustling sound of the massive creature crushing fallen leaves shattered the silence. The ghost-faced python's enormous body slid from the valley entrance, its serpentine eyes glowing an eerie green in the twilight. It had clearly caught the scent of blood and the faint spiritual energy emanating from within the rock sheep's body. Its speed suddenly increased, yet it still cautiously stopped beside the carcass. Its forked tongue flicked in and out repeatedly, testing the air for unusual odors. Lin Fei held his breath, his heart pounding like a drum. Eat it. Eat it. He knew that even with 3 layers of plastic wrapping, the explosive scent might still leak through. If this creature became suspicious, all his efforts would be in vain. After a moment, the ghost-faced python seemed satisfied that all was well. Its crimson maw suddenly clamped down, biting into the rock sheep as its throat muscles contracted violently, beginning to swallow slowly. Lin Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Even 4th-tier beasts had their moments of foolishness. He watched the snake's belly intently as the bulging mass of the carcass slowly moved down its gullet. When the protrusion slid to this 7-inch position, he whispered harshly, "Now," and dove down, striking the button hard with his beak. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted deep within the snake's belly. The ghost-faced python's midsection instantly swelled into a spindle shape, its tough scales stretched to deformation by the internal blast. Immediately after, hisses! A piercing shriek shook the valley, sending fallen leaves swirling through the air. The giant serpent launched half a meter into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, sending dirt and wood fragments flying in all directions. Its mouth gaped wide as blood mixed with gunpowder smoke and organ fragments gushed forth. Even so, it still wasn't dead. Its massive body convulsed and thrashed wildly, toppling several giant trees in succession as dust clouds rose everywhere. Lin Fei watched in amazement, clicking his tongue in admiration. What incredible vitality this snake possessed! What remarkably tough skin! Despite such a violent explosion occurring inside its belly, it didn't kill the creature outright, didn't even break through its skin. This showed just how incredibly tough the netherworld ghost-faced python's scales truly were. Lin Fei hovered in midair, coldly watching the massive serpent writhing and convulsing frantically on the ground. He waited until it went completely rigid and stopped struggling before quietly releasing a second detection orb. Netherworld ghost-faced python, transcendent 4th tier, status, severely injured, near death. Just seeing those 4 words, severely injured, near death, Lin Fei finally felt the weight lift from his heart. He suddenly spread his wings and dove toward the snake's head, his small beak instantly crackling with brilliant electric arcs. Skill, Thunderbolt. Strike while it's down, finish it off. Crack! A blinding, thick bolt of lightning shot from Lin Fei's beak tip, drilling straight into the ghost-faced python's gaping maw. Boom! Crack! Sizzle! The snake's body first went rigid, then convulsed violently as if struck by a massive hammer. A second explosion erupted inside its body, and blood mixed with chunks of flesh, carrying the smell of burning, roasted meat, and putrid stench, came gushing from the snake's mouth. The overwhelming stench instantly filled the air enough to make anyone retch. When the electric current finally dissipated, the giant python's massive body went limp, completely lifeless. Still cautious, Lin Fei cast another detection spell, and only after the light screen clearly displayed deceased did he let out a long breath of relief. Poor 4th-tier Boston even get a chance to show its skills before I took it down with cunning. Hee, this is the power of intelligence. He laughed triumphantly, his form suddenly expanding with a whoosh into a 3-meter-long giant bird, ready to collect his spoils of war. Such an enormous snake carcass definitely wouldn't fit in his 3-cubic-meter storage space. He'd have to consume part of it on the spot, stuff in as much as possible, and reluctantly abandon whatever wouldn't fit. Lin Fei flew to the snake's head, about to start eating, when he suddenly froze. Oh no, this thing is highly venomous. Can I even eat it? What if I poison myself to death? With this thought, he quickly recalled the detection information. Netherworld ghost-faced python, transcendent 4th tier, status, deceased, edible host only. Huh? Host only? Meaning only I can eat it, but others can't? Is this because of the system, or due to my true phoenix bloodline? Whatever. As long as he could eat a twerking for nothing would be the real tragedy. He moved to the rear section of the snake's body, picked the most intact spot, and dove down. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Holy crap, so hard. Lin Fei wasn't a woodpecker after all, and his head immediately started buzzing. After several attempts, he hopped around on the massive snake carcass, unable to find any gap where he could get his beak in. The situation became quite awkward. Fortunately, this area around the ghost-faced python's lair was avoided by all beasts, so he had plenty of time to figure things out. After confirming that neither his beak nor claws could penetrate the scales, Lin Fei had no choice but to steel himself and fly to the snake's gaping mouth. The overwhelming stench nearly knocked him unconscious. If parrots could cry, he'd probably be in tears by now. For Yao Yao, for grinding that bastardly Guangming into the dirt, this bird is going all in. After this final mental preparation, he focused on the protruding forked tongue, closed his eyes, and fiercely pecked down. Ding. Host has consumed 65 grams of 4th tier beast nether ghost-faced python meat for the first time, gaining 5,000 evolution points. Ding. Passive skill ability replication activating. Skill shadow glide replicating. Replication failed. Skill depth perception replicating. Replication failed. Skill abyssal maw replicating. Replication failed. The successive failure notifications echoed in his mind, but Lin Fei remained calm. Was a fire attribute falcon, while that ghost-faced python was a poison attribute serpent. With such incompatible skill affinities, failure was perfectly normal. However, the next second, the system suddenly displayed a new notification that made his eyes light up. Ding. Target skill abyssal maw has resonated with host's skill dimensional storage, initiating skill analysis. Ding. Skill abyssal maw analysis successful, generating new skill. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired dimensional storage subskill furnace stomach. Furnace stomach. 1. Organic matter collected via dimensional storage can be set to storage or furnace decomposition mode. 2. Objects sent to the furnace stomach will consume spiritual energy for rapid decomposition, directly converting into evolution points. 3. If the target contains high-value components, they can be separated and expelled as extraordinary materials. Seeing this description, Lin Fei excitedly flapped his wings. This was the divine skill that could instantly refine prey into experience. No more gnawing raw meat bite by bite. No more waiting for slow natural digestion. Large prey taking up space. Direct decomposition. Efficiency through the roof. System daddy, you're like a mind reader, giving me exactly what I need, huh? After his moment of glee, he turned his gaze to the nether ghost-faced python corpse beneath his feet, thicker than a tree trunk. Perfect time to test the new skill. Furnace stomach, collect and decompose. As his thought fell, an invisible spatial force enveloped the serpent's corpse. The massive body rapidly shrank, as if compressed into a black line, and whooshed into his mouth. Then, through a dark spatial passage, the corpse was cast into the new stomach space. There, blazing spiritual energy transformed into boiling magma. Tough snake meat, toxic blood, resilient bones, all were crushed and melted in succession as evolution points skyrocketed. Suddenly, a new system panel appeared. Value list. 1. Snake fangs 4th tier. 2. Snakehead ghost face bone 4th tier wonder. 3. Toxic venom sac 4th tier. 4. Snake tendons 20 meters. 5. Scaled snake hide various. After brief consideration, Lin Fei decisively selected retain. Useful materials should be stored first. There was plenty of space anyway. Moments later, the cold notification sound rang out again. Ding. 4th tier beast nether ghost-faced python decomposition complete. You have gained 6,000 evolution points. You have obtained the following extraordinary materials. Toxic venom sac 4th tier 1. Hardened scale armor 4th tier 30 square meters. Resilient snake tendons 20 meters. Nether ghost face bone 4th tier wonder 1. You have gained 4 spatial essence points. Dimensional storage space expanded to 5 cubic meters. Truly worthy of a boss level 4th tier beast. This harvest left Lin Fei quite satisfied. His evolution points increased to 39,886 out of 50,000. The furnace stomach, a divine skill that could fundamentally solve the bottleneck of devouring and upgrading speed, had securely settled into his new ability slot. Along with it, a batch of extraordinary materials that were obviously valuable at first glance had been stuffed into his storage space. The 10,000 mountains were truly his blessed land for leveling up. If he encountered another BOS-level exotic beast of the same caliber, his evolution points would immediately max out, allowing him to directly advance to the 4th tier. Even without such a large prey, he planned to use quantity to make up for quality, engaging in continuous bloody battles to advance to the 4th tier within a week. The 4th tier of transcendence meant a new round of system enhancement, and his combat power would surely skyrocket again. By then, he could safely return to see Liu Ruoyao. The fourth tier still wouldn't be a match for Li Guangming, but if he were truly discovered, he was confident he could escape unscathed. Yao Yao, wait for me. At the fastest 3 days, at the latest 1 week, I will definitely return. Lin Fei clenched his fists, his gaze determined. Western Continent, Mo Kingdom. 5 o'clock in the morning. The Umbrella Corporation's SSCL secret biological laboratory, codenamed Blood Nest, had been reduced to a sea of flames. Metal frameworks twisted, glass shards burst in the firelight, and the experimental areas once filled with high-tech equipment had been almost completely flattened. The outer walls of the laboratory building were charred and cracked, with internal pipelines occasionally spewing tongues of fire. Bodies lay scattered everywhere. Some were researchers in white coats. Others were fully armed guards. Occasionally, one could see eerie beings wearing full-body robes and bizarre ornaments. The exposed limbs of those creatures no longer belonged to humans. Some were covered in scales. Others had skin as rough as old tree bark, grotesque and terrifying. The battle was over. Only 7 members of Task Force 7 remained, scattered throughout the ruins. Some leaned against half-collapsed walls gasping for breath. Others bandaged bullet wounds, and still others searched through broken instruments for high-value spoils of war. 12 had come, but now 5 would remain here forever, unattended, without even having their eyes closed. Liu Ruoyao stood in the center of the main laboratory's wreckage. The firelight reflected on her pale face, yet not a trace of blood or grime could be found. The ice-rained sword hung in her right hand, its blade emanating cold air like silk, still dripping with several drops of dark green poisonous blood, the remnants of the latest biological weapon the laboratory had just released. Based on its appearance, the prototype was probably some kind of lizard-type exotic beast. At her feet, Chief Scientist Dr. Quinton slumped on the ground, his wrinkled and dirty white coat and disheveled hair making him look like a stray dog. His gold-rimmed glasses sat askew, one lens shattered into a spider web. His abdomen had been torn open with 5 bloody holes, dark blood gurgling out. This wasn't the handiwork of Task Force 7, but a greeting gift from the little darling that Quinton himself had released. The escaped monster's first claw had struck its creator, and it was actually Liu Ruoyao who had avenged him, cutting down that ugly and vicious life with a single sword stroke. Under the firelight, Dr. Quinton's pupils contracted from intense pain and fear, his chest heaving violently as he still struggled to accept the fact that his laboratory had been destroyed in an instant. How? How could this be? He rasped to himself, then raised his head to stare fixedly at Liu Ruoyao, gasping roughly as he squeezed out a sentence. I recognize you. You're that extraordinary being codenamed Ice Rain. You found this place so quickly. In the dim underground laboratory, Dr. Quinton's face was filled with terror, his voice trembling with agitation. You attacked us without any hesitation. He roared accusingly. Doesn't China always preach about peaceful rise? Don't you like to keep a low profile? Don't you always say problems should be solved at the negotiating table? By the end, he was nearly screaming himself hoarse. Liars. All liars. You're more ruthless than people from any other country. You bloodthirsty maniacs. Over 200 people in my laboratory, and you killed them all. The fluorescent lights flickered, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the air. Dr. Quinton's hands trembled uncontrollably with fear, his heart filled with regret. Had he known it would come to this, he never would have provoked the Chinese. Across from him, Liu Ruoyao stood silently, her eyes cold and clear. She simply watched this last survivor, her gaze devoid of compassion, only indifference. These foreign barbarians had no idea how vast the extraordinary wealth accumulated over China's 5,000 years of history truly was. Hidden sects, hereditary families, countless cultivation methods and martial arts techniques, secret manuals, mystical arts. It was incomparable to countries that had only existed for a few hundred or even mere decades. The spiritual energy revival was China's chosen era. Since the time had come, why endure any longer? Hadn't they endured enough in the past? As these thoughts flashed through her mind like lightning, Liu Ruoyao's right hand suddenly trembled, and cold light cut through the darkness. In the sharp whistle of metal slicing through air, Dr. Quinton's movements froze instantly, his pupils dilating with disbelief. The next moment, his head rolled to the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the laboratory table red. So much nonsense, Liu Ruoyao remarked coldly, turning to leave. She casually flicked off the last few drops of filthy blood from her blade and sheathed her sword with clean efficiency. Task Force 7 never took prisoners. Walking through the shattered corridor, she passed by a broken glass window. Outside, a golden ray of dawn light appeared on the eastern horizon, forming a stark contrast with the bloody laboratory. So beautiful, she sighed softly in her heart, her lips moving silently. Fei, where you are, it should be nighttime now, right? What are you doing? We've completed one of our 2 major missions for this deployment. Once we finish the other, we can go home. Liu Ruoyao gripped her sword hilt tightly, her gaze resolute. Whatever doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Fei, wait for me. The low-level exotic beasts on the eastern outskirts of the 100,000 Mountains faced an unprecedented catastrophe. Their former ruler was the nether ghost-faced python, a massive creature that, despite its ferocity, had the habit of retreating to its lair for long slumbers after feeding. But ever since it was killed by a mysterious fierce bird, the real nightmare for the entire outer region had truly begun. This newly emerged predator seemed to have an insatiable appetite. Except for a few hours of rest during the deep night, it spent every other moment either hunting or traveling to its next hunt. It was never picky about its prey, whether scaled or horned, viviparous or oviparous, venomous or harmless. All received the same treatment and inevitably ended up in its belly. Underground beasts were clawed out from their burrows, arboreal creatures were snatched from trees, and those lurking in water floated belly up after a flash of electric arc. Within just a few days, the outer region's beasts had only one assessment of this fierce bird: ruthless, unreasonably ruthless. Lin Fei's response to this was simply, "Sorry, but I desperately need evolution points." Boss-level prey like the nether ghost-faced python wasn't common. At least in these 3 days, Lin Fei hadn't encountered a second one. There might be some deeper in the mountains, but whenever he ventured slightly inward, an inexplicable sense of dread would surge from within, as if one more step would lead to unbearable danger. After several moments of hesitation, he decided to honestly stay in the outer regions. Fortunately, the 100,000 Mountains were vast, with even the outer areas being astonishingly expansive. Ordinary beasts were countless, and those awakened as exotic beasts were numerous as well. No matter how fierce one bird was, it couldn't possibly devour them all in a short time. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Lin Fei had successively hunted 4 third-tier exotic beasts, dozens of second-tier exotic beasts, and over 100 first-tier exotic beasts. On the morning of the 4th day, he skillfully tossed a first-tier wild boar into his furnace stomach, instantly decomposing it into pure evolution points. The system notification promptly sounded. Ding! Evolution points have met the requirement. Current evolution points: 500, 165, 0000. Advancement condition 1 satisfied. Ding! Current bloodline concentration 11100, ancient true phoenix. Advancement condition 2 not satisfied. Please raise bloodline concentration to at least 20 before advancing to the 4th tier. Lin Fei was stunned on the spot. Are you kidding me? System daddy, system ancestor, since when did advancement require bloodline concentration? He knew clearly that improving bloodline concentration required extremely rare treasures. The only piece of vermilion bird eggshell in Haiching's Special Investigation Bureau's secret vault had already been used by him. Where in the world could he find a second piece? No matter how much he roared and protested, the system remained coldly silent. Lin Fei stood dejectedly for a long while, finally shrinking his form to the size of an ordinary parrot and flapping away from the outskirts of the 100,000 Mountains. Since the bloodline issue remained unresolved, continuing to hunt here would be meaningless. After much deliberation, Lin Fei thought perhaps he could ask his former teammate she needed to find a way to contact them. First, he wanted to check on Liu Ruoyao's current situation, and second, he hoped to ask them to help search for clues about treasures similar to the vermilion bird eggshell. Of course, he still needed to maintain proper caution. Human hearts were always unpredictable. Lin Fei couldn't guarantee that his former comrades in arms would still share the same goals with him, so he had to remain vigilant when making contact. The most urgent matter at hand was getting a working cell phone. But for a parrot to walk into a phone store and buy a phone or get a SIM card was obviously impossible, and even if he managed to steal a phone, he couldn't pass the real name verification. Unable to think of a better plan, Lin Fei decided to fly to the nearest town and try his luck, figuring he'd improvise once he got there. As his wings swept over the mountain ridge, and he prepared to break free from this mountain range, he suddenly heard intermittent sobbing from deep within the forest. A little girl was crying. In this era of wild mountains and roaming exotic beasts, it was hardly a suitable place for children to wander around on adventures. After the spiritual energy revival, exotic beasts had multiplied dramatically, and even ordinary wild animals had become much more formidable after absorbing spiritual energy, turning the deep mountains into forbidden zones rarely visited by humans. Following the sound, Lin Fei dove down and saw a little girl of about 6 or 7 years old standing alone in a forest clearing, wearing an exquisite dress and crying pitifully. Deep Mountains plus a lone little girl. Classic horror movie opening. Lin Fei almost reflexively flapped his wings to flee. Steadying himself, he circled higher twice to survey the area, confirmed there were no other human activities nearby, then approached and cast an identification spell. The results immediately appeared. Yun Xianxian, 7 years old, human female, 0-tier mortal body, status, moderately hungry and thirsty. Really just an ordinary child? Lin Fei muttered to himself. There wasn't even a mountain village around here. How did this child end up in this place? With the extreme temperature differences at night and prowling beasts, she probably wouldn't survive the night. Well, lucky for her to encounter Lord Birdme. As he pondered rescue methods, the grass suddenly rustled, and a mottled yellow shadow crept along the ground. A leopard. This leopard lacked the violent aura unique to exotic beasts and was still an ordinary beast, but it was more than capable of tearing apart a 7-year-old girl. It had already closed in to striking distance, lowering its hindquarters, coiling its hind legs with power, arching its body just 1 pounce away from attack. Screech! An ear-splitting bird cry shattered the forest air. Lin Fei spread his wings and dove down like lightning, positioning himself between the little girl and the leopard. Despite his small size, he was a peak third-tier exotic beast who had gone on a killing spree over the past few days, devouring hundreds of first, second, and third-tier exotic beasts, accumulating such intense killing intent that it almost materialized. Wild animals instinctively feared this dangerous aura, and the leopard immediately let out a terrified cry before turning tail and fleeing frantically. Just an ordinary beast eating, it wouldn't even give evolution points, so Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to chase it. With the crisis resolved, the girl became even more frightened and froze up. After a few seconds, she plopped down on the ground and burst into loud sobs. Lin Fei sighed inwardly. Little girls are indeed troublesome. He first flew out of her sight, then slightly opened his beak and produced a branch laden with clusters of golden yellow fruits from his spatial pouch. The fruits were about the size of dates, emitting a faint sweet fragrance. They were wild loquats common in the 100,000 mountains, occasionally containing trace amounts of spiritual energy, which he usually treated as snacks. Lin Fei picked up the entire cluster of wild loquats in his beak, landed again in front of the girl, and dropped them before her under her astonished gaze. The little girl jumped in fright, retreating several steps. Tears streamed down her face, leaving her cheeks glistening, as she timidly glanced at Lin Fei before looking down at the cluster of golden wild loquats on the ground. Are they for me? Her voice was soft and choked. Ga. Lin Fei nodded gently from a nearby branch. Thank you. Her eyes lit up instantly as she dashed over, grabbing the wild loquats and stuffing them into her mouth, devouring them hungrily until the entire bunch was gone, finishing with a crisp little burp. After satisfying her hunger, she ran in front of Lin Fei, lifted her skirt, and curtsied, mimicking a lady's gesture. Thank you, Mr. Bird. Oh, quite polite, aren't you? Lin Fei tilted his head, chuckling to himself. Mr. Bird, do you have a name? She blinked her big eyes, asking eagerly. Of course, I have a name, but I can't tell you, Lin Fei thought to himself. How about I call you Little Blue? The girl declared to herself. It's settled. Lin Fei. So, Little Blue, do you know where this place is? Can you take me home? She looked up with hopeful eyes and said softly. I live in the city, and my house is really big. I could take you, but I'd have to turn into a 3-meter-long bird to carry you. Lin Fei pondered, worried about revealing himself outside the 10,000 Great Mountains. The last time he was targeted by a self-destructing drone was still fresh in his mind. That guy Li Guangming was definitely looking for a chance to get him. But if I don't grow bigger, how can I carry this child? He ultimately decided to lead her out of the mountains, thinking her family might come looking for her. With that in mind, Lin Fei took off, flying a few dozen meters before turning back to her and letting out 2 GAGA sounds. Little Blue, are you asking me to follow you? GAGA. Lin Fei nodded. Okay, but you have to fly slowly. GA. And so, the girl and the bird made their way through the quiet mountains. The wild animals sensed Lin Fei's formidable presence as a peak-tier beast and fled without a trace. The girl chattered nonstop, and Lin Fei listened, piecing together key information from her fragmented conversations. 1. The little girl was the daughter of a wealthy family in the city. 2. The bad aunt she mentioned had tricked her into the mountains and then abandoned her. Tisk, isn't this just like a scene from a melodramatic rich family drama? Lin Fei thought, considering that he had saved a wealthy heiress. It wouldn't be unreasonable to ask her family for a phone later. Whenever the girl grew tired, they would rest in place. Lin Fei occasionally flew out of sight, quickly returning with freshly picked wild loquats and mountain lychees. After walking and stopping for about an hour, they finally reached the edge of a provincial road. With a road, there was a chance to flag down a vehicle. As long as they encountered pedestrians or cars, everything would be manageable. But as soon as Lin Fei stepped onto the asphalt, his keen ears picked up a faint buzzing overhead. He looked up and indeed spotted several quadcopter drones buzzing through the sky. Perhaps spotting the little girl, a drone hovered overhead, descending to circle above them. Lin Fei perched on the branch, his gaze fixed intently on the cold, gleaming camera lens while his mind rapidly calculated his next move. Before long, the deep, powerful rumble of engines emerged from the distant vegetation. 4 rugged off-road vehicles escorted a black luxury armored sedan, kicking up clouds of dust as they sped toward them. The convoy screeched to a halt near Yunqianqian, and as soon as the doors opened, over a dozen guards in matching dark gray uniforms quickly dispersed with practiced precision, sealing off the surrounding area like well-trained hunting dogs. The central luxury sedan's door clicked open with a sharp click, and an elderly man stepped out alert and vigorous, dressed in a plain-colored traditional Chinese outfit. Grandpa, the little girl stood stunned for a moment, then burst into tears and ran toward the old man on her short little legs. Oh, my dear granddaughter. The elderly man hurried forward and scooped Yun Qianqian into his arms, his face filled with relief and lingering fear. He bent down to examine the little girl carefully, checking every inch from her forehead to her ankles for any scratches, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming she was unharmed. Grandpa, the bad lady tricked me into coming out here and left me in the forest, and I even met a big leopard. If Little Blue hadn't saved me, I would have been eaten. Yun Qianqian sobbed like a frightened little deer, her grievances pouring out. The old man gently patted his granddaughter's back, repeatedly comforting her. There, don't be afraid. Grandpa's here now. Let me introduce you to my new friend Little Blue. The little girl suddenly turned around to look. Huh? Where's Little Blue? Little Blue. Little Blue. Qianqian, are you talking about that parrot? The old man followed her gaze toward the roadside. On a tree branch sat a blue and yellow macaw, perfectly still. To ordinary people, it appeared to be nothing more than a beautiful ornamental bird, but to Yun Jinshan, a fourth-year peak martial artist, the creature radiated a dangerous aura that made his hair stand on end, like a torch blazing in the darkness. Yes, that's Little Blue. Yun Qianqian stood on her tiptoes and waved. Little Blue, come over here. This is my grandpa's really nice. Yun Jinshan's heart stirred as he suddenly recalled the news that had been causing quite a stir online recently, the exotic beast parrot that had escaped from the fifth-tier expert Li Guangming. Looking more closely, it was indeed the same one. No wonder he felt threatened. Not daring to be careless, he stepped forward quickly and bowed respectfully toward the parrot with cupped hands. I am Yun Jinshan, head of the Yun family of Western Ridge. Thank you, young friend Fei Fei, for saving my granddaughter. The Yun family will remember this kindness forever. Lin Fei appeared calm on the surface, but his heart skipped a beat. The Yun family of Western Ridge? That was indeed no small background. Liu Ruoyao had once briefed him about them, an ancient martial arts family with modest heritage but extensive commercial networks, whose patriarch was at the fourth-tier peak. No wonder the guards around him were so formidable. It also explained how the man could recognize him at a glance. That day's parrot rescue incident with Liu Ruoyao in High City had caused quite a sensation, and with Eagle Eye fanning the flames online, he had long become a famous internet celebrity bird. Yun Jinshan's respectful attitude, showing no contempt for exotic beasts and no hostility, pleased Lin Fei considerably. Maintaining his guard, he didn't fly closer immediately but responded from a distance. It was nothing. Master Yun need not concern himself with it. Wow, Little Blue, you can talk. Yun Qianqian's eyes lit up like two little light bulbs as she pointed at him in amazement. Qianqian, show some respect. Yun Jinshan gently scolded. You should address him as Master Fei Fei. Fei Fei? Shouldn't I call him Little Blue? The little girl tilted her head in confusion. Yun Jinshan smiled wryly and cupped his hands again. Children don't understand proper etiquette. I hope young friend Fei Fei will forgive her. Lin Fei laughed heartily. No matter. I quite like the character Blue myself. Since Fei Fei doesn't sound formal enough, why don't I take the surname Lan and be called Lan Fei from now on? He deliberately concealed his real name, Lin Fei. Yun Jinshan's eyes flashed as he bowed again. Young Master Lan, what a pleasure to meet you. Master Yun, please don't be so formal. Lin Fei flapped his wings, considering the courtesy complete. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Jinshan continued. I wonder if young master would be willing to accompany this old man back to the Yun family residence, so I might properly fulfill my duties as host? Lin Fei politely declined. That's really not necessary. Saving little Qianqian was just a small favor. But if Elder Yun truly wants to show his gratitude, perhaps you could help me with something? Please, tell me what you need. Yun Jinshan clasped his hands together with a solemn expression. As long as the Yun family can manage it, we'll certainly take care of it for you. It's nothing major. Lin Fei fluttered his wings casually. I need you to get me a phone, a military grade, explosion-proof, with good security features that can make satellite calls. Ideally with solar charging capability, or just provide a complete solar charging kit. He paused, seeming a bit embarrassed, then added, and please add some credit to it. Not too much, just enough for a year or so. Consider it done. Yun Jinshan immediately turned to the capable middle-aged butler beside him. Jinshan, did you hear everything? Go handle this right now. Get the best according to his requirements. Yes, sir. The butler accepted the order solemnly, stepped aside, and immediately pulled out a tiny earpiece to place the order. Moments later, he hurried back to report. Sir, the order has been placed. Shall we have it delivered here? Using cargo drones, it can arrive in half an hour at the earliest. Before Yun Jinshan could respond, Lin Fei interjected. Then have it sent here. Half an hour isn't long, we can wait. Arrange the delivery. Yun Jinshan nodded, giving Jianshong another instruction. As he watched the butler leave, he was secretly startled. The butler had kept his voice extremely low and was over 10 meters away, yet that parrot had heard every word clearly. Oh, there's one more thing. Lin Fei suddenly spoke up. A few days ago, I dealt with a large snake in the mountains and obtained some extraordinary materials. I'd like Elder Yin to help me trade them for fire element extraordinary materials of the same grade." As his words fell, he opened his beak slightly, and a string of black dots shot out through the air, suddenly expanding mid-flight before clattering to the ground the spoils from the nether ghost-faced python. Two pairs of snow-white, razor-sharp fangs, a menacing ghost-faced skull, a bundle of incredibly elastic snake tendons, and a large pile of scaled snake hide. He didn't bring out the venom sac. Lin Fei was keeping that as a trump card. Everyone stared in amazement at this seemingly magical feat of producing items from thin air. Yun Jinshan's gaze swept over the materials, and his pupils suddenly contracted, could tell at a glance that these were all extremely high-quality, extraordinary materials. This is from a nether ghost-faced python. A middle-aged guard behind him stared fixedly at the ghost-faced skull and cried out in shock. Following his exclamation, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The nether ghost-faced python was a notorious peak fourth-tier beast from the outer regions of the 100,000 Mountains, infamous for its ferocity. Many extraordinary organizations had attempted to hunt it in groups, but none had succeeded. Now it had apparently been slain by an ordinary-looking parrot. Only then did the guards understand why their master was being so courteous to this parrotini. Being capable of single-handedly hunting a top-tier fourth-rank beast definitely possessed strength far superior to their masters, and deserved their respect. Their gazes toward Lin Fei instantly became fervent, as that small figure seemed to grow into a towering peak in their minds, which secretly delighted Lin Fei. "I want to trade for fire element materials exchange only, not sell. Also, you can keep half the snake hide as payment for handling this matter for me," Lin Fei added. "I will certainly not fail you in this task." Yun Jinshan nodded solemnly. The middle-aged guard continued to remind everyone that the netherworld ghost-faced python was extremely venomous throughout its body, and any contact would be fatal with no antidote available. Special containers were required for safe collection, and no one was allowed to approach without protective equipment. Upon hearing this, the butler immediately pulled out his phone to arrange for specialized containers, protective suits, and gas masks, his tone urgent and brooking no delay. Everyone's awe toward Lin Fei deepened even further. They had just witnessed with their own eyes how these materials, potent enough to poison thousands of people, had been regurgitated from that parrot's beak. To store such deadly poison within one's body and remain unharmed, was this still a carbon-based life form? Could this truly be the legendary universe within the belly, bordering on immortal arts? Only Yun Qianqian remained oblivious, still excitedly describing to her grandfather how Little Blue had scared off the big leopard with a sharp cry and found sweet wild fruits for her, chattering on endlessly. Yun Jinshan listened with a smile, but his mind was occupied with what Lin Fei had requested. Gathering at least fourth-tier fire element extraordinary materials would require careful planning. He had invited Lin Fei to visit the Yun family home several times, only to be politely declined. Lin Fei's reasoning was simple. Human hearts were unpredictable, and safety came first. No matter how friendly a smile appeared on the surface, it couldn't compare to the reliability of cautious behavior. As the two chatted, a low humming sound came from overhead. A large Atroder drone slowly descended, carrying a square silver storage box suspended beneath its belly. Yun Jinshan personally retrieved the box and brought it to the base of the large tree where Lin Fei was perched, opening it there. Inside the box were two black satellite phones with sharp, sturdy lines, along with efficient solar charging panels and backup batteries. These were the most advanced explosion-proof secure phones in the country, with activated SIM cards, dedicated maintenance personnel, and unlimited call credit. After explaining this, Yun Jinshan pulled out a silver metal card from his pocket, its surface engraved with exquisite cloud patterns. "Little Blue, with this card, you can enjoy top-tier VIP treatment at any Yun family establishment. My private number is on the back. Contact me anytime if you need anything." With that, he placed the card back in the box, closed the lid, and stepped back several meters. Lin Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Once Yun Jinshan had retreated, he opened his beak and inhaled gently. Spatial fluctuations appeared silently, as the alloy box seemed lifted by invisible hands, shooting toward Lin Fei like lightning. During its flight, it suddenly shrank and finally transformed into a silver point of light that disappeared into his beak. "Old Master Yun, Little Qianqian, I bid you farewell. Until we meet again." Lin Fei spread his wings and soared high, vanishing into the sky in the blink of an eye. "Little Blue, goodbye. You must come visit me." Yun Qianqian jumped and waved, her eyes reddening. "Grandpa, will Little Blue come back?" "He will." Yun Jinshan's gaze was profound. Then he solemnly instructed, "Qianqian, you mustn't tell anyone about Little Blue, not even your father, and especially not that bad auntie. Do you remember?" "Yes." Qianqian remembers. The girl nodded obediently. A flash of coldness passed through Yun Jinshan's eyes. Today's events had crossed the line. It was time to clean house of the demons and monsters within the family. "Master," the butler approached and whispered, The Special Investigation Bureau is currently hunting this parrot. If we maintain friendly relations with it, might we? Yun Jinshan glanced at him coolly. That's not your concern. Yes, I understand. I'll have all present personnel sign confidentiality agreements upon our return. The butler repeatedly agreed, though he shivered inwardly. Yun Jinshan sighed privately. The Special Investigation Bureau had become increasingly incompetent since the ability faction took power. For the absurd reason of being non-human. They had forced a powerful, highly intelligent being with limitless potential to become an enemy, while also busying themselves with internal conflicts against the warrior faction. Utterly ridiculous. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Lin Fei beat his wings against the wind, eager to find a safe landing spot to make a phone call. Wondered how Yao Yao was doing now. How were her injuries healing? After leaving the Yun family convoy, Lin Fei couldn't wait to land in a secluded mountain valley. His beak opened gently, and a silver-gray metal case landed steadily on the ground. With a soft click, the clasp was pushed open by his beak tip, and the lid popped up with a click. What came into view were two identical military-grade explosion-proof phones. Old man Yun was always thorough, even preparing backup devices. Nice stuff, Lin Fei praised in a low voice, extending his claw to grasp one of them. It felt substantial in his grip, like half a brick. After closing the lid, he casually stored the case back into his spatial storage. These military phones not only had reinforced shells and impressive battery capacity, but also retained retro physical keyboards, designed to remain operational when touchscreens got wet or dirty. Lin Fei was particularly satisfied with this design. While his beak could activate touch controls, it was too hard and might scratch the screen if he applied too much pressure. He pecked the power button, and the screen instantly lit up with extremely fast startup speed. The satellite signal showed full bars. Excellent. For his first call, he tentatively dialed Liu Ruoyao, but only heard the mechanical, unable to connect message. Just as expected, Lin Fei sighed inwardly. Even if her injuries had healed, Liu Ruoyao was definitely under control. Next, he called Angel. The phone connected, but no one answered, probably on a mission. With the rapid response team having lost Lin Fei, Angel's speed made her the fastest, and therefore the busiest. Lin Fei shook his head and hung up. Finally, he dialed Huaxia. Please pick up. Please pick up, he silently prayed while watching the dialing interface. Ring. After a few rings, someone finally answered. Hello? Who is this? Huaxia's voice carried wariness. Sister Huaxia. It's me. Lin Fei lowered his voice. Oh, my God. Fei, is it really you? Uncontainable joy came through the phone from Huaxia's end. It's me. Lin Fei confirmed. That's wonderful. Thank goodness you're okay. Where did you get this phone? Never mind, that's not important. Do you know? We've all been worried sick. A few days ago, Brother Duan somehow got word that Li Guangming had found you, and at that time we... Sister Huaxia, don't talk about that first. Lin Fei urgently interrupted. How is Yao Yao? Have her injuries improved? Where is she now? The phone went silent for several seconds, and Huaxia's voice was noticeably dejected. Sister Yao Yao survived, and her injuries miraculously healed. But, her injuries healed? Lin Fei first breathed a sigh of relief, then immediately pressed, but what? She was taken away by Li Guangming, possibly sent overseas on a mission. Huaxia said helplessly. Lin Fei's heart clenched suddenly. Overseas mission? What mission? Which country? It's unclear. Brother Duan and the others are trying to find out. Huaxia then solemnly warned. Fei, Li Guangming has deployed every means to find you, including satellites and city surveillance. You absolutely cannot appear in your large bird form. Satellites will automatically identify and lock onto you. I understand. Lin Fei replied, thinking to himself. You don't need to tell me that. I've been guarding against it all along. Huaxia was about to continue when a voice in the distance interrupted her. Huaxia, who are you talking to on the phone? That voice just now, that's Fei. Oh no, he'll be tracked. Hang up now. Beep. The call ended abruptly, and the phone screen immediately displayed call ended in bold letters. The white glow flickered across Lin Fei's face before dimming. Duan Nanzhou's face turned ashen as he whirled around to face Huaxia, his voice blazing with fury. Huaxia, what the hell were you thinking? Is this your first day as a supernatural agent? Fei doesn't know better, but you should. Did you really think our phones weren't being monitored? Li Guangping would love nothing more than to skin Fei alive. How long were you two on that call? Huaxia went pale with terror, stammering. About a minute or so. Over a minute. Duan Nanzhou's heart sank. Damn it. Li Guangming might have already pinpointed Fei's location. Call him back now and tell him to get out of there immediately. Yes. Huaxia frantically grabbed the phone and tapped the screen several times, then suddenly froze. Duan Nanzhou barked. What are you waiting for? Call him back. The caller ID. Something's not right. Huaxia held the screen up to his face. Duan Nanzhou snatched the phone and scanned the number string. While it appeared ordinary at first glance, closer inspection revealed it didn't belong to any telecommunications carrier. He tried calling back, only to hear a mechanical female voice. The number you have dialed is not in service. Only then did Duan Nanzhou exhale in relief, tossing the phone back with gratitude in his voice. Looks like Ruoyao gave Fei Fei some secure communication training. Huan Yue also patted his chest, breathing out in lingering fear. Immediately after, Duan Nanzhou pressed. You can't take any more calls from Fei Fei. Besides you, whose number does he remember? Huan Yue thought for a moment. He definitely remembers Sister Yao Yao's. Other than that, it should be Brother Tien Shithiri closest. Not mine. Duan Nanzhou felt a slight Pong had shown Fei Fei plenty of kindness and had given him his number long ago. But this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. He pulled himself together. Where's Tianshi? No mission today. He should be on the rooftop helping Brother TB practice operating the personal flight device. Let's go. Duan Nanzhou turned and headed straight for the rooftop, with Huan Yue hesitating briefly before hurrying after him. Special Investigation Bureau, Haiqing Branch, Director's Office. Li Guangming was reviewing documents when a knock came at the door, followed by his capable subordinate Wang Jun's voice from outside. Director, urgent matter to report. Come in. Li Guangming set down the documents. The door opened, and the tall, lean Wang Jun strode in. Director, that parrot just called Huan Yue from the rapid response team. Li Guangming's eyes sharpened. Call duration? Did we get a location? 1 minute and 17 seconds. But Wang Jun shook his head. Tracking failed. That bird used a specialized secure phone, equipped with at least hardware isolation, interactive authorization, and AES encryption among multiple security features. Li Guangming's brow furrowed. It knows secure communications? Huh. Liu Ruoyao's training was quite thorough. Did you bring the recording? Right here. Wang Jun handed over a USB drive. Good. Continue monitoring. If there's another call, use every resource to track it. Li Guangming ordered coolly. Yes. Wang Jun responded and withdrew. Li Guangming inserted the USB into his computer and played the audio file on loop, listening repeatedly. He snorted coldly and muttered to himself. A bunch of traitors. If we weren't so short-staffed right now, I'd have dealt with you all already. As for that cunning feathered beast, supersonic flight combined with the ability to change size that will makes it nearly impossible to catch. Even with a full-scale hunt, it would be hard to cut off all its escape routes. His eyes darkened as he drummed his fingers on the desk. But it has one fatal weakness, Liu Ruoyao. You are its Achilles heel. Meanwhile, Lin Fei tried calling Huan Yu several more times, but all his calls were rejected. The repeated call declined, messages flashing on his screen made him frown deeply. Finally, he took a deep breath, opened his contacts, found the entry labeled Angel, and hit the call button. Ring after just 2 rings, the call connected, and Angel's voice came through clearly. Hello. Angel, it's me, Fei Fei. The moment Lin Fei gave his name, the voice on the other end immediately switched to Duan Nanzhou's lowered but urgent tone. Fei Fei, I know what you want to ask, but listen to me first. I don't know Ruoyao's exact whereabouts either. I'm trying to find out. All I know right now is that her situation involves the suicide squad. He spoke extremely fast, delivering the key information in one breath. The situation is complicated, and it's not safe to talk in detail. That person is definitely monitoring our communications. Your location could be exposed at any moment. Don't call our phones unless it's absolutely urgent. Never mention your location or other sensitive information over the phone. We'll use the Transcendent World Network instead. Watch for forum posts. Keep each call under 1 minute. No, 50 seconds. It's already been 47 seconds. Goodbye. Click. The call was cut off without hesitation. Lin Fei stared at the darkened screen and shrugged. Well, Duan Nanzhou's right. Better safe than sorry. Although he was holding a military-grade encrypted phone, Li Guangming had access to state-level technology and might very well be able to break through that protection. He immediately opened his browser and entered the URL for Transcendent World Network. A pop-up appeared. UB Security Center warning. This website may contain risky content. Please browse with caution and protect your personal information and financial security. Below were 2 buttons. Continue browsing, stop access. Lin Fei clicked Continue browsing without hesitation. The familiar login interface appeared, and he casually entered Liu Ruoyao's username and password, easily accessing the site. After a moment's thought, he logged out and returned to the login page, this time clicking Register New User. The system prompted, registration requires an invitation code from an existing user. Lin Fei was stumped and had to log back in with Liu Ruoyao's account, generate an invitation code, copy it, log out, and start the registration process again. He pasted in the invitation code, and the system allowed him through. Next came a lengthy personal information form. Most fields could be filled out arbitrarily, which would only grant basic permissions. Advanced functions like online trading would be locked. Lin Fei didn't need those features anyway. He randomly chose a username, selected a default avatar, and skipped everything he could. When he encountered required fields and occasional survey pop-ups, he had to patiently endure them, cursing the forum's complexity under his breath while slowly tapping through with one-finger-pecking speed until he reached the end. Just as Lin Fei was hunched over tapping his screen, thousands of miles away across vast oceans, A battered pickup truck was bouncing along a desert highway in Mexico. In the cab, Liu Ruoyao, who had been resting with her eyes closed against the seat, suddenly opened them, her eyebrows twitching slightly. The phone in her pocket was vibrating gently. It wasn't her original device that had been confiscated long ago. This was one she had acquired after arriving in Mexico. Two messages popped up on the screen. Your Transcendent World Network account has been logged in on a new device. Please ensure this device is with you and that you are operating it personally. Click the View button for details. Liu Ruoyao's fingertips trembled. Her account and password were known only to herself and, strictly speaking, a bird Fei. With this thought, she unlocked her phone without hesitation and clicked View. Meanwhile, Lin Fei spent over half an hour painstakingly filling out registration forms under the dim desk lamp. Every time he clicked Next, he couldn't help but grumble internally. Who designed this torturous process? If it weren't for the screen, he'd probably want to burn the whole thing to ashes with his fire breath. Finally, after completing the last item, he clicked Enter Website. The familiar homepage flashed before him. Immediately after, a prompt appeared in the center. New user Xiaolon. Welcome to Transcendent World Network. Would you like to start the beginner's guide? Start Skip. Lin Fei decisively clicked Skip. The page changed, revealing a pale, golden, semi-transparent, coiling dragon in the background, with over a dozen subchannel entrances neatly arranged. Transcendent Forum, Transcendent News, Mission Hall, Communication Zone, Trading Platform. Everything was clear at a glance. He headed straight for the Transcendent Forum. By his judgment, Duan Nanzhou should post a new thread here, embedded with coded language only they would understand. Once confirmed, they could add each other as friends and safely communicate through this cross-faction platform. No matter how capable Li Guangming was, he couldn't crack the encrypted private messages here. When the page finished loading, Lin Fei's attention was immediately captured by the pinned post at the top. Bold, enlarged, bright red. China's Special Investigation Bureau latest battle report overseas, Thunder Operation achieves initial victory. Demonstrates our resolve to protect China. He clicked on it almost reflexively. The text scrolled. Under our Bureau's meticulous planning, the overseas special operation codenamed Thundersword achieved brilliant results last night, successfully destroying an important target located in Mexico. This target, the Umbrella Corporation SSCL secret biological laboratory that colluded with the evil cult Advent sect to conduct illegal transcendent biological weapons research. Concrete evidence shows that the biological agents responsible for the recent Mad Rat disaster terrorist attack in China's Haicheng originated from this very location. In this battle, our forces delivered a devastating blow to cult forces and their accomplices, demonstrating China's determination and strength in protecting human civilization order and striking down all evil transcendent forces. Those who offend China will be punished no matter how far they flee. It is reported that 5 heroes sacrificed their lives heroically during the operation. They gave their lives for humanity's future and should be immortalized, remembered by all. This is not the final battle. The Thunder Sword overseas special operation will continue, steadfastly striking cult forces. Sacrifices may continue, but our warriors have never retreated. They are prepared to dedicate everything to defend the peace and tranquility of our shared homeland. Let us bless them and wish for their early triumphant return. At the end of the post were processed photos. Key areas were obscured by mosaics or blurring. Yet the battlefield's devastation was still discernible: collapsed buildings, charred walls, twisted and shattered equipment. The destroyed building ruins, laboratories in complete disarray, and piles of corpses were visible. There were also images of biological weapon samples that hadn't been destroyed in time. When Lin Fei browsed through this section of the data, his previously calm eyes suddenly widened, his sharp gaze fixed intently on the screen. It was the silhouette of a slender female warrior wielding a long sword. Even though the image had been pixelated, every curve of her figure and every detail of the sword's hilt allowed him to recognize her instantly. Liu Ruoyao. A thunderous shock exploded in his heart. He stood frozen in place, his wings unconsciously tensing, unable to move for a long time. Li Guangming. The 3 cold and sharp words squeezed out from his clenched beak, one syllable at a time, filled with bone-deep hatred. The Suicide Squad that Duan Nanzhou had mentioned on the phone suddenly came to mind. Lin Fei had long known about this team, as its existence wasn't a secret. But he never imagined that Li Guangming would actually place Liu Ruoyao into that squad with near-certain death odds. Even more outrageous was that these people had openly uploaded battle footage to the Extraordinary World Forum, complete with photos of Liu Ruoyao. Even though it was just her silhouette, it was enough to expose her identity and whereabouts. Such actions were pushing her toward the blade's edge. At this thought, Lin Fei exited the forum, folded his wings, his emotions swirling like an abyss. The next moment, he activated his explosion-proof phone and opened the pre-installed military navigation software. The global maps had already been stored offline. For transportation, he chose small aircraft, without hesitation. Destination, Mexico. Lin Fei was going to find Liu Ruoyao to help her to live and die alongside her. Years ago, to buy him time to escape, Liu Ruoyao had risked her own life without hesitation. Now that she was trapped in a desperate situation, how could he continue hiding in the vast mountains, standing by and watching? With this thought, Lin Fei spread his wings and took flight. Mountain wind swept past his feathers as one talon gripped the explosion-proof phone tightly. Direction, southeast toward the vast ocean. Across that ocean lay a country called Mexico. Yao, wait for me. I'm flying across the ocean to find you. Bang. Duan Nanzhou's right fist slammed heavily onto the rosewood desk. The impact rippled across the surface, causing the neatly arranged documents to jump slightly. His face was ashen as he stared intently at the computer screen. That blood-red pinned post on the Transcendent World Network pierced his eyes like a sharp thorn. Li Guangming. What a vicious and despicable villain. Duan Nanzhou gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white from the force. He could easily imagine Fei Fei's first reaction upon seeing this post. That foolish bird would undoubtedly rush to Mexico, without hesitation, to find Liu Ruoyao. The journey of thousands of miles would be fraught with danger. Even if he truly found Liu Ruoyao, both of them would inevitably fall into a series of perilous situations. Using another's blade to kill this was a blatant conspiracy. Li Guangming had long recognized Fei Fei's heaven-defying abilities of high mobility, variable body size, knowing that conventional pursuit would be ineffective, so he simply laid this trap. Even if Fei Fei saw through the snare, he would still jump in. Li Guangming had calculated precisely. Duan Nanzhou took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. He closed the battle report post with one click and immediately created a new thread, typing the title. Do you remember the first fruit I gave you? He had to contact Fei Fei immediately. From the 100,000 mountains of Lingxi to Mexico, the straight-line distance was a full 14,000 kilometers. After much deliberation, Lin Fei decided to cross the ocean by sea route for safety. On the vast ocean surface, even if Li Guangming caught traces of him, it would be difficult to pinpoint his location precisely and strike. From Lingxi to the nearest coast was only a few dozen kilometers, which Lin Fei could reach in minutes at his flying speed. However, he forcibly suppressed the urge to set sail immediately, because the deep ocean harbored deadly threats. Lack of water and food, getting lost, storms, sea monsters. One careless moment could mean complete destruction. Fortunately, he had his dimensional storage. On his way to the coast, he gathered necessary supplies along the route. Passing a purified water supply point, he took over a dozen barrels of bottled water neatly stacked at the entrance, leaving behind several strings of wild fruits collected from the 100,000 mountains. Those fruits contained spiritual energy that could strengthen the body. Ordinary people couldn't buy them, even with money. Passing a seaside residence, he casually collected a kayak from the doorway into his storage space, leaving a piece of steaming exotic beast meat as compensation. Sunshades, spare ropes, and other miscellaneous items were also exchanged by him until his storage space was packed full. But these preparations were still insufficient. Before truly embarking on the ocean, he needed to enhance his survival and combat abilities in aquatic environments. Along the coastline, Lin Fei glided at low altitude, his sharp gaze searching among the scattered offshore islands. Moments later, his target appeared. Above a small island, flocks of seagulls circled in search of food. Among them, a giant seagull significantly larger than its peers was particularly conspicuous. It moved with agility, diving like white lightning, repeatedly plunging into the sea surface and emerging with plump fish clutched in its beak. A gleam flashed in Lin Fei's eyes as he slightly adjusted his wings and glided toward the giant seagull. Before he could get close, a system notification echoed in his mind. Low-level exotic beast detected ahead. Scan. Target, mutated seagull. Age, 3 years 5 months. Level, transcendent first order. Skills, sharp beak pierce, water skimming assault, saltwater adaptation passive, swimming passive, diving passive. Lin Fei's lips curved upward. You're the one. When Lin Fei saw its abilities, his eyes lit up immediately. Those 3 passive skills at the end were exactly what he desperately needed. He beat his wings powerfully, transforming into a blue-yellow arrow as he shot toward his target. The first-tier seagull in the air seemed to sense death approaching and let out a terrified shriek, frantically flapping its wings, but it was already too late to escape. Lin Fei's speed was lightning fast, and the moment he drew near, his body became ethereal and expanded, transforming into a giant bird 3 meters long. Under the massive shadow, his razor-sharp talons gleaming with cold light struck down viciously. Squelch. The claws easily pierced through the seagull's body, and its piercing wail came to an abrupt end. Gripping the corpse, he soared skyward, swept out of the chaotic flock of seagulls, and landed on a reef by the island's edge. Without even half a second's pause, his furnace stomach activated, swallowing the entire prey and decomposing it at incredible speed. Ding! Mutant seagull decomposition complete. You have gained 168 evolution points. Passive skill ability replication activating. Skill sharp beak pierce replicating. Replication failed. Skill water skimming assault replicating. Replication successful. You have acquired skill, water skimming assault. Skill saltwater adaptation passive replicating. Replication successful. You have acquired skill, saltwater adaptation passive. Skill swimming passive replicating. Replication successful. You have acquired skill, swimming passive. Skill diving passive replicating. Replication failed. New skill descriptions. Water skimming assault. While skimming over water, execute a sudden high-speed attack, consuming 20 spiritual energy points. Saltwater adaptation passive. Efficient salt excretion and salt tolerance, greatly improving your adaptation to marine environments. Swimming passive. Acquire waterfowl characteristics and master swimming abilities. Hey, success. Lin Fei flapped his wings and chuckled softly. Although the diving skill had failed, he'd obtained the most crucial saltwater adaptation and swimming abilities from now on. He wouldn't have to worry about drowning if he fell into the sea, and hunting marine beasts would be much more convenient. Before his joy could fade, he suddenly felt a slight itch in his claws, and a mysterious change spread throughout his body. Looking down, he saw thin but tough webbing growing between each toe. Unlike ordinary waterbirds, these webs extended from the sides of his toes like fish fins, retractable and extendable, not interfering with attacks at all. His feather colors became more vibrant, covered with a glossy, oil-like membrane that repelled water completely. Transparent, nictitating membranes formed on the outer sides of his eyes, automatically protecting them during dives. I've become a swimming parrot? As the thought crossed his mind, he leaped from the reef and splashed into the sea. Buoyed by the seawater, he floated steadily on the surface and looked up with hearty laughter. Almost instinctively, he paddled skillfully, swimming with ease, then used his water-skimming assault to launch back into the air. Rising into the sky again, Lin Fei took a deep breath of the sea-scented air, gazed at the boundless blue expanse, then transformed into a blue-yellow streak of light, flying straight toward the southeast. Climbing to an altitude of 1,000 meters, he spread his nearly 10-meter wingspan and used the high-altitude air currents for semi-gliding. This was the long-distance, energy-saving flight technique he'd learned from communicating with the angels. If he reduced his size, he'd struggle against the strong ocean winds, so he maintained his giant bird form. Even if satellites might detect him, traveling overseas was exactly what Li Guangming wanted. Every few hours of flight, he would descend to the sea surface, take out his kayak to rest, eat, and drink water, then use his phone's GPS to correct his direction. After resupplying and storing everything away, he would take wing once more. However, this time, shortly after taking off, an unexpected incident occurred. What a magnificent exotic parrot. Spiritual light contained within, truly extraordinary. This young master is in need of exactly such a mount. Who's there? Lin Fei jerked his head up abruptly. Above the churning clouds, a strange vessel about 30 feet long, gleaming in dark gold, hovered silently in midair. The hull was smooth as metal, yet bore no wings or visible propulsion devices. Only mysterious runes covered the area from gunwale to stern, with faint crimson light seeping through the gaps between the symbols, flowing like blood through veins. What made Lin Fei's eyes widen even more was that two figures actually stood on the small craft's deck. The first walked ahead, draped in a brocade robe embroidered with fire cloud patterns, its color more intense than the evening sun. The young man possessed handsome features, hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised as he surveyed Lin Fei from above with a casual yet arrogant expression, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Half a step behind him stood an elderly man in a gray hemp robe. The old man's face was stern and cold, his eyelids drooping as if dozing. Yet the moment Lin Fei's gaze swept over him, his chest felt crushed by a massive stone, his breathing instantly becoming labored. That invisible pressure rivaled that of old Master Su and Li Guangming, perhaps even surpassing them. Trouble. A peer-level powerhouse. Without hesitation, Lin Fei activated his analysis ability. Target, Ji Yinzhong, 55 years old, human martial cultivator, peak of transcendent 4th tier. Skills, thick earth body forging art, wind treading shadow chase steps, mountain crushing great handprint, immovable as mountains, illusion breaking finger. 4th tier? Lin Fei was filled with confusion. He's clearly more terrifying than old Su. Moreover, this person was labeled as a martial cultivator rather than a martial artist. What was the difference? And what did those question marks represent? This was the first time his system couldn't fully analyze someone's abilities. His heart wailed incessantly. Heavens, why do I always encounter big shots? Can't I be like ordinary protagonists and farm some small fries first? Left with no choice, he turned his attention to the brocade-robed young man and analyzed him as well. Target, Ji Yunting, 20 years old, human martial cultivator, transcendent 3rd tier. Talent, innate fire spirit constitution. Skills, heaven burning fire flame scripture, yin yang harmony art, blazing palm, fire flame finger, fire escape technique, fire wing sky soaring, fire snake wild dance. Just the skill names alone could fill half an A4 page. This was clearly a protagonist template. Lin Fei marveled inwardly. At that moment, the brocade-robed young man's voice suddenly amplified, thundering into Lin Fei's eardrums. Blue-feathered parrot below. To cultivate from a common bird to the third tier shows some fortune indeed. This young master is from the direct lineage of the Ji family, one of the four great clans Ji Yunting. Considering your arduous cultivation, I shall bestow upon you a great opportunity today. Ji Yunting's gaze burned intensely, his tone supremely condescending. Submit to me and become this young master's mount. Follow me in cultivation, and you'll surely benefit greatly. His manner suggested that his casual words were heaven-sent grace, and that Lin Fei would be utterly ungrateful not to immediately kowtow in gratitude. However, ding! A system notification suddenly exploded. High-purity fire element source material detected within 30 meters. Devouring it can significantly enhance bloodline purity. A prominent yellow arrow appeared on Lin Fei's retina, pointing clearly in one direction straight, toward Ji Yunting's waist. Using his eagle eye ability, Lin Fei clearly detected a jade pendant hanging from Ji Yunting's waist about the size of an infant's palm and blood red throughout. This was a supreme treasure capable of enhancing bloodline purity, and the key to his breakthrough to the fourth tier. After searching high and low, the treasure was right before his eyes, but seizing it would require enormous risk. Lin Fei's eyes turned crimson, yet he forcibly suppressed his impulse. The situation was clear: one fourth-tier peak servant plus a third-tier fire genius. If he could barely survive protecting himself, how dare he snatch food from a tiger's mouth? The third-tier fire cultivator posed little threat with his natural flame affinity and 70% fire immunity, but facing that fourth-tier peak servant would mean certain death. A direct assault would be suicide. His mind raced frantically, practically overheating from overclocking. On the flying vessel's deck, seeing Lin Fei's continued silence, Ji Yunting applied more pressure. Since you've reached the third tier, you must have some insight. In this age of spiritual revival, my Ji family stands among the four great houses with profound foundations. How many times have people seen a flying vessel like the one beneath your feet? My family possesses countless such treasures. Serve as my mount, and the benefits will be substantial. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. Lin Fei remained silent. Ji Yunting's patience wore thin as he chuckled coldly. It seems this little bird won't submit easily. Then let this young master beat you into submission. He turned to give orders. Uncle Zhong, maneuver the vessel farther away to avoid frightening my new mount. I'll personally tame it. Yes, young master. The old servant didn't look up as he retreated the vessel 100 meters. Haha, little bird, this young master is coming. Ji Yunting leaped down, surging fired spiritual power erupting from his back, as two massive wings of pure flame instantly spread wide, carrying fierce winds and heat waves straight toward Lin Fei. Lin Fei stood facing him, releasing a harsh bird cry as he opened his beak to spit out an explosive fireball. Oh, you know fire techniques too. Ji Yunting showed delight rather than surprise, his gaze growing more greedy. Excellent. Truly fated to be with this young master. The fireball struck the pale golden barrier around him. Boom. Flames scattered, but the barrier remained unharmed. Take one of my attacks too. Ji Yunting pressed his palms together and thrust forward dancing fire serpents. 3 massive python-shaped flames roared forth, forming a triangular formation to lock onto Lin Fei. Lin Fei cried out in alarm, flapping his wings to dodge frantically, but the 3 fire serpents pursued relentlessly. Third-tier cultivation, yet can't even withstand one of my moves. Ji Yunting showed disdain. Probably just lucky enough to advance after consuming heavenly treasures. He raised his hand to recall the serpents, then changed his mind. No, let it suffer a bit first to prevent future disobedience. Third tier won't die from this. He pressed his palms together again, and the serpent's speed suddenly increased, instantly catching up to the parrot. Boom! Blazing flames engulfed Lin Fei, exploding into a massive fireball in midair. It's over. Ji Yunting shook his head, thinking, good enough for a mount lacking strength doesn't matter much. However, the next moment brought sudden change. Thick, blinding lightning flashed from the fireball's center crack. The bolt tore through the flames, and before anyone could react, struck the flying vessel's stern 100 meters away. What? Ji Yunting's expression changed dramatically. The lightning strike came so suddenly, so unexpectedly, and so fast, before anyone could even determine its direction. Crack. Boom. The bolt struck the stern of the fire cloud vessel with devastating force. The rear compartment erupted in blinding electrical sparks. Chaos broke out on deck, and the entire flying ship lurched downward. Its spiritual light dimmed as it began losing support from the levitation array, spiraling toward the azure sea below with ear-piercing shrieks. My fire cloud vessel. Uncle Zhong. Quick, quick, quick. We absolutely cannot let it crash. Ji Yunting cried out in shock and fury, nearly tearing his throat raw. He insisted that his fourth-tier peaked servant prioritized stabilizing the flying ship. This seemingly ordinary spirit vessel was actually the Ji family's last remaining treasure that maintained their clan's prestige. The age of declining magic had lasted so long that artifact crafting had withered away. When old magical instruments broke, they were gone forever, especially this fire cloud vessel reserved exclusively for the family head. Though Ji Yunting was the head's most beloved son, he had pleaded for ages before being allowed to borrow it for this grand courtship journey. If it were truly destroyed in his hands, he would have no way to answer to the clan upon his return. The old servant hesitated momentarily before ultimately obeying. He glanced toward the horizon. It was merely a third-tier beast that seemed full of water energy. Protecting the young master shouldn't be difficult. The urgent priority was saving the flying ship. But disaster struck again. From the explosion flames that had yet to dissipate, a charred yet agile figure suddenly burst forth. Wreathed in smoke and residual fire, it transformed into a purple streak, appearing before Ji Yunting almost as if teleporting. Ji Yunting's pupils contracted sharply, his mind racing. This speed far exceeded fourth tier. Damn it, I've been deceived by this cunning beast. Before he could finish speaking, the fierce bird opened its beak and spewed forth a mass of deep purple flames. Heat waves struck his face as space itself seemed to warp from the scorching temperature. Ji Yunting hastily activated his protective treasure, forming a pale golden light barrier humming with runic patterns, but it rapidly dimmed amid sharp, sizzling sounds. How is this possible? What kind of fire is this? He gasped in horror. The purple flame's temperature far exceeded his own fire meridian's true flames. The barrier lasted only 2 breaths before shattering like a soap bubble. This is bad. Fire escape. At this life or death moment, he tried to activate his movement technique. Once fire escape was deployed, any flame could become a channel for his escape. However, in the next instant, screch. A deafening roar exploded thunderously. The violent sound waves, wrapped in residual flames, completely engulfed Ji Yunting. He felt as if his mind had been struck by a massive hammer, going completely blank, and the fire escape technique he had just begun gathering energy for was directly interrupted. In a flash, Lin Fei's massive form lunged forward, his razor-sharp talons gleaming with cold light as they tore through the air with a piercing shriek, striking down mercilessly. "You vile beast! How dare you!" came the shocked and furious roar of the old servant, Ji Yinzhong, from below. However, he and the flying vessel had already plummeted to the sea surface, nearly 1,000 meters away. Even with divine powers, he couldn't reach them in time to help. Squelch! Squelch! The talons sank deep into Ji Yunting's shoulders, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain in his shoulder blades jolted Ji Yunting awake from the mental shock of the lion's roar, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Ah, Uncle Zhong, save me." But Lin Fei showed no hesitation. His talons gripped Ji Yunting tightly, as his massive blue-feathered wings beat powerfully, dragging the screaming young master of the Ji family skyward and away. "You beast! Release the young master, or I'll grind your bones to dust." Ji Yinzhong's eyes blazed with fury as his thunderous roar shook the heavens. In an instant, the situation had completely reversed. No longer caring about the capsizing vessel, he stepped into the void in pursuit. But his speed through the air was far inferior to Lin Fei's flight, and he couldn't sustain it for long. After several thousand meters, he could only watch helplessly as that cunning and vicious blue-feathered parrot carried off his young master, becoming a black that disappeared beyond the horizon. Damn it! The deeply regretful Ji Yinzhong's hair and beard bristled with rage as he roared repeatedly, yet there was nothing he could do. Finally, he forced himself to calm down and return to the vessel to repair the formation arrays. He had his own methods to track the young master's location right now. He could only race against time to fix the flying vessel as quickly as possible and then pursue that giant bird. Lin Fei dragged the unconscious Ji Yunting through the air for who knows how long until, with most of his strength depleted, he finally descended toward a desolate small island that appeared in his field of vision. On the beach, he unceremoniously dropped Ji Yunting, and his sharp beak darted like lightning toward the man's waist. Crack! The silk cord holding a crimson jade pendant snapped instantly. Lin Fei hooked it with his talon tip, and the blood-red jade pendant fell into his grasp. Ding! A system notification rang in his mind. Obtained 4th Order Wonder Phoenix Blood Pendant, containing high-purity fire element source material. Devouring it can greatly enhance bloodline purity. Finally got it. Lin Fei was ecstatic and immediately activated his furnace stomach. The jade pendant transformed into flowing light and disappeared into his mouth. Ding! Ancient Phoenix Essence blood detected and available for absorption. Absorbing, merging. Your bloodline concentration has increased. Current Ancient True Phoenix bloodline total, 25,100. Spiritual power limit permanently 1,000. Currently 21203000. True Fire Source, total 25 units. Fire element abilities greatly enhanced will be calculated upon completion of your advancement. Evolution points, 523-005-0000. Advancement condition 1 satisfied. Bloodline concentration 2, 5100. Ancient True Phoenix. Advancement condition 2 satisfied. You have met the conditions for 4th order advancement. Do you wish to advance now? Before Lin Fei could respond, a terrified scream came from nearby. Huh? Where's my phoenix blood pendant? You beast, what did you do with my phoenix blood pendant? The phoenix blood pendant was a supreme treasure Ji Yunting had obtained by chance years ago. His current cultivation level was entirely dependent on this item. Unlike Lin Fei, who was born with true phoenix bloodline, he could only gradually absorb the pendant's essence bit by bit for cultivation. Suddenly discovering his precious treasure was missing, terror and panic instantly overwhelmed him. Hearing this, Lin Fei locked his cold gaze on him and sneered. Heh, young Master Ji, it seems you still haven't grasped the situation. You can actually speak. Ji Yunting was horrified. A talking beast demonstrated extremely high intelligence. Then he noticed those beast eyes regarding him as coldly as if he were already dead. His arrogance crumbled instantly as death's shadow loomed over him, chilling him to the bone. No, don't kill me. He had lost all trace of his former pride, his voice trembling. I'm the legitimate son of the Ji family. You can't kill me. Otherwise, the Ji family will never let you go. Oh, Lin Fei studied him with amusement, a flash of mockery in his eyes. Not thinking about making me your mount anymore? Heh, look at yourself making Birdmaster your mount. Are you even worthy? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.